I got a special ability that means I can't die, but it's different from Hidan's immortality. Every time I die, I would come back to life in the same spot with full health and all my memories. Not only is my body perfectly fine, but my chakra is also completely full. But even though I get stronger the more I die, and can even open the gate of death indefinitely after learning the 8 gates, I'm not happy about it at all. Because I was supposed to be worse than my classmate Obito, the weakest kid at the bottom of the class. I hadn't even graduated from the Ninja Academy, but the third Hokage forced me to join the third Great Ninja War. Even though the brutal battlefield is the key to rapidly improving one's strength, as a commoner genin destined to be cannon fodder, I knew deep down that Hidan and I share a fatal weakness. We're both terrified of enemies using sealing techniques or anything else that can restrain us. But I wasn't worried at all, because I thought of a perfect way around it. Just then, on the front lines of the Konoha battlefield, I had just taken a bowl of meat soup from a comrade. But before I could even take a sip, a kunai with a paper bomb attached suddenly stabbed into the ground right in front of us. I didn't have time to think. The massive shockwave from the explosion easily ripped my body to shreds. Soon, amidst the smoke, a puff of white smoke appeared. My blown-up heart and organs vanished. The next second, a boy in a blue ninja uniform came back to life, lying on the grass. Ding! You were killed by Chunin Taira's paper bomb. Experience 30. I smiled a little when I heard that dying gave me experience. However, when I looked at the system menu that appeared in my vision, I was confused. My current experience is 31 points. Where did this extra point come from? The system helpfully explained, this is a bonus for your first death. I looked at my genin character sheet, no doubt about it, all my stats were at the rock bottom for a genin. Then I opened the main quest menu and found there was only one quest. Die at the hands of Kaguya Tsutsuki. No time limit, any method is fine. Just die by her hands. My mind went to a dirty place, and I started snickering. But when I saw the system's shop, full of all kinds of items, I became gloomy again. Because when I compared my experience points to the prices, I realized I couldn't afford anything. Luckily, the system told me I get 3 chances at a big lottery spin each month, and I had one available now. The wheel started spinning. The pointer passed over lots of things: Rinnegan, Tensegan, Raikiri, and many other bloodline abilities and jutsus. As I watched excitedly, it stopped on one spot. I looked at it. Sasuke's will. It was a bonus to my mental attributes. Seemed useless. After it quickly merged with me, when I opened my eyes again, I felt a hint of arrogance inside me. Let's go again, I thought with my new attitude. If I feel like it, I'm sure I can get the Rinnegan. The wheel spun again. D-rank ninjutsu body flicker technique. Hey Emph, just a D-rank jutsu? Muluyun, can learn it just by looking at it. The last spin, but when I saw the result, my eyes went wide. The wheel had stopped directly on the forbidden jutsu, multi-shadow clone jutsu. This is it, I declared. This is the technique that will let me stand above everyone. You see, shadow clones can gain experience, which speeds up the original user's training. The downside to the multi-shadow clone jutsu is that all the clones' fatigue and memories rush back at once. It can instantly overload someone's brain, turning them into a vegetable or even killing them from exhaustion. But that doesn't affect me, because I can't die. Even if I become a vegetable, I can just slit my throat, and I'll be a new man in 2 seconds. In other words, I can use the multi-shadow clone jutsu to get strong very, very quickly. After mastering the 3 rewards I got, I closed the system menu. I was now lying in a pile of corpses, surrounded by the spilled guts of my comrades. I fought back my nausea and activated Sasuke's mental trait. Hesitation and cowardice will only make me average. I'm an immortal ninja. For me, death is just a moment of pain. As soon as the thought finished, I let out a yell and jumped up with a kunai. Seeing a lone survivor, a light brown shadow flickered past. Several blades of wind shot out. My body was sliced to bits. Ding! You were killed by Chunin Tanagawa using wind style. Experience 50. Tanagawa, the sand ninja, looked on in confusion. A puff of white smoke, just like when a shadow clone disappears, covered all the scattered pieces of my body. What kind of jutsu is this? After I came back to life, I lay quietly on the ground, trying not to make a sound, not even a breath. I mentally analyzed the experience points I just got. It seems the stronger the person who kills me, the more experience I get. As the smoke cleared, Tanagawa listened carefully for the slightest sound of breathing. The Konoha genin he just killed was weird, which put him on guard. My hiding skills were terrible, so he spotted me right away. Ridiculous. Tanagawa gave a cruel smile and flicked 3 shuriken at me. The pain of death filled my head again, and I died instantly. Ding! You were killed by Chunin Tanagawa using shuriken. Experience 30. Looks like the way you're killed matters. Getting killed by a weapon is worth less than being killed by a jutsu. The white smoke appeared again, but this time, the moment I revived, I grabbed a broken ninja sword off the ground and charged at him wildly. Tanagawa frowned. The shuriken had clearly pierced his heart, so why was this guy okay? And that smoke. As I swung the sword at him, Tanagawa easily knocked my blade aside with his kunai. Then he kicked me in the chest, sending me flying 10 meters back into a tree. Damn it. A mere chunin made me look this pathetic. How am I supposed to stand above everyone in the future? With that, I gritted my teeth and stood up, forming the hand signs for the shadow clone jutsu. I converted all my physical and spiritual energy into chakra, recklessly pulling it all out. When the amount of chakra built up, a faint blue aura even started burning around my body. Tanagawa narrowed his eyes. You're pulling out that much chakra? Does this guy want to die? After all, chakra is linked to life force. If a ninja runs out of chakra, they die immediately. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. I divided all my chakra evenly, and in an instant, 15 shadow clones surrounded me. Clones? No, they're solid shadow clones. How could a genin master this jutsu? Seeing this, Tanagawa finally got serious. Even though I was exhausted, I forced myself to give my shadow clones an order. Brothers, get him, kill him. Yura. The shadow clones swarmed forward. Some threw rocks, some threw mud, some picked up kunai off the ground, and some were even yelling insults at his family. But Tanagawa just sneered. So what if you can use this jutsu? Your fundamentals are too weak. I lay weakly on the ground, watching helplessly as my shadow clones were easily taken out by Tanagawa, one kick at a time. The memories and fatigue from the clones flooded my brain, adding to the pain of my own chakra exhaustion. Ding! You died from chakra exhaustion. Experience 30. Tanagawa looked at me, my eyes closed, my chest no longer moving. Dead from chakra exhaustion? That weird thing probably won't happen again this time, right? But as soon as he finished the thought, a cloud of white smoke erupted, and I was alive again. But this time I didn't charge him right away. Instead, I quickly opened the system's exchange menu. I now had 141 experience points. I wonder what good stuff I can get with this to deal with Tanagawa. Suddenly, a system prompt appeared. Use EXP to upgrade the 8 ninja stats to improve your physical abilities. I quickly went to my genin character sheet. The 8 stats were Nin, Tai, Gen, Int, Star, Spod, Sta, and Seal. As the 8 basic stats for a ninja, every one is important. Right now I needed strength and speed the most, so I put 3 points into each. Soon, I felt a new strength growing in my body. At the same time, my feet felt so light it was like I could dance. I was now at an average level for a genin, comparable to some of the teenage genin. From within the smoke, I picked up a ninja sword and charged at him. Tanagawa finally realized how weird I was. You can't die. What kind of Kekkei Genkai is this? But before he could finish, my sword was already swinging at him. Tanagawa dodged it easily, but my speed was a notch faster now. Just as the blade was about to hit his back, Tanagawa was shocked. How was he faster than before? But as a chunin, he reacted quickly, blocking my slash with his kunai. Then his arm shot out like a snake, and in an instant, he snapped my neck. But soon another puff of white smoke appeared, and I jumped out of it, sword in hand. After who knows how long, Tanagawa was leaning on a tree, his face pale, weakly staring at the puff of white smoke in front of him. He had killed me at least 10 times, but that strange white smoke always brought me back instantly. Each time, my strength was greater, and my speed was faster. My stats were now at a high genin level. Seeing my figure charge at him again, he didn't hesitate. He gritted his teeth and raised his blood-stained kunai. Kunai and ninja sword clashed, creating a small spark. But then he suddenly ducked and slashed the tendons in my left wrist. He was starting to realize that he couldn't kill me, so he had to restrain my ability to move. Haha! My face was filled with a sick excitement. The constant pain was making me lose my mind. I completely abandoned defense and swung my sword upward with my right hand. But Tanagawa wasn't worried. He dodged, and with a flick of his wrist, he chopped off my lower leg. I lay on the ground, my eyes bloodshot, watching Tanagawa walk over slowly with an evil smile. Heh, let's see you act so arrogant now. I made up my mind, lifted the ninja sword, and slit my own throat. Ding! You were killed by slitting your own throat with your ninja sword. Suicide. Experience 5. What the hell? The reward for suicide is so low. I guess I can't use this trick anymore, I thought as I died. But Tanagawa watched the thick white smoke and suddenly had a bad feeling. Damn it. This guy is insane. My stamina is almost gone. I can't mold any more chakra. If this keeps up, he's going to wear me down and kill me. Just then, the smoke cleared again. Although my body was completely unharmed, my bright eyes were filled with the craze-killing intent. The unforgettable pain of being killed by Tanagawa again and again was burned into my memory. Right now, the only thing I wanted to do was to chop off his head and kick it like a ball. Seeing this, Tanagawa felt a sense of dread. Without any hesitation, he turned and ran. You think you can escape? I chased him with my sword. From being killed repeatedly, I had saved up a lot of experience. I used some of it to raise my strength and speed, both now at an advanced level of 8. I still had 300 points left. I opened the ninjutsu exchange menu and bought the fire-style Great Fireball Jutsu. The price was exactly 300 points. I spent it all. I formed the hand signs. After closing the distance with the body flicker technique, it took me a full 6 seconds, at the super fast speed of 1 sign per second, to finally complete them. Fire-style Great Fireball Jutsu. I spat a ball of fire from my mouth. It was small at first, but as I poured more chakra into it, the fireball grew bigger and bigger, shooting straight towards Tanagawa. The burning heat made him glance back. His eyes instantly went wide. Fire-style ninjutsu? How is that possible? But before he could react, the scorching fireball hit him. Instantly, Tanagawa fell from the tree branch. The skin on his body burned black. Noticing he was still barely breathing, I walked over and finished him with one slash. His head rolled on the ground. I breathed a sigh of relief. In a voice tinged with Sasuke's arrogance, I said, "The moment you targeted a rookie like me, your fate was sealed." But before I could finish my cool guy line, several figures in light brown appeared and surrounded me. Looking at so many pairs of cold eyes, I swallowed. My voice sounded a bit robotic. I take back what I just said. Seeing one of the sand ninja about to move, I immediately started forming hand signs, preparing to use the Great Fireball Jutsu. It was just that the speed of 1 sign per second made even the cold-faced sand ninja want to laugh. Then, one of the sand ninja moved and knocked me unconscious with a single chop to the back of my neck. That ninja said coldly, "I just saw his fight with Tanagawa. It was very strange. After being killed, he releases white smoke and then revives." The leader was surprised. He turns to smoke and then revives. It might be a mutated Kekkei Genkai. Let's go. Take him back to camp and hand him over to Sa. If we can master his immortal bloodline, the village's strength will increase dramatically, and we might even win this war. After they finished talking, one of them threw me over their shoulder, and they all vanished into the forest. When I opened my eyes, I was hit with an excruciating pain. I gritted my teeth and looked down at my stomach. It was wrapped in bandages, and it felt like my organs had been scooped out. My forehead was covered in a cold sweat. I looked around me and saw all kinds of lab equipment hanging everywhere. The air smelled of formaldehyde. Just then, a cold voice said, "You're awake." I turned my head and saw a female sand ninja in a white lab coat, holding a test tube. I don't know what those guys were thinking. "Your blood is completely normal. I can't find any trace of a bloodline limit." She sounded disappointed. "Experiments can be flawed. I'll have to see it with my own eyes." And with that, she plunged the scalpel into my throat. Ding! You were killed by Junin Sa using a scalpel. Experience 61. White smoke filled the air. Seeing this, Sa used a wind-style jutsu to blow the smoke away. But when she saw me, completely unharmed, an uncontrollable excitement appeared in her eyes. He revived, and all his wounds are healed. I immediately spent the experience points on my hand seal speed. Then, fire-natured chakra flowed into my throat, fire-style. But she was a Junin. The instant I started the hand signs, she appeared in a flicker and chopped me on the head. I was stunned for a moment, completely confused. Before I could recover, Sa tied up my arms and legs with rope. "You are now the Hidden Sand Village's precious test subject. Your immortal bloodline will bring an unimaginable level of power to the village." With that, Sa immediately chopped off one of my hands, making me grit my teeth in pain. I clenched my remaining hand, my heart filled with rage and the desire to kill her. "Just give me one chance," I thought, "or I'll make you regret this." Sa laughed dismissively. Your Kekkei Genkai is certainly impressive, but Konoha's eyesight is to poor. They didn't even notice a seedling with such high potential for war. After speaking, Sa turned around and began to study my severed limb. I endured the pain, my mood darker than ever. My immortality isn't perfect. If an enemy can restrain me, my revival doesn't help much. And that's not even mentioning my current weaknesses, like being knocked out, tied up, or having my limbs cut off. Thinking of this, I immediately entered the system menu. System, please, save me. The system's mechanical voice replied, the host can exchange for items in the exchange menu. I paused, then immediately opened the exchange menu, scrolling up and down for an item that could solve my problem. Paper bomb. Price 1 EXP. I immediately thought of a plan. I could use a paper bomb to kill myself first, trigger my revival ability, and then escape as soon as my body is restored. Thinking of this, I exited the system menu and carefully observed my surroundings. My ninja fundamentals are terrible, so I couldn't analyze the situation. So, I immediately spent experience points on my intelligence stat. Intelligence is a measure of a ninja's combat IQ, bringing sharp observation and analytical skills. I opened my eyes. My intelligence was now at 6. It felt like my mind had suddenly cleared up. Observing my surroundings again, I could faintly hear the sound of kunai clashing outside. Someone is training, and based on the importance of the researcher, Sa, this was likely her largest base camp in the land of rivers. This is trouble, I sighed in my mind. Even if I can escape Sa-Yi's lab, I can't get past the heavily guarded camp outside. But then I had a thought. I'm immortal. As long as the sand village doesn't seal me away, I'll have endless chances to try and escape this military base. And right now, I need to save up enough EXP as fast as possible to buy a large number of paper bombs to create the chaos I need to escape. Thinking of this, I looked towards the busy Sa and cleared my throat. Hey, you ugly woman, you're so ugly. Has anyone ever even asked you out? Sa appeared in a flash and cut my throat with a scalpel. Ding! You were killed by Junin Sa by having your throat cut. Experience 60. Good, another 60 paper bombs. I thought after reviving. When the time comes, I'm going to blow you sky high. After reviving, I was full of killing intent again. Woman, if I felt like it, I could destroy your village with ease. Ding! You were killed by Junin Sa using wind style. Experience 100. Getting killed by a Junin with a jutsu gives so much EXP. I was secretly happy after I revived. As the days passed, I kept provoking Sa with insults every day. But after she got angry a few times, she stopped attacking me and even gagged my mouth with a rag. I never got another chance, but then one day, a visit from a high-ranking Sen village official gave me an opening. Looking closely, it was the 4th Kazakage of the hidden San village, Rasa. Behind him were two Anbu ninja. Rasa asked, how is the research on the immortal subject coming along? But Sa just shook her head. Lord Kazakage, his immortal Kekkei Genkai is very strange. In his blood, I can't find any trace of a bloodline limit, but it's definitely real. Looking at me, tied to a wooden cross and covered in blood, Rasa frowned. Finally, he gently pulled the rag out of my mouth. Lord Kazakage, don't. Sa tried to stop him, but it was too late. Rasa was confused, turning to look at her. Don't what? But before he could finish his sentence, I coughed up a big glob of bloody phlegm and spat it right on Rasa's forehead.
Luo Sha was expressionless, only uttering a few words grimly, are you really not afraid of death? Luyan grinned, his white teeth full of bloody froth. Are you the 4th Kazakage of the Sand Village? Hey! Where did your eyebrows go? Oh, so you don't have eyebrows, what a strange ninja. Luo Sha suppressed the anger in his heart, and finally understood the reason why Sand Eagle stopped him. This kid's personality is really irritating. Luyan continued to be venomous. Your greatest achievement is only repelling the cloud ninjas who invaded the border. How can you become a Kazakage? Do you think you picked up this Kage title by chance? I suspect the 3rd Kazakage was assassinated by you. Luo Sha suppressed the anger in his heart and turned to look at Sand Eagle. He really won't die. Sand Eagle nodded. He won't die. After he dies, he will be resurrected, and all the injuries on his body will be recovered. Courting death. A ball of golden sand suddenly enveloped Lu Yun, directly wrapping his entire body. Then, with a sudden pull, flesh and blood flew everywhere, and blood rained down, splashing all over the laboratory. Luo Sha let the heavy rain of blood fall on his face, quietly watching the white smoke rising from nothing. Ding! You were killed by Kazakage Luo Sha using magnet release, experience points plus 500. Damn, I've hit the jackpot. Ryuyan was secretly delighted. One Raza is worth 5 desert eagles. If he could do this a few more times, he could even exchange for the Sharingan worth 2,000 points. The white smoke dissipated, and an unscathed Ryuyan appeared in front of the group. Raza's pupils shrank. It was the first time he had seen such a miraculous bloodline ability. Even after being reduced to a pile of blood and gore, he could still revive. Ryuyan mocked, "You can't kill me." A kunai pierced through Ryuyan's head, and Ryuyan collapsed. This time, it wasn't Raza who attacked, but an Umbu behind him. Ding! You were killed by Umbu Jonin Kuroda with a kunai, experience points plus 70. Ryuyan revived again, his words still laced with barbs. Trash Umbu Jonin, did I ask you to attack? What right do you have to attack me, Ryuyan of Konoha? Leaf Village brat. The Umbu Jonin was about to attack again, but Raza stopped him. As a ninja, if you can't even restrain yourself, what kind of ninja are you? Raza moved his mouth, restoring his Kazekage's composure. Ignoring Ryuyan's barbed words, he instructed Desert Eagle, dissect him with all your might, don't let him be too comfortable. I want to see research results as soon as possible. Desert Eagle lowered his head, I will do it as quickly as possible. Raza turned around and walked out of the lab with 2 Umbu, leaving one last sentence before leaving, cut off his tongue, let's see how he curses people then. Understood, Kazekage-sama. Desert Eagle, holding his scalpel, slowly walked towards Ryuyan. The system's voice sounded, hand seals plus 5. Ryuyan formed hand seals. This time, his hand seals directly reached level 8, his hand speed was extremely fast, and he immediately spewed out flames. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. Desert Eagle's wind immediately blew the fireball back, engulfing Ryuyan, scorching him and causing him to cry out in pain. But Ryuyan still refused to lower his head, ha ha. Sand ninjas, I am immortal. What doesn't kill me will only make me stronger. One day, I will become your nightmare. Ding! You were burned to death by your own flames, experience points plus 10. When Ryuyan revived again, Desert Eagle directly grabbed Ryuyan's throat with one hand, pulled his tongue out very far, and cut it off with a knife. The lab became quiet again. Ryuyan was tied to a wooden cross, constantly roaring woo-woo-yet in his mouth, unable to speak. His tongue had been cut off by Desert Eagle, and he could no longer speak. Desert Eagle was still fiddling with Ryuyan's organs. Bored, he opened the system interface and carefully looked at some useful items. The immortal system included everything in the ninja world. They were all things that looked good but were useless. Ryuyan quickly scrolled through, scrolling to the card directory, and immediately saw the ninjutsu development card. There were low level, intermediate level, and high level, and corresponding ninjutsu required corresponding ninjutsu development cards. System, give me a low-level ninjutsu development card. Okay, ninjutsu development card exchange successful. Ryuyan looked at the instructions for use above. The development of ninjutsu is based on chakra control and the degree of nature transformation. It is impossible to separate from these two aspects. Ryuyan recited, develop a technique that controls chakra vibrations to emit sound for me. Okay, sonic ninjutsu development begins. Development progress. 1%. 10%. 50%. 100%. Sonic ninjutsu development successful. Please name it, host. Let's call it ventriloquism. Naming successful. E-rank ninjutsu ventriloquism recorded in the Ninshu ninjutsu scroll. Ryuyan's head went numb, and a ninjutsu appeared in his mind. He slowly absorbed it. This is a ninjutsu that controls chakra vibrations to emit sound, a very low-level ninjutsu, but it also requires advanced chakra control ability. After learning this technique, Ryuyan's chakra control ability also improved to the advanced level of a genin template. Ryuyan opened his eyes, gathered chakra in his throat, caused it to vibrate, and immediately opened fire on Desert Eagle. Crazy woman. Desert Eagle turned her head in disbelief. She remembered that she had cut off the other party's tongue. But where did this sound come from? I'm talking to you, crazy woman. Desert Eagle turned her gaze to Ryuyan, whose mouth was not moving, but the sound came from it. Controlling chakra vibrations to emit sound, your talent, is truly terrifying. Helpless, Desert Eagle had to plug her ears with stoppers to block Ryuyan's curses. In the following days, Desert Eagle became even more ruthless towards Ryuyan. Every day, she cut into Ryuyan's internal organs with a knife, grasping the skills on the tip of the knife, so that Ryuyan's pain reached the extreme, but not enough to kill him. Truly implementing Raza's words, don't let Ryuyan be too comfortable. One day, Ryuyan felt his position change. He was wrapped in white cloth and sent to a place. Bang! Desert Eagle threw Ryuyan on the ground and unwrapped the white cloth covering him. The intense light made Ryuyan unable to help but close his eyes. He had been in the dark for too long and was already unfamiliar with the light. Ryuyan slowly opened his eyelids, adapting to this new light environment. It was a well-lit plant cultivation room. The room was very large, and the air and temperature were very suitable. In the middle was a small garden, planted with very bright flowers. The bright colors were very reminiscent of datura flowers. An old voice entered Ryuyan's mind, this is the young man, right? I heard he has a bloodline that prevents him from dying. Ryuyan opened his eyes and looked over. Wearing the wind-proof clothing unique to the land of wind, with light purple hair, wearing a cloth towel on his head, and wrinkles on his face. Who else could this be but Chiyo, the advisor of Sunigakure? Desert Eagle nodded, Advisor Sama, he is indeed unable to die. I still haven't figured out the essence of his bloodline. A very mysterious mutated bloodline. Chiyo was puzzled, looking at Ryuyan, whose whole body didn't resemble a human being. Both arms had been cut off, and his body was wrapped in blood-red bandages from top to bottom. Is there still a need to study him in this state? Desert Eagle explained, he can restore all injuries after he revives. Oh. Interesting. Chiyo's eyes brightened a little, and she began to take it seriously. She slowly approached Ryuyan, wanting to carefully examine Ryuyan's body structure. Desert Eagle cautiously reminded, Advisor Sama, be careful of this guy's mouth. Chiyo smiled and tilted her head to look at Desert Eagle, you've even severed his tongue, what tricks can he use? Ryuyan lay on the ground, his bloodshot eyes turning to Chiyo. The chakra in his body was extracted and gathered towards his abdomen. Old hag. Chiyo looked around, and finally fixed her gaze on Ryuyan's abdomen. Interesting, the technique of gathering chakra in the abdomen and causing vibrations to emit sound. They say you are an undying ninja flower, but you are now so old that you have age spots. Chiyo smiled indifferently, I'm also getting old, it's normal to have a few age spots. It seemed that Chiyo didn't take the bait. Ryuyan continued, I heard your grandson defected, and Sunigakure hasn't found him for a long time. Chiyo wiped away her smile and looked at Ryuyan seriously, there is a price to pay for saying anything. Ha ha ha. I'm not even afraid of death, what price can't I give up? You are truly a pitiful old woman, your son and daughter-in-law were killed by the White Fang, and your grandson defected, leaving only your old body to walk alone in loneliness. The cold blades of the flowing clouds scraped against Granny Chiyo's chest, her gaze becoming increasingly sharp, and the aura around her gradually turning terrifying. Sha Eagle took a step back, not daring to approach Granny Chiyo, whose aura was becoming increasingly gloomy. Granny Chiyo suddenly smiled, so what? Ninjas are the epitome of the world's tragedies. I've grown indifferent to the separation and death of loved ones, and I'm just waiting for the day I'm put in a coffin and enter the Pure Land. Luyan stared at her with bloodshot eyes, can you let go? Can you let go of your grandson who was alone out there? And what about the village surrounded by yellow sand, can you let go of that? To die of old age is the most useless death for a ninja. You're not going to die such a pathetic death, are you? Granny Chiyo clenched her fists, and her calm eyes seemed to be stirred up with waves, her emotions being provoked by Lu Yun. Sha Eagle looked at Lu Yun in disbelief. This mouth actually angered Elder Chiyo, who had always been calm and collected. Seeing that the other party hadn't attacked Lu Yun yet, Lu Yun continued to provoke Granny Chiyo. Besides, do you know how the third Kazekage died? How did he die? Even though she knew the other party was talking nonsense, Granny Chiyo was still a little curious. It was your lovely grandson. Sasori? Impossible, the third Kazekage is the strongest Kazekage, Sasori can't be his opponent. Luyun's voice stabbed at Granny Chiyo's convictions like knives. Sunagakure couldn't have failed to notice any traces, right? Sasori is indeed not the third Kazekage's opponent, but what if he used poison, and the third Kazekage's incompetence allowed Konoha to invade Sunagakure, causing the death of your son and daughter-in-law in battle. Do you think Sasori would hate the third Kazekage? That's his motive for killing the Kage. He would turn the third Kazekage into a human puppet and take him away, which also explains why the third Kazekage disappeared and his body couldn't be found. Luyun's words had no evidence whatsoever, but they couldn't withstand the listener's deductions. Indeed, how could such a powerful Kage like the third Kazekage be attacked in the village without any sound? It must have been someone in the village who was very familiar with him who did it. Poisoning is a means, and Sasori is a genius in using poison. Moreover, in terms of personality, Sasori also subtly expressed his disgust for the village and his hatred for the third Kazekage. The more Granny Chiyo thought about it, the more likely it seemed, and she clenched her fists tightly, her previously suppressed expression replaced by uncertainty. If it's really Sasori, then Luyun continued to attack fiercely. Sasori killed the third Kazekage and betrayed Sunagakure. He is both your grandson and Sunagakure's enemy. Old woman, what will you choose? Will you protect your unfortunate grandson, or will you stand on the side of the village where you've lived since you were a child? Old woman, give me your answer. The last voice was like an iron hammer hitting Granny Chiyo's heart. Family or village? Granny Chiyo struggled violently in her heart, abandoning her grandson or betraying her village? Damn it, how could I be affected by Amir Genin's words? Since she couldn't solve the problem, she would solve the person who caused the problem. Granny Chiyo suddenly flicked out a silver needle, which was coated with poison and quickly pierced Luyun's neck. What a waste of my breath! Luyun's eyes turned white, and he foamed at the mouth, struggling violently before losing his breath. Ding! You were killed by the shadow-level ninja Chiyo with a poison needle, experience points plus 300. Because he didn't use ninjutsu, the experience points he received were actually less than Raza's magnet release. White smoke filled the air, and a perfectly unharmed Luyun stood naked in place. Luyun didn't say much, quickly formed hand seals, and suddenly spewed out a huge fireball, rushing towards Granny Chiyo in front of him. Granny Chiyo calmed the emotions surging in her chest and carefully looked at Luyun's current physical characteristics. What a magical bloodline, resurrected after death and reborn. Perhaps it's not as simple as a bloodline limit, but a bloodline elimination above the bloodline limit. Wind release, great breakthrough. Shot Eagle's wind release ninjutsu quickly blew away the fireball. Luyun dodged the fireball, formed hand seals, and instantly moved, fiercely attacking Granny Chiyo. Granny Chiyo smiled. Amir Genin actually dared to attack her head-on. Did he really think she was just an old woman? Granny Chiyo opened her 5 fingers, and blue chakra threads wrapped around the 5 cold blades in the corner, suddenly pulling them out and controlling them, shooting them towards Luyun. Luyun quickly retreated, followed by 4 fingers closing together one after the other. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang bang sounds echoed around him, and as the white smoke dissipated, more than 30 shadow clones surrounded Luyun. With the added benefits of physical and mental qualities, his chakra reserves had already reached the peak of a genin and were approaching the chunin level. Oh! Granny Chiyo was a little surprised, shadow clones, and even the forbidden multiple shadow clone technique. Interesting, you Konoha ninja are really interesting. If only you were a Suna ninja, an incredible immortal bloodline, coupled with talent in ninjutsu, you might even have the qualifications to become a Kage. The killing intent in Luyun's eyes was nakedly revealed, without any pretense. Granny Chiyo shook her head when she saw this. Sha Eagle treated Luyun so cruelly that it was impossible for Luyun to belong to Sunagakure. You'll just be a test subject for the rest of your life. Granny Chiyo stretched out her 10 fingers, and chakra threads controlled the blades to dance wildly, instantly piercing all of Lu Yun's shadow clones. Finally, dozens of blades roared towards Lu Yun, instantly piercing his body. Blood splattered, and Lu Yun slowly fell down. Ding! You were killed by the shadow-level ninja Chio with a blade, experience points plus 300. White smoke enveloped him, and Lu Yun jumped out again, unscathed. He was about to rush out to die when he was suddenly controlled by several chakra threads. Granny Chio smiled, "Your bloodline is very useful, but you're still too young." Lu Yun gritted his teeth and was about to exchange for an exploding tag to commit suicide and restore his state, but immediately retracted the reckless thought in his mind. His method of hiding exploding tags was a trump card and must not be exposed at this time. Granny Chio ordered Sha Eagle, "Take him back, bring him here once a day, I want to test medicine on him, his immortal bloodline is perfect for biological experiments." Sha Eagle nodded, "Understood, advisor." Lu Yun was overjoyed. Coming here to die every day, wasn't this exactly what he wanted? Sha Eagle flicked his long knife and immediately cut off Lu Yun's hands, stopping Lu Yun's actions. Then he grabbed his collar and quickly teleported away. After the two left, Granny Chio quietly hunched over alone in her poison-making room. "My little Sasori, where are you? The third Kazekage, did you really kill him?" Silence all around, only the lonely wind answered Granny Chio's question. The next day, Sha Eagle delivered Lu Yun to the door as required by Granny Chio. Granny Chio prepared the poison and then poured it into Lu Yun's mouth. Lu Yun cried out and immediately fell to the ground, dead. Granny Chio carefully watched Lu Yun's physical reaction, making records from time to time, which were all valuable experimental data. Ding! You were killed by the shadow-level ninja Chio with poison, experience points plus 300. Lu Yun resurrected, this time he quickly reborn, dodging Granny Chio's chakra threads, and rushed towards Granny Chio without caring about anything. Several blades stabbed at him, directly piercing Lu Yun's chest. Ding! You were killed by the shadow-level ninja Chio with a knife, experience plus 290. As the number of deaths increased, Lu Yun also discovered a pattern. Dying in the hands of the same ninja using the same method several times will gradually reduce the experience points, proving that he cannot infinitely exploit bugs. Lu Yun revived again. As he formed the body flicker technique hand seal, dozens of chakra threads surrounded him. Granny Chio's voice sounded, "I'm not like you young people. I'm old, so please be quiet for a while." Shadow-level ninjas like Granny Chio are old, their physical fitness declines, and their chakra reserves are not even as good as some elite jonin. As for why she is rated as a shadow-level ninja by the system, it may be due to her rich combat experience. Day 3. Ding! You were killed by the shadow-level ninja Chio with poison, experience plus 290. Day 4. Day 5. Day 10. Ding! You were killed by the shadow-level ninja Chio with poison, experience plus 30. Lu Yun was immediately bound by Granny Chio's chakra threads after reviving. This time, Lu Yun didn't act rashly, allowing Granny Chio's chakra threads to control him. As he was poisoned to death by Granny Chio day after day, this old experience fish became less and less valuable to him. Sasori carried Lu Yun slowly back to her laboratory, and Lu Yun's eyes kept darting around, observing the layout of the surrounding camp. He had roughly figured out the layout of this Sunagakure military camp. Then, he would make his move tonight. At night, Sasori fell into a deep sleep beside him. Lu Yun's hands were chopped off, and he was bound to a wooden cross. Sasori was very vigilant. Even when she was asleep, she used a thread to connect to Lu Yun's body, so that any violent movement from Lu Yun would wake her up. Sunagakure. Lu Yun gently opened his eyes, the bloodshot in his eyes emitting a cold light in the darkness, and the strong killing intent could not be suppressed. He slowly took a breath, gradually calming the excitement in his heart. His decision to make a move tonight was not a whim, but because the 1-month period had arrived, and the Undying system had 3 chances to draw prizes. Lu Yun first opened his ninja template. Geninmu Lu Yun, Ninja 8 stats, Nin 8, Tai 7, Gen 6, Ken 9, Riki 9, Soku 9, Sei 9, In 9. Chakra 4 stats, Chakra amount, Elite Genin level. Chakra attribute, Fire, In. Chakra control, 90% proficiency. Chakra nature transformation, 90% proficiency. Ninja professional basics, theory 5, stealth 3, tracking 4, assassination 8, trap 7, poisoning 9. Forbidden technique, multiple shadow clone technique 40% proficiency. Ninjutsu, clone technique 100% proficiency, body flicker technique 40% proficiency, fire release, great fireball technique 60% proficiency, ventriloquism 80% proficiency. Taijutsu, monkey stealing peach 100% proficiency. Genjutsu, none. Evaluation. His various stats have reached the peak among genin, and it is time to upgrade the ninja template. Luyan added enough experience points to the ninja's 8 stats, slowly leveling them up to the maximum. Ninjutsu plus 2, Taijutsu plus 3, Genjutsu plus 4, Intelligence plus 1, Strength plus 1, Speed plus 1, Spirit plus 1, Hand Seals plus 1. The ninja's basic 8 stats are maxed out. Luyan paid close attention to one of the 8 ninja stats, which was, say, representing energy, which is a manifestation of chakra quantity and a combination of physical and mental strength. However, the external manifestation of physical strength is speed and power, and, say, overlaps with the previous, Riki, and Soku, so the system splits it into pure mental strength. Then, the 4 chakra stats increased along with the 8 ninja stats. Luyan also slowly increased the ninja's professional basics. Finally, all of his genin qualities were maxed out. Host genin qualities have been successfully maxed out, template replacement. Chunin Mu Luyan, Ninja 8 stats, Nin 1, Tai 1, Gen 1, Ken 1, Riki 1, Soka 1, Sei 1, In 1. Chakra 4 stats, Chakra amount, Chunin level. Chakra attribute, Fire, In. Chakra control, 10% proficiency. Chakra nature transformation, 10% proficiency. Ninja professional basics, theory 3, stealth 3, tracking 3, assassination 3, traps 3, poisoning 3. Forbidden technique, multiple shadow clone technique 40% proficiency. Ninjutsu, clone technique 100% proficiency, body flicker technique 40% proficiency, fire release, great fireball technique 60% proficiency, ventriloquism 80% proficiency. Taijutsu, monkey stealing peach 100% proficiency. Genjutsu, none. Evaluation. Oh, the template was upgraded from Genin to Chunin, the ninja's 8 stats started over, and the Chakra 4 stats and ninja professional basics decreased slightly. Luyan couldn't feel the incomplete body yet, he would need to revive once to experience his own power. Luyan suppressed the excitement in his heart, he still had 2,000 experience points. He could exchange them for the Byakugan or Sharingan Kekkei Genkai. Although Luyan really wanted to exchange them, he was currently in enemy territory, and what he needed most were explosive tags to create chaos. 2,000 explosive tags successfully exchanged. Luyan gritted his teeth and immediately exchanged for 2,000 explosive tags, storing them all in the system space's storage grid. Next was the 1-month Undying System Lottery. Luyan was about to rub his hands to accumulate luck when he suddenly realized that both of his hands had been chopped off. System, draw a prize. Okay. The system wheel spun, and Luyan nervously watched the pointer pass over a string of treasures. Pain Tendo's bag of rice buff, Pain Tendo's tone of suffering immediately merged with Luyan. Luyan cleared his throat. How many floors does a bag of rice need to be carried up? A bag of rice needs to be carried up 2 floors. Every grain has mud, who gives you a bag of rice? Shinra Tensei. What's the use of this? Luyan continued to draw a prize, the wheel kept spinning, and stopped on the gate of opening of the 8 inner gates in Luyan's expectant gaze. The 8 inner gates, by unlocking the chakra pathways that restrict the human body, one can obtain powerful strength. This can be said to be the most suitable technique for Luyan. Why? Because of his immortality, Luyan has an immortal body, which means he can use forbidden techniques infinitely, especially forbidden techniques with infinite power like the 8 inner gates. Imagine one day he opens the 8 inner gates formation, dies, and then revives, an infinite loop. Who would be his opponent then? Dying on Kagaya Otsutsuki's stomach would just be a whim, every grain has mud. The gate of opening of the 8 inner gates quickly merged with Luyan, and Lu Yun felt the chakra pathways in his head loosen slightly. Continue. The roulette wheel continued to spin, and finally stopped on a grid, and when Lu Yun saw that grid, his heart seemed to stop for a moment. Awakened Byakugan, Kekei Genkai, he finally drew a Kekei Genkai, and it was the awakened Byakugan with extremely strong insight. This escape is stable. The Byakugan immediately merged with Lu Yun, and a mysterious force acted on his eyes, and even his DNA was distorted by the power of the system, adding the DNA code of the Hyuga clan. Lu Yun left the system interface and suddenly opened his eyes. The vision of the Byakugan in the normal state is the same as that of ordinary eyes. There is a big difference between the awakened Byakugan and the unawakened Byakugan. The unawakened Byakugan still needs arduous training to open. Byakugan, open. Veins popped around Lu Yun's eyes, making him look extremely ferocious, with a faint black mark in his white pupils. Lu Yun looked in the direction of Shawing Sandhawk. Under the Byakugan's vision, he could clearly see the other person's meridians, acupoints, and bones. The Byakugan has the abilities of insight, X-ray vision, and telescopic vision, making it a very practical Kekei Genkai. Ao of Kirigakure Hidden Mist Village became an elite ninja immediately after obtaining a Byakugan. Lu Yun's Byakugan was not restricted by the caged bird curse and was a Byakugan of the main family level. Lu Yun was a little puzzled. System, can my eyes return to their original state? The system replied, yes, the host can close the Byakugan state by cutting off the chakra supply to the Byakugan. That's good. After all, Lu Yun was going back to the village. If people from the Hyuga clan saw his Byakugan, wouldn't he be stuck doing research for the rest of his life? Lu Yun slowly retracted the veins around his Byakugan, and a strong killing intent emanated from his body. Revenge is today. With a thought, Lu Yun replaced more than 200 explosive tags from the system space, scattering them all over the ground. The rustling sound alerted Shawing. She immediately opened her eyes and saw a pair of white eyes full of killing intent. Explode. Rumble. More than 200 explosive tags exploded together, like a large basket of grenades tied together. The concentrated power easily blew up Shawing's laboratory, along with the Jonin Shawing. Ding! You were killed by your own explosive tag, experience +5. The Suna hidden sand camp was shaken by the huge explosion in the middle of the night, and the Suna ninjas immediately got up. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Quick! 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 Damn it, what are the patrolmen doing? They let people from Konoha Hidden Leaf Village sneak in. Cough cough. Lu Yun revived from the smoke. He coughed twice, spitting out the smoke in his throat. Lu Yun stretched out his hands, feeling his body that had fully recovered. The amount of chakra of a Chunin is more abundant than that of a Genin, and the physical quality is not comparable to that of a mere Genin. He immediately formed a seal, multiple shadow clone technique. White smoke rose from his side, and 50 shadow clones emerged from it. Lu Yun immediately distributed more than 1,700 explosive tags to his shadow clones. He shouted, brothers, let the Sand Village reptiles feel the pain of not carrying rice for us. Oh! The shadow clones responded enthusiastically. They also accepted part of the pain Lu Yun suffered, and the killing intent in their hearts burned as intensely as flames. Hurrah! 50 shadow clones ran in all directions, each carrying 30 explosive tags, constantly detonating them throughout the camp. Rumble. In an instant, explosions were heard everywhere in the entire camp. The moonlight was deep at night, and it was impossible to see your fingers, but the smoke was thick. The sound of explosions continued, making the Suna ninjas think that the main force of Konoha had attacked, and their gathering became even more chaotic. Several Suna ninja squads encountered Lu Yun's shadow clone. The shadow clone said nothing and rushed directly into their midst, detonating the explosive tags. Feel the pain. Rumble. The noise of the night all erupted at this moment, including Lu Yun's anger and the suppressed painful killing intent of the past month. Lu Yun realized that the explosive tags had exploded almost completely, and the shadow clones were slowly being dealt with by the Suna ninjas. The ubiquitous experience of death impacted Lu Yun's brain. Lu Yun immediately detonated an explosive tag, committing suicide. Ding! You were killed by your own explosive tag, experience +5. Lu Yun recovered his state and immediately attached an explosive tag to his heart. Activating the Byakugan, with body flicker technique, he rushed out of the camp recklessly. On the way, Lu Yun picked up a piece of white cloth and wrapped it around his eyes. The Byakugan was his secret and must not be seen by the Suna ninjas. Lu Yun's Byakugan clearly saw many blue chakra clusters in the Suna ninja camp. He bypassed those chakra clusters and ran towards places with fewer Suna ninjas. Lu Yun's explosive tag explosion caused some chaos to the Suna ninja camp, but Raza soon came forward to stabilize the situation. Raza came to the place where the explosion was loudest before, looking at Shawing's laboratory that had become a mess. "Damn it, chase after me, that kid can't run far?" As soon as the voice fell, all the Umbu ninjas around him rushed out. Outside the Suna ninja camp, a Suna ninja Chunin blocked Lu Yun's escape route. The Suna ninja took out a kunai, guarding against Lu Yun. "Who are you? Why aren't you wearing a village forehead protector? Also, what are you planning to do?" Lu Yun shouted, "8 gates release, gate of opening, open." In just an instant, Lu Yun's brain domain restriction was lifted, and an amount of chakra exceeding the body's load poured out of his body. Lu Yun's physical strength slowly increased under the chakra's amplification. He instantly formed the body flicker technique seal, leaving only a broken phantom in the air. So fast. The Suna ninja's eyes couldn't capture it at all, and in the blink of an eye, Lu Yun punched him in the head, sending him flying 7 or 8 meters away. Lu Yun used body flicker technique again, kicking the Suna ninja in the stomach, directly kicking blood out of him. An explosive tag was attached, and Lu Yun immediately ran away using body flicker technique. Explode! The explosive tag exploded, and the Suna ninja's body was blown into several pieces. It wasn't that the Suna ninja was weak, as a Chunin, he had the qualities. It's just that Lu Yun caught him off guard, making him unable to defend against it. After Lu Yun closed the gate of opening in his brain, a moment of weakness invaded his body. Using the 8 gates release burns the body's strength no matter which gate is opened. This won't work, I must maintain my body's full power state. Every second of escape is crucial, and Lu Yun cannot have any slack. With a fierce heart, Lu Yun immediately detonated the explosive tag in his body. Ding! You were killed by your own explosive tag, experience +4. After Lu Yun resurrected, he immediately fled into the shadows of the forest. In the forest, Lu Yun suddenly felt a sense of unease. Byakugan, open. The veins around Lu Yun's eyes popped, and he suddenly realized that there were more than a dozen huge chakra amounts behind him, rapidly closing the distance with him. Jonin, or rather, Jonin belonging to the Suna Umbu. Damn it! How did they get here so fast? Lu Yun gritted his teeth and closed the 2 fingers of his hands one in front of the other. Multiple shadow clone technique. Lu Yun overdrawn his chakra and immediately created 50 shadow clones, fleeing in all directions of the forest. Shadow clone. The Umbu ninjas behind him naturally discovered Lu Yun's actions. They didn't have Byakugan and couldn't see Lu Yun's main body clearly. But even with Byakugan, it would be difficult to find Lu Yun hidden in any of the shadow clones. One Suna Umbu stopped, bit his fingertip, and formed a summoning seal on the ground. Summoning technique. Boom! White smoke expanded with a bang, and hundreds of brown-haired sand rats appeared out of thin air on the ground. Chase, consuming such a huge amount of chakra, he has little stamina left, he can't escape far. The Suna Umbu scattered and tracked Lu Yun's scent with the sand rats. Lu Yun was carried by a shadow clone, running towards the northwest direction of the forest. All of his chakra was used to release the multiple shadow clone technique, and he was out of breath just walking, so he could only rely on the shadow clone to support his actions. Lu Yun and his shadow clone ran for about 3 minutes before finally entering the depths of the forest. Seeing that he had escaped a considerable distance from the Suna Umbu, Lu Yun immediately replaced the explosive tags from the space. Hey! Don't blow me up too! The shadow clone was a little speechless. Boom! A bang echoed as Ryuyan turned into white smoke and revived. This time, he activated his Byakugan and instantly teleported away. He teleported about 1,000 meters before suddenly stopping. Through the white cloth, his Byakugan saw a figure on a branch ahead, wearing an Umbu mask, its empty eyes staring at Ryuyan emotionlessly. So fast, is this what a Jonin is like? Ryuyan thought to himself. Squeak, squeak. The 360-degree vision of the Byakugan suddenly detected movement behind him, as 10 or so sand rats with teeth like knives attacked him. Ryuyan abruptly turned around, grabbing one in each hand and instantly swatting away all the sand rats. The Byakugan provides a 360-degree view, so any lifeform attempting to ambush him would be detected. The Sand Village Umbu quickly attacked. Ryuyan's Byakugan immediately spotted them. He turned swiftly, hands rapidly forming seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. The Sand Village Umbu weaved hand signs in the air, earth style, earth stone dragon jutsu. Roar the stone dragon formed from earth below roared and devoured Ryuyan's fireball in one bite, heading straight for Ryuyan. 8 gates formation, gate of opening open. Ryuyan's body strength was unleashed to 100%, and with hand seals, he instantly dodged the earth stone dragon. But then, a sharp blade slashed past, instantly severing one of Ryuyan's arms. Ryuyan looked at the Sand Village Umbu's emotionless eyes behind the mask, which seemed to hold a hint of mockery. The Kazekage-sama told us a little about your abilities. We can't kill you, but we must stop your actions. Don't worry, I'll take you back to camp, and the Umbu interrogation ninjas will give you a good welcome. Ryuyan sneered, a lot of people died, didn't they? The Sand Village Umbu's voice was filled with immense anger. Leaf Village brat, you're asking for death. Ryuyan's explosive tags had caused a massive bombardment, killing a Jonin, a research Jonin of great value. Also, about 40 Chunin and 2 or 3 special Jonin died in Ryuyan's explosive tag explosions. While this loss wasn't enough to make the Sand Village go to war, it was still a pity, and the most insulting thing was that this attack was planned by a genin. Ryuyan wiped his mouth, his voice taking on Sasuke's tone. Sand Village is crawling vermin, this is the price you pay for abusing the son of the eagle. One day, my eagle's beak will peck away at the flesh and blood of your Sand Village. Still spouting nonsense. The Sand Village Umbu sneered, raising his long sword and immediately chopping off Ryuyan's other arm. Ryuyan's eyes turned bloodshot, but he still wore a cold smile. Sand Village is crawling vermin, feel the pain. Ryuyan suddenly lunged at him, his whole body suddenly covered in dozens of explosive tags, sparking with flames. The Sand Village Umbu was shocked he hadn't even noticed when the explosive tags had attached to Ryuyan's body. What ninjutsu is this? Spacetime ninjutsu, summoning replacement. Explode. Rumble ding. You were killed by your own explosive tags, experience +3. The violent explosion engulfed both of them. Ryuyan was directly blasted into a pile of bloody mist. White smoke enveloped him, and he revived again. Ryuyan opened his Byakugan and looked at the clot of earth and the black smoke of the explosion. The Sand Village Umbu immediately emerged from the dirt. Not dead, truly worthy of being a Jonin. Cough, cough. The Sand Village Umbu coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, looking at his empty right arm. Damn brat, if I hadn't immediately used Earth Style to dive into the ground, I might have really fallen for your trick. Ryuyan's ears twitched, sensing a faint sound. He activated the Byakugan's telescopic vision. He saw Umbu's sand ninja gathering towards this location 500 meters away. The sound of the explosion had been very loud, spreading throughout the forest, and the Sand Village Umbu had naturally all heard it. Ryuyan immediately formed hand seals, multiple shadow clone jutsu. Brothers. It's time to flee. Aura Ryuyan mixed among the shadow clones and fled into the shadow forest without another word. Damn, he got away again, what a slippery fish. The Sand Village Umbu with the severed arm cursed in frustration. Soon, he gathered with the other Umbu, and the summoning ninja re-summoned sand rats to track Ryuyan. Be careful, that kid has the ability to summon explosive tags. Summoning explosive tags, the second Hokage of the Leaf Village's mutually multiplying explosive tags. No, these are simple summoning explosive tags, not yet at the power level of mutually multiplying explosive tags. After escaping the forest, Ryuyan killed himself to restore his condition, and instantly ran towards the Leaf Village front line. Chirp Ryuyan ran for about 20 minutes when he suddenly heard a long, whistling eagle cry. The 360-degree vision of the Byakugan suddenly saw a giant eagle in the sky. Flying summoning beast. Ryuyan abruptly stopped and looked up. He wasn't wearing a mask, not an Umbu ninja, but judging from the amount of chakra on his body, he was a jonin. The other party saw Ryuyan with a piece of cloth covering his eyes and wondered, a young boy, and a blind one at that, could he be the culprit who attacked the main camp? The Sand Village jonin didn't doubt for long and immediately formed hand seals, releasing sharp wind blades. Ryuyan didn't even try to dodge. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to avoid it. The opponent was an aerial combatant, and the range of his technique covered Ryuyan's movement space. Ryuyan was pierced by the wind blades and sliced into pieces. Ding! You were killed by Jonin Tobaramu using wind style, experience plus 100. White smoke enveloped him, and Ryuyan revived. He immediately opened the gate of opening and extracted a large amount of chakra to escape. Tobaramu looked at the unscathed Ryuyan with suspicion. What's going on? A genjutsu, a shadow clone. It was too dark at night, and his vision was limited, so he didn't see Ryuyan's technique process clearly. Ryuyan's immortal bloodline was only circulated among the higher-ups of the Sand Village, and the Umbu only received a little information. Tobaramu didn't know about Ryuyan, so he naturally felt confused by Ryuyan's revival. He patted the wind eagle under his feet. Chase. Chirp Tobaramu had a flying ninja beast, so no matter how far Ryuyan escaped, he could be caught up. Ryuyan opened the 8 gates formation and instantly ran away, but the Byakugan quickly noticed the giant eagle chasing after him. Flying ninjas are really troublesome. His luck was a bit bad. Even if he encountered the Sand Village Umbu, he could escape by relying on his immortality. But flying ninjas were troublesome. Ryuyan had no flying ability and could only be a sitting duck on the ground. The wind eagle screeched, and a wind blade immediately flew out of its mouth. The wind blade was incredibly large and instantly sliced Ryuyan in half. Ding! You were killed by the advanced ninja beast Wind Eagle using wind style, experience plus 120. In the system's definition, advanced ninja beasts were jonin-level existences, and the experience gained from them was actually higher than that from Tobaramu. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Ryuyan immediately revived, formed hand seals, and spat a fireball into the air, not bothering to see if it hit before turning and running. Tobaramu controlled the Wind Eagle to dodge. This time, his eyes were even more confused. What's going on? He was cut in half, but he can still revive. The man and eagle continued to follow, attacking Ryuyan dozens of times. Ding! You were killed by Jonin Tobaramu using wind style, experience plus 90. Ding! You were killed by the advanced ninja beast Wind Eagle using wind style, experience plus 100. Ding! You were killed by Jonin Tobaramu using wind style, experience plus 80. Gradually, Ryuyan accumulated 800 experience points. He immediately added them to his ninja's 8 basic attributes. This time stat allocation was different from before. Ryuyan was already a Chunin template, and each point of stat increase required 50 experience points. Speed plus 4. Luyun endured the pain and spent 200 experience points to add 4 points to his speed. His steps became lighter, and his speed doubled out of nowhere, gradually increasing the distance between him and Dupingman. Dupingman stood on the Wind Eagle, slightly panting. He had released 7 or 8 high-level wind style techniques, and his chakra was running low. The same was true for the Wind Eagle beneath him. High-speed flight, coupled with the release of ninjutsu, was slowly depleting the chakra of both man and beast. But the two continued to closely follow Luyun, the culprit who caused significant losses to the Sand Village. Dupingman couldn't let him escape. Moreover, Dupingman also realized Luyun's value. The ability to infinitely respawn would drive any ninja village crazy. Luyun traveled quickly for another 5 minutes, breaking out of the Sand Village's military range. He looked back with his Byakugan and saw Dupingman and the Wind Eagle still closely following behind. You won't leave me alone. Lu Yun carefully observed with his Byakugan and discovered that Duping Men and the Wind Eagle had even less chakra than him, only at the Chunin level, capable of releasing only 3 or 5 ninjutsu. Don't blame me if you're courting death. Lu Yun immediately stopped and spent 600 points from the system space to exchange for the B-rank ninjutsu, Dragon Flamesong technique. Fire style, Dragon Flamesong technique exchange successful. A flood of memories surged into Liu Yun's body, the hand seals for the Dragon Flamesong technique, the flow path of chakra in the meridian system, the degree of fire attribute nature transformation. Lu Yun mastered these in an instant, and the 4 attributes on his Chunin template also improved to varying degrees. Chakra control reached 30%, and nature transformation also reached 30%. Duping Men, panting above, saw Liu Yun's figure stop and controlled his Wind Eagle to come above Lu Yun, slowly descending. Leaf Brat, are you not running anymore? Lu Yun made a hand seal and looked at Duping Men with a sneer, enhanced with Sasuke's tone. Sand village insects, even if you stand in the sky, you are still just insects that gnaw at the sand. You little brat. Lu Yun finished the hand seal, and fire attribute chakra gradually gathered in his chest. Enhanced with Pain's Deva Path tone, how many people from your sand village have I blown up? Do you feel the pain? Damn brat. Fire style, Dragon Flamesong technique. Lu Yun released all his chakra into his fire style, immediately spewing out a fire dragon from his mouth, rushing towards Duping Men and his Wind Eagle. Wind Eagle, dodge. Duping Men controlled the Wind Eagle to drift and dodge, followed by Liu Yun's second fire dragon. Duping Men made a hand seal and released a wind style, great breakthrough, dispersing Liu Yun's fire dragon. But 2 more fire dragons surrounded Duping Men and his Wind Eagle. Not good. Duping Men felt uneasy. The chakra of both man and beast was bottoming out, and they could only watch helplessly as the fire dragon attacked. Violent flames burned, and with a bang, a cloud of white smoke appeared as Duping Men's Wind Eagle was sent back to the summoning realm. Duping Men fell from the sky, his clothes tattered, and many parts of his skin were burned by the fire style. Duping Men landed on a tree and slowly jumped down. Cough cough. He coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood, enduring the burning pain on his body with difficulty. Lu Yun jumped out from the darkness, laughing maniacally like Sasuke. Ha ha, you can't even endure mere burns? Do you know the pain your sand village brought me? Cutting tongues, dissecting, human experimentation, poison. All that doesn't kill me, or can kill me, will only make me stronger. 8 gates release, gate of opening, open. Liu Yun's chakra surged, and he closed in on Duping Men's body in a flash. Duping Men grabbed a kunai from his kunai pouch and thrust it fiercely at Lu Yun. Hoof. Lu Yun saw his attack and didn't even bother to dodge, crashing straight into it, and then swapped out the ninja sword he had exchanged from the system space. Be a good boy and offer your head. Lu Yun, with murderous intent in his eyes, slashed his sword towards Duping Men's shoulder. Duping Men released the kunai stuck in Liu Yun's chest and immediately jumped away, avoiding being hit by Liu Yun's sword. Lu Yun continued to charge forward with his sword, and Duping Men threw out 3 shurikens. Lu Yun crashed straight into them, the shurikens piercing his chest, abdomen, and thigh. Lu Yun was already numb to pain. He directly charged forward with his sword and slashed. Duping Men widened his eyes. Your fighting style is completely suicidal. Lu Yun slashed, directly cutting off an inch of flesh from Duping Men's shoulder. Then he laughed loudly. I am the immortal ninja of the chaotic world. No matter how vast the ninja world is, no one will find a way to kill me. Lu Yun withdrew his sword and turned it, slashing upwards. Duping Men rolled backwards, dodging Liu Yun's sword strike. Lu Yun felt excessive blood loss, coupled with the excessive chakra consumption from using the Dragon Flamesong technique. He immediately put the sword to his head and directly cut his own throat. Ding! You were killed by your own sword, experience +5. With a bang, a cloud of white smoke appeared, and Lu Yun immediately revived. Without saying a word, he rushed towards Duping Men with his sword. 1 minute later. Lu Yun sat on Duping Men's corpse, his body covered in bloodstains from shurikens and bloody holes from kunai. An elite Jonin's final struggle should not be underestimated. Lu Yun paid the price of 2 lives to grind Duping Men to death. Lu Yun put the blade to his neck and immediately revived. He stood up, looking at the remaining embers in the dark night, traces of the battle that had just taken place. The night was very dark, and a cold wind from the void assaulted Liu Yun's bare upper body. Lu Yun closed his eyes, a faint Sasuke aura permeating. I have already closed my eyes. My goal can only be achieved in the darkness. Now, let me embrace the lonely night. Lu Yun stretched out his hands, as if to embrace the entire night. With a swoosh, a figure flashed by, a Sand Village Umbu wearing a tanuki mask. The Sand Village Umbu looked at Lu Yun and sneered, "Missing me? Do you want a hug?" Not a hug, but an explosion. Lu Yun immediately detonated the exploding tags he had exchanged for 10 experience points. The Sand Village Umbu kicked Lu Yun away with a swift kick. An explosion sounded, and Lu Yun quickly revived. Byakugan, open. 8 gates release, gate of opening, open. Without saying a word, he made a hand seal and used body flicker technique, fleeing in the opposite direction from the Sand Village Umbu. He was able to trick and kill a Jonin because the opponent foolishly chased after him, exhausting all his chakra. But with this Sand Village Umbu, he couldn't trick him like before. The Sand Village Umbu closely followed, and Lu Yun began another love-hate relationship with a Sand Village Jonin. The glow of dawn rose from the boundary of heaven and earth. Lu Yun was covered in wounds, with several shurikens still stuck in his back. The Sand Village Umbu understood some of Liu Yun's characteristics and didn't deal a fatal blow. Lu Yun used the forbidden technique multiple shadow clone technique, delaying the opponent for some time. He also committed suicide twice to restore his own condition. But this Sand Village Umbu had a strong tracking ability, summoning hundreds of sand rats that constantly followed Lu Yun. Lu Yun could only desperately flee, finally entering the military range of the Leaf Village's camp as the sun rose from the east. The Sand Village Umbu realized where he was and cursed inwardly, immediately making hand seals. Wind style, great breakthrough. A violent gust of wind spewed from his mouth, quickly sweeping over Lu Yun. Lu Yun gritted his teeth and activated the 8 gates release, gate of opening, using body flicker technique to escape the Sand Village Umbu's wind style. Cough cough. Lu Yun collapsed under a large tree, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood. Lu Yun turned his head and watched the Sand Village Umbu walk step by step. His exploding tags were all used up, and he could only silently place the sword against his neck. Suddenly, a green figure carrying a ninja sword blocked the Sand Village Umbu's path. A voice rang in Liu Yun's ear, "Lu Yun." Lu Yun deactivated his Byakugan and looked up weakly. A head of black hair, skin as delicate as a porcelain doll, eyes with red pupils, like the morning sun. Kurinai. The Sand Eagle Umbu cursed inwardly, Leaf Village Jonin Yuhi Kurinai, bad luck. Yuhi Kurinai drew her ninja sword, Sand Ninja, leave this place. Lu Yun couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. In the Sand Village's main camp, all the higher-ups were gathered in Granny Chio's earth house. A Sand Village Umbu knelt on one knee in front of Raza. Raza said expressionlessly, "So, that brat has already escaped to Konoha." The Sand Village Umbu nodded. "Konoha's Jonin, Yuhi Shini, stopped me, otherwise I would have brought him back." "Stop making excuses. That brat's bloodline limit is troublesome. Without a large-scale sealing technique, we can't do anything to him." Raza waved his hand. Granny Chio was holding a test tube, mixing red and green poisons, her face calm, as if she didn't care about the chaos of last night at all. That brat really hid himself well. He's had the secret technique of summoning explosive tags all along, but he kept it hidden, only to suddenly burst out last night, Ebizo analyzed quietly. Raza analyzed, could it be that Konoha deliberately let us capture him, and then he would suddenly attack the main camp? Ebizo shook his head. No, if it were really Konoha's plan, the losses wouldn't be so small. Granny Chio chuckled, "We'll meet again in the future. We'll catch him then." Ebizo nodded, "That's right. This time we must prepare a sealing technique. Let's use my magnet release. A sealing technique using gold dust can capture him in an instant." "Good. We can also try to control him with genjutsu. Although there are few genjutsu ninjas in Sand Village, we do have some." "Okay. Ryun suddenly opened his eyes. Doctor, come quickly. Okay. Ryun observed the surrounding environment. He was inside a dark green tent, surrounded by rows of white beds, mixed with the smell of various medicines. This was the temporary hospital of the Konoha camp. Ryun also observed the medical ninjas walking back and forth, as well as some ninjas completely wrapped in bandages. There were about 100 people, all gathered here, noisy and bustling. Ryun looked down at the bandages wrapped around his upper body, and the patient's pants he had been changed into. Ryun, you're awake. Shizun, wearing a black outfit, came over with a medical kit. Ryun greeted Shizun. They used to be classmates, so they naturally knew each other. Shizun placed the medical kit on Ryun's bedsheet and began to unwrap Ryun's bandages, looking at the crisscrossing scars. Shizun felt a little sympathetic. You're injured like this, how did you survive? Ryun didn't speak, letting Shizun treat his wounds. The wounds hurt a lot. Ryun especially wanted to slit his own throat. But there were too many people, and the method was too shocking, which would scare Shizun. Shizun applied the medicine and said, Red's father saved you. You were almost dead at the time. Fortunately, the medical ninjas arrived in time to save your life. Then I really have to thank that medical ninja. Shizun smiled. They said that your previous team was all killed in action. We classmates also thought you were dead. I didn't expect you to survive. By the way, how exactly did you survive? Ryun was stunned. Konoha didn't know that he had been captured. The value of a civilian genin like him was really low. Suddenly, a figure wearing a black robe and an umbu mask appeared in front of Ryun. Konoha Umbu. The umbu's voice was very cold. Mokurian, I need to know where you were during this month-long gap. Come with me for a while. After applying the medicine, Shizun stood up and stood in front of Ryun. He's still injured and can't move around casually. The umbu didn't look at Shizun, directly grabbed Ryun's shoulder with one hand, and took him away with a body flicker technique. Ryun inside a green tent, the umbu sat Ryun, who was wrapped in bandages, on a chair, interrogating him like a prisoner. Ryun told him what happened, that he was captured by Sand Village, imprisoned in a prison, and took the opportunity to escape when he heard the Sand Village camp in chaos last night. The umbu clearly didn't believe it. A genin couldn't escape Sand Village's military stronghold at all. Moreover, a genin wouldn't attract the pursuit of the Sand Village umbu. The umbu directly cast a genjutsu, I'll see what you're hiding. A genjutsu force invaded Ryun's brain, and Ryun's undying system immediately became alert. Warning! Warning! An unknown energy is invading the host's brain. Does the host want to activate the brain's self-defense system? Unexpectedly, the undying system comes with a mental defense system, but this is normal, after all, the undying system is hidden in his head. Yes. Ryun acted, pretending to be caught in the genjutsu. The umbu nodded when he saw his somewhat empty eyes. Even Jonin couldn't immediately break his genjutsu. The umbu immediately interrogated, where have you been for this month? I was captured by Sand Village and imprisoned in the Sand Village prison. Did Sand Village interrogate you? They did, but I didn't have any information on me. They didn't think I was valuable, so they ignored me. The umbu nodded. He had learned about Ryun beforehand. He was a civilian ninja with no special skills, and he was just a genin, so he couldn't possibly have important information. Then what happened last night? There were sounds of explosive tags detonating in the Sand Village camp, and a lot of explosive tags. Konoha's intelligence unit naturally saw the movement in Sand Village last night, and they still haven't figured out who attacked Sand Village. Luyan's brain raced, and he suddenly fabricated a story. There were two people wearing black cloaks with red clouds, one a blue-haired woman flying in the sky, constantly releasing explosive tags, and the other with orange-yellow hair, shouting for others to feel pain. It was those two who attacked the Sand Village camp, giving me the chance to escape. The umbu member stroked his chin. Mu Luyun was the only one who knew what happened, and he was under the control of the genjutsu, so his words wouldn't be wrong. But it was still very strange. Who would go around telling people to feel pain in the middle of the night? Is that something a normal person would do? The Umbu member shook his head and continued to ask suspiciously, why would the Sand Village Umbu chase you? What are you hiding? Luyan's brain worked quickly, and he suddenly thought of something. I learned one of their secrets, the secret of the third Kazekage's disappearance. The Umbu member's breathing suddenly quickened. Tell me quickly. It was Sasori of the Red Sand. He killed the third Kazekage and turned him into a puppet. Luyan didn't see the Umbu member's expression, but the face behind the mask must have been excited. I didn't expect to get such a big piece of information, huh? You little brat are truly my lucky star. Whether the information about the third Kazekage's death was valuable or not, it was in itself a huge piece of information, and this Umbu member had instantly made a great contribution. The Umbu member made a hand seal, and the genjutsu on Luyan was immediately released. Luyan looked around in confusion, acting as if he was just waking up. Having obtained valuable information, the Umbu member was in a good mood. Mu Luyan, the threat against you has been lifted. Stay in the camp and wait for new arrangements. After the Umbu member teleported away, Luyan slowly stood up and sneered. That bastard obviously wanted to monopolize the information, not even leaving him a drop of soup. But even if Konoha got the information about the third Kazekage's death, it wouldn't be of much use. The war would still have to be fought. At most, it would just disgust the Sand Village. Hey! Your village's strongest Kazekage was killed by a rogue ninja, how pitiful. Byakugan. Luyan's chakra flowed to his eyes, and he immediately activated the Byakugan. He looked around and, seeing that no one was coming, took out a knife from the system space and slit his own throat. Ding! You were killed by your own knife, experience points +4. After Luyan was resurrected, all the injuries on his body were healed, and the previous pain disappeared. He looked at the muscles on his abdomen, revealing 8-pack abs. He looked very strong, so even if he died 2,000 times, he wouldn't be exhausted. Luyan then wrapped the bandages and slowly walked towards the medical tent. Shizen was anxiously looking for Luyan, and immediately greeted him when she saw him. Luyan. The Umbu people didn't bully you, did they? Luyan shook his head. They're really barbaric. Can't they just ask you nicely here? They have to drag you, a patient, out there. Luyan sneered in his heart. If he had the Uchiha or Sarutobi clan name on his head, would the Umbu be so barbaric? In the end, he was just a commoner ninja without any big shots backing him. Whether he could survive this war was a question. The ninja clans ruled Konoha. Even the fourth Hokage, who had extraordinary talent, would be sidelined, and it wouldn't be alleviated until the fifth Hokage took office. Shizen said, "Come on, you still have a month to recover. You can't stand outside." Luyan let the lovely black-haired girl pull him into the tent. In the evening, the patients in the tent were idle. Once people were idle, they started bragging. Shizen was tired after a busy day, but couldn't find a place to sit, so she moved a stool and leaned against Luyan's bed. The two talked about interesting things from their class in the past. You don't know how timid Obito was back then. I even advised him to write a love letter, but he kept stuttering and didn't dare to act. The whole class knew he liked Rin, but he thought he was hiding it so well. Shizen smiled, propping her chin with her small hands and complaining about Luyan. You're the same. You always came up with all sorts of strange ideas to harass Kurenai. You were beaten so badly by Asuma, but you still wouldn't give up. Luyan pouted, I'm so excellent, of course I should show myself off. Shizen covered her mouth and chuckled, you're excellent. You, Kai, and Obito were always at the bottom of our class. Obito and Kai were a little better. Obito's fire release could spit out a small fireball, and Kai's taijutsu was the strongest in the ninja school at the time. As for you, Luyan, you don't seem to have any specialties. If you consider relentless pursuing as one, then that's definitely your advantage. Shizun, you're stabbing me in the heart. Luyan then bragged about his achievements. You don't know how brave I was when I broke through. I was all alone in the Sand Village camp, killing sand ninjas, going in and out 7 times. What sand eagles, what duping men, all died at my hands. The fourth Kazekage Raza hated me so much that his teeth itched, and Granny Chio was almost so angry that she kicked the bucket. What Lu Yun said was half true and half false, but in Shizen's ears, it was all bragging. Shizen didn't refute, and quietly watched Lu Yun brag, propping her head with her hands. The next day, Lu Yun slept soundly, like a dead pig. Even if someone danced and sang around him, they couldn't wake him up. He had been captured by the Sand Village for a month and had been dissected the whole time. He was in so much pain at night that he couldn't sleep, and although he could regain his energy after death and resurrection. But it always felt weird when people didn't sleep, like forgetting to bring paper when doing that thing. Ah, that's great. Lu Yun stretched and slowly rubbed his sleepy eyes. He realized that there was a stack of quilts on his back, apparently Shizen had put them on him. It had been a long time since he had such a great sleep. Lu Yun's whole body was a little sore and numb. Now he wouldn't feel comfortable if he didn't slit his throat with a knife. He's awake. The one-armed Chunin next to him noticed Lu Yun standing up. Lu Yun nodded, accepting the greeting from his fellow patient. Slept through the whole morning, huh? How did you get injured? Lu Yun folded the blanket on the bed and casually said, "The Sand Village's Umbu were chasing me." The one-armed Chunin clearly didn't believe him, and he shook his severed arm. See this? A symbol of a man's bravery. This was caused by the fourth Kazekage's magnet release secret technique. Oh. So you're a strong one too. It's an honor to meet you. You flatter me. May I ask your esteemed name? I am Yamashita Hanzaburo, the water ninja of the leaf. How watery are you? As watery as you want me to be. Oh. I haven't heard your esteemed title yet. Could you tell me? I am Lu Yun, the immortal ninja of the leaf, the battlefield rose, one who can dance with the heavens. Hiss, how terrifying. While Lu Yun was bragging with Hanzaburo, he opened his system interface. He looked at his Chunin template, which had changed a bit from before. Chunin Lu Yun 8 ninja stats, Nin 2, Tai 2, Gen 1, Ken 1, Riki 1, Soku 5, Sei 1, In 1. For chakra stats, chakra amount, Chunin level. Chakra affinity, fire release, In release. Chakra control, 30% proficiency. Chakra nature transformation, 30% proficiency. Bloodline limit, Byakugan beginner. Ninja professional basics, theory 3, stealth 3, tracking 3, assassination 3, traps 3, poison 3. Forbidden technique multiple shadow clone technique 40% proficiency, 8 gates release formation gate of opening 40% proficiency. Ninjutsu, transformation technique 100% proficiency, multiple shadow clone technique 40% proficiency, body flicker technique 40% proficiency, fire release, great fireball technique 60% proficiency, ventriloquism 80% proficiency, fire release, dragon flame release song technique 40% proficiency. Taijutsu, nutcracker 100% proficiency. Genjutsu, none. Evaluation, a bloodline limit section has been added, and chakra control and chakra nature transformation have both been improved because of the dragon flame release song technique. He looked at his experience point accumulation and found that it was all used up the day before yesterday, leaving only the 4 points from yesterday's suicide. Lu Yun sat on the bed, planning slowly. He especially needed Warring Jonin to kill him to accumulate experience points. However, since the last time he was captured, Lu Yun had become more cautious. The secret of his immortal bloodline needed to be hidden. Although it would eventually be exposed, he needed to grow rapidly during the hidden time. Lu Yun needed to develop genjutsu to conceal his resurrection upon death. Also, the Byakugan, he couldn't keep fighting with a cloth covering his eyes, so it also needed genjutsu to conceal it. Currently, without experience points, Lu Yun could try different methods of suicide, but that was too inefficient, only yielding a few points, and the rewards would decrease with repeated use of the same method. He had to get to the most dangerous front line as soon as possible. How could he get them to send a genin to the most dangerous front line? There was only one way, to offend a member of a ninja clan. Lu Yun kept waiting, but instead of waiting for a member of a ninja clan, he waited for the cute Kurenai Yuhi. Kurenai Yuhi came to visit Lu Yun, holding some fruit in her hand. Lu Yun, your injuries are almost healed, right? After all, they were once classmates, and he was a persistent admirer. Having not seen him for a long time, Kurenai Yuhi really missed him a little. Kurenai. Lu Yun nodded, eating the apple Kurenai gave him. Shizen walked to Lu Yun's bed with medicine, greeted Kurenai when she saw her, and then changed Lu Yun's dressing on her own. Lu Yun, how are you recovering so quickly? Even the scars are gone. Lu Yun made up a lie, I might be a descendant of the Senju clan. High recovery ability is normal. Liar. Seeing that Lu Yun's injuries were gone, Kurenai said with a smile, you recovered quite quickly. You scared me when I saw you that time. At that time, Lu Yun was naked from the waist up, covered in blood, with several shurikens stuck in his back. Kurenai was really frightened then. I haven't thanked your father yet. I owe him a lot. No need to thank him. After all, we're all from the same village. Kurenai said with some emotion, of this group that graduated, Obito and Rin are on the battlefield in the land of rain, and Guy, Ebisu, and Ganma Shiranui are on the battlefield in the land of mist. Only Shizen, you, me, and Asuma are left in the land of rivers. Lu Yun didn't say anything. Instead, Hanzaburo next to him hummed softly, sending the children of commoners to the battlefield and letting the children of ninja clans do logistics. What a great policy the village has. Kurenai was confused and didn't know what this one-armed Chunin was complaining about. Lu Yun thought carefully. There weren't many ninja clan members in their class. Only Obito and Asuma were from ninja clans. All the people who died from this graduation batch were children of commoners. And in other classes, the children of ninja clans were doing logistics in the rear, and even if they went to the battlefield, they wouldn't go to the front line. Ninja clans only had to face death and taxes. The former Lu Yun thought he was special, that the village was targeting him because of his father, but he was overthinking it. The village's higher-ups didn't even notice him. Hanzaburo wanted to complain more, but he immediately shut his mouth when he noticed someone passing by. Kurenai, aren't you done yet? We still have to patrol. A tall boy said loudly. Oh. I know, Asuma, Kurenai replied. Asuma approached Lu Yun's bed with his hands in his pockets, sneering, I heard you were captured by sand ninjas and managed to escape. You're really lucky. Asuma hated Lu Yun, who kept pestering Kurenai. He beat him up every time he saw him at the ninja academy, but Lu Yun just stubbornly clung to Kurenai and couldn't be chased away. Kurenai was a little angry. Asuma, we're all classmates. Why would you say that? Asuma sneered. A commoner genin, who knew if he would even make it back alive? What if his words were a little harsh? A member of a ninja clan, and the son of the Hokage, no less. If he offended him, wouldn't he be sent to the bloodiest place? Lu Yun's desire to seek death burned wildly. Lu Yun cleared his throat, with Sasuke's tone as a bonus. Yo! Isn't this the Hokage's son? What? Are you here to gain experience? After all, your dad is the Hokage, so staying in the village all the time doesn't look good. Asuma looked at Lu Yun in disbelief. It was the first time someone had spoken to him like that. What did you say? Shizen started trembling behind him, digging her nails into Ryuyen's flesh, telling him to stop talking. Fansaburo beside them was also stunned, having offended the Hokage's son from a ninja clan. What a badass! Was everything he said yesterday true? Ryuyen stood up, ignoring Shizen's attempt to stop him, and walked in front of Asuma, facing him quietly. Asuma was a head taller than Ryuyen, making Shizen even more worried. The noise in the large tent gradually died down, and all the patients and medical ninjas turned their attention to them. A civilian genin was provoking the Hokage's son. Asuma uttered each word slowly, what did you just say? Ryuyen scoffed, then looked straight at Asuma, have you been to the battlefield? Have you ever killed anyone? Have you ever seen a dead body? Can you tell me how many ninja battles you've actually experienced? Asuma seemed stunned. He had been here for almost 2 months, had not killed anyone, and had not experienced any ninja battles. It was like a leader coming to inspect a construction site. Ryuyan put his hands on his hips and sneered, "No. None of that. Look. This is the Hokage's son." He suddenly pointed to his bandages. "Do you have this? Do you have a single wound on your body?" Asuma was still stunned, his body trembling slightly, as if suppressing something. "You don't. All you have is the title of the Sarutobi family's young master, all you have is the arrogance of the Hokage's son." Ryuyan grabbed Asuma's collar directly. "What were you sneering at just now? You find it shameful that I was captured. You're annoyed that I escaped death. Do you know how many people are still being held captive in the Suna camp? And what kind of suffering they endure every day? If you really are the Hokage's son, you should go and save those people, instead of playing patrol games in the rear." Shizen and Kurenai seemed stunned by Ryuyan's words. The pain of being captured in the enemy camp was something that couldn't be written in textbooks. Ryuyan's words pierced Asuma's heart, and Asuma's face darkened. What does a civilian genin like you know? What role can someone with your strength play on the battlefield? Unable to argue with Ryuyan, he began to belittle his strength. "Oh." Ryuyan chuckled, turned and walked towards the tent. "Come out. It's too cramped inside, I can't comfortably step on your head." Ryuyan Shizun shouted worriedly from behind. In her mind, he couldn't even use the transformation technique. How could he possibly be a match for Asuma, a top student in the class? Asuma sneered. He had indeed been pushed into a corner by Ryuyan's words. But so what? A weakling had no right to criticize him. Kurenai tugged at Asuma's sleeve. "Asuma, forget it, Ryuyan's injuries haven't healed, and he can't be your opponent." "Oof." Asuma snorted, not listening. He believed Ryuyan was just trying to show off in front of Kurenai. Asuma strode away, the sneer still on his face. Shizen and Kurenai followed closely behind. Fansaburo grabbed his foredrip and tiptoed towards the tent opening, peeking out. He wasn't the only one. Many people wanted to see the outcome. Kurenai's team was guarding outside, one of whom was from the Nara clan, and their Jonin leader was Kurenai Yuhi, an elite Jonin. Kurenai Yuhi leaned against a tree, watching Ryuyan and Asuma facing off, and shook his head. What Ryuyan said was right. The Hokage's son did have privileges. He was just a Jonin accompanying the prince. But you couldn't say it so bluntly, you couldn't even say it at all. Don't comment on matters involving the village's high-ups. Many civilian ninjas die because of this. The Nara clan member looked at Kurenai Yuhi, who wanted to stop them but couldn't, and smiled. She hasn't even become a femme fatale yet, but she's already causing trouble. Yuji. Sorry, I almost forgot Kurenai is the teacher's daughter. Kurenai Yuhi released his arms. I'll go watch them. To prevent Asuma from going too hard. Nara Yuji smiled, a flash of light in his wise eyes. That's not necessarily true. Kurenai Yuhi turned to look at him. Didn't the teacher say he escaped from the Suna Umbu? Kurenai Yuhi stopped and didn't step forward. Asuma took out a kunai, looking at Ryuyan with a sneer, but Ryuyan just stood there quietly, bandages wrapped around his upper body, a faint smile on his face. Unarmed, yet still standing above the heavens. What are you relying on? Asuma was angry. Ryuyan used to be timid and didn't even have the courage to look him in the eye. Now, Asuma could no longer find his own reflection in Ryuyan's eyes. Asuma steeled his heart and lunged forward, watching as the kunai was about to stab Ryuyan. Ryuyan! Shizen and Kurenai closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight of Ryuyan being stabbed. Silence, no sound of pain, no sound of fighting. The two girls opened their eyes and their pupils widened. Ryuyan had stepped on Asuma's head with one foot. Instant kill. Nara Yuji commented in detail. He jumped away the moment Asuma stabbed him, then stepped on Asuma's head. This speed, and this reaction, no wonder he escaped from the Suna Umbu. Everyone underestimated him. His taijutsu was already at the Chunin level. What exactly did he experience during that month of captivity? Kurenai Yuhi didn't speak, just kept watching Asuma being stepped on. For the first time in Konoha's history, a civilian put his shoe on the Hokage's son's face. It was beyond bold. Asuma was eating dirt, his breathing was difficult, and he tried to break free, but was pressed hard to the ground by that foot. Look, this is the Hokage's son. Even if he was born into a family of eagles, he can't escape the fate of eating dirt. Damn it! Asuma's arm veins bulged, his fingers digging fiercely into the soil. As proud as he was being stepped on by someone his own age, with no strength to struggle. How could this be? Ryuyan was never his opponent before, how could he be defeated in one move now? Good job! Fansaburo was so excited that he wanted to pull out his 4-drip and follow Ryuyan to try stepping on the children of ninja clans. Kurenai Yuhi was about to step in and stop Asuma from being embarrassed, but a green figure was faster than him. Ryuyan suddenly retreated, and a young man in a green vest came towards him. He had no family crest and was not from a ninja clan. Don't be so rude to Asuma-sama. Ryuyan smiled, a Sarutobi family servant. What a good dog. The green-skinned Shunin's eyes widened. What did you say? I said. Is it good to lick the bones of the ninja clan? Damn it. The green-skinned Shunin immediately made a hand seal and rushed forward with a body flicker technique, a gleam of cold light in the kunai in his hand. He really wanted to kill Ryuyan. 8 gates release formation, gate of opening, open. Ryuyan brought his 4 fingers together in front of him, and the chakra in his body was quickly released. Multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, with a series of poof-poof sounds and white smoke, over 70 shadow clones surrounded Ryuyan. Some stood on trees, some circled Ryuyan, and some stood on tents, and Narayoichi stood up abruptly, a forbidden technique. How is that possible? How could a genin master a forbidden technique? And Yuhi Kurenai stood up, staring intently. It's not an illusion, they're real shadow clones. How did he create so many? How could he have so much chakra at his age? And the green-skinned Shunin stopped charging forward, staring in disbelief at the large group of shadow clones surrounding Ryuyan. And Asuma, his mouth full of dirt, still caught sight of the large group of shadow clones. And Moku Ryuyan. In just a glance, the difference between them became clear. And Ryuyan gave an order, let these dogs of the ninja clans taste the iron fist of the people. And without opening the gate of opening, Ryuyan's maximum was 50 clones, but by opening the gate of opening and burning his body's power, he could create around 70. And the longer he kept the gate of opening open and burned his energy, the more shadow clones he could create. And Yura and the shadow clones swarmed forward, from all directions. The green-skinned Shunin couldn't defend against all of them, and didn't even have a chance to use ninjutsu. And before long, he was beaten into a pulp and collapsed to the ground. And Asuma remained lying on the ground. Although he was capable of moving, he didn't want to stand up again. And because it was too embarrassing. And Ryuyan slowly walked over, a figure standing in front of Asuma, Yuhi Kurenai, a jonin. And Moku Ryuyan, stop right there. And Ryuyan turned to leave. He could defeat a Chunin, but that didn't mean he could defeat a jonin. And moreover, Yuhi Kurenai had once saved him, so Ryuyan would give this elite jonin some face today. And Narayoichi said with some regret, he's indeed a good seed, but it's a pity he offended the Sarutobi family's young master. This is the end of his road. And Ryuyan walked towards the tent. Shizen greeted him, her face full of worry. Ryuyan, you've offended the Sarutobi family. Things will definitely be difficult for you in the future. And Ryuyan shook his head, if things are difficult, then so be it. I just can't stand these ninja clan members. They're arrogant all day long, as if they see us as servants. And Ryuyan glanced at Yuhi Kurenai, who was silent, and said nothing, then took Shizen into the tent, slowly leaving Yuhi Kurenai's sight. And Ryu and Yuhi Kurenai reached out, wanting to hold on to something, but couldn't. Ryuyan had become distant. The feeling of him clinging to her that he used to have was gone. And Ryuyan entered the tent, and his fellow patients scattered, looking at Ryuyan as if he were a plague god. And offending the Hokage's son, they couldn't wait to find a place to bury themselves. And Ryuyan chuckled and didn't care about the eyes of these mediocre people. And no wonder the commoner ninjas of Konoha are always suppressed by the ninja clans. If everyone were more united, would they be eaten so badly by the ninja clans? And even if they had to carry hoes, they would stand up and sing, like Kirigakure, throwing those high and mighty ninja clans into the trash heap. And Ryuyan returned to his bed. Out of the corner of his eye, Hanzaburo silently raised his only remaining arm, giving a thumbs up. And Ryuyan smiled. In the very center tent of the Konoha camp, Asuma angrily struck a wooden training dummy. And damn it! Damn it! Damn it! That damned Moku Ryuyan, actually stepping on my head, I. And Asuma's fists were covered in blood, but he stubbornly continued to strike. And beside him was the green-skinned Shunin from earlier, his face still swollen, keeping his head down and not daring to look at Asuma. And suddenly, a tall figure lifted the tent flap and slowly walked in. An elder Hirazawa. The green-skinned Shunin immediately knelt on one knee. And Sarutobi Hirazawa looked at Asuma, who was raging impotently. Being instantly killed by a commoner genin is indeed embarrassing, and this matter had spread throughout the Konoha camp, and Asuma had become a laughingstock. And bang bang bang, and Asuma struck even harder, his eyes seeming to burst into flames. And Sarutobi Hirazawa suddenly smiled, turned around, and led the green-skinned Shunin out of the tent. And the green-skinned Shunin looked at the smile on Sarutobi Hirazawa's lips, somewhat puzzled. And Sarutobi Hirazawa didn't even look at him, and gently lowered his head, looking at the thousands of tents below, standing in rows. And Asuma is just too carefree. It's good for him to suffer a setback, it will better stimulate his fighting spirit. And the green-skinned Shunin said, Elder Hirazawa, should we eliminate that guy? And Sarutobi Hirazawa smiled, as a ninja, can't you even endure this much? And the green-skinned Shunin lowered his head and followed Sarutobi Hirazawa slowly towards the command center. On the way, the green-skinned Shunin couldn't help but feel murderous intent towards Ryuyan. Elder Hirazawa, the multiple shadow clone technique is a forbidden technique sealed in the Book of Seals. Should we investigate the forbidden technique on Moku Ryuyan's body? And Sarutobi Hirazawa paced back and forth, gently shaking his head. He'll be going to Area A in a few days. Let's talk about it when he comes back. And the green-skinned Shunin looked up. In Area A, the front line of the Land of Rivers battlefield, a bloody place where even Jonin's legs go numb. In other words, once Ryuyan is dispatched to this place, he will have no chance to return. And Sarutobi Hirazawa's back looked terrifyingly gloomy. A commoner dares to step on the heads of nobles, this is unacceptable, absolutely unacceptable. The graves in Area A are just right for him, and ninjas sometimes have to endure, but the dignity of the ninja clans cannot be trampled on by commoners at will. And on this day, Ryuyan was training in the forest on the edge of the Konoha camp. And he had been here for over a month, and Ryuyan had never really trained. And detecting that the host is training, the system is opening the training progress template, and Ryuyan was stunned and immediately jumped down from the upside-down tree. And he opened the system interface and saw a brand new template. It was empty. Ryuyan immediately jumped back onto the tree, controlling his chakra to adhere to the tree. And the panel changed, suddenly adding chakra control training progress 20%, and Ryuyan's Chunin template chakra control was exactly 20% proficiency. And Ryuyan jumped down and immediately opened the gate of opening of the 8 gates. And another entry appeared on the panel, 8 gates, gate of opening training progress 40%, and interesting, I can visually see my training progress. And Ryuyan smiled and continued to keep the gate of opening open, burning his body and creating more chakra. And after opening the gate for a minute, Ryuyan's whole body was hot, and the water in his body was almost gone. He quickly formed hand seals. And multiple shadow clone technique, a series of poof poof smoke explosions sounded, and 120 shadow clones immediately appeared in the same spot. And Ryuyan weakly lay on the ground. Only he would dare to use this kind of life-burning training method, it was completely suicidal. And my guy, Rock Lee, and Naruto wouldn't even dare to think about it. And 2 shadow clones pulled Ryuyan up, and Ryuyan pointed at his shadow clones, you 20 go practice the fireball jutsu, you 20 go practice the dragon flame release song technique, you 20 go think about the techniques for training taijutsu, the rest go practice the body flicker technique. And yes, boss and the shadow clones all scattered, taking their respective tasks to train. Lu Yun leaned against a tree trunk, slowly recovering his strength. He wasn't idle, opening his system interface and looking at the cultivation template at the top. A shadow clone was practicing the great fireball technique, releasing a small fireball before immediately exploding, the experience returning to Lu Yun. Lu Yun looked at the cultivation panel. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique cultivation progress 60% suddenly changed, with 0.05% added after 60%, and groups of fire style cultivation shadow clones exploded again. Plus 0.05%, plus 0.05%, plus 0.05%. Finally, Lu Yun gained 1% experience out of nowhere. Lu Yun murmured to himself, "This speed is a bit slow." Lu Yun needs to create 800 shadow clones to accumulate 100% experience. Leveling up by getting killed is so, but cultivation is a bit slow. Fortunately, I can still use experience points to add points, 1 point exchanging for 1%. Lu Yun then shook his head. His system's function is based on gaining experience from being killed, not a pure cultivation system. Lu Yun then asked the undying system, what happens when the cultivation progress of a ninjutsu reaches 100%? The system immediately replied, the host's proficiency in ninjutsu will advance to the next stage, seal reduction. Lu Yun was stunned. Reducing hand seals? Ninjas need to use hand seals to cast techniques. It's impossible without them, but hand seals waste time and opportunities in battle. Like the water dragon bullet technique, with 40-odd hand seals, only Kakashi, who's been single for over 20 years, has that kind of hand speed. But Tobarama Senju and Genin Kosuka could reduce hand seals, and the power of the technique wouldn't decrease. That's the effect of familiarity with ninjutsu. It can be said that the fewer hand seals, the better. Even without any, just put your hands together and start chanting. Lu Yun's mind raced, immediately realizing the benefits of maxing out the proficiency of ninjutsu. The next stage is seal reduction, the stage after that might be single hand seal casting, and the stage after that might even be seal-less. Truly achieving the point of just chanting it. There's no end to the familiarity with ninjutsu. It can be transferred from using the mouth to using the hands, using the feet, using all 361 chakra points on the body. More importantly, if the body flicker technique doesn't require hand seals, wouldn't that be a low-profile flying thunder god technique? Lu Yun couldn't help but sigh. The design is truly ingenious. Another large amount of ninjutsu experience flooded into Lu Yun's mind. Fire style, Dragon Flame Singe Technique Cultivation Progress 40% plus 1%. Body Flicker Technique Cultivation Progress 40 plus 1%. Shadow Clones successfully developed Taijutsu. Shadow Clones successfully self-named. Head Catch Shuriken included in the Ninshu Taijutsu scroll. All the information flooded into Lu Yun's head, and Lu Yun felt like he was about to explode. He immediately slashed his throat with a kunai. After he revived, he looked at the taijutsu developed by the shadow clones speechlessly. Head Catch Shuriken, is that to make him die faster? The shadow clones really understand his intentions. A few more days passed, and Lu Yun had cultivated all the ninjutsu to 100% and became more proficient in performing the ninjutsu he had mastered. At the same time, the ninjutsu on the template also changed. For example, Body Flicker Technique Seal Reduction Proficiency 10%. Lu Yun began to form hand seals, and this time he reduced the boar seal, unexpectedly able to perform the Body Flicker technique. Lu Yun smiled. If he continued to familiarize himself with it, he would reduce half of the seals and gain more combat opportunities. But Lu Yun was puzzled. What does he need combat opportunities for? He is the kind of person who particularly wants to die. The Body Flicker technique, wouldn't that allow people to quickly feed kills? Lu Yun. A clear voice caught Lu Yun's attention. Lu Yun turned his head and saw Shizun holding a ninja assignment sheet in her hand. Finally, it's here. Lu Yun's body was almost numb, and he especially wanted to go to the battlefield and get killed. Shizun's face was full of panic, constantly complaining to Lu Yun, I told you not to offend Asuma, now look what happened. You've been assigned to Area A, which is the most dangerous front line. Lu Yun looked at the girl's concerned expression and smiled, suddenly with pain's tone bonus, I want to understand pain, only by understanding the pain of war can I become stronger, can I stand above the perspective of the ninja clan. The girl shook her head speechlessly, not knowing what madness Lu Yun had fallen into again, insisting on seeking death and feeling pain. Shizun grabbed Lu Yun's clothes and took out a kunai from her waist, you're really crazy, let me stab you, so you'll be seriously injured and won't have to go to the front line. Lu Yun was stunned. The girl's method is really ingenious, but he turned around and ran. Lu Yun, wait, let me stab you quickly, this can save you. The girl held a kunai and kept chasing Lu Yun's figure. The words she spoke made people feel a chill. The next day, Lu Yun dressed neatly in a small tent he was assigned to, wearing the Leaf Village forehead protector he was given on his head. Lu Yun looked at himself in the small mirror, with short, dark hair, a black low-cut short-sleeved shirt, and white shorts. He carried a ninja sword on his back, a kunai holster strapped to his thigh, and a ninja tool bag behind his butt, a standard ninja outfit. Lu Yun looked at his dark eyes, with a calmness that bred a determination to make people feel pain. His current temperament carried Sasuke's arrogance and Pain's gaze overlooking all living beings. Anyway, it was a temperament that made people want to beat him up. Compared to the previous self who died miserably, Lu Yun had undergone earth-shattering changes in just 1 month. Lu Yun opened the tent flap, and a kunai attacked him, but Lu Yun easily grabbed Shizun's hand. Shizun's words were full of disappointment. Don't you cherish your life so much? Isn't it good to lie in bed properly? Lu Yun shook his head. Death is chasing me, and if I hesitate, I will become mediocre. Lu Yun let go of Shizun, and Shizun lowered her head and remained silent. The moon rose high, and ninjas were a group of people who lived in the darkness. Lu Yun looked at the dark world. Too many bonds will make me confused, strong thoughts and cherished memories will only make me weaker. I have already closed my eyes, the dark ninja world is waiting for me. Bullshit. Hanzaburo dragged an arm and walked past faintly. This place was a gathering place for injured ninjas, and he also lived here. I really don't know why you're working so hard. We commoner ninjas just come to the battlefield to muddle through. Even if you make great contributions, the rewards you get will be divided up by those ninja clans. Lu Yun ignored him and slowly walked towards the dark forest. Hey, do you have anyone at home? No. I'll set up a monument for you then, and I'll come to commemorate you every year, you brave warrior who stepped over the son of the Hokage. There was silence all around, and Lu Yun had already disappeared. Lu Yun, you must come back alive, Shizun shouted at the dark forest. Oh. Flying Cloud leaped through the branches of the forest, running for about 10 minutes, when he was suddenly drawn by the training of several people in the forest. Upon closer inspection, Flying Cloud saw that it was Kurenai Yuhi instructing his 3 genin. When Kurenai Yuhi saw Flying Cloud, she immediately greeted him, Flying Cloud. 3 shurikens flew quickly towards Flying Cloud's direction. Without even looking, Flying Cloud knew it was Asuma who threw them. He easily dodged them with a body flicker technique. Asuma, what are you doing? Kurenai Yuhi wanted to stop him. Asuma, holding a kunai, chased after Flying Cloud. Move Flying Cloud, stop. I'm not the same as before after learning how to climb trees with chakra. I'm going to return all the humiliation you gave me. Flying Cloud stood on a branch, glancing at him with the corner of his eye. He had already achieved his goal of using the Hokage's son, and Asuma was no longer of any value to him. Flying Cloud made a hand sign and immediately used the body flicker technique to leave, not even leaving a breeze for Asuma. Ah, come back. Flying Cloud's disregard made Asuma even more furious. Narayuji said with a sigh, body flicker technique, and he makes the hand sign so quickly. What a pity. Kurenai Yuhi was a bit clueless. What's a pity? Narayuji looked at the confused Kurenai Yuhi and the furious Asuma, who was angry at his own inability to catch up. He smiled and said, don't you know which direction he went? Where is that? Kurenai Yuhi's large red eyes seemed to speak, making Narayuji marvel at the girl's future ability to cause trouble. He glanced at Yui Shinku, who was still looking in the direction Flying Cloud had left, as if regretting the fall of a genius. Seeing that he didn't stop him, Narayuji continued, that's the front line of the war, where assassinations and attacks happen every day. Even special jonin only have a 50% survival rate. Kurenai Yuhi covered her mouth, her face filled with disbelief, but Flying Cloud isn't even a chunin yet. Narayuji glanced at Asuma, that's why I said it's a pity, isn't it? Kurenai Yuhi lowered her head, why? Why would the village send him to the most dangerous front line? No one spoke. Kurenai Yuhi seemed to realize something and suddenly looked up at Asuma. For the first time, she felt that this friend was so unfamiliar, and at the same time, the peaceful hidden leaf village of the past seemed to hide countless black whirlpools. Asuma turned his head away, clenching his fists tightly. Although he didn't participate in the Sarutobi family's transfer of Flying Cloud, he must have had the idea of getting rid of him in his heart. But this idea had faded a bit in the past few days of training and getting stronger. Asuma gradually realized his former arrogance. Flying Cloud's words made Asuma think deeply at night. In the past, he was too arrogant, and people around him would first consider his title as the Hokage's son when they spoke. Asuma looked seriously at Yuhi Shinku. Flying Cloud is someone who has fought on the battlefield, which is why he has become so strong in such a short time. Teacher, I also want to go to the battlefield. Yuhi Shinku said with some emotion. Asuma, you've finally grown up a bit. The wood sand front line, 40 kilometers away from the hidden leaf camp, is a very quiet forest. Quiet means that there is a hidden killing intent in the shadows. You can vaguely see large trees burned into charcoal by flames, traces of explosions on the ground, and a faint smell of blood in the air, with vultures lingering in the sky. Flying Cloud stood on a tree trunk, carefully looking at the map on the ninja assignment list. He now realized that he couldn't understand the hidden leaf's coded map at all. He didn't even know where he was. Forget it, never mind, keep going. Flying Cloud put the map back into the system space and continued running. He suddenly touched something like a wire when jumping on a tree trunk. Bang! The power of the exploding tag swept over Flying Cloud, and Flying Cloud was instantly blown into several pieces. Flying Cloud finally confirmed his location. He had run to the very center of the battle line. Ding! You were killed by Special Jonin Kageyama Hanpei's exploding tag, experience points plus 60. I think I've discovered something amazing. After a puff of white smoke, Flying Cloud felt completely refreshed. He licked his lips pervertedly. The feeling of returning to the battlefield was like conquering the world in a browser back then. Flying Cloud stretched his whole body, looking at his white shorts. His clothes were blown to shreds, but why were his pants okay? Do they even censor these things? The system's voice sounded, please don't dwell on these details, host. Flying Cloud shook his head. It's just like why the Scion's pants never break in Dragon Ball. Why do the Hulk's pants never tear? The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. Byakugan open. Flying Cloud immediately opened his Byakugan and looked sharply at the forest. It was full of too many traps around him, exploding tags, shurikens, steel wires, and poison. Not only was Flying Cloud not afraid, but he also took off his shirt and roared to the sky. Ha ha, let me feel the pain of war. Flying Cloud suddenly rushed forward and began to dance in the forest. Bang ding. You were killed by Special Jonin Kageyama Hanpei's exploding tag, experience points plus 50. Ding. You were shot by Special Jonin Kageyama Hanpei's poison needle, died from poisoning, experience points plus 50. Ding. You were shot to death by a shuriken from the Chunin supply unit, experience points plus 30. Ding. You were cut to death by Special Jonin Kageyama Hanpei's steel wire, experience points plus 50. As Flying Cloud kept dying, he suddenly remembered this Special Jonin Kageyama Hanpei. He was very good at setting traps. That must be why he was selected as a Special Jonin. The traps he set were very hidden. If Flying Cloud hadn't opened his Byakugan, he would definitely have been hit. But even if he opened his Byakugan, he would still be hit, just by more traps. Flying Cloud charged around in the forest. After an hour, the experience points only increased by 10 units. Flying Cloud stopped immediately. He had already cleared all the traps set by this Kageyama Hanpei and a few Chunin. He looked at the experience points he had accumulated, which had reached 2,250 points. Flying Cloud immediately entered the system interface. First, he spent 250 points on the Spirit, on his Chunin template, increasing his stats by 5 points. He had previously thought about hiding his Byakugan Kekei Genkai and his immortality ability, so he needed 2 Genjutsu. Flying Cloud had in-style chakra nature, which was enough for the basics of Genjutsu, and he had also been promoted from an all-around Genin to a Chunin. Now, Flying Cloud had also raised his mental strength to the mid-level of Chunin. Therefore, he already had the talent to learn genjutsu. Flying Cloud clicked on the ninjutsu development card interface. The remaining 2,000 experience points were just enough to exchange for a high-level genjutsu development card and a low-level genjutsu development card. High-level genjutsu development card successfully exchanged. Low-level genjutsu development card successfully exchanged. Flying Cloud took a high-level genjutsu development card and immediately said, "Develop a genjutsu that hides my secret of immortality, so that I can immediately turn into smoke when I get injured, so that others can't see whether I'm dead or not." The secret of immortality definitely couldn't be hidden. Flying Cloud needed a lot of deaths to accumulate experience points, so it was best to disguise it a bit. This kind of ninjutsu that simulates elementalization wasn't unheard of in the ninja world. The Hozuki clan's water transformation was a good explanation, which would reduce the greed from the village's interested parties. High-level genjutsu development card successfully triggered. According to the host's request, genjutsu development begins. Development progress 0%, 10%, 20%, 50%, 100%. Genjutsu development successful. Please name the genjutsu. Host. Let's call it Smoke Transformation Genjutsu. Naming successful. A ranked genjutsu Smoke Transformation Genjutsu added to the Ninshu Genjutsu scroll. A memory invaded Flying Cloud's mind, and Flying Cloud immediately learned the Smoke Transformation Genjutsu. Genjutsu is divided into real genjutsu and fake genjutsu. Real genjutsu is like the clone technique, which everyone can see but is a non-existent existence, like the second Mizukichi Hozuki Genjutsu's mirage. And fake genjutsu can only be seen by one person, as if they have fallen into a dream. Flying Cloud's Smoke Transformation Genjutsu was real genjutsu, just like the dark travel technique. You see darkness, but that is actually a way of using light. Raging Cloud suddenly stabbed his own abdomen with a knife, but instead of blood spurting out, white smoke billowed forth. Actually, there was blood, but it was obscured by the smoke. Raging Cloud laughed, thinking this would be a great explanation for many things in the future. After all, being able to resurrect infinitely and being immortal was just too shocking. Orochimaru would be drooling with envy. Next, Raging Cloud used a low-level genjutsu development card to create a genjutsu that could block his use of the Byakugan. Genjutsu development successful. Please name it. Host. I'll call it Iris Genjutsu. Naming successful. D-rank genjutsu added to the Ninshu Genjutsu scroll. Like the Smoke Transformation Genjutsu, Iris Genjutsu is also a type of realistic genjutsu. Raging Cloud activated his Byakugan and exchanged a little experience for a mirror from Sakura, looking at his own eyes. Initially, they were Byakugan eyes. But when Raging Cloud used Iris Genjutsu, his eyes would immediately change into ordinary black eyes, and the Iris Genjutsu would also mask the blue veins on his face. This way, Raging Cloud could use the Byakugan in public without being discovered in the future. Raging Cloud turned and looked at the smoke-filled forest. This kind of commotion would definitely attract the sand and leaf ninjas on the front lines, so he had to find the leaf's defensive positions as soon as possible. Ha! On a hidden tree trunk, Raging Cloud's Byakugan suddenly discovered a black code pointing in a certain direction. Raging Cloud didn't hesitate. He formed a hand seal and used body flicker technique towards that direction. Before long, Raging Cloud arrived at a hidden hillock. Moonlight shone down, illuminating a cave entrance covered in green vines. Inside the cave, the yellow candlelight was dim, but the sound of breathing was dense. The leading Jonin was carefully listening to the rock wall of the cave. The elite Chunin beside him asked, "What's going on? Did someone trigger a trap?" Even if they did, it couldn't be this big. The Jonin guessed, maybe the wild animals in the forest are startled and running around. A child's figure suddenly emerged from the vines at the cave entrance, bare-chested, holding an appointment sheet in his hand. In an instant, the 30 or so ninjas in the cave focused their attention on Raging Cloud, their killing intent palpable. Leaf Ninja. Raging Cloud felt a sense of foreboding. His Byakugan carefully examined the headbands of these ninjas. They were sand ninja headbands. Crap! I came to the wrong place. Outside the cave, he only used his Byakugan to notice a group of chakra signatures. He didn't carefully observe their attire before barging in. This was consistent with his fighting style, recklessly foolish. "Sorry for the intrusion. I'll leave immediately," Raging Cloud said politely and turned to run. 30 or so shurikens whistled through the air. Raging Cloud's head took the brunt of the shurikens, covered with about 10 of them, and his body was completely pierced by shurikens. In the blink of an eye, Raging Cloud was shot into a pile of minced meat. Ding! You were killed by several Sand Village ninjas using shurikens. Experience plus 100. The Sand Ninja's calm gazes were replaced by surprise. Not a single drop of blood from the shurikens appeared on Raging Cloud's body, and his wounds were surrounded by white smoke. In the instant the Sand Ninjas paused, Raging Cloud resurrected, retrieved the shurikens from his body into his system space, formed a hand seal, and used body flicker technique to run away. The leading Jonin became interested and waved his hand, saying, "Chase him. That kid's secret technique is a bit strange." In an instant, several figures burst through the vines at the cave entrance. 8 gates release formation, gate of opening, open. Raging Cloud opened the gate of opening, pushing his body's energy to the limit, concentrating all his chakra into his feet, and overexerting his chakra to escape. This was his second time running away, so he already had experience. Byakugan, open. Raging Cloud opened his Byakugan and looked back. About 500 meters behind him, a group of cold-blooded sand ninjas were chasing relentlessly with swords, like a pack of wolves hunting down a grass beast. The Jonin's body flicker technique was ultimately stronger than the Chunin's. Even if Raging Cloud overused the body flicker technique, they would still close the distance. Raging Cloud turned around and formed the multiple shadow clone jutsu hand seal. Instantly, 80 or so shadow clones emerged from his body. Seeing this, the leading Jonin behind him couldn't help but be surprised, so many shadow clones. Does he have that much chakra? What should we do? The leading Jonin ordered, "A few of you split up and chase him. Black Scorpion's sensory abilities are strong. I'll summon it." 20 or so ninjas split into several groups, chasing after the shadow clones in different escape directions. Raging Cloud ran about 200 meters when his Byakugan suddenly noticed a mound of earth rising from below. Immediately after, a giant scorpion the size of a 2-story building crawled out, exuding an ominous, like malicious chakra. Screech! Raging Cloud jumped quickly, leaping over the giant scorpion. The giant scorpion's tail was exceptionally agile. It easily swung its tail, and the sharp poisonous stinger pierced Raging Cloud's back, directly suspending him under the moonlight. Ding! You were killed by the advanced summoning beast Black Scorpion with its stinger. Experience plus 100. Thick white smoke emerged from Raging Cloud's body. He instantly resurrected and immediately exchanged for 60 explosive tags, covering his entire body with them. Black Scorpion, be careful! The Sand Ninja's leading Jonin shouted loudly. Explode! The violent explosion concentrated on a single point, forming a large fireball in the air, instantly blowing apart the Black Scorpion's tail. Ding! You were killed by your own explosive tags. Experience plus 2. A cloud of smoke instantly coalesced into Raging Cloud. Raging Cloud opened both the gate of opening and his Byakugan, once again sprinting in the opposite direction from the Sand Ninjas. The Sand Ninja's leading Jonin immediately summoned back his summoning beast, then burst forth with twice his speed, steadily keeping up with Raging Cloud. The Sand Ninja's feet seemed to be riding the wind, quickly catching up to Raging Cloud. Raging Cloud's Byakugan noticed him, turned around, and formed hand seals with both hands. Fire style, great fireball technique. The huge fireball was fired fiercely, and it looked like it was about to hit the Sand Ninja. The Sand Ninja's lips curled into a cold smile, and he quickly formed hand seals. In the world of the Byakugan, a vast amount of chakra condensed within the Sand Ninja's body. This made Raging Cloud realize that it was a very powerful wind-style technique. Sure enough, he guessed correctly. Wind-style, pressure damage. The powerful wind cannon was spat out from the Sand Ninja's mouth, even forming an airburst in the air, extinguishing Raging Cloud's great fireball in the blink of an eye. Whoosh 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 with a gust of wind, the roots of the trees within 100 meters around were all uprooted, and the raging wind instantly destroyed everything. Raging Cloud couldn't dodge such a powerful wind-style technique at all and could only be cut into pieces by the compressed tornado blades. Ding! You were killed by Jonin Yumekita using wind style. Experience plus 250. He didn't expect this Yumekita to be quite strong, almost half as good as Raza's magnet release secret technique, and his strength was comparable to that of an Umbu elite Jonin. Raging Cloud turned into a cloud of smoke, quickly resurrected, and continued to sprint. Seeing Raging Cloud unharmed, Yumekita's breath hitched. The ninjas chasing closely behind caught up with Yumekita. Captain, what exactly is going on with that leaf brat? Yumekita, who was knowledgeable, analyzed, it's similar to the Hozuki clan's waterification technique. Conventional physical attacks are useless against him. Then what should we do? Yumekita's subordinate ninja asked. Yumekita continued coldly, keep chasing. He's just a brat. How much chakra can he have? His secret technique won't last long. Understood. Yumekita reminded, Imai, you're an Earth-style ninja. Later, use your Earth-style to trap him. Understood, Captain. Raging Cloud escaped for another 10 minutes or so, and in the middle, he was held back by the Sand Ninja's summoning beast for some time, allowing the ninjas chasing behind to cast wind style on Raging Cloud several times. Ding! You were killed by Jonin Yumekita using wind release, experience points plus 240. After reviving, Lu Yun immediately opened the system interface, his eyes lit up, and he instantly exchanged for a fire release ninjutsu. Rank B ninjutsu fire release, ash pile burning has been successfully exchanged. Ash pile burning is a fire release ninjutsu used by Asuma, which can spew out a cloud of gunpowder from the mouth, followed by an explosion, causing continuous high temperature and explosive damage to the enemy. Die, brat! A Sand Village elite Chunin flashed past with a knife, and stabbed the knife into Liu Yun's heart. Immediately following, 3 Sand Ninjas surrounded Liu Yun. Liu Yun bared his teeth at them and smiled coldly, feel the pain. Liu Yun quickly formed hand seals, and the fire attribute chakra completed complex material transformations within his body, turning into a large cloud of gunpowder. Under the control of Byakugan vision, Liu Yun opened all 361 chakra points on his body, controlling the cloud of gunpowder to spew out. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 Sand Ninjas were enveloped in Liu Yun's black smoke. The Sand Ninjas smelled the gunpowder and sensed a bad omen. Run! Unfortunately, it was too late. Liu Yun lightly spat out a wisp of flame from his mouth. Rumble the explosions continued, and the black smoke was like thunderclouds in the sky, suppressing heart-palpitating destructive energy. Ding! You were killed by your own fire release, experience points plus 9. Liu Yun turned into a puff of white smoke and reassembled. Shurikens came whistling through the air, hitting Liu Yun's shoulder. Liu Yun endured the pain, turned around and used body flicker technique to run away. Yumekita looked at the Sand Ninjas who had been blasted into charcoal on the ground, feeling a pang of heartache in his heart. Damn brat, who knew he'd be so troublesome? Captain, what should we do? His smoke can explode, we can't get close to him easily. Yumekita gritted his teeth, 4 or 5 Sand Ninjas had died, this debt couldn't be settled just like that. Keep chasing, I don't believe his chakra is endless. Ding! You were poisoned to death by Special Jonin Kageta Hanpei's poison needle, experience points plus 5. After reviving, Liu Yun looked at a figure far away avoiding him. Brown hair, covered in knives, he finally saw the Special Jonin who was good at setting traps. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. A huge brown swamp suddenly appeared under Liu Yun's feet, and strong suction quickly pulled Liu Yun into it. Liu Yun immediately detonated the exploding tag stuck to his chest, turning into a cloud of smoke and slowly flying over the swamp of the underworld. Liu Yun had just revived when he was instantly enveloped by a shadow. Earth release barrier, Earth prison dome. Imai put down the hand seal, looked at his Earth release barrier, and sneered, I don't believe you can get out again. Yumekita walked forward, relieved. This was an advanced Earth release ninjutsu that could absorb chakra. Liu Yun, trapped inside, would slowly exhaust his chakra and no longer be able to cast that smoke transformation secret technique. Lu Yun exhausted all his experience points and exchanged them all for exploding tags. 60 or so exploding tags exploded instantly, and in an instant, the Earth release barrier was like a large bomb. Rumble Yumikita quickly reacted and used body flicker technique to take Kanai away, avoiding being engulfed by the explosion. Lu Yun blew up Kanai's Earth release barrier, instantly revived, and once again opened the gate of opening and used Byakugan body flicker technique to escape. Yumikita clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with a layer of blood. Damn brat, who knew he had such a huge chakra to explode? Could he be a descendant of the Senju clan? Captain, should we still chase? Yumikita looked at Liu Yun's back, which had already turned into a phantom, and glanced around before realizing that this was already within the station force range of the Konoha front line. Don't chase anymore, consider it our loss tonight, we'll meet this brat again another day. Yes, Captain. Seeing that the sand ninjas were no longer chasing him, Lu Yun suddenly stopped and slowly leaned against a tree. The forested night slowly quieted down, and although the cold wind was blowing and Liu Yun's naked upper body was a bit cold, his heart was very fiery. As expected, the battlefield was the most suitable for him. In just one night, he had mastered a rank A genjutsu, a rank D genjutsu, and a rank B fire release ninjutsu. The wind became colder, and Lu Yun exchanged Sasuke's white clothes from the system space, removed the Uchiha clan crest on the back, and put them on. These clothes are really showy, and can casually expose the chest. It's simply the Pinru version of Uchiha clothing. Before Lu Yun could be flamboyant for long, several ninjas wearing green vests suddenly surrounded him. The Konoha forehead protector on their foreheads made Lu Yun breathe a sigh of relief. He had finally run to the right place this time. The leading Konoha Jonin carefully examined Lu Yun. So young? Lu Yun took out his appointment letter from behind and handed it to the Konoha Jonin. The Jonin took it and looked at it carefully, then sized up Liu Yun's whole body. Mu Lu Yun, Genin? The surrounding companions couldn't help but glance in surprise. The village sent a genin to the front line. What was the purpose? The Jonin returned Liu Yun's appointment letter and glanced at Lu Yun with pity. I wonder who you offended. To be sent to this kind of death pit. Lu Yun didn't speak. The Jonin didn't say much, and took Lu Yun to the small base on the front line, casually found a tent, and settled Lu Yun in. Tonight was already very late, and the Jonin told Lu Yun to register and report tomorrow. Nothing happened overnight. The next day, the weather was clear. Lu Yun took the appointment letter and went around to a cave. There were 2 special Jonin guarding the outside, proving that there was a big shot inside. Don't look at the simple exterior of the cave, the interior is actually very sophisticated, with an interior structure created by Earth Release ninjas, and the lighting is very good. A dark-skinned, strong middle-aged man carefully examined Lu Yun, and suddenly sneered, I heard that there is a civilian genin who dares to step on the head of the Hokage's son. It seems to be you. Lu Yun didn't speak, his gaze moved down, and he noticed the middle-aged man's name. Shimura Aso. A member of the Shimura clan, a clansman of Danzo the Old Dog. He shouldn't be a good thing either. Shimura Aso wrote and drew on a piece of paper, and then had Lu Yun take it. Lu Yun looked carefully. It was a garrison point on the front line. That's your defense line, A Area 8th front line. You have to defend against the attacking sand ninjas there. Lu Yun looked again carefully at the place he was stationed. Located in the most remote place on the Konoha Suna front line, it also means that it will be a place where ninjas often cross the border to sneak attacks. Lu Yun was slightly happy in his heart, the more dangerous the better. Shimura Aso had been paying attention to Liu Yun's expression, and saw that the other party was not resistant, but rather slightly happy. Shimura Aso was puzzled again. Is he happy to go to a place to die? Or is this guy already stupid? Shimura Aso waved his hand impatiently. He still had many things to do. Get out. Don't get in my way here. Lu Yun glanced coldly at Shimura Aso, then turned and left. Lu Yun walked out of the cave, followed by the pitying gaze of 2 special Jonin. Lu Yun ignored them, and with a flash of his figure, he directly used body flicker technique to leave. One of the special Jonin was a little strange. The hand seals he just used for the body flicker technique seemed to be missing a few. His companion shook his head. You must have seen wrong, right? Maybe. Shimura Aso's voice came from the inner room. Chijiro, pay attention to that guy these 2 days, report to me immediately after he dies. Yes, sir. Lu Yun probably traveled about 10 kilometers quickly, and soon arrived at his station area on the A Area 8th front line. On a bare small mountain, there were many stones, and there was no defensible terrain around, making it a very bad defensive area. Lu Yun crossed the rocky mountain and noticed some skeletal remains, fresh ones, not long dead. In a place where a large rock was half slanted, Lu Yun crawled in, sat cross-legged on the ground, placed his hands on his knees, and formed a hand seal. 8 gates release formation, gate of opening open. Lu Yun released the restrictions on his brain domain, unleashing 100% of his body's energy, slowly burning his body's energy for about a minute. Lu Yun formed the hand seal for shadow clone technique. Multiple shadow clone technique. 120 shadow clones surrounded him. With Lu Yun's command, all the shadow clones went to train. Lu Yun sat cross-legged on the spot, stretched out his right hand, and slowly condensed a chakra ball. Gradually, a light blue chakra ball condensed in Lu Yun's palm, rotating in a chaotic manner. That's right, Lu Yun was training the Rasengan. His chakra control ability had reached the mid-stage of the Chunin template, and he also possessed the Byakugan to precisely control chakra flow. His chakra control ability was completely comparable to the special Jonin outside, and plus Lu Yun had a complete set of Rasengan training methods. This technique was not difficult for him. The system's voice then sounded, detected that the host is self-developing the Rasengan ninjutsu. The Rasengan ninjutsu development template is now open. Lu Yun looked at the system interface in his iris, and suddenly there was an extra ninjutsu development template. Rasengan development progress, 0.1%. Lu Yun hurriedly called back all his shadow clones and asked them to give up other ninjutsu training and concentrate on the development of the Rasengan. Soon, the development of the Rasengan was on the right track. Rasengan development progress, 0.2%. Rasengan development progress, 0.3%. Soon at camp, Raza looked at the intelligence written by the frontline commander, Mabuki, and then handed the intelligence sheet to Ebizo. Ebizo was the wise man of Suna and quickly saw the key point: smoke transformation, explosion, ineffective physical attacks. Is this that kid from back then? Raza replied, it must be. I don't know what changes have occurred in him, but only that kid has this characteristic. Ebizo was a little puzzled. Smoke transformation: when that kid is subjected to physical attacks, he turns into a cloud of smoke, without wound or blood characteristics. How is it different from Shang's research report? Raza shook his head. I tried it back then, turning that kid directly into a pile of blood foam, and he was indeed dead at that time. Ebizo stroked his beard. It should be bloodline evolution. He is gradually becoming familiar with his bloodline ability, which may be the secret of his immortality. His main body is a cloud of smoke, similar to the Hozuki clan's water transformation. Raza said firmly, even so, his research value has not diminished in the slightest. Our Suna village must obtain him. Suddenly, he commanded the Anbu Jonin next to him, go and call Mai and the others over. We need to form a sealing operation team to capture that damn kid. Rasengan self-development progress, 100%. Congratulations to the host for successfully developing the ninjutsu Rasengan. Lu Yun jumped up from the ground. He hadn't eaten or drank for 2 days and 2 nights, and he had died from chakra exhaustion more than 10 times. His shadow clones had been divided into at least several thousand, and finally he had successfully developed the Rasengan in a very short period of time. Lu Yun picked up his sword and slashed it towards his neck. He was now mentally very weak and needed to be reborn to recover. After being resurrected, Lu Yun stretched out his right hand, and the chakra in his body continued to condense towards his hand. Rotate. Compress. Maintain. Gradually, a blue chakra ball condensed in Lu Yun's hand, with chaotic chakra flow inside. It looked like a compressed miniature typhoon, but it contained extremely powerful power. Lu Yun slammed it towards the ground, and the Rasengan burst out with powerful impact and twisting force, creating a 3-meter wide pit in the ground. Lu Yun muttered, as expected of an A-rank ninjutsu, it's so powerful. Lu Yun then looked at his palm, which was covered with many wounds. The effects of force are mutual, and the reaction force of the Rasengan also caused some damage to his hand. It's just that this kind of damage is not as great as the wind-style Rasen Shuriken. After practicing Rasengan for a while, Lu Yun found a stone to sit on, opened his Byakugan, and observed the movements within 1 kilometer. It had been 2 days, and not a single Suna ninja had come. Lu Yun was a little anxious. If they didn't come, he would have to take the initiative and go out to give them his head. Ha! In the Byakugan's vision, Lu Yun suddenly discovered a blue chakra mass, which was about the same as his chakra. Well, even if the ant is small, it's still meat, Chunin it is. Lu Yun's appetite had been spoiled, and he was gradually looking down on Chunin. The Suna Chunin was a young Chunin, about 17 or 18 years old, wearing a light brown Suna ninja vest, and was now vigilantly looking around. Suddenly, a teenager appeared abruptly in front of him. The night was dark, and the person who suddenly appeared was like a ghost. The Suna ninja was taken aback, as he was inherently afraid of ghosts. But his qualities as a ninja quickly calmed him down. He pounced like a tiger and strangled Lu Yun's neck with his arm. Who are you? Why are you here? The Suna ninja was a little strange. Such a low-level ninja should not appear on the front lines of this war. Lu Yun said angrily, "Why are you nagging? Just kill me." The Suna ninja was even more strange. He had never seen anyone so eager to die. He continued to ask, "What intelligence do you have from Konoha? Hand it over quickly, and I can consider sparing your life." Lu Yun shook his head. He was indeed a Chunin who only wasted time. He suddenly exerted force and struck the Suna ninja's abdomen with an elbow. Ah! The Suna ninja cried out in pain and immediately released Lu Yun. He didn't expect a young man to have such great strength. Lu Yun landed and watched the Suna ninja drawing his sword from behind, vigilantly staring at Lu Yun, seeming to have realized that Lu Yun's age and strength were inconsistent. Lu Yun slowly walked closer, without any defense. The Suna ninja took 2 steps back, completely unable to figure out Lu Yun's moves, fearing that the other party had tricks up his sleeve. Lu Yun bent down, exposing his neck to the Suna ninja, and said in his mouth, "Come on, cut here." Suna ninja? The Suna ninja hesitated for 2 seconds, and took 2 steps back, fearing that Lu Yun had some kind of trick, so he didn't act. Lu Yun glanced at him with disappointment, directly turning on the second pillar's tone. "That's why you Suna ninjas are just a bunch of trash dug out of the desert. I'm offering you my head, and you still won't cut it." What did you say? Although the desert people live a hard life, they are resilient. Hearing Lu Yun insult their Suna, the Suna ninja's heart surged with boundless anger. Lu Yun nodded, as expected of the second pillar that makes people gnash their teeth. Lu Yun handed his head over. "Hurry up, desert trash, my time is precious." Dare to say I'm trash? The Suna ninja hardened his heart and slashed down with his silver sword. In an instant, blood splattered, and the Suna ninja's face was covered with Lu Yun's blood. He couldn't help but be stunned. Did he kill the other party? Did he not have some grand conspiracy? Ding! You were killed by Chunin Amori River with a knife, experience plus 30. Then a cloud of white smoke enveloped him, and Lu Yun, wearing Sasuke's white clothes, recovered from the white smoke. Because it was just a Chunin and there was no one else around, Lu Yun didn't use his smoke transformation illusion to waste chakra. Yu Amori River had just watched Lu Yun's head fall to the ground, but he didn't expect the other party to be resurrected. Lu Yun took 2 steps closer, and Amori River was a little scared and took several steps back. "Are you a human or a ghost?" Lu Yun handed his head over again. "Do it again." Descen's face was full of fear, he was scared. Lu Yun's tone turned cold. "I said, again." Okay. Descen handed the knife over and slashed at Lu Yun's head again with force. Ding! You were killed by Descen with a knife, experience plus 20. Lu Yun let Descen kill him twice more, gaining 65 experience points. The fear on Descen's face reached its peak. He trembled as he held the ninja sword, not daring to look at Lu Yun at all. Lu Yun's blood splattered all over him, and this eerie appearance reminded Descent of some bad things. Legends say that the wandering souls on the battlefield linger in the world, seeking living people to absorb their essence. The more Descent thought about it, the more afraid he became. He was just an ordinary sand ninja who had only recently been promoted to chunin. He was sent here to scout information because he had offended his superior. Lu Yun slowly walked towards Desen. Desen trembled as he spoke. "Why you? Don't come over here." Seeing the other party looking frightened, Lu Yun smiled and continued to walk forward. Desen turned around and ran. Lu Yun caught up and kicked Desen in the back with a body flicker technique. Desen rolled forward in a sorry state. When he stood up, he immediately suppressed the horror in his heart and quickly formed hand seals. Wind style, great breakthrough. A storm spewed out from Desen's mouth, and the raging wind blades were like sharp knives. Lu Yun stood quietly in front, wiping his waist, his white clothes open at the chest, extremely arrogant and also incredibly seductive. The white wind blades arrived, but Lu Yun didn't dodge. "Hey! I'm not dodging, just playing around." The wind blade sliced across Lu Yun's throat, blood splattered, and Lu Yun slowly fell. Ding! You were killed by Chunin Desen using wind style, experience plus 40. Desen seized the opportunity and fled forward like a startled rabbit. After Lu Yun revived, a mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he disappeared into the night forest like the wind. Huff, huff. Desen breathed rapidly, his chest rising and falling. Even so, he still desperately fled. He was jumping on a tree when suddenly, a shadow appeared in front of him, hanging upside down on the branch, and suddenly sticking out a blood-red tongue. The tongue was stretched out very long, and the face was covered in blood. It was Lu Yun's face. Desen's heart stagnated, he screamed and directly broke the branch under his feet, falling down. Lu Yun jumped down, drifting eerily towards Desen. Desen lay on the ground with a face full of fear, moving backwards non-stop, kicking his legs wildly. Don't come over here, use ninjutsu on me." Okay. Desen was completely scared out of his wits and immediately gathered chakra to form hand seals, his cheeks bulging. Wind style, air bullet. Desen spat out a ball of strong wind from his mouth. Although his air bullet was not as big as Shikaku's, the tearing force on it could easily tear apart human flesh. The strong wind passed through Lu Yun's chest, directly tearing apart his internal organs. Ding! You were killed by Chunin Desen using wind style, experience plus 45. Desen's wind style was very powerful, it was already his strongest ninjutsu. After Lu Yun revived, he didn't get up immediately. He planned to tease this sand ninja who was a little afraid of ghosts. Desen lay on the ground for a long time. Seeing that Lu Yun's body didn't get up again, he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Don't be afraid, you are already a chunin, a pillar of the village. Desen then regained his confidence as a sand village chunin, stood up, and slowly approached Lu Yun. Lu Yun's face still retained his facial expression before death, his eyes were bulging, and his mouth was wide open. Is this a person or a ghost? Desen slowly squatted down, hesitated for a moment, and slowly brought his hand closer to Lu Yun. The moment he touched Lu Yun suddenly opened his eyes, his bloodshot eyes like a fierce ghost reborn. Ghost! Ghost! Desen screamed, turned around suddenly, and ran into the dark forest without looking back. He. Lu Yun smiled wickedly, and then used the body flicker technique again to catch up with Desen, guiding him to use ninjutsu to attack Lu Yun. Ding! You were killed by Chunin Desen using wind style, experience plus 30. Ding! You were killed by Chunin Desen using wind style, experience plus 20. Ding! You were beaten to death by Chunin Desen with random punches, experience plus 10. After Lu Yun revived, he looked at Desen, whose eyes were already dull and lifeless. He slowly walked forward. Desen seemed to be frightened by something, digging at the mud on the ground with both hands. He was planning to burrow into it to avoid Lu Yun. Lu Yun stood in front of him, looking at Desen, who had already gone crazy, and slowly said, "Scared silly, the quality of sand ninjas is really bad." Of course, Desen would be scared silly. Normal people would be afraid to see a human covered in blood who couldn't die at night. In addition, Desen was afraid of ghosts, and Lu Yun kept pranking and frightening him. Desen's psychological defenses were impacted again and again, and he was finally scared silly. Lu Yun shook his head and looked at the experience points he had accumulated, reaching 205 points. He did everything he could to guide Descent to attack him, wasting an hour to get so little, not as much as an elite jonin getting from using ninjutsu. Seeing Descent still digging at the mud, truly crazy, and no longer a threat to Lu Yun. Lu Yun's figure flashed and returned to his defense zone. He leaned against the big rock from before, opened the system interface, and glanced at his Chunin template. Lu Yun used all his experience points to increase his physical strength. Speed increased by 2 points, and strength increased by 2 points. He stood up and waved his hand, feeling that his physical strength was no less than that of some adults, and even surpassed them. Moreover, Lu Yun's speed had reached the high level of the Chunin level, light as the wind. After experiencing the changes in his body, Lu Yun opened the 8 gates, overstimulated the extraction of chakra. This time, with the increase in physical strength, he could separate 125 shadow clones. Lu Yun's chakra bottomed out. He immediately lay on the ground and ordered the shadow clones to practice, while he slept alone on the rock. The next day, the sound of someone triggering an exploding tag woke Lu Yun. Lu Yun slowly opened his eyes. The sun was already high in the sky, and the whole world was covered in light. Lu Yun, who had been living in darkness, felt a little uncomfortable. Soon, a figure flashed down from below. Lu Yun recognized the appearance. It was one of the 2 guards of Shimura Masao. Jujiro was carrying a ninja sword on his back and had some gunpowder smell on him, which he had picked up from triggering the exploding tag trap just now. He looked at Lu Yun, unharmed, wearing a white robe, looking calm and relaxed. Jujiro was a little surprised. "I didn't expect you to still be alive." His words were straightforward, without any consideration for Lu Yun's feelings. Lu Yun chuckled. "You want to collect my corpse that much? Kid, I'm a special jonin, your superior, watch your mouth." Lu Yun curled his lips. "I dare to step on the Hokage's son, let alone a mere dog of the Shimura family." "What did you say?" Lu Yun said word by word. "I said you are a dog of the Shimura family." Courting death. Jujiro leaped forward suddenly, wanting to punch Lu Yun in the chest. With his speed, a genin couldn't dodge it at all. But Lu Yun suddenly turned around and kicked Jujiro in the shoulder, using the force to jump on the rock. Lu Yun looked down at Jujiro, as if looking at a reptile. Jujiro couldn't stand this kind of gaze similar to Sasuke, and his teeth itched with hatred. After a long time, he smiled coldly and slowly relaxed his clenched fist. "With such taijutsu, no wonder you can survive, but things may not be so good later." Lu Yun sat down and continued to stare coldly at Jujiro. Chojiro dropped a small cloth bag. "This is your supplies. I'll be back in 2 days, and I'll collect your corpse then." Pooey. A mouthful of saliva was spat down from above, hitting Chojiro right in the forehead. "You little brat." Chojiro, his eyes full of anger, directly drew the ninja sword from his back. Ryan made hand seals, multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, 80-odd shadow clones surrounded him. More than 80 pairs of eyes stared fiercely at Chojiro like vicious wolves. Chojiro sneered, "So what if you've mastered a forbidden technique? Offending a major ninja clan means only one thing for you." Ryan waved his hand. "Give his whole family my regards. Your mom." In an instant, Ryun's henchmen opened fire, with no repetition in their foul language. Chojiro couldn't out-curse more than 80 mouths, so he dropped a harsh word and fled in panic. Ryun's henchmen all flipped Chojiro off, expressing their disdain. That night, the cold wind from the night attacked the small hill. Ryun lay under a large rock, using it to resist the cold wind. By the light of the candle he exchanged for points, he quietly flipped through Jiraiya's Make-Out Paradise, becoming parched from reading. A cold voice echoed in Ryan's ears, "Is that book really that good?" Ryan glanced at the sand clock forehead protector on the ninja's head. It was a Sand Village ninja who had slipped into his defenses while he was studying. "What do you sand eaters know?" Ryan ignored the other party and continued reading, letting the sand ninja put the knife to his neck. And not long after, Ryan had his hands cut off, and the sand ninja carried him to a place. For sand ninjas were already waiting there, roasting a cage of fire, silently driving away the severe cold of the night. In Ryun's Byakugan, two were elite Chunin, and the other, wrapped tightly, was a special Jonin. And the one binding him was also a special Jonin. The special Jonin who was wrapped tightly glanced at Ryun, her voice clear. She was a woman. A child is defending here? What is Konoha thinking? The Chunin next to her waved his hand. Perhaps Konoha wants to send him to die, or perhaps he really has something special? The Chunin looked at Ryun's severed arm and shook his head. Looks like it's the former. Ryun looked around, a little disappointed. He hadn't waited for a Jonin, but instead waited for 4 ninjas who weren't high enough level. He immediately cursed, "Why did the Sand Village send 4 trash like you here to die? Courting death." The ninja holding Ryun threw Ryun away, hitting the rock and shaking it a few times. Ryun stood up, and one of the elite Chunin flashed out, slashing at Ryun's neck with a knife. "Don't move, say everything you need to say, and I'll give you a quick death." Ryun sneered. "Why should I, Ryun of Konoha, do what you say? I insist on moving." He struggled violently, the sand ninja's face turned fierce, and he slashed directly, but no blood spurted out. Instead, a cloud of white smoke sprayed from Ryun's neck. Ding! You were killed by Chunin Shirai with a knife, experience plus 30. Shirai looked at the unscathed Ryun in shock. Realizing that the atmosphere was wrong, the 2 people roasting the fire also stood up. The ninja who had cut off Ryun's hands earlier noticed Ryun's hand, which was emitting white smoke, and the arm had grown back. Ryun's mouth curled into a Sasuke-like smile, and he said quite arrogantly, "No matter how many insects there are, they are still insects, and even the most immature hawk can soar in the sky. You insects, come at me together now." Ryun was about to start dancing when he was suddenly stopped by a force. He looked down at his limbs, which were tied by blue lines. Chakra threads. Ryun turned to look at the sand ninja who was tightly wrapped. Puppet Master. The puppet master's voice was very deep, "Come with us. Our sand village will figure out the strangeness in you." Ryun wasn't intimidated by the other party, but instead smiled, "Going to the sand village camp again? You've really forgotten the pain after your wounds have healed. Don't you remember being blown all over the place by me back then? Could it be?" Shirai looked at Ryun seriously. "The Sand Village camp was attacked 10 days ago, was that you?" Ha ha ha. Ryun's face was full of Sasuke's maniacal laughter. "That's right, Sand Village insects, you captured the hawk's son. The fury of the raptor is something you insects cannot bear." Arrogant. The puppet master said coldly, and at the same time, the chakra threads controlled in his hand suddenly pulled, directly dislocating Ryun's joints in his limbs. Ryun gritted his teeth, still smiling. He was already numb to pain. This little pain was like a needle prick. "Do you know why I can attack the Sand Village camp as a genin?" "Why?" The puppet master felt that he had grasped the situation and became interested. "Because I am an immortal ninja." As Ryun's voice fell, dozens of explosive tags were directly tied to his body, burning with sparks. Explode. Retreat quickly. The ninja who cut off Ryun's hands quickly retreated. Boom! The sound of the exploding tags was very loud, forming a huge cloud of smoke and fire on the small hill at night. A cloud of smoke condensed, and Ryun slowly revived. He opened his eyes, and the internal organs of a corpse on the ground were blown away. It was Shirai just now. He didn't dodge Ryun's explosive tag explosion. Ryun didn't feel sorry. After all, he was just a Chunin, and even if he was farmed to death, he would only have 200-odd points. Wind release, wind cutter technique. An angry shout came from behind Ryun. Ryun turned around, directly opened his arms, and accepted the penetration of the wind blade with a full smile. In the blink of an eye, the wind passed through his bones, and Ryun shattered into pieces. Ding! You were killed by Special Jonin Hataka using wind release, experience plus 70. Smoke rose, and Ryun revived again, turning his mocking gaze to Special Jonin Hataka. "The death of your partner, it's very painful, right? Damn it." Hataka drew his sword, quickly approached, and slashed hard at Ryun's head. Ryun looked at him with a smiling face, not dodging. "Ah. Just playing around." The knife passed, and the head fell to the ground. Ding! You were killed by Special Jonin Hataka using a ninja sword, experience plus 50. Just like before, Ryun's body didn't splatter blood, but instead a cloud of white smoke enveloped the severed neck. The smoke reassembled, and Hataka took a breath and made hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. Hataka wanted to use his wind to blow away Ryun's smoke, but it was useless. The wind couldn't move the smoke, because the smoke was just an illusion. After the wind release, Ryun stood on the ground again. He arrogantly hooked his little finger at Hataka. Come on, I'll just stand here, let you attack. If I move a step, I'll immediately take your last name. Hataka's eyes were full of anger, and he made hand seals, when suddenly a voice stopped him. Hataka, calm down. Ryun turned his head to look. It was the other two sand ninjas. One of them, the puppet master, moved the chakra threads and collected Shirai's body. Don't let his words affect a ninja's judgment. The puppet master slowly stood in front of and behind Hataka, his deep voice carrying a calmness. Rikako continued calmly, it's a pity about Shirai's death, but that's the fate of a ninja, to die at the hands of others. Rikako. Shirai was our childhood friend. Ho-Ho whispered. Rikako shook her head. Don't think about that, let's get rid of this weird kid first. Ryuyan was a little impatient. What are you guys chattering about? Hurry up and come at me. These sand ninjas are like this, still chatting idly during battle. Rikako's eyes, covered by black cloth, flashed with cold light, her fingers dancing as chakra threads instantly controlled Ryuyan. Immediately afterwards, the ground beneath Ryuyan rose, and a puppet similar to a black ant opened its abdomen, capturing Ryuyan in an instant. It turned out that Rikako, while talking to Ho-Ho, controlled her puppet to sneak under Ryuyan. Rikako's capture puppet trapped Ryuyan, and Rikako pulled hard with her right hand. Dozens of blades pierced into the abdomen of the captured puppet. Ding! You have been killed by Special Jonin Rikako's puppet, experience plus 60. Seeing no movement from inside the puppet, Rikako's deep voice reached Ho-Ho's ears. Now, I have avenged Shirai. An arrogant laughter came from Rikako's puppet. Ha ha ha. Sand ninja, I'm not dead yet, you can't avenge him. Speaking of which, I've killed quite a few sand ninjas, why hasn't the information been disseminated? Sending you one by one to my place to die. Are the higher-ups in Suna playing you guys? Rikako was provoked. Damn kid. Her chakra threads continued to dance. Ding! You have been killed by Special Jonin Rikako's puppet, experience plus 50. Ha ha ha. I've told you sand ninjas countless times, I'm an immortal ninja, you can't kill me no matter how you try. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Ding! You have been killed by Special Jonin Rikako's puppet, experience plus 30. Ding! Rikako killed Ryuyan 5 more times, and in the end, he could only contribute 10 units of experience. Ryuyan gradually lost the mood to play with them. Ryuyan opened the exchange interface, scrolled directly to the 8 gates section. He now had 400 experience points, and the second gate, the Gate of Rest, cost exactly 400 points to exchange. Host successfully exchanged for the 8 gates, Gate of Rest. The Gate of Rest is located in the brain. It can remove physical fatigue restrictions, excessively drain the body's energy to restore strength, and offset the fatigue caused by the energy consumption rate of opening the gate. Ryuyan felt another restriction within his brain loosen, and immediately shouted. 8 gates formation, first gate of opening, open. Second gate of rest, open. With 2 gates opened in a row, the chakra within Ryuyan's body was continuously released. If the previous Ryuyan was an opening gate engine sports car, then now he was a fast sports car with a rest gate engine installed. With 2 gates opened simultaneously, the speed at which the body's power burned and released chakra became faster. Byakugan, open. Ryuyan quickly formed a hand seal, and the 361 chakra points in his body quickly released gunpowder smoke. Fire style ash pile burning. Black smoke suddenly billowed out, instantly engulfing Rikako and Ho-Ho. Ho-Ho quickly smelled the strong gunpowder smell and lunged towards Rikako. Rikako, dodge. Sparks flew, and explosions continued. When the smoke cleared, Ryuyan transformed into a plume of white smoke that slowly coalesced. He was wearing a Pinru version of Sasuke's white clothes, with a thick black belt tied around his waist, like a black snake. He slowly walked out of the thick smoke. Cough cough. Ho-Ho's back was burned by the fire style, and the skin on it was all burned and festering, coughing up blood continuously. Ho-Ho Rikako shouted worriedly. Ryuyan exchanged a ninja sword from the system space and slowly walked towards Rikako and Ho-Ho. Although he only had the qualities of a chunin, he was equipped with high-level ninjutsu and the ability to be immortal. A special jonin was only slightly stronger than a chunin to him. A figure stood in front of Ryuyan, another sand ninja who had been looking for an opportunity on the side. That sand ninja said to Ho-Ho and Rikako behind him, "You guys go, I'll hold him back. Pass on the information about this guy to the village as soon as possible, so that others can be careful." Inada. Rikako helped Ho-Ho up, looking at Inada with some reluctance. Inada's words were full of determination. "Go now, or it'll be too late." "Inada, be careful." Rikako gritted her teeth and immediately took Ho-Ho away with body flicker technique. Ryuyan scratched his head speechlessly. Hey. What are you guys doing? For Chunin and Jonin bullying one genin, making me look like the big villain. Inada glared at Ryuyan, gripping the sword in his hand. "You're not an ordinary genin. Your smoke-like bloodline limit means that any physical attack won't harm you. Moreover, the chakra in your body has never decreased from beginning to end. Are you a descendant of the Senju, or a Jinchuriki of Konoha?" Ryuyan didn't answer him, his Byakugan fixed on the direction Rikako and the others escaped. Then he glanced at Inada. "I won't dodge, I'll give you a chance to use ninjutsu on me." Arrogant. Inada cursed in his heart and immediately formed a hand seal. Summoning technique. With his summoning, a yellow scorpion as tall as a one-story building crawled out of the white smoke. "Saraimaru, let's go together." Ryuyan's Byakugan looked at the chakra inside the scorpion summon. The chakra of beast was higher than human, although huge, but impure, cannot be accurately grasped. Ryuyan stuck the sword on the ground, opened his arms, and faced the huge sand scorpion and Inada on the sand scorpion. "I said, I won't dodge. Show me your strongest ninjutsu." 40 seconds later, Ryuyan pulled the sword out of Inada's chest. He turned his head and looked at Inada's summoning beast, covered in burns from fire style. Both big pincers were charred. But the opponent was not summoned back to its own summoning world, it suppressed the nature of being summoned back after being injured. Squeak, squeak. Inada's scorpion summon struggled to approach Inada, and Ryuyan made way for it. Inada's mouth was full of blood, and he trembled as he placed his hand on the scorpion summon's exoskeleton. "Saraimara, thank you for the 10 years together." Squeak. As the man died, the scorpion summon also closed its eyes. Ryuyan turned his head. "This is the world of ninjas, either you kill me, or I kill you." This pair provided him with 300 experience points, which was nothing in his career, but the deep feelings of this master and servant slightly touched him. Ryuyan shook his head, shaking off the emotions in his heart. Kindness represents the degeneration of a ninja. He opened the 2 gates of the 8 gates formation, formed the instantaneous body technique seal, and immediately rushed towards Rikako and Ho-Ho. He didn't want to be discovered by the higher-ups of Suna so early. Ryuyan needed time to grow quickly here. The sacrifice of Inada bought Rikako and Hataka time to escape, but they didn't consider Ryuyan's chakra reserves. Ryuyan's chakra level is only that of a chunin, but after resurrection, his chakra recovers instantly, equivalent to inexhaustible chakra. Ryuyan kept the 8 gates activated for body flicker technique, opening the second gate, the gate of rest, which made Ryuyan burn his body's energy faster, and the body flicker technique was twice as fast as before. But the fatigue also doubled, and Ryuyan wiped his neck twice on the way before finally finding the 2 in a cave. If his Byakugan hadn't been active all the time, he probably would have lost track of Rikako and Hataka. Ryuyan threw kunai with explosive tags into the cave, and Rikako and Hataka were immediately forced out. After the explosion, Rikako looked at Ryuyan with a grim face. "Inada, he?" Ryuyan spun his blade, a cruel smile appearing on his lips. "You two will be seeing him soon." Damn it! Rikako cursed inwardly. She and Hataka had been rushing with chakra, and now their chakra was running low. Hataka's face was pale, and he weakly opened his eyes, gently pushing Rikako. Escape, I'll hold him off. Hataka. Ryuyan suddenly used body flicker technique, directly piercing Rikako's chest with a knife. I don't have that much time to listen to your nonsense. Rikako Hataka wanted to reach out to save her, but could only watch the woman he loved die at the hands of another. Ho, Taka, I love. Before she could finish the last word, Rikako slowly fell down, and the black cloth on her head slipped off. Light brown hair fell slightly, her fair face like exquisite jade, the desert's beauty. This was probably her. Ryuyan regretfully looked away. Different camps meant life or death was unavoidable. Aiya Hataka roared, as if he had lost his soul. According to Naruto's style, there should be a flashback of at least 10 minutes here, but Ryuyan didn't have that time. Ryuyan slowly approached with his knife. Hataka suddenly moved, and a light blue chakra ignited on his body. The chakra became thicker and thicker, suddenly shifting to a deep blue color. Wind release secret technique, 100 kill wind blades. Hundreds of wind blades appeared out of nowhere around Hataka, each a meter long, with the wailing sound of wind tearing through the air. Ryuyan looked at Hataka's final dance with fervor. Ha ha ha, let me, Murian, bear your final dance. Hataka endured the pain throughout his body, extracting all the chakra from his body and releasing it into the wind blades. 100 kill wind blades, release. Hundreds of wind blades shot towards Ryuyan. Ryuyan directly stuck his sword into the ground, his white clothes falling down, exposing his upper body, and opened his arms fervently to welcome this massive attack. Hundreds of wind blades covered the entire area around Ryuyan. Even if he wanted to use body flicker technique, he couldn't dodge these wind blades. Swish swish swish, hundreds of vacuum wind blades pierced through the air, easily penetrating Ryuyan's flesh, internal organs, and bones. Ryuyan was directly shattered into pieces, and even the sword he had stuck in the ground was shot into fragments by the wind blades. Ding! You were killed by Special Jonin Hataka using wind release, experience plus 300. Hataka's final wind release secret technique was extremely powerful, directly exceeding the limit of ordinary wind release techniques and reaching the level of an A-rank ninjutsu. Cough cough. Hataka coughed blood and slowly knelt down. His chakra was exhausted, and his life was coming to an end. Keiko. Hataka fell down, struggling to crawl towards Rikako's body. He crawled closer, wanting to grab Rikako's hand, but found that he couldn't muster any strength. Move. Move quickly. Feeling his life rapidly fading away, Hataka struggled fiercely in his heart. A hand grabbed Rikako's hand and slowly placed it on Hataka's hand. Hataka realized everything, but he didn't have the mind to care. His mouth moved. Keiko, wait for me. His eyes closed, and he died. Fire release, great fireball technique. Ryuyan's fire release was released, as if it were a fire of offering to these lovers in troubled times. After Ryuyan returned to his post, he cleaned up the traces of the battle and the corpses of the sand ninjas. After doing all this, he sat on the large rock that sheltered him from the wind and rain. He closed his eyes, letting the cold night wind blow. He had always thought that the faces of sand ninjas were cold and ruthless, but today this team made him realize otherwise. Ninjas are also living people and have emotions. That's why Danzo is dedicated to erasing the emotions of ninjas and cultivating truly ruthless ninjas. The ruthlessness of Sandhawk, seeing human life as worthless. The persistence of Toheiman, pursuing Ryuyan even when his chakra was running out. The humor of Omori River, a ninja who was actually afraid of ghosts. The friendship between Inada and Sharingan, the love between Hataka and Rikako. Diverse and bizarre, bloody and cruel, but the shining points within attracted Ryuyan. Ryuyan opened the system interface and found the ninjutsu exchange interface. He now has 600 experience points, which can be exchanged for AB rank fire release ninjutsu. Ryuyan scrolled up and down, and there were no fire release ninjutsu above B rank. Most ninjutsu were like that, and it was rare to see a rank jutsu, let alone forbidden techniques. To increase the rank of a jutsu, you either need the amplification of Sage Mode, such as Jiraiya's Sage Art, Super Big Ball Rasengan, or a combination ninjutsu, such as Hiruzen Sarutobi's 5 release, Great Combined Attack Technique. Moreover, Ryuyan also discovered that almost all fire release ninjutsu are released from the mouth. So the question is, how does a person shout out the name of the move when releasing fire release? The system explained, "Please don't worry about these details, host." Ryuyan nodded speechlessly and then saw a fire release ninjutsu from a movie. B-rank ninjutsu fire release, Demon Lantern, a very special fire release ninjutsu, a ninjutsu that is skilled by Ryusha and Muku of the Grass Ninja Village, because it only requires a tiger seal and doesn't need to spit out flames from the mouth. Like the wind release that Hataka released just now, it releases chakra outside the body to form flames, which is a very practical fire release. Ryuyan immediately exchanged it. B-rank ninjutsu fire release, Demon Lantern exchange successful. A stream of memories flowed through Ryuyan's mind, and Ryuyan quickly mastered the chakra flow, nature transformation, and shape transformation of the Demon Lantern. Ryuyan put his hands together and formed a tiger seal. Fire release, Demon Lantern. An endless stream of fire attribute chakra was released from Ryuyan's chakra points, and gradually, more than a dozen fireballs appeared around Ryuyan, like demon heads with pointed horns. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Ryuyan immediately performed the technique, and more than a dozen demon lanterns crashed towards a rock in front of him, instantly burning the rock into scorched stone. Ryuyan lowered his hands and nodded with satisfaction. This demon lantern technique also involved the control of external chakra and also used mental power during the technique. After practicing the demon lantern for a while, Ryuyan made hand seals and released multiple shadow clone technique, beginning his suicidal training. Next, he wanted to develop the familiar ninjutsu to the perfect level of reduced seals and begin the next stage of one-handed seal training. Fire release, Great Fireball technique, reduced seal training progress 20%, body flicker technique, reduced seal training progress 50%, fire release, ash pile burning, reduced seal training progress 40%. After spending 2 days in the 8th front line of Area A, and perfecting all ninjutsu to the point of reduced hand seals, Ryuyan began practicing single-handed hand seals. Ninjutsu usually requires two-handed hand seals, but a small number of geniuses can perform them with one hand, like Haku, Uchiha Itachi, and Minato Namikaze, who knows a little bit of everything. Compared to two-handed hand seals, single-handed hand seals have more advantages. In close combat, they allow for faster counterattacks, taking the initiative. Suddenly, a shadow clone practicing fire ninjutsu exploded, and its memories flowed into Ryuyan's mind. Fire style, Great Fireball technique, single-handed hand seal practice progress 10%. At this moment, an adult figure appeared before Ryuyan. Ryuyan glanced at him and continued his practice. Jujiro was holding a body bag, seemingly to collect someone's corpse. Instead of finding Ryuyan's corpse, he found him alive and kicking, practicing ninjutsu. Jujiro stared at Ryuyan in surprise. The 8th front line of Area A had the highest mortality rate, with an average of one ninja dying every 2 days. But Ryuyan had been here for almost a week, with no broken limbs or bandages. What exactly is going on? Jujiro was full of doubts. He carefully examined Ryuyan, who was wearing a white robe exposing his chest, with a thick black snake belt around his waist. He didn't find anything except that the style was a bit annoying. Boom! The sound of a shadow clone exploding entered Jujiro's ears. He looked towards Ryuyan's shadow clones standing among the rocks. They were all practicing hand seals, spitting fireballs. Jujiro was stunned. There were probably around 100 shadow clones all over the mountain, all practicing ninjutsu. What kind of training method is this? And a genin with such rich chakra, is he really a genin? Could Ryuyan be a descendant of the Senju or Uzumaki clans? Tui. A mouthful of saliva landed on Jujiro's face. Jujiro looked over angrily. Ryuyan. Ryuyan spread his hands, pointing to a shadow clone next to him. He did it, not me. Jujiro was furious. Can't you control your own shadow clone? Ryuyan looked innocent. I really can't control him. The shadow clone had a wildly arrogant smile. That's right, he can't control me. I've rebelled. The shadow clone puffed out his cheeks again and spat out another mouthful of saliva. Jujiro quickly used body flicker technique to dodge the shadow clone's water-style attack. He said coldly, although I don't know how you survived, your ending is the same, death. Ryuyan ignored him, but his shadow clone spoke wildly, "I don't even care about Danzo Shimura, that old dog. Who gave you, a mere special jonin, the courage to look at me? Get lost. Mu Luyun, how dare you insult Elder Danzo? You're finished, you're completely finished." Lu Yun waved his hands again, looking innocent. "What did I say? I didn't say anything." The shadow clone said it. "What does it have to do with me, Mu Luyun?" Jujiro's face was full of malice. "Don't give me that nonsense, you will die. It's a pity you don't have any relatives in the village, otherwise, just for insulting Elder Danzo, your entire family would be slaughtered." Lu Yun stood up, all the shadow clones exploded, and in the smoke, Lu Yun took the opportunity to commit suicide, restoring his body to full condition. He opened the first 2 gates of the 8 gates released formation, drawing out all of his chakra, and immediately formed the Tiger Hand Seal, Fire Style, Demon Lantern. In an instant, the entire hilltop was illuminated with a fiery red color, with 100 demon lanterns floating in the sky. Jujiro stared at the sky in disbelief. This kind of fire ninjutsu, and this amount of chakra. Demon Lantern release. Instantly, hundreds of demon lanterns roared and attacked Jujiro. With this attack range, there was nowhere for Jujiro to retreat. 2 demon lanterns injured Jujiro. In a moment of crisis, Jujiro endured the severe pain, formed a hand seal, and dinto the earth. Lu Yun watched him escape and didn't chase after him. This time was just a lesson for him. Next time, he wouldn't care about being from the same village or not. The other party had already said those words. Did he still need to maintain a friendly relationship? At the bottom of the hill, Jujiro crawled out of the mud in a mess, looking at his left hand with burned skin, his hatred reaching its peak. He roared upwards, "Mu Luyun, you will die." A voice came from the hilltop. Even if a rat in the mud is strong, its vision is still limited to the hole. How can it see the eagle soaring in the sky? Lu Yun nakedly ridiculed Jujiro as a rat. Jujiro's mouth curled into a cold smile, and a huge killing intent arose in his heart. But looking at his left hand, he shook his head slightly. His arm was injured and he couldn't form hand seals, and that kid's chakra. Poof. Jujiro snorted coldly, turned around, and headed back the way he came. Jujiro quickly arrived at the forward camp. He walked past the ninjas' tents with a cold face, ignoring the surrounding ninjas' pointing fingers. Many even snickered. Because of his connection to the Shimura clan, Jujiro often abused his power and offended people. The commoner ninjas were happy to see Jujiro's embarrassment. Jujiro quickly remembered a few of the people who laughed the loudest, thinking about how to use the Shimura clan to get rid of them. Unknowingly, he arrived at the office of the frontline commander. Yuta, who was guarding the entrance, looked surprised. "Jujiro, what happened to your hand? It's burned so badly." Jujiro shook his head. "Let me in first. I need to report the situation to the commander." "All right." Aoba Shimura quickly received Jujiro. He was processing documents and asked without looking up, "Did that commoner genin named Mu Luyun die?" "Commander, he hasn't died, and he doesn't have any serious injuries. He's alive and well." "Oh." Aoba Shimura put down his pen and looked up, suddenly noticing the sorry state of Jujiro's left arm. "What happened to your arm?" Jujiro explained in detail. After listening to his account, Aoba Shimura's eyes flashed with a thoughtful light. "You mean, that kid can use high-level fire ninjutsu, and his chakra is extraordinary?" Jujiro nodded, and to avoid appearing too incompetent, he explained, "Commander, his fire ninjutsu only required 1 hand seal, and it was too fast. I was ambushed before I could react." "No need to say any more, I understand." Aoba Shimura waved his hand, no longer listening to Jujiro's explanation. He continued to process the documents. "If what you said is true, then that kid already possesses the combat power of a chunin, possesses the forbidden multiple shadow clone technique, and that high-level fire ninjutsu that can be cast with just 1 seal. Most importantly, he has an extraordinary amount of chakra." Aoba Shimura's pen paused. He looked up and met Jujiro's eyes. They both slowly uttered 4 words, "Senju descendant." Everything has a basis. Ryan is just a genin from a common family, so there's no reason for him to have the traits of high-level ninjas. Considering how the Senju clan completely integrated into the villagers, Shimura also immediately judged that there was an 80% chance that Ryun was a descendant of the Senju clan. He can't possibly have such a huge chakra reserve. If he really is a descendant of the Senju, then that would explain the origin of his multiple shadow clone technique, and why he has so much chakra, Shimura also said slowly. Chujiro's eyes darkened, and his expression became gloomy. If Ryan is a descendant of the Senju clan, then he will definitely be valued by the village, and if he grows up, he'll get back at him. Shimura also scoffed, so what if he's a descendant of the Senju? That foolish clan degenerated itself, integrating its 1,000-year glory into the common people. The current Konoha is ruled by the secret technique clan alliance. The past Senju, the marginalized Uchiha, and the dormant Hyuga, these bloodline clans are just dilapidated temples left over from 1,000 years ago. Chujiro breathed a sigh of relief. The current Konoha is not the Senju era of the past, but an era of secret technique ninja clans composed of the Saratobi, Shimura, Yamanaka Nara Akimichi clans, plus the Aburame and Inazuka clans. Commoners can only get opportunities by relying on them. Then, sir, don't worry about that guy. The 8th front will be attacked by Sand Village Jonin. No matter how strong he is, he can't survive against a Jonin. Go investigate again in a week. It's best to bring back his corpse. Senju bloodline experimental subjects are rare. Shimura also said coldly. Yes, sir. Chujiro felt a sense of pleasure in his heart, but it was a pity that Ryan didn't die at his hands. Dismissed. Chujiro slowly walked out the door, and faintly heard Shimura Aso's cold words. Shimura Aso looked at the transfer documents on the table. The Saratobi family is really putting on a show. It's enough to have their eldest son participate in the Rain Country front, but they also applied for their younger son to come to the front lines. Does Saratobi Hiruzen really want his son to succeed him? How ridiculous. After this war is over, my Shimura family will accumulate enough merit, and then we will compete for the Hokage position and control the entire Konoha village. Ryan kept training until dark, and exhausted, he slit his own throat without saying a word. Ding! You used a ninja sword to commit suicide, experience +1. Ryan opened his Byakugan and jumped on the highest rock on the small hill. Like a clairvoyant, he carefully patrolled for suspicious figures in the forest ahead. In the vision of the Byakugan, nocturnal beasts in the forest began to hunt for food. Ryan suddenly discovered several clusters of chakra different from the beasts. Very large, but the amount made Ryan shake his head. The highest was a special Jonin, but no Jonin were found. After all, Jonin aren't cabbages. Ryan already felt bad about killing 2 Sand Village special Jonin. Fire style, fireball jutsu. With that, Ryan spat out a fireball jutsu towards the sky, exposing his target to the sand ninjas hiding in the forest. Ryan used his Byakugan to see their gazes vaguely turn towards him. He waved his hand and shouted loudly, "Sand ninjas, I'm here, come and kill me." Ryan waited for a minute, but no one came up. The sand ninjas suspected a trap, that there might be Konoha Jonin, Umbu, or even the Hokage lurking there. The more they thought about it, the more afraid they became, and they didn't dare to go forward. Cowards. Ryan cursed inwardly, activated the body flicker technique, and hurried to deliver himself to their deaths. Ding! You were killed by Special Jonin Ozawa using Wind Style, experience +70. Ding! You were killed by Special Jonin Ozawa using Wind Style, experience +60. Ding! You were burned to death by Chunin Enji using Fire Style, experience +50. Ryan immediately shouted, "Get out of here, you trash Chunin, who told you to attack me?" Arrogant. Before long, Ryan fell among the corpses of 5 people, covered in ninja swords, and his body stained with blood. He didn't even have the chakra to release the smoke transformation technique. Ryan wiped his neck with the knife and immediately committed suicide. After he resurrected, he looked at the harvest of his hard work tonight, 2 special Jonin, 5 elite Chunin, which gave him a full 1,800 experience points. A great harvest, truly a great harvest, today is truly a great harvest. After disposing of the sand ninjas' corpses, Ryan hummed a little tune and slowly strolled towards his little hill. However, the battle process was very tedious. Ryan held out his head with his hands behind his back, but the sand ninjas wouldn't cut it, and kept imagining the great conspiracy hidden by Ryan. Ninjas are very cautious, and any unexpected behavior will arouse their vigilance. If Ryan had Naruto's talk no jutsu, one barrage of words would directly force them to lower their intelligence, and they would come up to hack people with their knives. Ryan sat on the rock, slowly planning what useful jutsu to exchange for. He first spent a little experience to exchange for a bucket of Naruto's instant noodles. Ryan ate it while shedding tears of happiness. How long has it been since I tasted this flavor? He hadn't eaten anything in the past few days, it was all suicide training, and he would recover his energy after resurrection. Ryan patted his stomach and continued to browse the exchange interface. 8 gates formation, gate of life, exchange points, 1200. The Ikugen secret technique, gentle fist art, 8 trigrams palms heavenly spin, exchange points, 500. Ryan deliberated on these two techniques. The exchange points for the 8 gates formation were higher for each gate, and the 4th gate even reached 2400, which was comparable to a bloodline limit. The 6th gate directly broke 10,000, and the 7th and 8th gates were even astronomical figures. Ryan also looked at the gentle fist art, 8 trigrams palms heavenly spin. He had the Byakugan, which was very suitable for the Hyuga clan's taijutsu. But the problem was, the gentle fist art, 8 trigrams palms heavenly spin was a defensive secret technique. Did Ryan need it? He didn't need it at all, okay? He didn't need any defensive ninjutsu, or support ninjutsu. The weaker his body was, the better. If it was too hard, even a kunai couldn't pierce it, how would he deliver himself to be killed? Ryan immediately exchanged for the 3rd gate of the 8 gates formation. 8 gates formation, gate of life exchange successful. A surge of energy poured into Ryan's entire body. Under the action of this energy, Ryan's body seemed to have been tempered, and his physical fitness instantly increased. Strength and speed were both amplified by 2 points, reaching the middle level of tuning quality. Ryan felt that a chakra gate valve restricting him in his chest had loosened. 8 gates formation, 1st gate, gate of opening open. 2nd gate, gate of healing open. 3rd gate, gate of life open. Ryan opened 3 gates in a row, and his whole body emitted green energy, and his body began to become congested in red. He was now a supercar with 3 engines. The speed of burning body energy was faster, and the time to exhaust his life was faster. Ryan gritted his teeth and continued to keep the 3 gates open. A steady stream of chakra burned out of his body. 1 minute. Ryan's body began to emit white smoke, and the water inside his body was rapidly evaporating. 2 minutes. Ryan's body was slowly cracking, just like when Guy opened the 8 gates formation, gate of death. 5 minutes. The fiery red color of Ryan's body turned black and slowly began to shift towards charcoal. The reason why opening the gate of death leads to death is because of this. Opening all 8 gates at the same time will burn up all of the body's energy in a short period of time. The other gates are the same, but the speed at which they burn is too slow compared to the gate of death, and can be freely closed. The gate of death cannot be closed. Once opened, the life of the body will be exhausted. Ryan formed hand seals and suddenly released a ninjutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, countless shadow clones directly filled the entire small hill. There was no end in sight, about 500 of them. Ryan slowly fell, closed his eyes and died, and his shadow clones also began to disappear due to the death of the main body. Ding! You died because of performing a forbidden technique, experience plus 10. After reviving, Ryuyan restored his body to its full state and nodded at the 3rd life gate he had mastered. Having 3 chakra output engines, Ryuyan burned his body's energy faster and died faster. Having just consumed all of his body's energy and accumulated more chakra than a Jonin, he instantly created over 500 shadow clones. Ryuyan opened his template, and he had 600 experience points left. This time, he focused on the strength and speed body energy. He put 600 points into the spirit of mental power, raising his body and mental energy to the high level of a Chunin. Perhaps soon he would have to change his template. He wondered what the new ninja template would be, a special Jonin template or a Jonin template. Time slowly passed, and the Konoha front line remained quiet, but at night, raids, assassinations, and explosions were endless. Ninjas are not soldiers and do not need large-scale assaults during the day. They are accustomed to fighting at night, primarily to take the lives of enemy ninjas. After a week, people came to Ryuyen's place twice, mostly special Jonin, but he didn't encounter a single Jonin. Ryuyen gained over 2,500 experience points, raising all 8 of his ninja attributes to the high level, and upgrading his 4 chakra attributes to the maximum. Among them, Ryuyen exchanged for 4 fire-style ninjutsu, all of which were regular fire-style techniques from the Uchiha clan, as well as an advanced fire-style technique from Uchiha Sasuke. Sand Village Frontline Command. As more and more ninjas died on the A Area 8th front line, the Sand Village frontline commander noticed something strange. Meimu Tian frowned at a map, looking at the remote front line circled in red pen. The staff officer next to him stroked his chin. This place has already claimed 4 squads, 8 special Jonin, and 12 Chunin. Meimu Tian lowered his head and asked, "Did you get a clear answer from the Chunin who escaped from that place?" The staff officer shook his head. "He's gone mad, constantly muttering about ghosts and the like, and has completely lost his ninja abilities." Ghosts? Could there really be ghosts in this place? Meimu Tian gently tapped his fingers. The staff officer analyzed, "It's not ghosts, someone is playing tricks. Konoha might have placed an elite Jonin here." Meimu Tian tapped his fingers again, and the surroundings became quiet, everyone waiting for the commander's arrangements. After a long while, he said softly, "Call Jonin Yuchuan here." "Sir, Jonin Yuchuan is on a mission on another front line and won't be back for 2 days." "Then we'll wait." "Don't go to this area for now, wait for Jonin Yuchuan to come." Konoha Frontline Command. Chong Ci Lang had just returned from Ryuyen's defense line, and he went to collect the body with pleasure, but he didn't expect Ryuyen to be alive. Chong Ci Lang couldn't help but mock the other party's good luck, and as a result, he was lucky enough to have one of his hands cut off by Ryuyen. He should be glad that Ryuyen had no intention to kill him, otherwise he would have died there. Chong Ci Lang knelt in front of Jicun Ma Sheng and said fiercely, "Sir, he dared to attack a colleague, he must be punished." Jicun Ma Sheng didn't look up and continued to process the front-line military documents. Perhaps in his heart, Chong Ci Lang's value had already dropped very low. Having his arm cut off, especially his important right arm, Chong Ci Lang's special Jonin strength dropped directly to an ordinary Chunin. The Jicun family kennel could no longer accommodate him. Chong Ci Lang's mood was somewhat broken, and his emotions became extremely intense. "Sir, please help me get revenge for the sake of my hard work for the Jicun family for so many years. Ninjas need to perform hand seals to use ninjutsu, and both the left and right hands are very important. Although Chong Ci Lang still has one hand, he doesn't have the talent for single-handed hand seals, and his ninja abilities are only the ability of experienced taijutsu." There was no sound in the room, and Chong Ci Lang wanted to continue speaking, but was stopped by a reprimand. "Shut up." Chong Ci Lang lowered his head and didn't dare to speak anymore. Jicun Ma Sheng suddenly threw him an assignment sheet and said coldly, "Go guard this place." Chong Ci Lang picked it up, and then his pupils widened to the maximum. This defense line was also in Area A, and it was the 7th front line with a not low level of danger. Jicun Ma Sheng wanted him to die. "Since that guy can survive for 2 weeks, I believe you can too." Sir, get out." Okay, sir." Chong Ci Lang didn't dare to refute Jicun Ma Sheng, and scurried away in disgrace. After Chong Ci Lang left, Jicun Ma Sheng sneered, "Knowing so many secrets of my Jicun family, how can you still have a way to live? A ninja who has lost his value is like a blade that is no longer sharp and can only be abandoned by the swordsman." Jicun Ma Sheng rubbed his temples. "It seems that guy is really a descendant of the Senju clan, and he has now grown to the level of special Jonin multiple shadow clone technique, advanced fire style. Who is the person behind him?" "The remnants of the Senju clan." Jicun Ma Sheng shook his head. Most of the Senju clan members with the name Senju are basically dead, and even Tsunade, one of the 3 legendary Sannin, has integrated into the common people and no longer uses Senju as her surname. Most of the Senju clan members have integrated into the common people. After 2 generations of reproduction, the traces of Senju have disappeared in Konoha village. Shisuan Mashang continued to process the documents, but in fact he was thinking about the layout in the shadows of the village. He had basically confirmed that Ryuyan was a descendant of Senju. It is impossible for this declining clan to disappear without a trace. There must be some people lying dormant in the shadows, waiting for the new power of Senju. Shisuan Mashang made a heavy stroke. Since I have already offended him, there is no turning back. Ryuyan either becomes a dog of my Shisuan family, or he dies, whether it is for the Shisuan family or for the position of Hokage. Knock knock knock. A knock sounded, and Shisuan Mashang let the person outside come in. It was a regular ninja squad, a combination of 1 jonin and 3 genin. But this ninja squad was not ordinary. Shisuan Mashang saw the 4 people in front of him clearly: the son of the Sarutobi family, a member of the Nara family, and the elite jonin Yuhi Shinobu and his daughter. Jonin Shinobu. Shisuan Mashang stood up and shook hands with Yuhi Shinobu. Jonin are the pillars of the village, and elite jonin have an influence in the village no less than some small ninja clans. Yuhi Shinobu handed the assignment sheet in his hand to Shisuan Mashang. "Commander, this is our letter of appointment." Shisuan Mashang took it and glanced at it casually. It was nothing more than the son of the Sarutobi family clamoring to go to the front line, and the Sarutobi family could only helplessly arrange it. Shisuan Mashang quickly gave them a task: "You will go to the 3rd front line in Area C." Asuma curled his lips and walked towards Shisuan Mashang's desk. Asuma. Yuhi Shinobu wanted to stop Asuma's impolite behavior. "Don't arrange another logistics job for me." Even if Asuma had grown a little, his young master's personality hadn't changed at all. He directly picked up the defense map on the table. His pupils shrank, and he immediately saw the location of Ryuyan's defense line, located on the most remote front line in Area A. He's nothing more than that. What kind of ninjas would be in this place? Nara Yuji approached, took a look, and then shook his head. Ninjas aren't soldiers. The most remote parts of the front line are exactly where they like to attack the most. I wonder if this guy is still alive. Korinai's heart leaped. Her cute red eyes looked towards Shimura Aso. What happened to Ryuyan? Nara Yuji couldn't help but display the Nara clan's excellent analytical skills. He pointed at Ryuyan's 8th defense line and said, "Judging by the time, Ryuyan has been here for 2 weeks. There have been at least 5 sand ninja attacks. And there couldn't have been any genin among them, at least chunin, and maybe even jonin. So, he's already Ryuyan." Kurenai felt a pang in her heart. Although that clingy Ryuyan who was always around was annoying, Kurenai felt empty inside after he was gone. That cheerful boy was gone, and his dark eyes, seemingly filled with hope, could no longer be seen. Damn it! Asuma clenched his fist, feeling dissatisfied with his clan for the first time. He and Ryuyan did have conflicts. That guy stepped on his head, and such an insult couldn't go unavenged. But the other party was dead. Who should he seek revenge from? Shimura Aso smiled, as expected of a Nara clan member. You can extract so much information from such limited details. But too bad. He's still alive. What? Nara Yuji looked at Shimura Aso in disbelief. Shimura Aso took the defense map back from Asuma, and said with his head down, "Ryuyan is indeed still alive, and he's living quite well. That doesn't make sense. Has the Sand Village strategically ceased fighting? No, there are casualties on the other defense lines. 4 jonin have died in the past 2 weeks. Nara Yuji scratched his head vigorously. It still doesn't make sense. Even if he has a forbidden technique and his combat power reaches chunin level, there's no way he could survive? Even jonin aren't sure of surviving there. How could Ryuyan, who isn't even a chunin, still be running around? Shimura Aso didn't answer him, and didn't bother to answer. Kurenai gently rubbed her eyes, wiping away the tears that were about to fall, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. She didn't know why, but when she heard the news that Ryuyan had survived, her mood improved. Asuma clenched his fists, his heart a jumbled mess. He had the opportunity to defeat the other party and take revenge, but he also recalled those humiliating moments. Kurenai mustered her courage and requested, "Commander, can you transfer Ryuyan away from Area A?" Kurenai Yuhi Shinobu reached out, wanting to stop his daughter's self-assertion. Shimura Aso smiled, completely ignoring Kurenai, even dismissing her directly. The Sarutobi clan wanted Ryuyan to die, and he, Shimura Aso, also wanted him to die. How could he agree to a girl's request? Even if her father was an elite jonin, the Shimura clan had root, which was full of jonin. Seeing that he didn't reply, Kurenai lowered her head sadly, her eyes clouding over with tears. Asuma felt sorry for her and wanted to ask Shimura Aso, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. How could he ask someone else to save someone he hated? Besides, ever since Kurenai learned that it was the Sarutobi clan who transferred Ryuyan to the front lines, she had been ignoring Asuma, and the two were still having a cold war. Seeing the silence, Shimura Aso started to dismiss them. "If there's nothing else, go carry out your missions." Asuma snorted and stared straight at the defense map on Shimura Aso's desk. "I don't want to go to Area C. It must be for logistics. I want to go to Area B." Shimura Aso refused. He couldn't blatantly kill the Sarutobi clan's child. "I want to go there." Asuma stubbornly insisted again. Shimura Aso glanced at Yuhi Shinobu, who nodded at him. With an elite jonin protecting him, he believed that there wouldn't be any danger in Area B. "Okay, you can go to Area B's defense line." Asuma pointed to an area behind Ryuyan. "I want to go here. I want to see how strong Ryuyan has become." Whatever. Who told you to be the Hokage's son?" Area A, the 8th defense line, the mountain where Ryuyan was defending. There were about 100 shadow clones on the mountain, some holding kunai, some holding tridents, some holding wooden sticks, and some picking up stones. They all attacked Ryuyan. Ryuyan dodged each one, his movements graceful, sometimes like a fierce tiger rushing in and out, and sometimes like a nimble snake dodging and leaping. Ryuyan spent 600 experience points to exchange for Might Guy's 5 years of taijutsu, bringing his Ninja 8's taijutsu to the peak of Chunin level. If it weren't for the Chunin template restricting him, Ryuyan's taijutsu would have already reached Jonin level. Regarding this template restriction, Ryuyan also understood the system's explanation. The system wanted him to develop in all aspects and cultivate an all-around ninja. Therefore, Ryuyan had to max out the Ninja 8 chakra attributes and ninja professional basics before he could replace the template and add points on the new template. One of the shadow clones used the original body's best taijutsu, Monkey Steals the Peach. It looked like it was about to attack Ryuyan's future happiness. Leaf Whirlwind. Ryuyan squatted down and swept his leg towards the shadow clone's lower body, destroying his own shadow clone with just one strike. Bang! The shadow clone's memory was transmitted into Ryuyan's mind. Ryuyan felt strange, as if he was hitting himself. Suddenly, a wave of memory flooded into Ryuyan's mind. It was from the little whirlwind shadow clone that Ryuyan left at the foot of the mountain. Ryuyan saw Asuma's team arriving, and Asuma immediately argued with Ryuyan's shadow clone and started fighting. Ryuyan's shadow clone was no match and was destroyed by the opponent's wind release. Great breakthrough. Asuma stared blankly at the shadow clone that he destroyed with his wind release. It's just a shadow clone. A shadow clone actually forced him to use ninjutsu. He originally wanted to show off his wind release in front of Ryuyan, but he was the one being shown off instead. A phantom slowly appeared on a large rock, and the white figure gradually solidified. The white, sheep-looking top exposed his chest, with a snake-like black belt around his waist, and a ninja sword was strapped to it. He was simply a knockoff Sasuke, but slightly shorter, looking strange and giving people the urge to hit him. Ryuyan looked down. It was Asuma's team, Kurenai, and Yuhi Shinobu and Narayuji standing on a tree behind them. Ryuyan. Kurenai's face lit up with joy when she saw that Ryuyan was okay. Ryuyan waved, then turned his gaze to Yuhi Shinobu in the back, activating his Byakugan to observe the other party's chakra level. An elite Jonin's chakra level was excessively dense, and it wouldn't be a problem to cast 10 or so advanced ninjutsu. Asuma noticed that Ryuyan didn't turn his gaze to him, as if he was being ignored, and Asuma shouted loudly, "Ryuyan, look here." Ryuyan lowered his head and said "huh" as if wondering how there could be a person down there. Annoying guy. Asuma couldn't stand this kind of gaze and pulled out a kunai from his leg. I've already mastered wind release ninjutsu, come on. Fight me. Ryuyan sat down cross-legged, smiled with one hand on his knee. He didn't even care about a special jonin, so how could he care about Asuma, who wasn't even a chunin? The only thing he cared about was the title of Hokage's son, which Ryuyan had already used, and he no longer cared about it. Ryuyan turned his gaze to Kurenai, and his expression turned into a gentle breeze. Kurenai, why are you on the front lines? The anger in Asuma's heart reached its peak. Ryuyan was no longer simply ignoring him, but truly did not have his existence in his eyes. How could Asuma, who regarded him as his greatest rival, endure this? Ryuyan. Asuma leaped up, attacking towards Ryuyan with a kunai. His kunai was about to stab Ryuyan when Kurenai anxiously reminded Ryuyan, "Ryuyan, be careful." Ryuyan seemed not to see Asuma, allowing Asuma to pass through, but Asuma quickly realized that what was in front of him was just a phantom. Ryuyan reappeared behind him. Asuma kicked out fiercely, but it was still a phantom. Ryuyan was 5 meters away from him in an instant. What is going on? What kind of ninjutsu is this? Asuma felt deeply puzzled. Ryuyan rested his left hand on his knee, looking relaxed, with no sign of hand seals. Clone technique? Substitution technique? Narayuji activated his brain, trying to carefully see the ninjutsu Ryuyan was using. Yuhi Kurenai folded her arms, her eyes fixed on Ryuyan's right hand, which was hidden in his sleeve. So that is how it is. Such talent in just 2 weeks. Asuma became somewhat impatient and immediately formed hand seals, wind style, great breakthrough. He whirlwind from his mouth, with the sound of wind blowing violently, capable of easily tearing apart a large tree. But as before, Ryuyan only left a phantom and teleported, so Asuma's wind style was useless. Huff, huff, huff. Asuma bent over, constantly panting. He had released 2 wind style ninjutsu in a row, plus the intense taijutsu movements, making it difficult for Asuma to even stand. What kind of ninjutsu is it? Narayuji's brain wasn't omnipotent. He thought for a long time but couldn't figure out Ryuyan's moves, so he glanced at the experienced Yuhi Kurenai next to him. "Teacher," this Yuhi Kurenai replied, "body flicker technique." But he didn't form any hand seals. Yuhi Kurenai replied softly, "Have you heard of single-handed hand seals?" Ryuyan repeatedly broke Narayuji's understanding, making him gradually doubt his own judgment. Single-handed hand seals? Single-handed body flicker? Impossible. A technique that even Jonin Haven T mastered, for Mu Ryuyan, a genin. Genin? You still think of him as a genin? Yuhi Kurenai shook her head. An extraordinary amount of chakra, mastery of forbidden techniques, and terrifying talent in the body flicker technique, Yuhi Kurenai murmured softly. There was a type of ninja particularly suited for the battlefield. Under the stimulation of life or death situations, a ninja's talent would slowly be realized. Narayuji looked at Asuma, who was panting heavily, and then at Ryuyan, who was calm and collected. Could it be that he deliberately offended the Sarutobi family and came to the most dangerous front line, wanting to get a chance to exchange his talent in a life or death situation? Yuhi Kurenai shook her head. "I don't know, maybe." Asuma bent over, panting, and helplessly looked at Ryuyan. "Is this the ninja tempered by war?" Ryuyan lightly turned his head to glance at Asuma, who seemed to think that his powerful strength came from the test of war. "Mu Ryuyan, answer me." Asuma still had that tone, acting like everyone had to rely on him, the son of the Hokage. Ryuyan ignored him, stood up, and lightly patted the dust off his pants. What was the point of showing off in front of a genin? If he had the ability, he should go disco dancing on Madara's grave or eat snake soup in front of Orochimaru. Yuhi Kurenai stopped Ryuyan, who was about to leave. "Ryuyan, I have something to say to you." Asuma continued to chatter. "Mu Ryuyan, answer me, did you become so strong because of the war?" Annoying. Ryuyan, with his back to Asuma, formed a hand seal in his sleeve, and a strong killing intent enveloped Asuma. Blood, torture instruments, human heads, broken blades, and eyes like fierce ghosts. In just an instant, Asuma knelt down, his body trembling non-stop. "Where is this?" This was a low-level genjutsu that Lu Yun had developed based on the pain he suffered in the Suna camp and his experiences in battle. Asuma, only at the genin level, instantly fell into a world like Naraka. You can't even withstand this scene. Where did you get the courage to go to the battlefield? Lu Yun left a faint voice and went to a corner with Yuhi Kurenai. Lu Yun folded his arms and looked at Kurenai, who was full of thoughts. Yuhi Kurenai lowered her head, then looked at Lu Yun, who was different from before, with her red eyes. Lu Yun, you've become different from before, so strange, like a different person. Is it because of the war and the experiences of being abused in Suna village? Maybe Lu Yun's unclear answer made Yuhi Kurenai's heart ache slightly. The former Lu Yun would never have talked to her like this. If he had a chance to chat with her alone, he would definitely be excited and stutter. Suna village must have tortured him badly. Yuhi Kurenai took a step closer to Lu Yun, looking into Lu Yun's dark pupils. Lu Yun, is living very painful? Lu Yun looked at Yuhi Kurenai with confusion. He was living well, so why would he feel pain? It was he who often made others feel pain. Your father died on the front lines, your teacher and teammates died a month ago, and you were sent to the front lines by the village. Such a bumpy fate is truly frightening. Lu Yun listened quietly. If he didn't have the undying system, Lu Yun's life would really be terrible. Yuhi Kurenai took another step closer to Lu Yun. Lu Yun, you are not alone. We are classmates. I won't give up on you. I will always care about you. Lu Yun took a step back. Yuhi Kurenai grabbed Lu Yun's sleeve. Listen to me, live strongly from now on. Lu Yun looked at the girl, her red eyes filled with concern. I used to annoy you so much, why are you so kind to me? Because we are classmates. Lu Yun seemed stunned. Classmates, yes, a simple and sincere friendship, without the calculations of adults, without the tearing of power vortexes. Yuhi Kurenai suddenly pulled out a kunai from her leg, and was about to stab Lu Yun with it. Lu Yun had the experience with Shizen before, so he understood Yuhi Kurenai very well. He took a step back and dodged Yuhi Kurenai's kunai. It's useless, Kurenai. Even if I'm seriously injured, Shimura Masao won't let me leave. Yuhi Kurenai put down the kunai in her hand. How can they do this? Isn't this clearly sending you to your death? Lu Yun looked at Kurenai's somewhat angry face, and felt a little warmth in his heart. The depression brought by the battles these days also slowly dissipated. Ninjas living in the darkness also need comfort from the light. It turned out that the flowing clouds in the sky were not unattended, the quiet sound was searching for him, and the sunset glow was also watching him. Lu Yun comforted Kurenai, don't worry, I've been living here for 2 weeks. My battlefield experience is no less than anyone else's. It's you who is going to the battlefield for the first time. Yuhi Kurenai lowered her head. I still have my dad to protect me, but you are alone guarding the front line. Shimura Masao is really bad, not even assigning you a teammate. Lu Yun faintly exuded a Sasuke-like aura. Loneliness makes people grow. Only those who are accustomed to loneliness can escape the troubles brought by mediocrity. The way you speak has also changed. You used to be so clingy. As dusk approached, Narayuji watched Asuma sulking in the shadows of the forest, still fixated on the huge gap between himself and Ryuyan. He turned his head and glanced at the person chatting and laughing with Kurenai Yuhi. How could Asuma compare to such a huge gap? All he had was the identity of the Sarutobi family's son and the title of the Hokage's son. However, this was precisely his greatest advantage. Let's go, Kurenai! Yuhi Shinku called out to Yuhi Kurenai. Yuhi Kurenai immediately stood up and said, okay, Dad. She turned to look at Ryuyan, her red eyes full of concern. Our defense line is behind you, don't be afraid of being alone. I'll come and talk to you whenever I have time. Ryuyan smiled, I won't let any sand ninja pass through me to hurt Kurenai. Yuhi Kurenai shook her head, imparting the slacking skills she had just summarized. When the sand ninja come, just find a place to hide. If they get through, they get through. Anyway, my dad is a jonin, he can handle it. Yuhi Shinko's ears twitched. Illusion ninjas have strong spiritual talents and are very perceptive. He seemed to have heard himself being sold out. Ryuyan didn't want the girl to worry, so he nodded, "I'll hide then, and muddle through." Yuhi Kurenai smiled, "That's right. You're just a genin, there's no need to be so reckless." Then goodbye. Goodbye. After Yuhi Kurenai returned to the team, she left with Yuhi Shinku and the others. Ryuyan watched their backs, then formed a body flicker technique seal and slowly disappeared. At night, Ryuyan routinely scouted the forest for any activity, but still found nothing unusual. The Sand Ninja seemed to have noticed the strangeness of the 8th defense line in Area A, and was wondering what they were planning. With no one around at night, Ryuyan created shadow clones to practice ninjutsu. He stood on a large rock, making hand seals, fire style, Phoenix Sage fire technique. He cupped his right hand to his mouth, and clumps of fire spurted out, looking like the fruit of the phoenix flower. This was a basic ninjutsu commonly used by the Uchiha family, only C rank, and could be exchanged for 300 experience points. Then, Ryuyan spat fire again, fire style, Phoenix Sage Flower Claw Crimson. The shurikens hidden in his sleeves quickly combined with the fire, the flames covering the shurikens, and clumps of fire quickly flew forward. This was a fire ninjutsu that Itachi Uchiha was good at, a derivative skill of the Phoenix Sage fire technique. Ryuyan didn't exchange it, but figured it out on his own using the system's ninjutsu development template. Ryuyan suddenly felt a faint gaze on his back. Byakugan. Open. Ryuyan immediately opened his Byakugan. Sure enough, behind him, 100 meters away behind a large rock, there was a blue chakra cluster. Ryuyan formed hand seals, his body constantly producing chakra. This fire ninjutsu required a very high amount of chakra. The ninja hiding in the dark saw that Ryuyan was about to cast a technique on him, and immediately jumped out, "Mokurian, wait, I'm a Konoha ninja." Ryuyan didn't care. He had been hiding in the dark, spying on him, not knowing if he was gathering information or plotting something. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Ryuyan suddenly spat out, and a huge fire dragon head spurted from his mouth. The dragon head was lifelike, more agile than the fire dragon of the Dragon Flame Song technique. Simply put, it had more special effects. This kind of fire style. The ninja in the dark widened his eyes. This was already a B-rank fire ninjutsu, and only a jonin could unleash this kind of power. Roar the fire dragon roared and came, and the ninja in the dark immediately formed hand seals and escaped the great dragon fire with a body flicker technique. He landed on a rock, and suddenly a steel wire tied him up. The other end of the wire was held in Ryuyan's teeth. Ryuyan formed hand seals with both hands, fire style, dragon fire technique. The dragon fire technique was also one of the fire styles representative of the Uchiha family, using a steel wire to connect the enemy, and then releasing a straight line of flames. The speed of the flames was very fast, and ordinary people would be burned before they could react. Boom! A line of fire was like a shooting star across the sky, and was about to burn the ninja in the dark. The ninja in the dark was not someone to be trifled with. He put his hands together and immediately cast a wind-style ninjutsu. Wind-style, Gale Poem. A strong wind blew out from his body, quickly blocking the oncoming dragon fire. After 10 seconds, the flames slowly dissipated in the air. Ryuyan was still preparing to cast a technique to test his fire style. "Mokurian, enough." The ninja in the dark slowly approached. Ryuyan put down his hand seals and finally saw his face clearly. It turned out to be Yuta, one of the 2 guards of Shimura Aso. "What are you doing hiding there?" Yuta snorted, suppressing his anger, and said, "Mokurian, you're in luck. Lord Aso wants to recruit you. From now on, serve the Shimura family." Yuta didn't like Ryuyan. After all, he had worked with Jiroji for many years, and the two had some feelings. Yuta didn't dare to comment on Shimura Aso's cold-blooded abandonment of Jiroji, but that didn't mean he wouldn't have opinions on Ryuyan. A sneer appeared on the corner of Ryuyan's mouth, and he leisurely sat on the rock below. "Become a dog of the Shimura family with you? What did you say? Get lost. Don't disturb me from practicing ninjutsu." Yuta still wanted to persuade Mokurian. What chance do commoner ninjas have in the village? Joining a large ninja clan is the only way. Ryuyan formed a hand seal with one hand, jumped behind Yuta with a body flicker technique, and kicked him, immediately making Yuta eat dirt. Yuta's eyes were full of disbelief. One-handed body flicker technique. I told you to get lost. Jiroji had one of his hands cut off by me. You don't want to follow in his footsteps, do you? Yuta finally remembered the tragic state of his colleague. This boy was a ruthless person who dared to do anything. He immediately got up and fled in embarrassment. Ryuyan left a final message for Yuta. Tell the Shimura family that I don't even care about Danzo Shimura, let alone an unknown Shimura Aso. Use any dirty tricks you want, if you can kill me, I'll be impressed. Yuta stood in the distance, listening in disbelief to Ryuyan's arrogant words. Crazy. Crazy. Cursing the Hokage's assistant as an old dog, that was the powerful head of the Shimura family, who controlled the huge root organization and dominated Konoha village. Ryuyan dared to scold him. Wasn't that crazy? This guy is really audacious. Yuta immediately used the body flicker technique to return. He wanted to tell Shimura Aso Ryuyan's arrogant words verbatim, and let him give up on this ignorant guy. After the dog of the Shimura family was beaten and ran away, Ryuyan continued his own training. The next day, Ryuyan lay on a rock, reading the book about Liu Bei written by Jiraiya. Suddenly, he heard a clear shout and turned his head to look. Kurenai Yuhi, wearing red and white clothes, was carrying a small basket and running towards Ryuyan like a little deer in the forest. Ryuyan immediately hid the book and greeted her with a smile. Kurenai. Kurenai Yuhi approached and handed the small bamboo basket in her hand to Ryuyan. Eat quickly, this is the food I made. They are really something, not even giving you any supplies. How can you fight on a full stomach? Ryuyan took it and looked at the girl's handiwork. It was simple, after all, conditions were limited in the wild. But Ryuyan happily ate the girl's hard work. Kurenai Yuhi smiled. Eat slowly, be careful not to hurt your stomach. Not long after, Ryuyan wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth and said a thank you, Kurenai. Kurenai Yuhi shook her head. We are classmates, it's only right to help each other. Ryuyan couldn't help but advise the girl, it's very dangerous here, don't come here in the future. The girl pouted, aren't you the same? Just a genin, insisting on guarding this place without knowing death. What's wrong with being a genin? There are genin who will save the world in the future. I don't believe it. Ryuyan leaned against the big rock, listening to Kurenai Yuhi's recent complaints. Asuma is not a classmate at all. Didn't you just beat him up? He's so petty that he even got the Sarutobi family to send you to the front lines. Ryuyan smiled, I stepped on him. Disciples of these large families value their family's reputation. The insults of commoners will be seen as a provocation, even a contempt for authority. But he can't do that, at least he's a classmate who has studied for a few years. Time passed by, and Kurenai Yuhi stood up, patting the dust off her shorts. Ryuyan, I'm leaving first. My dad still has to teach me genjutsu, I can't stay here for too long. Ryuyan waved his hand, go back quickly. Remember to be careful on the way. Okay. Kurenai Yuhi smiled gently and walked down the small hill with her small bamboo basket. The distance between Area A and Area B is about 5 kilometers, with a dense forest in between. It was noon, the sun was hanging in the sky, and the forest seemed very quiet, even the birds singing gradually quieted down. Kurenai Yuhi felt a little scared, and her pace quickened a bit. In a hidden forest path ahead, Kurenai Yuhi suddenly touched a trap. Shoo shoo. Several shurikens shot out. Kurenai Yuhi quickly retreated, but was still scratched on the calf by one of the shurikens. Ah! Kurenai Yuhi covered her calf and squatted down. Immediately, a kunai shot towards her like a venomous snake hidden in the shadows. No! Kurenai Yuhi's eyes widened to the maximum, and she could only watch as the kunai quickly shot towards her neck. A white figure flashed by, and Ryuyan forcibly grabbed the kunai. Byakugan. Ryuyan's Byakugan looked over, and a chakra ball the size of a chunin was hidden in the soil not far away. Lu Yun flicked his palm, and the kunai shot back towards that place. Lu Yun. Kurenai Yuhi stood up and took a step closer to Lu Yun. The sand ninja hidden in the soil quickly jumped up from the ground. Lu Yun formed a hand seal with one hand and attacked him with a body flicker technique. The sand ninja was about to form a hand seal, but Lu Yun was faster than him, and the right hand hidden in his sleeve formed a hand seal again. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A huge fireball spewed out from Liu Yun's mouth, engulfing the sand ninja in an instant. The flames burned through, and the sand ninja's painful screams echoed in the forest. After killing the sand ninja, Lu Yun turned around and looked at Kurenai Yuhi. Lu Yun, you're so amazing, I didn't even see you form a seal and you took care of that sand ninja. Lu Yun smiled, a mere chunin is nothing to me. Braggart. Lu Yun walked closer to Kurenai Yuhi, squatted down, and looked at the wound on Kurenai Yuhi's calf. It was a cut with black marks. It's poisonous. What do I do? Kurenai Yuhi was a little scared, she shouldn't have run around on the front lines. Lu Yun let Kurenai Yuhi squat down, took out a piece of bandage, and tied it to her calf. Bear with it. Lu Yun used a kunai to bleed out the poisonous blood from Kurenai Yuhi's wound, then brought his mouth close to her wound and slowly sucked out the poisonous blood. 2. Lu Yun. Kurenai Yuhi looked at Lu Yun, not knowing what she was thinking. Lu Yun redeemed the antidote for this poison from the system space and quickly applied it to Kurenai Yuhi's calf. Get up, take 2 steps. Kurenai Yuhi stood up, her calf trembling slightly. The poison was gone, but a slight sequela remained. Lu Yun picked up Kurenai Yuhi and carried her out of the forest. Kurenai Yuhi said somewhat dejectedly, "Am I very useless? Even if I become a ninja, I haven't accomplished anything?" Lu Yun said very bluntly, "Yes, you are very useless, go back to the village quickly. This place is not suitable for you. Lu Yun, I'm saying, you're so beautiful, why be a ninja? You can completely stay at home and rely on your face to make a living in the future." Kurenai Yuhi's eyes curved up. Lu Yun gathered chakra in his feet and jumped towards the tree trunks in front, easily rushing through the trees in the forest. Lu Yun felt his lips go numb. It should be because of sucking the poison just now. This poison will deepen due to the poisoner's strenuous exercise. At this time, Lu Yun should stop, apply the antidote to his mouth, and slowly detoxify. But he didn't panic at all, just a little poisoning, what's there to be afraid of? Hey! Don't panic, just have fun. Soon, Lu Yun carried Kurenai to the B-zone defense line where Yuhi Shinko and the others were stationed. In a clearing in the forest, several small tents were pitched. Yuhi Shinko was instructing Asuma and Narayuji in taijutsu. The two were sparring with kunai, exchanging blows with great enthusiasm. Novices clashing, each move potentially fatal. Rustle. The sound of slight tree branch movement rang out, and Yuhi Shinko looked up to see Lu Yun and Kurenai. Asuma noticed Lu Yun and Kurenai. Lu Yun was carrying Kurenai, who had her arms around Liu Yun's neck. Asuma immediately stopped fighting, inevitably getting grazed by Narayuji's kunai. Lu Yun jumped down and gently placed Kurenai on the ground. He explained to Yuhi Shinko, who was walking over, she was attacked by Sunagakure shinobi ambushing in the forest and poisoned. I've already detoxified her. Yuhi Shinko looked at Kurenai, who lowered her head, not daring to meet her father's scrutinizing gaze. Kurenai, didn't you say you were going to the forest to pick wild fruits? How did you end up with Lu Yun? Lu Yun looked at the silent girl in surprise, realizing that Kurenai had come to him without Yuhi Shinko's approval. Kurenai didn't speak, and Yuhi Shinko shook his head. Don't leave my sight casually. In the future the front lines of war are very dangerous. Kurenai nodded, I understand, Dad. Yuhi Shinko turned to look at Lu Yun, noticing that his face was a little pale. Are you alright? Kurenai was also a little worried. Dad, Lu Yun sucked out the poison for me, so he must still have toxins in his body. Lu Yun waved his hand. Don't worry, I have an antidote, I'll take it later. Mokurion, come on, let's have a ninja battle. Asuma rushed over angrily, with a cut from Narayuji's kunai on his arm. Lu Yun ignored him and waved to Kurenai. Goodbye, Kurenai. Goodbye, Lu Yun. Asuma's kunai slashed through, and Lu Yun turned into a phantom, disappearing before their eyes. Mo Kuryon. Asuma clenched his fists tightly. He couldn't beat him, and even the woman he loved was in his arms. For the first time, Asuma had huge doubts about himself. He lowered his head, looked at the girl sitting on the ground, and reached out, trying to salvage the situation. Kurenai, I never participated in Mokuryon's assignment. Can you forgive me? Kurenai turned her head away, ignoring Asuma. Even if Asuma didn't participate, he didn't try to reject the Sarutobi clan's assignment. He must have indifferently watched Lu Yun being sent to the most dangerous place on the front lines. Kurenai. Asuma's hand remained suspended in the air for a long time, not coming down. He felt like he had lost something. Being stepped on by a civilian genin, he lost all his dignity, and even some people looked at him with hidden ridicule. Now, even Kurenai was ignoring him. Dissatisfaction, anger, jealousy, hatred. Asuma's heart was filled with mixed feelings, and then a gloomy look appeared in his eyes. He left a harsh word, that's the A-zone, where even jonin aren't sure they can survive. Mokuryon won't survive, he definitely won't survive. He will definitely die. After speaking, he ignored the three people's surprised looks and ran into the dense forest alone. Yuhi Shinko sighed helplessly, a huge gap can make people look up to you, but it can also make people twisted. It depends on whether Asuma can get through this. Narayuji wiped his kunai. Asuma has lived in the pride of others prostrating before him since he was a child. This is the first time he has been so hit by someone his age, and the gap is so big that Asuma can't even see the other person's back. Kurenai stood up, her face full of anger. You all remember Asuma, but does no one care about Lu Yun? He's defending the 8th defense line alone, with no teammates, no supplies. How is he supposed to hold on? Yuhi Shinko and Narayuji fell silent. Lu Yun sped through the forest, the skin on his face becoming increasingly pale, slowly turning dark, but Lu Yun remained expressionless. So, this is how he's being poisoned? A minor problem. Ding. You were killed by Sunagakure Chunin Matsumoto Taka using poison. Experience points plus 30. This Sunagakure extra didn't forget to ask for a name even in the afterlife. Sunagakure Frontline Command Center. Yumiki Den handed an assignment to Jonin Koshikawa. There's something strange about the Konoha Zone's 8th defense line. I suspect there's an elite Jonin guarding it. Your infiltration and assault abilities are the best among the Jonin. Go and investigate who it is. Yes, Commander. Koshikawa took the assignment, carefully reviewed it, memorized the location of the Konoha defense line, and then left Yumiki Den's office. Koshikawa walked to a clearing, put his finger in his teeth, bit out blood, and instantly formed a seal. Summoning technique. A cloud of white smoke rose with a bang, and a huge black eagle stood in the clearing, with a white head and black feathers, its eagle eyes gleaming with a knife-like cold light. Meifu, let's go. Chirp an eagle's cry spread throughout the Sunagakure camp, followed by a flap of huge black wings, stirring up wind and rising into the sky. At night, Asuma angrily punched a tree, leaving a dent in the trunk, stained with his own blood. Why? 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 Asuma kept asking himself. He was the son of the Hokage, the young master of the Sarutobi clan. He had no shortage of ninjutsu at home, and no shortage of jonin to guide him in his training. Yet, with so many resources, he was still inferior to a civilian genin. Kurenai, do even you look down on me? Asuma punched the dent in the tree again, his fist bleeding, but the pain there was not as great as the pain in his heart. He was being stepped on by Lu Yun. Every time he saw him, he wanted to get back at him, but Lu Yun didn't even look at him directly. In front of Lu Yun, he was as mentally disabled as a child, losing his dignity and everything. Asuma was tired of punching, and he leaned weakly against the tree trunk, muttering to himself, "What do I still have?" A cold snort rang out. You are the Hokage's son, the Sarutobi clan's young master, and the other person is just a civilian genin. Your family's status is your greatest advantage. Asuma looked up, seeing a young man in his 20s, with 7 or 8 parts of his face resembling his own. Brother, aren't you on the Amagakure battlefield? Why are you here? Sarutobi Shinnosuke looked at his incompetent younger brother and snorted, the Amagakure battlefield has reached a stalemate. It doesn't matter if I'm there or not, and it's not easy to earn merit there. I've come to the Kusagakure battlefield to establish merit. Asuma looked at his broken and bloody hand, not caring about the pain. Has the old man already planned to pave the way for you? Sarutobi Shinnosuke nodded. After this war, it will be about time to compete for the 4th Hokage. I want to become Hokage and continue the Sarutobi clan's glory. Asuma lowered his head, not speaking for a long time. Sarutobi Shinnosuke grabbed Asuma's collar. What's wrong? You can't get up after this little blow? You are a man of the Sarutobi clan, a born noble. How can you be defeated by mere setbacks? Asuma pushed Sarutobi Shinnosuke away. You don't understand. Sarutobi Shinnosuke smiled. Isn't it just a woman? As a noble, what woman can't you pursue? Kurenai is different from others. Sarutobi Shinnosuke snorted. I'll take care of this. It's the greatest honor for a jounin without backing to be able to marry into the Sarutobi clan. What are you going to do? Asuma asked loudly. Sarutobi Shinnosuke flashed away, leaving Asuma's sight. Asuma seemed to have guessed Sarutobi Shinnosuke's destination. Although he didn't want this, his clenched fist loosened. Kurenai, you can't be with a dead man. Sarutobi Shinnosuke quickly found Yuhi Kurenai and explained his intentions, overbearing, demanding that Yuhi Kurenai control her daughter. He also promised that Yuhi Kurenai's daughter would marry into the Sarutobi family in the future, raising Yuhi Kurenai's status in the village. Yuhi Kurenai refused in every possible way, not wanting to hurt her daughter's feelings, but Sarutobi Shinnosuke used the power of the Sarutobi family to pressure him. Yuhi Kurenai had no choice but to stand on the side of the Sarutobi family. He had to protect his daughter from any harm. The bonfire at night was very strong, dispelling the cold rising from the earth. Narayuji sensed the silence in the atmosphere and cleverly found an excuse to go to sleep. Only Yuhi Kurenai and Yuhi Shinko were left by the bonfire. Yuhi Shinko gritted his teeth, although he was an elite jonin and had a certain influence in the village. But in front of the Sarutobi family, he was like an ant. Kurenai. Yuhi Kurenai raised her head, looking at her father. Her expression seemed to be suppressing something. What is it, Dad? Don't go to reunion anymore, don't play with him anymore, forget about him. Yuhi Kurenai stared wide-eyed at Yuhi Shinko, who had always followed her wishes and never interfered in her private affairs. Today was the first time. What are you talking about, Dad? Yuhi Kurenai stood up. Yuhi Shinko said word by word, don't go to reunion anymore, forget about him completely. Also, forgive Asuma, don't quarrel with him anymore. Why? Yuhi Kurenai asked loudly. Why? Why can't I go to reunion anymore? Yuhi Shinko's voice became louder. There is no why? This is an order, I am your supervising jonin, you must execute my words. But you are my dad. Yuhi Kurenai's eyes filled with tears. Yuhi Shinko seemed stunned, looking painfully at his daughter's tears. It was the first time in his 30 years that he felt so powerless. The hands of the ninja clans were tearing apart the fate of the common people at all times. Kato-dan, White Fang, and too many others, who can stop the huge hand of the ninja clans playing chess? Yuhi Shinko hardened his heart. This is the first time I've ordered you. Kimura reunion will definitely not survive. Kurenai, forget about him. The sooner you forget, the less painful you will be. Drip, drip. The girl's tears fell. She couldn't believe that her father, who usually doted on her so much, would say such heartless words. Yuhi Kurenai turned around and ran away without looking back. You are all the same, watching Ryuyan die one by one. He is so pitiful, so lonely, but he can never escape the calculations of the adults. Yuhi Shinko watched Yuhi Kurenai run away, did not act, but silently watched the burning bonfire. The temperature of the flames was so warm, but Yuhi Shinko's heart was so cold. We are all sails on the sea, how can we escape the endless whirlpool? At the 7th front line of Konoha, a huge bald eagle landed its claws on the chest of an amputated ninja. Sand Ninja Yuichuan held a ninja sword against Shigejiro's neck, who was the ninja guarding your 8th front line? Shigejiro was covered in blood, and his internal organs were in a mess. Suddenly, the force on his chest became stronger and stronger, and Shigejiro immediately shouted, "It's Kimura Ryuyan, he has been guarding the 8th front line." Kimura Ryuyan, who is he? Yuichuan recalled the list of Konoha's jonin in his mind, but he had never heard of Kimura Ryuyan. Shigejiro immediately replied, he is a civilian genin who was driven to the 8th front line to die because he offended the Sarutobi family's young master. A genin. Yuichuan was full of doubts. Konoha let a genin guard the 8th front line, but it caused them to lose 8 special jonin and 12 chunin. Do you think I'm stupid? How dare you lie to me? Yuichuan slashed down with his knife. The light in Shigejiro's eyes slowly dimmed, only the intermittent voice I didn't lie to you. Yuichuan jumped onto the black eagle and stood on the giant eagle's neck, the wind blowing through. Meifu, go to the 8th front line, I don't believe Konoha would send a genin to guard there. Chirp, the eagle cried in the sky, and the huge wings blocked the moonlight. Whoa whoa. A girl's sobbing came from the dark night. Yuhi Kurenai swept away the thorns blocking her, ignoring the bloodstains on her hands, and ran around in the forest aimlessly. She didn't know where she was, and she didn't know where she should go. It was the first time that Yuhi Shinko had made such a strong request to her. Forgive Asuma, forget about Ryuyan. The adult world is so complicated. Yuhi Kurenai just wants to save her companions, just wants to stay away from the black vortex of the village, but the pressure from the ninja clans cannot be stopped by anyone. Chirp, a loud eagle cry came from the sky, and the beasts in the forest were in a mess, their cries rising and falling, as if surrendering to the Dark King in the sky. Yuhi Kurenai looked up and saw a huge black eagle circling in the night sky, with a ninja wearing a sand ninja forehead protector standing on its white feathered neck. Sand ninja. Yuhi Kurenai panicked and immediately drilled into the dense forest. The black eagle's vision was very sharp, even in such a dark night, it spotted Yuhi Kurenai at a glance. Yuichuan noticed the girl below, Konoha's genin, is it her? Judging from the girl's embarrassed escape below, it was impossible for her to be a powerful ninja who could guard the 8th front line. Meifu, catch her. Yuhi Shinko's senses were very keen, he vaguely heard the cry of a flying summon beast and immediately became alert. Summon beast, Sand Hidan's ninja hawk, damn it, Kurenai. Yuhi Shinko didn't say a word, picked up his knife and ran towards the direction Yuhi Kurenai had left. Nara Yuji also came out of the tent, he also analyzed the urgency of the situation. On the 8th front line of Area A, Ryuyan's eyelids twitched. Generally this kind of sign represents an ominous premonition in cliché plots. He had no one to ask, so he asked the system, "Dad system, what's going on? Why are my right eyelids twitching?" The system truthfully replied, it's natural for the host's eyelids to twitch after not sleeping for a long time. You're still being cheeky with me. Answer me quickly. The host concentrates all the chakra to the Byakugan and expands the detection distance. Ryuyan immediately did as he was told, he formed hand seals. Byakugan, open. The chakra in his body continuously gathered at his eyes. The Byakugan's perspective began to slowly increase. 1 kilometer. 2 kilometers. Ryuyan still didn't find any movement, he immediately opened the 3rd gate of the 8 inner gates. His body's skin turned red, and green energy radiated from his body. He overdrawn his body's energy to extract chakra and pour it into the Byakugan. 3 kilometers. 4 kilometers. 8 kilometers. 10 kilometers. Ryuyan's Byakugan detection range directly expanded to 10 kilometers away. He tried hard to probe, and suddenly found 2 huge chakras in the sky. The largest one was mixed and impure, belonging to a summon beast's chakra. The other chakra was higher than a special jonin's, belonging to a jonin's chakra. There was also a very weak chakra, which Ryuyan was very familiar with. Kurenai. Ryuyan immediately wiped his knife across his throat, resurrected again, opened the 3rd gate, and Shunshin body flicker technique towards the direction Yuhi Kurenai was taken away. With the 3rd gate fully opened, Ryuyan used the continuous chakra to perform the body flicker technique. In the night sky, he was like a green light passing through the tranquil forest. Hurry! 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 Ryuyan kept accelerating, kept forming seals, and kept releasing the body flicker technique. The 3 chakra gate valves in his body continuously output chakra. Ryuyan kept roaring in a low voice, steam rising from his whole body. All the nutrients in his body were burning, and his life was slowly flowing away. He was like a gust of wind blowing through the forest, and the distance from Yuetuan was getting closer and closer. 7 kilometers. 6 kilometers. 5 kilometers. Ryuyan's body began to experience bursts of pain. The negative effects of the 8 inner gates were affecting his rapid movement. Ryuyan immediately detonated the explosive tag on his chest. After reviving, Lu Yun continued to open the 3 gates, using an ultra-limit instant body technique. 4 kilometers. 3 kilometers. 1 kilometer. Lu Yun looked up and saw a giant eagle under the moonlight. Unlike the windhawk of Duping Gate, this eagle was black, even larger than the summoning beast of Duping Gate, with twice the amount of chakra. Boom! Lu Yun immediately detonated an explosive tag, died, revived, and activated the green light instant body technique for rapid movement. The explosion of the explosive tag attracted the Black Hawk's attention, and it let out a cry, circling in the sky. Yuechuan noticed the abnormality of his partner, and his pupils looked down. A green line came extremely fast, and its speed increased rapidly in an instant. What is this? A green flash. 200 meters below the Black Hawk, Lu Yun suddenly stomped down, instantly creating a crater of about 10 meters. He leaped up, like a launched missile, flying towards the Black Hawk. The night was cold, and the wind in the sky felt like a scar on the girl, Yuhi Hong, who dared not open her eyes, fearing the cold wind would hurt her pupils. She felt a little desperate, captured by the Sand Ninja, taken back to the Sand Hidden camp, not knowing what kind of abuse and humiliation she would suffer. Wasn't Lu Yun like this back then? Captured by the Sand Ninja, with no one coming to save him, wasn't he also so desperate? Yuhi Hong thought of him in her heart. Lu Yun had changed so much, proving that he had endured more pain and torment. Hong! A loud shout came from below, and Yuhi Hong looked down in confusion, only to see a figure emitting green energy flying towards the sky. Lu Yun, the girl, called out in surprise, then suddenly cried out anxiously, go back, he is a Jonin, you are no match for him. Yuechuan finally saw the appearance of the green figure, a young boy, actually has this kind of ninjutsu. Yuechuan immediately made a hand seal and spat out dozens of wind blades. Wind style, wind cutter technique. Lu Yun put 4 fingers together, one in front and one behind, multiple shadow clone technique. Boom 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 boom. In an instant, clusters of white smoke burst out around him, with about 100 shadow clones suspended in the sky. As soon as they came out, they cursed the heavens, blaming the main body for being too, actually releasing them in the high altitude. Several shadow clones became Liu Yun's shields, helping him block Yuechuan's wind blades. But still, a wind blade grazed Liu Yun's shoulder, directly cutting off Liu Yun's left hand. Yuhi Hong shouted worriedly. Lu Yun didn't stop. He stepped on the head of a shadow clone and rushed forward, finally reaching the Black Hawk. Chirp! The Black Hawk flapped its wings and climbed into the sky. Liu Yun's shadow clones formed a human bridge in the sky, grabbed Liu Yun's feet, and swung him, giving Lu Yun great acceleration. Go! Lu Yun rushed upwards and impacted the Black Hawk's claws. Fire style, great fireball technique. He formed a hand seal with one hand and spat out a huge fireball, hitting the Black Hawk's feathers. Chirp! The Black Hawk felt pain and unconsciously released its claws, and Yuhi Hong fell down. Hong! Lu Yun immediately grabbed her with one hand. Yuhi Hong opened her eyes slightly, looking at the teenager whose skin was flushed red and releasing green energy. Lu Yun held Yuhi Hong and descended, the huge gravitational potential energy superimposed on the two of them, turning into kinetic potential energy. This downward impact force could instantly smash anyone into mincemeat. In such a desperate situation, Yuhi Hong's heart became even more peaceful. The heartache that Yuhi Hong felt from her father's toughness slowly disappeared, and her aversion to the village's power vortex gradually faded away. Lu Yun, you are so good. The two fell rapidly, and Lu Yun released Yu Hong with his only remaining right hand, quickly forming a hand seal. One-handed multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, about 50 shadow clones stacked up in a string below. Lu Yun caught Yu Hong again with one hand, using the shadow clones to cushion the force of falling from the sky. Main body, you bastard. Main body, IFCK. The shadow clones exploded one by one, not forgetting to greet Liu Yun's entire family as they exploded. Landing, bending over, all in one go. Lu Yun turned off the 8 gates, and the ensuing fatigue invaded his whole body. Lu Yun endured the pain in his body and gently released the girl. He comforted her, "Hong, everything is fine." Yu Hong, with tears in her eyes, looked at Liu Yun's severed arm. "You fool, why did you come to save me?" Lu Yun glanced at his severed arm. "Don't worry, it's just a small injury." Idiot. Big idiot. Super big idiot. Lu Yun was stunned. Lu Yun patted Yu Hong's soft back with his right hand. "Don't cry, my recovery ability is very good, I'll be back to normal tomorrow." "You're lying, which ninja can recover after having their arm cut off?" Secret technique, 100 Feather Sky Piercer. Yue Chuan immediately used his combined ninjutsu with his summoning beast. Hundreds of feathers floated in the sky, each one was crystal white, as big as a bamboo, beautiful but also with a hint of killing intent. 100 Feather Sky Piercer, release. Hundreds of feathers flew towards Lu Yun and Yu Hong, covering the sky and the sun. Instant body technique. Lu Yun immediately made a hand seal and used the instant body technique with Yu Hong, but his chakra was running out, and the instant body technique only reached the outer edge of Yue Chuan's wind-style ninjutsu's release range. Dozens of wind-style feathers shot down from the sky. Lu Yun rolled on the ground with Yu Hong, dodging 3 or 4, and 5 more came filled with killing intent. Unable to dodge, Lu Yun took the opportunity to prop himself up on Yu Hong's body with one hand, using his body to shield her. Lu Yun. Yu Hong shouted with wide eyes, her gaze fixed on the moment when Lu Yun sheltered her from the wind and rain. Swoosh swoosh, the swift attack landed, and the feathers pierced through Liu Yun's body. One pierced through his stomach and shot into the ground, another pierced through Liu Yun's chest, and Lu Yun grabbed it with one hand to prevent the wind-style feather from hitting Yu Hong. Cough cough, blood flowed from Liu Yun's mouth, his vitality slowly dimmed, and the light in his eyes was gradually replaced by gloom. Yu Hong trembled and shakily wiped the blood from the corner of Liu Yun's mouth. "Lu Yun, don't die, don't die." Lu Yun lowered his head and knelt on the ground, the light in his eyes slowly fading away. "You are the sunset of Yuhi and I am the cloud that chases you." The bright light in his eyes faded away, and the heartbeat in his chest stopped. Lu Yun. She kept shedding crystal tears. "Why? Why? You didn't die after being on the front line for 2 weeks, but now you died to save me. Lu Yun, please come back to life." A huge shadow enveloped Yu Hong, but she didn't look up. She had already closed herself off from the outside world. Yue Chuan stood on the Black Hawk's head, ruthlessly watching the crying girl. "This is the ninja world. The cold and ruthless curse will be passed down from generation to generation until the day humanity disappears." From Yue Chuan's perspective, Liu Yun's body released white smoke, blocking the view below. Smoke. Immortal bloodline. Yue Chuan widened his eyes. He was an intelligence ninja and had access to information from the Umbu, so he naturally knew the description of the immortal bloodline circulating among the higher-ups. Smoke. Yu Hong looked at the white smoke in confusion, and a finger gently tapped on her pressure point for sleep. Yu Hong uncontrollably fell asleep. Lu Yun created a shadow clone, and the shadow clone carried Yu Hong away into the forest. The smoke dissipated, and a young man in white clothes, with his chest exposed, stood on the ground with his hands on his hips, his eyes like 2 black gemstones under the moonlight. "Let me introduce myself, my name is Mu Lu Yun." In the forest, Yuhi Shinko and Narayuji hurried along, finally approaching the area where Ryuyan and the Sand Ninja, Koshi, were fighting. At the foot of a large tree, the two found Ryuyan's shadow clone and Yuhi Red. Yuhi Shinko instantly approached, helping up the unconscious Yuhi Red. Seeing that she was alright, he finally let go of his worries. He looked up at Ryuyan's shadow clone and said with a complicated expression, "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I can't imagine what would have happened to Red." Narayuji approached and shook his head. "Teacher, he's just a shadow clone. Look over there." Yuhi Shinko turned his head, looking towards the night sky about 300 meters away. A huge black eagle was circling in the air, with white shadow clones rushing into the sky from the ground like cannonballs. Upon closer inspection, the clothes worn by the shadow clones were Ryuyen's white, cheap version of uniform. The shadow clones flew into the sky one by one, spitting fireballs and constantly attacking the black eagle. A wind release ninja was on the black eagle, releasing wind release to eliminate Ryuyen's shadow clones. Black Eagle. Koshi of the Sand Village. Yuhi Shinko quickly recalled the Sand Village's Jonin list. Among the Jonin who possessed the Black Eagle summoning beast, there was one who specialized in infiltration and intelligence gathering, Koshi. Nara Yuji was stunned. Ryuyen is fighting a Jonin. What's wrong with this world? Does a genin have to be this crazy? Yuhi Shinko said to Nara Yuji, "You stay here and watch. I'll go take a look." On Ryuyen's side, in fact, Ryuyen had been fighting Koshi and his summoning beast for about 10 minutes before Yuhi Shinko and Nara Yuji arrived. Ryuyen had gained about 1,400 experience points from the Jonin and high-level summoning beast. Koshi was no longer useful to him, and Ryuyen began to fight seriously. Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Roar! A huge fire dragon head flew upwards from the ground. Koshi controlled the Black Eagle to make a turn, dodging the Great Dragon Fire technique. Immediately after, several shurikens flew over, with long steel wires tied behind them, binding Koshi. Ryuyen smiled coldly below, making hand seals, Fire Release, Dragon Fire technique. Whoosh! The flames shot into the sky like a shooting star, and were about to attack Koshi in the blink of an eye. Koshi slashed with his ninja sword, cutting the steel wire, but the flames behind the steel wire still shot straight at him. Chirp! The Black Eagle ascended, dodging the fire attack. Ryuyen released the hand seals, looking at the one person and one eagle in the sky. He had to get rid of the summoning beast under Koshi's feet first. 8 gates release formation, first gate of opening open. Second gate of healing open. Third gate of life open. Ryuyen opened 3 gates in a row, and a faint green energy ignited on his body. He slammed his foot on the ground and rushed into the sky. Come on, brat. Koshi and the Black Eagle were not pushovers either. Even though their chakra had decreased a lot, they didn't run away in a panic. Mingfeng, dive. Koshi controlled the Black Eagle to dive down, and the two used a combined ninjutsu. Secret technique, 100 Feather Sky Piercer. Hundreds of wind-style transformed feathers rushed towards Ryuyen. Ryuyen just rushed up forcefully, completely ignoring the feathers piercing his chest. When approaching the Black Eagle, Ryuyen opened his Byakugan, releasing all of his chakra towards the 361 output points. Fire Release, Ash Pile Burning. The chakra extracted by Ryuyen's 3 gates burning his body's energy had reached the level of an elite jonin. The black gunpowder smoke directly covered half of the sky. Mingfeng, retreat quickly. Koshi smelled the strong smell of gunpowder and was about to control the Black Eagle to escape the gunpowder smoke. Flames suddenly appeared from Ryuyen's mouth. Rumble! The gunpowder exploded continuously, and clusters of flames illuminated most of the sky. Yuhi Shinko had just arrived and immediately recognized this ninjutsu, the Sarutobi clan's ash pile burning. Bang! Mixed with the sound of the gunpowder explosion was the sound of white smoke bursting. It turned out that Koshi's summoning beast, the Black Eagle, had returned to its summoning realm due to severe injuries. A figure fell from the smoke, his clothes charred black. It was Koshi, his hair messed up by the explosion. Fortunately, he was not seriously injured, because the Black Eagle had protected Koshi in the explosion, enduring most of the gunpowder explosion. After Ryuyen revived, he fell directly from the sky. He opened the 3 gates and slammed into the ground, creating a large pit. Ryuyen slowly walked out of the pit, his white robe hanging down, revealing his sturdy upper body, without a single scratch on it. The surprise in Yuhi Shinko's eyes became even stronger. Ryuyen was fighting the Sand Village Jonin, Koshi, and it seemed like Koshi was the one at a disadvantage. Ryuyen's Byakugan suddenly noticed Yuhi Shinko watching from 150 meters away. He restrained his recklessness and began to take things seriously. Waving his sword, Ryuyan made a hand seal with one hand and rushed up in an instant. Clang! Koshi reacted quickly, and the two swords collided. Ryuyan's sword gradually overwhelmed the other. His Chunin template's strength was boosted to its peak. Being well-rounded, his strength was comparable to a strength-type Chunin. Koshi was not a strength type, so he could only be suppressed by Ryuyan. In Yuhi Shinko's view, a very strange scene appeared. Ryuyan, who was a head and a half shorter than Koshi, was suppressing Koshi. Yuhi Shinko noted Ryuyan's great strength. "Where did you get such great strength?" Koshi looked at himself being suppressed in disbelief. He was an adult, but he was being overwhelmed by a child. Without thinking much, Koshi drew out a kunai with his other hand and was about to shoot it at Ryuyan. If there was no one watching, Ryuyan would not have defended at all and would have directly charged forward. But Yuhi Shinko was watching from the side. Ryuyan leaped up and flipped over, dodging Koshi's kunai. Leaping in the air, he suddenly put two fingers together with one hand, forming the tiger seal with one hand. Fire release, Demon Lantern. As many as 20 demon fireheads with horns were condensed around Ryuyan, roaring and attacking Koshi. Koshi put his hands together, releasing the chakra from his body. Wind release, Violent Wind Poem. A violent wind was released from Koshi's body, blowing away about 10 of Ryuyan's demon lanterns. But the remaining demon lanterns attacked from behind Koshi. Koshi suddenly retreated, and the direction he retreated in was Ryuyan's direction. "Be good and stick your head out." Ryuyan raised his sword and slashed upwards. With fire release behind him and Ryuyan in front of him, Koshi leaped upwards, dodging Ryuyan's and the fire's attack. Ryuyan smiled suddenly. The weakness of ninjas acting in the air was very obvious. 8 gates release formation, 3 gates opened simultaneously. Ryuyan gritted his teeth and opened 3 gates in an instant. His body's strength was overdrawn, bringing him unimaginable energy. Ryuyan slammed his foot towards the sky. The speed looked like a green flash to others, and it was a green that made people panic and made their hearts cold. Yuechuan couldn't dodge at all, and could only watch helplessly as Ryuyan kicked him in the chest. Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out, and all the internal organs in Yuechuan's body were kicked out of place. He was also kicked hundreds of meters away, crashing into a large tree, breaking the tree before stopping. Cough cough. Yuechuan struggled to get up, blood flowing endlessly from his mouth. He looked weakly at Ryuyan, who was carrying a ninja sword and walking towards him step by step. In the last moments of his life, Yuechuan didn't beg for mercy, but instead smirked. "Mu Ryuyan, you are the person the village elders are looking for. My Mingfeng will report your information to the village." "So what?" Ryuyan approached him. "The 4th Kazekage, Granny Chio, Bakura of the Scorch Release, the Hidden Sand Village, and many other experts will definitely find a way to capture you, study your immortal smoke release bloodline, and torture you endlessly." Ryuyan held his sword horizontally, the blade gleaming silver in the moonlight. With a slash of the ninja sword, blood splattered, and Ryuyan's white clothes were stained quite a bit. "I am an immortal ninja, there is nothing in this world that can kill me." A figure appeared in a flash, and Ryuyan turned his head to see Yuhi Shinko. Yuhi Shinko looked at Ryuyan with a rather complicated expression. "Everyone underestimated you. Your strength has already reached the level of a jonin." Ryuyan wiped the blood off his ninja sword, exuding a faint Sasuke vibe. "The vision of mediocre people only stays by their side. How can they see the beautiful scenery beyond their horizons?" Yuhi Shinko cut off Yuechuan's head. "He is a hidden sand intelligence ninja. The information in his head is very important. This credit is yours, and I will apply for war merits for you." Ryuyan twirled his sword, then sheathed it into the scabbard on his waist. A faint Sasuke vibe permeated the air. "Then leave the merits to you. I am an eagle soaring in the sky, and I disdain to compete with those rats in the mud for food." After Ryuyan finished speaking, he turned around and slowly walked towards his small hill. Yuhi Shinko looked at the shirtless boy, revealing his spine. "This guy, how does he give off an impulse to hit him?" At the hidden sand front line, a black giant eagle with slightly scorched feathers landed at the command post. Yumiki immediately walked out of the office and took out a scroll from the eagle's beak. This was the information Yueshwan had managed to record during the battle. Yumiki's face was full of gloom. A Jonin who was best at infiltration and raids had died just like that. He wondered if the information he had gathered was worth the price. Yumiki opened the scroll and carefully read it. Immortal Ninja, Smoke Release Bloodline. A gleam appeared in Yumiki's eyes. As the commander of the front line, Yumiki had learned about Liu Yun's information from the higher-ups after the last unsuccessful pursuit of Liu Yun. A body that would never die, instantly resurrected, and able to recover all injuries. Now this information has been updated and named Immortal Smoke Release, and its value is even higher than Wood Release. Yueshwan's sacrifice was not without value, at least he obtained the whereabouts of the Immortal Smoke Release bloodline body. Without saying a word, Yumiki boarded the Black Eagle and flew towards the hidden sand camp. He wanted to report this matter to the 4th Kazekage, Raza. At the 8th front line in Area A of the Hidden Leaf Front, Liu Yun was sitting cross-legged on a stone, his mind already in the system space. Having gained 1400 experience points, it was time to upgrade Liu Yun's Chunin template. He spent 400 experience points to raise Seals, Illusion, and Wisdom in the 8 ninja stats to 10 points each. Liu Yun then used all the remaining experience points to improve his chakra control, chakra nature transformation, and then the basics of the ninja profession. Finally, Liu Yun added points to all the ninjutsu he mastered to the point where he could perform hand seals with one hand. The system's voice sounded as usual. Host's Chunin quality is successfully maxed out. Template replacement. Liu Yun looked at his template being replaced with a special Jonin template, which was upgraded based on the ninja's level. The interface was full of new ninjutsu. After all, some people didn't want to release water release here. Special Jonin Mu Liu Yun, 8 ninja stats, Nin 1, Tai 1, Gen 1, Wise 1, Pao 1, SPD 1, Stam 1, Seal 1. For chakra stats, chakra amount, special Jonin level. Chakra attribute, fire attribute, in attribute. Chakra control, 80% proficiency. Chakra nature transformation, 80% proficiency. Bloodline limit, Byakugan beginner. Ninja profession basics, Theory 2, Stealth 2, Tracking 2, Assassination 2, Traps 2, Poisoning 2. Forbidden Jutsu, Multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu 100% proficiency, 8 gates release, Gate of Opening, Gate of Healing, Gate of Life 50% proficiency, Ninjutsu, Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique One-Handed Seal, 50% proficiency, Fire Release, Ash Pile Burning One-Handed Seal, 50% proficiency, Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique One-Handed Seal, 50% proficiency, Fire Release, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique One-Handed Seal, 50% proficiency, Fire Release, Phoenix Sage Flower Claw Crimson. One-Handed Seal, 50% proficiency, Rasengan No Seals, Taijutsu, Head Catching Shuriken 100% proficiency, Leaf Gale 40% proficiency, Leaf Whirlwind 50% proficiency, Leaf Great Whirlwind 50% proficiency, Front Lotus 40% proficiency, Reverse Lotus 50% proficiency, Genjutsu, Smoke Transformation Illusion 100% proficiency, Iris Illusion 80% proficiency, Murderous Intent Illusion 60% proficiency, Evaluation, Sigma Sigma. Liu Yun opened his Byakugan and felt his whole body. The amount of chakra flowing through him was twice as much as before. The chakra points became thicker, proving that the output was also faster. Most importantly, Liu Yun felt that he had grown a little taller, but he was still an undersized radish, less than 1.6 meters tall. He clenched his fist, his body filled with a powerful energy, ready to dance at any time, ready to stand above the heavens at any time. Liu Yun, a clear and loud shout came from afar. Liu Yun looked into the distance and saw a girl in red and white clothes running through the hard rocks, like a cheerful fawn in the forest. Liu Yun stood up and smiled. Kurenai. Yuhi Shinko was following behind Yuhi Kurenai. He had really been frightened yesterday and didn't dare to let Yuhi Kurenai leave his side for even half a step. Yuhi Kurenai stubbornly wanted to see Liu Yun again, so this time Yuhi Shinko indulged his daughter and brought her to the area where Liu Yun was stationed. Yuhi Kurenai quickly approached Liu Yun. Was last night a dream? I clearly dreamed that you were dead? Then why are you still alive and well? Liu Yun made up a story. At that time, you were caught in that hidden sand ninja's genjutsu, so you thought I was dead. I see, I was so scared at the time. Yuhi Kurenai rubbed her chest, as if she still had lingering fears about what happened yesterday. Lu Yun criticized the girl. Why did you run out of your defense line last night? If I hadn't discovered it early, you would have been captured by the hidden sand ninjas. Yuhi Kurenai lowered her head. She didn't want to answer the question. Sunset Shinkurin behind him unconsciously clenched his hands, then interrupted, Ryuyan, grow up quickly. Your ninja talent has the potential to become a Kage. I believe you will one day change Konoha, even the land of fire. Sunset Shinkurin finished speaking and instantly disappeared. A person who can kill a Jonin at such a young age is comparable to Hashirama and Madara Uchiha at the beginning of Konoha's founding. If Ryuyan can really grow to that level, I believe he can break the shackles of the ninja clans on the common people. After Sunset Shinkurin left, Sunset Red became even more open. Ryuyan, I don't want to bother with Asuma anymore. He actually asked someone to threaten my dad to make me forget you. He's so petty. Ryuyan, Dad said you can defeat a Sand Village Jonin all by yourself. You're so amazing. Ryuyan seemed to have fully integrated into Sasuke's personality traits. The Sand Village reptiles, even if they become Jonin, are just mediocre people. As long as I feel like it, I can take their lives. You're bragging. Sunset Red retorted. I never brag. Even if Madara Uchiha were alive, I could dance in front of him. You're exaggerating more and more. Why not say you could dance in front of the Sage of the Six Paths? I could. Time passed by, and Sunset Shinkurin's figure appeared at the giant rock, preparing to call Sunset Red away. As Sunset Red was about to leave, Ryuyan suddenly stopped her. Ryuyan, what's up? Ryuyan reached into his ninja tool bag, took out about 60 explosive tags, and handed them to Sunset Red. Red, here you go. Sunset Red refused. Ryuyan, I don't want them. You're in more danger than me on my front line. You should keep them for yourself. Ryuyan forcibly pressed the explosive tags into Sunset Red's hand. I can solo kill a Jonin, so explosive tags are useless to me. But you're still a genin, so they'll be very useful to you. Sunset Red couldn't refuse and had to accept Ryuyan's gift. She simply thanked Ryuyan and left with Sunset Shinkurin. Ryuyan watched them leave. Sunset Red waved to Ryuyan as she disappeared into the forest, and Ryuyan waved back. Walking on the path in the forest, Sunset Red counted the explosive tags in her hand, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65. There are 65 of them. They ostracize Ryuyan so much, how could they give him so many explosive tags? Sunset Shinkurin rubbed Sunset Red's head. Maybe Ryuyan found them on those sand ninjas. Ryuyan is really amazing. His talent is so strong. I believe my dad will be no match for him soon. Sunset Shinkurin smiled. Geniuses can't be compared with ordinary people's records. Kakashi and Ryuyan are both geniuses who are born to be ninjas. Sunset Red was a little confused. Then why were Ryuyan's grades so bad in the Ninja Academy? He couldn't even perform a simple transformation jutsu? Sunset Shinkurin analyzed slightly, because of war. In an environment where life and death are uncertain, a ninja's talent will be greatly unleashed. Ryuyan is a ninja who is suitable for the battlefield. He will become stronger as long as there is fighting. Oh. Sunset Shinkurin was still pondering in his heart. No matter how much he grows, it's impossible to solo kill a Jonin in his youth, unless the hidden talent in his body is unleashed. The forbidden multiple shadow clone jutsu, the massive amount of chakra, the high-level fire style comparable to the Uchiha clan, and the Sarutobi clan's ash pile burning jutsu, and finally the forbidden jutsu that emits green energy. Sunset Shinkurin murmured softly. If he wasn't mistaken, the last jutsu was the forbidden jutsu from the Book of Seals, the Eight Gates. So many unknown jutsu appearing on a young man's body couldn't be without a basis. Ryuyan, Moku Ryuyan. Moku, Moku? Moku. Wood release. The Forest of the Senju. The Book of Seals of the Senju clan. Sunset Red looked at her father, who was deep in thought, with confusion. Dad, what are you talking about, Senju Senju? Sunset Shinkurin stopped slightly. He seemed to have determined the reason for Ryuyen's uniqueness, that he had Senju blood flowing in him. The Senju clan was the best ninja clan for the common people. They even integrated their 1,000-year history into the common people. Because of the Senju clan, the common people could obtain ninjutsu and no longer be at the mercy of the ninja clans. It could be said that the Senju were the hope of the commoner ninjas. Sunset Shinkyurin shook his head, his voice so low that it couldn't be lower, perhaps. Ryuyen can really change Konoha. Another day passed, and the day finally came to the end of the month. On this day, Ryuyen used a little experience to exchange for a few incense sticks, lit them, and stuck them in the ground. Sage of the 6 paths above, I hope Moku Ryuyen can draw the Rinnegan today. Ryuyen rubbed his hands, quickly opened the system interface, and came to the big lottery area. Let it spin. The pointer on the lottery interface spun quickly, slowly stopping after a few seconds, and stopping on a mental attribute item in Ryuyen's sight. Naruto's negative talk no jutsu. This mental attribute quickly merged with Ryuyen. Ryuyen felt more energetic, his throat was clearer, and the amount of curse words in his mind increased. Is Naruto's talk no jutsu strong? Yes, of course it's strong. Look at Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki, a person who wanted to bring pain to the world. He came to Konoha from afar to carry rice and almost destroyed the village. In the end, after Naruto's talk no jutsu, Nagato was immediately convinced. That mouth is literally Kotoama Tsukumi. And Obito, who was darker than black, could still be whitewashed by that mouth. As for this negative talk no jutsu, Ryuyen guessed it must be forcibly lowering intelligence. He opened his Byakugan and caught a mouse in the crack of a rock. This mouse was a little strange. It actually had chakra. It seemed to be a natural show-off mouse. Ryuyen fixed the mouse on the rock, cleared his throat, and looked seriously into the mouse's eyes. You're just a stinky mouse, you can only honestly gnaw mud for the rest of your life. Naruto's negative talk no jutsu activated. Squeak squeak. The mouse's eyes turned red and it struggled non-stop, as if it wanted to bite Ryuyen with its teeth. Ryuyen was a little surprised. This mouth was so strong, it seemed to come with a taunting aura, an aura of looking down on others. A mouse wanted to kill him after hearing his words. Wouldn't he be able to make people's mentality explode and want to kill him if he scolded people casually in the future? This is a mental attribute that suits my personality. After experimenting with Naruto's negative talk no jutsu, Ryuyen continued to draw the lottery. This time, the roulette landed on a taijutsu, Konoha Taijutsu's secret 1,000 years of death. This taijutsu had a very excellent record. The 7th Hokage of Konoha and the 5th Kazekage of the Sand Village both harbored resentment under this technique. It was a very powerful forbidden technique. It was created by Konoha's 6th Hokage, Kakashi Hatake. Using this technique hurts both the user and the opponent. Bullshit. Ryuyen was speechless after drawing something useless, wasting a valuable lottery opportunity. With only one last lottery chance remaining, Ryuyen watched the incense stick almost burn out. Immortals, help me. The roulette spun, and under Ryuyen's expectant gaze, it slowly came to a stop. Ryuyen's pupils widened, his heart filled with excitement because what he saw was Senju clan's sage body, a bloodline limit, the Senju clan's bloodline limit. What release wasn't actually their bloodline limit, it was something Hashirama Senju developed himself. Although the original story never explicitly stated the Senju clan's bloodline limit, the defining characteristic of this clan is their massive chakra reserves and strong affinity for chakra, similar to the Uzumaki clan in some ways. Take Tobirama Senju, a typical Senju clan member, for example. His chakra reserves were enormous, and he possessed extraordinary talent in ninjutsu, developing almost all of Konoha's forbidden techniques. A true source of all evil. Tsunade also developed many forbidden techniques: creation rebirth, mitotic regeneration, strength of 100 seal, and being unlucky at gambling. Therefore, the system defined this body that surpassed regular ninjas as a bloodline limit. A surge of green energy flowed through Ryuyen's entire body, forcibly distorting his DNA, causing powerful changes. The number of cells in his body increased, even exceeding twice that of ordinary ninjas, and Ryuyen's physical strength gradually rose. Looking at his special Jonin template, the external manifestations of his physical strength, power, and speed gradually increased. These attributes usually require 100 experience points to increase by just 1 point. Because of the Senju clan's sage body, power, and speed reached 5, the mid-stage of special Jonin, directly saving Lu Yun 800 experience points. Lu Yun clenched his fist, his muscles seemingly harboring unimaginable power. He suddenly punched the rock tied to the rat. Bang! Rat, with a loud bang, the rock, even taller than Lu Yun, was shattered into several pieces by Lu Yun. During Orochimaru's attack on Konoha, Might Guy punched a sand ninja in the abdomen, creating a large hole in the wall behind him. Moreover, Might Guy didn't open the 8 gates at the time, it was purely physical strength. Although Liu Yun's strength is far from Might Guy's now, he believes that he will soon possess that kind of power. The amplification brought by the Senju clan's sage body doesn't stop there. A gentle force slowly combined with Liu Yun's Byakugan. Under this yang-based power, Liu Yun's Byakugan underwent unimaginable changes. Lu Yun activated his Byakugan. This time, his detection range instantly increased to 5 kilometers, and the Byakugan's level also rose to intermediate. Lu Yun looked at his special Jonin template, Special Jonin, Mu Lu Yun, Ninja 8 stats, Ninjutsu 2, Taijutsu 2, Genjutsu 2, Intelligence 2, Power 5, Speed 5, Stamina 1, Hand Seals 1. Chakra 4 stats, Chakra amount, Jonin level. Chakra affinity, Water, Fire, Earth, Wind, Yin, Yang. Chakra control, 20% proficiency. Chakra nature transformation, Fire 30% proficiency, Yin 20% proficiency, others none. Bloodline limit, Byakugan intermediate, Senju clan sage body beginner. Etc. First of all, Liu Yun's chakra amount directly increased to Jonin level due to the Senju clan's sage body. He also inherited the Senju clan's 3 standard affinities, Water, Earth, and Yang. The Wind affinity was just a freebie. Suddenly obtaining so many benefits, Lu Yun couldn't help but want to sing and dance. He did it immediately. Multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu. Lu Yun immediately used the Multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu. In an instant, there were a full 300 shadow clones all over the mountain. The shadow clones were also affected by Liu Yun's emotions, their faces filled with joy. Ha ha ha. They all laughed like Sasuke. Lu Yun used his remaining experience points to exchange for dozens of cases of champagne. Everyone, let's get drunk tonight. Yash. The shadow clones responded enthusiastically, and everyone sang and danced together. During the process, some shadow clones even used ventriloquism, using chakra vibrations to simulate the music of a disco. Boom boom boom. BPM BPM BPM. Click click click. Let's get hyped. In an instant, the entire hilltop was immersed in a sea of joy. Dancing on the battlefield, it seems only Lu Yun would dare to do that. But there's one other person, Madara Uchiha, the dance king of the battlefield. In the pile of rocks, the rat kidnapped by Lu Yun had only half a breath left, but its eyes revealed a humane light. This was a surveillance rat, carrying a ninjutsu. The other end of the jutsu was Yuta, a special Jonin 10 kilometers away. Yuta was ordered by Danzo Shimura to monitor Lu Yun, but he didn't dare to get too close, fearing that Lu Yun would discover him and chase him down with a knife. So, he lodged his jutsu in the rat's body to monitor Lu Yun. What is Lu Yun doing? Did he discover me just now? Damn it, I was so discreet, how could he still discover me? Yuta released his jutsu, taking one last look at the shadow clones dancing the night away before releasing it. So many shadow clones, and their movements, aren't they just like the dancers in adult clubs in big cities? How dare Lu Yun dance on the battlefield? How dare he? Crazy. He's crazy. The next day, Lu Yun lay drunkenly on the rocks. Around him were scattered shadow clones, all with flushed faces, muttering lewd words. Hiccup. 2 figures flashed by, Kurenai Yuhi and Asuma Sarutobi, who came to visit Lu Yun as usual. Kurenai Yuhi approached worriedly. She couldn't tell which was the real body, so she shouted loudly, Lu Yun, what's wrong? Hiccup. Lu Yun burped, his head dizzy. He vaguely heard Kurenai Yui's voice and reached out his hand, indicating that he was the real body. Kurenai Yui found Luyun and helped him up. Why is your face so red? And why do you smell like alcohol? You were drinking. Kurenai Yui scolded, Luyun, you broke one of the 3 ninja commandments. Hiccup. What are you afraid of? Hiccup. Luyun swayed away, and at the same time, a dozen shadow clones beside him were dispelled. He drank dozens of bottles of high-proof liquor last night, and the shadow clones drank along with him, their drunkenness on Liu Yun's brain. An ordinary person would have died from alcohol poisoning. Hiccup. Who am I? What am I doing? Hiccup. Liu Yun was so drunk that he didn't know who he was or what he was doing. Asuma Sarutobi ignored where Liu Yun's alcohol came from. Instead, he approached Liu Yun and lectured, you really have a big heart. This is the battlefield, and the place you're guarding is the most dangerous 8th front. What if someone sneaks over? In vino veritas. Liu Yun finally remembered a little, but he was still dizzy. He didn't fear anything and said, afraid of what? I'm an immortal ninja, who can kill me? Hiccup. Kurenai Yui said, what immortal ninja? Liu Yun, you're bragging again. Hiccup, bragging? Mu Liu Yun, never brag. I want to dance. I want to dance on the battlefield. I want to dance with Madara Uchiha, to discuss heroes. Hiccup. Liu Yun swayed back and forth, practicing the drunken fist he watched as a child. Lu Dongbin. Drunk and lifting a pot with immense strength. Hiccup. Swish. Suddenly, a figure wearing a green ninja vest flashed into view. Kurenai Yui warily watched the newcomer, protecting Kurenai behind him. Sarutobi Shinosuke. Sarutobi Shinosuke sneered, his eyes fixed on the girl behind Kurenai Yui, not bad looking. She'll definitely be a beauty in the future, qualified to become a woman of the Sarutobi clan. Kurenai's little face showed anger, as if I'd want to be one of the Sarutobi clan. Sarutobi Shinosuke slowly approached, his black, inky eyes carrying a sense of authority as he stared directly at Kurenai Yui. Jonin Yui, can't you control your own daughter? Do you want to rebel against the Sarutobi clan? Kurenai Yui remained silent, saying nothing. Hiccup Ryuyan hiccuped, immediately drawing Sarutobi Shinosuke's attention. Sarutobi Shinosuke scrutinized Ryuyan, his gaze full of disdain, drinking on the battlefield, you are not a qualified ninja. You have violated the alcohol ban, one of the 3 ninja precepts. But that's to be expected, since you're just a commoner. Ryuyan swayed from side to side, hearing Sarutobi Shinosuke's words, his drunken eyes looking at the other party, his vision somewhat blurred. Hiccup, who are you? A grown-up Asuma. Sarutobi Shinosuke coldly snorted, I am Sarutobi Shinosuke, a jonin of Konoha, and also Asuma's older brother. Ryuyan groggily shook his head, Hiccup, so you're just a background character, not even a face in the manga. What did you say? Ryuyan stumbled drunkenly, approaching Sarutobi Shinosuke. Kurenai covered her mouth, Ryuyan, don't provoke him. Sarutobi Shinosuke clearly saw Ryuyan's face. He had delicate features and was about the same age as Asuma, but his clothes made Sarutobi want to punch him. You're my Ryuyan. You've got guts, daring to step on the Sarutobi clan's face. Hiccup Ryuyan hiccuped, his eyes glazed with drunkenness, Hiccup, so what? Who am I afraid of? Sarutobi Hiruzen, that hypocritical old politician, I don't give a damn about him, why would I be afraid of a little Asuma? Hiccup silence. Absolute silence. All 3 were frightened by Ryuyan's wild words. Kurenai nervously pinched the flesh between Kurenai Yui's legs. It's over. It's over. Ryuyan actually dared to insult the village's Hokage? This is definitely the end. Kurenai Yui's eyes widened. He was counting on Ryuyan to grow up quickly and become Hokage in the future, changing the ninja clan's rule over the village. Now Ryuyan dared to curse the 3rd Hokage. This was grounds for suspicion of desertion. My reunion. Sarutobi Shinosuke's eyes were full of murderous intent. Sarutobi Hiruzen was his father and also the Hokage who ruled the entire village. He would not allow a commoner genin to insult his father. Reunion hiccuped, drunkenly stumbling. Hiccup, what are you barking about? Isn't it true? What contributions has that old guy made? Hiccup, did he ever leave the village during the Second Shinobi World War? It was all his 3 students running around, that's how they won the Second Shinobi World War. And now? Is he on that battlefield? Hiccup, the third Raikage of the Cloud Village even died for the village. Is that old guy waiting to die of old age? Naruto's negative mouth jutsu activated. You're asking for death. Sarutobi Shinosuke's eyes turned red. Reunion's words also carried the attribute of Naruto's negative mouth jutsu, which directly brought the murderous intent in Sarutobi Shinosuke's heart to its peak. He hooked the kunai from his knee and suddenly shunshin towards Reunion. Reunion, be careful. Kurenai reminded Reunion. Kurenai Yuhi was about to step forward to block Sarutobi Shinosuke when he suddenly saw Reunion fall to the ground as if drunk, easily dodging Sarutobi Shinosuke's kunai thrust. Reunion staggered, his arms swinging back and forth, his hands as if holding a wine glass. He swayed to the left and right, drowsily saying, "Watch my drunken 8 immortals." Seeking death. Sarutobi Shinosuke shunshined again, the sharp kunai in his hand about to pierce Reunion's chest. Taigui Li roll. Reunion fell backwards, rolling away and dodging Sarutobi Shinosuke's attack. The system's voice sounded, monitoring that the host is developing taijutsu. Taijutsu development template starts recording development progress. Taijutsu development progress 1% 2%. What kind of fighting style is this? The surprise in Sarutobi Shinosuke's eyes could not be hidden. Reunion was completely drunk, without any consciousness, yet he was able to block his fierce attacks. He became serious, leaping forward, while simultaneously taking out 3 shuriken and launching them instantly. Zhang Guolao bent over. Reunion bent backwards, arching in a large curve, while suddenly spinning, dodging the shuriken attacks from 3 directions. Sarutobi Shinosuke closed in, throwing a punch, but Reunion suddenly fell as if drunk, dodging his fist. Taijutsu development progress 20%. Reunion shook his head and swayed, pushing forward with both hands drunkenly as Sarutobi Shinosuke's fist came attacking, about to hit Reunion. Lu Dongbin drunkenly lifts a pot with 1,000 gene of strength. Reunion fell again, suddenly springing upwards, his head butting Sarutobi Shinosuke's chest. Sarutobi Shinosuke took 2 steps back, Reunion staggering forward drunkenly. Chao Guojiu Immortal toasts wine and locks the throat. Taijutsu development progress 40%. He was too short and couldn't reach Sarutobi Shinosuke's throat, so he grabbed one of Sarutobi Shinosuke's right hand with both hands. Sarutobi Shinosuke yanked his hand back, kicking at Reunion. Reunion turned slowly, Sarutobi Shinosuke lifted his leg high and kicked downwards, Reunion quickly dodging and pouncing forward like a wolf. Taijutsu development progress 70%. Zhang Guolao drunkenly throws cup and kicks in a chain. Reunion kicked, Sarutobi Shinosuke dodging. Sarutobi Shinosuke retreated dozens of steps, looking at Reunion in disbelief. The other party had dodged all of his moves. His movements were elusive and unpredictable, making it impossible to figure out his style. It was like a goose feather moving in the wind. What kind of taijutsu was this? Hiccup. Reunion hiccuped, drunkenly replying, "Ultra Instinct." Hiccup. Reunion bent backwards, as if he was holding a bottle of wine and chugging it down. He swayed on the ground for 2 steps, then struck a drunken fist pose, Taigui whirlwind elbow and knee strike drunkenly returns to reality. Taijutsu development progress 100%. Taijutsu development successful, please name it, host. Hiccup. Chao Guojiu washes his hair by the river. Host's naming successful. Chao Guojiu washes his hair by the river recorded in the Ninja Arts Taijutsu archives. Sarutobi Shinosuke became serious, freeing both hands, making hand seals, and gathering chakra in his throat. Reunion took drunken steps, suddenly leaping forward, spinning in the air, like a spinning top. Watch my Lu Dongbin spinning top. Don't blame me. Sarutobi Shinosuke coldly snorted, releasing fire release, great flame technique. Kurina Yui's eyes widened. Shinosuke, are you really going to kill a fellow villager? Sarutobi Shinosuke did not answer. Kurinai's red eyes were filled with the flame, that red flame engulfing the boy in white Ryuyan Ding. You were burned to death by Jonin Sarutobi Shinosuke using fire release, experience points plus 200. Bang! Sarutobi Shinosuke dispelled the flames, and a puff of white smoke rose from them. He was a little puzzled, could he have only burned a shadow clone? After being resurrected, Ryuyan woke up from his drunken, unconscious state and immediately realized his previous suicidal behavior. He had actually insulted the village's Hokage in front of Sarutobi Shinosuke. This was much more satisfying than stepping on the Hokage's son. Ryuyan suddenly curled his lip. What was there to be afraid of? At worst, he'd just slash his forehead protector with a kunai and become a wandering ninja, a runaway. He had the ability to be immortal, there was nowhere in the ninja world he couldn't go. He then realized that he had unconsciously developed Drunken Fist earlier, and he awakened the system, changed the name from earlier to Drunken Fist. Okay, host, name change successful. Chao Guojiu washing hair by the river has been renamed Drunken Fist and added to the ninja sect Taijutsu scroll. The white smoke blew away, revealing Ryuyan in white clothes, his chest exposed, a ninja sword at his waist, and his cold eyes looking at Sarutobi Shinosuke. The Hokage's eldest son, were you the one who attacked me just now? Sarutobi Shinosuke sneered, insulting the Hokage, are you trying to defect? So what if I am? Ryuyan. Asuma's voice grew louder. Ryuyan still had some hope, he didn't want this genius to fall. He hoped that the other party could grow to the point of changing the village's situation. Kurinai also quickly stopped Ryuyan. Ryuyan, don't say anymore, just shut your mouth. Sarutobi Shinosuke's killing intent suddenly surged towards Ryuyan, and he said aggressively, I'll get rid of you today, you damn brat. Ha ha ha. Ryuyan suddenly let out a Sasuke-like, and then crooked his little finger at Sarutobi Shinosuke. Come on, I'll just stand here and not fight back. Let me see what Sarutobi clan is capable of. Ryuyan, what are you trying to do? Kurinai asked, puzzled. Ryuyan looked at the girl who was concerned about him. Kurinai, actually, you weren't under a genjutsu that day. I was really attacked by the sand ninja's feathers, but I won't die, because of my smoke release Kekii Genkai. Ryuyan already had the template of a special jonin, plus his immortality and endless forbidden techniques. Ordinary jonin were no match for him, and he could even kill elite jonin. Plus, he could open the third gate to burn his body's energy for a flash step mode. Who could catch up with that speed? Unless Minato Namikaze came in person, he could escape any blockade. In other words, he was basically grown up now and didn't need to hide timidly anymore. It was time to dance. The music was playing, and he was about to take the stage. Moreover, Ryuyan didn't have a smoke release Kekii Genkai at all, it was all because of Genjutsu. But he had revealed the first layer in front of people, while he was actually on another level. Kurinai was puzzled, smoke release Kekii Genkai? Is Ryuyan stupid? Sarutobi Shinosuke was confused. Wasn't fighting back and was letting him attack. Could there be a conspiracy? After all, in the vast ninja world, there were some strange forbidden techniques, such as damage transfer, curse immortality. Seeing that Sarutobi Shinosuke was still hesitating, Ryuyan directly turned on Naruto's negative mouth escape and cursed loudly, are the Sarutobi clan people especially spineless? You're hesitating to deal with a genin like me? If you're spineless, hurry up and tell your old monkey to step down. Sarutobi Shinosuke said each word slowly, the killing intent in his eyes no longer concealed. I'm going to kill you. His hand speed was extremely fast, and several shurikens instantly flew towards Ryuyan. Ryuyan directly opened his arms, without any defensive posture. Let me show you what is called an immortal ninja. In the shocked gazes of the three, the shurikens pierced into Ryuyan's chest, but no blood splattered. Instead, wisps of white smoke lingered. Ding! You were killed by Jonin Sarutobi Shinosuke using shurikens, experience points plus 100. This Sarutobi Shinosuke must be an elite jonin, otherwise, a random iron weapon attack would have an experience point bonus comparable to a regular jonin ninjutsu. Ryuyan put the shurikens in his body into the system space. He opened his eyes and looked at Sarutobi Shinosuke's incredulous face. How is it? I told you I wouldn't die, right? Sarutobi Shinosuke's eyes widened. What kind of ninjutsu is this? No blood, the wound turns into a cloud of white smoke. Ryuyan continued to curse. Sarutobi clan insects, is that all you're capable of? Sarutobi Shinosuke was immediately brainwashed, and the anger in his heart instantly burned again. He formed hand seals with both hands, fire release, great flame technique. Ryuyan directly took off his shirt and tied it around his waist, embracing the flames released by Sarutobi Shinosuke. No matter how bright the flames of an insect are, they can only illuminate the damp underground. Ding! You were burned to death by Jonin Sarutobi Shinosuke using fire release, experience points plus 180. Sarutobi Shinosuke withdrew the flames, and white smoke swirled around. The figure of a child still stood in place. The soil under his feet was scorched, but he still looked proudly at Sarutobi Shinosuke. What's wrong? Is this all your Sarutobi clan is capable of? You can't even burn my clothes. He. Did your Sarutobi clan develop fire release for cooking? Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Sarutobi Shinosuke was furious and jumped forward like a madman, taking out a kunai and attacking Ryuyan. Kurenai and Asuma, who were on the side, were completely stunned. Kurenai grabbed Asuma's sleeve with her small face. Dad, what kind of ninjutsu is this? Asuma suppressed the shock in his heart, restored the calm qualities of a jonin, and analyzed, this has already broken away from the category of ninjutsu. It is a ninjutsu that only Kekii Genkai ninjas can use. Kurenai covered her mouth in surprise. Kekii Genkai? Ryuyan actually has a Kekii Genkai? Asuma finally understood Ryuyan's secret. That's right, this is Ryuyan's secret. He is a Kekii Genkai ninja. He can turn into a cloud of smoke. Regular physical attacks are useless against him. Kurenai's red eyes were full of worship. Amazing, Ryuyan is so amazing. Asuma nodded. Ryuyan's Kekii Genkai is similar to the Hozuki clan's hydrification technique from Kirigakure. Physical attacks are useless against him, but the Hozuki clan's hydrification technique is not perfect. It is vulnerable to lightning release attacks. I wonder if Ryuyan's smoke can be blown away by wind release. Ding! You were stabbed to death by Jonin Sarutobi Shinosuke using a kunai, experience points plus 80. Ding! You were killed by Jonin Sarutobi Shinosuke using a kunai to cut your throat, experience points plus 80. Ding! You were killed by Jonin Sarutobi Shinosuke using wind release, experience points plus 150. Sarutobi Shinosuke continued to stab with a kunai, directly piercing Ryuyan's chest. Ryuyan looked at him with disdain. Out of strength, right? Sarutobi clan trash, you're the Hokage's son and you want to accumulate merit on the battlefield to become the fourth Hokage? Hurry home and drink milk behind Hiruzen Sarutobi. Your strength is not enough to survive on the battlefield. Naruto's negative mouth escape activated. Ah! Sarutobi Shinosuke's face flushed with anger. His killing moves had attacked Ryuyan more than a dozen times, but Ryuyan had not died each time, and instead continued to provoke him. Influenced by Ryuyan's words, Sarutobi Shinosuke's anger rose higher and higher. He especially wanted to tear Ryuyan into pieces right now. He had abandoned the basic qualities of a ninja. If he could calm down, he would definitely use the clan sealing techniques or wind release ninjutsu to test the weaknesses of Ryuyan's Kekii Genkai. But the current Sarutobi Shinosuke was already a beast that only knew anger. Sarutobi Shinosuke formed hand seals again, chakra gathered in his throat, fire release, ash pile burning. He suddenly released gunpowder like smoke, directly covering Ryuyan. Explode, 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 explode. Rumble. The gunpowder continued to explode, and fireballs flickered in the thick smoke. Ding! You were killed by Jonin Sarutobi Shinosuke using fire release, experience points plus 50. In just a short while, Ryuyan had died at least 20 times, slowly earning 2,000 experience points from Sarutobi Shinosuke. As the gunpowder smoke cleared, Sarutobi Shinosuke sat down uncontrollably, utterly exhausted. He should be dead, right? Sarutobi Shinosuke stared at the figure in the black smoke, desperately wanting to see Ryun disappear. But sadly, Ryun, bare-chested with a thick black belt around his waist, still had a cold smile on his face. Exhaustion slowly brought Sarutobi Shinosuke's IQ back online, and he shook his head incessantly. Impossible, impossible, even if he has the smoke transformation bloodline, he needs chakra to perform the technique. I've been attacking him for so long, but there's no sign of his chakra being depleted. How is this happening? Using any ninjutsu requires chakra, including bloodline limits. Ryun's face showed no sign of fatigue, as if the chakra within him was as vast and boundless as the ocean. Could it be, he's a descendant of the Senju? Sarutobi Shinosuke immediately deduced. Only descendants of the Senju or Uzumaki clan possess such enormous chakra reserves. Moreover, a special bloodline limit wouldn't appear out of nowhere in a commoner. Only the Senju clan possesses the trait of such mutated bloodlines. Ryun slowly approached Sarutobi Shinosuke, who stood up, adopting a defensive stance, warily watching Ryun's every move. Ryun made a single hand seal and instantly used body flicker technique. One-handed body flicker technique. Sarutobi Shinosuke's eyes were filled with shock, unable to react at all. He was instantly kicked in the chin by Ryun. Several teeth were kicked out, and he crashed uncontrollably into a rock, blood spurting from his mouth, the light in his eyes dimming. Ryu! Ryun! Sarutobi Shinosuke's eyes were filled with hatred. Ryun used body flicker technique again, stomping on Sarutobi Shinosuke's abdomen, directly pinning him to the ground. Sarutobi Shinosuke struggled with all his might, but couldn't break free from Ryun, who possessed strength comparable to a power-type special jonin. Sarutobi Shinosuke gave up struggling, his eyes filled with hatred as he looked up. Ryun, I am Sarutobi Shinosuke, the eldest son of the Sarutobi family, the son of the third Hokage. How dare you attack me? You will die, you will definitely die. Ryun directly stomped on Sarutobi Shinosuke's face. You've already made a killing move against me, and I'm not allowed to retaliate? Just because you're the Hokage's son? Just because you're the son of the Sarutobi family, I have to be subservient to you? What kind of logic is that? You deserve to die. Sarutobi Shinosuke's face was very ugly. He was now following in his younger brother's footsteps, being stepped on the face by a commoner genin. He could especially understand Asuma's anger, even his twisted feelings. Crack! Ryun drew his ninja sword from his waist. The blade gleamed with a sharp, cold light. He touched Sarutobi Shinosuke's face with the back of the blade. What do you want to do? Sarutobi Shinosuke's heart rose to his throat. The fear in his eyes slowly intensified. No one is unafraid of death, except for the immortal Ryun and Hidan. Scared now? Looks like you're also afraid of death. I wonder if you'll die if I slash down with this blade. Ryun said with a cold smile. He was an immortal being, but these ninjas were all fragile, and a single slash would kill them. Ryu! Ryun! Sarutobi Shinosuke's palms began to tremble. He couldn't die. He couldn't be killed by a commoner genin. He still had ambitions. He wanted to become Hokage, he wanted to bring the Sarutobi family to its peak. Ryu! Ryun! Kurenai took 2 steps forward, her heart filled with extreme worry. You can't kill him. If you kill him, you'll really have no choice but to defect. The consequences for rogue ninjas were very bad, constantly living in fear, wary of assassination attempts from the Umbu. Yuhi Shinku also took 2 steps forward, advising, Ryun, you can't kill him. I can't stand by and watch you attack the village's ninja. Ryun was silent for a moment. Unexpectedly, Sarutobi Shinosuke on the ground laughed wildly. You don't dare to do it, right? You're also afraid of the pressure from the Sarutobi family. You're asking for death. Ryun hardened his heart. He gripped the hilt of the sword with both hands and thrust it fiercely towards Sarutobi Shinosuke's head. Silence. Even the wind in the forest didn't dare to blow. Gulp. Sarutobi Shinosuke swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The tip of Ryun's ninja sword was piercing his forehead. Blood was already flowing out, but fortunately, the wound wasn't deep. Yuhi Shinku grabbed Ryun's arms with one hand, blocking Ryun's blade. The nearby Kurenai also quickly stepped forward, pulling on Ryun's sleeve with tears in her eyes.
Ryun, don't do this. Kurenai was crying, not wanting to watch Ryun wander alone, enduring countless Umbu assassinations. Kurenai. Ryun's heart softened, and he slowly pulled the sword back. But he didn't let Sarutobi Shinosuke off so easily. Taking advantage of the fact that Yuhi Shinku hadn't reacted, he fiercely chopped towards Sarutobi Shinosuke's right hand. The sword plunged into the soil, and two of Sarutobi Shinosuke's fingers were chopped off, specifically the middle finger and index finger. These two fingers were very important for making hand seals. Ah! Sarutobi Shinosuke roared in pain, constantly rolling and struggling on the ground. This is a lesson for you. Don't bark around me casually in the future. If there's a next time, I will kill you.
I don't care if you're the Hokage's son. After Ryun finished speaking, he carried his sword and walked towards the hilltop.
Kurenai followed.
Yuhi Shinku helped Sarutobi Shinosuke up from the ground and used body flicker technique to head towards the frontline medical camp. Ryun sat on the highest rock, overlooking the forest below.
Ryun carefully considered that if he had slashed down just now, he could leave, but Kurenai and her father couldn't.
Watching the Hokage's eldest son be killed by Ryun, they would definitely be blamed by the Sarutobi family. Seeing that Ryun's mood had calmed down, Kurenai also sat down.
You're really a handful.
Offending Asuma was one thing, but this time you even chopped off Sarutobi Shinosuke's fingers, completely offending the Sarutobi family.
Ryun smiled lightly, so what? Kurenai said, your smoke transformation bloodline is very powerful, but it's not invincible. Once your chakra is exhausted and they catch you, they'll do whatever they want with you. I won't let them catch me. Don't underestimate my speed.
Only then did Kurenai remember Ryun's green light-like speed at that time.
She said, you're not going to die anyway. You were lying to me back then. Kurenai thought Ryun couldn't die.
Actually, Ryun had already died, but he had been resurrected. It's just that he had become numb to the pain of death, so he behaved so recklessly.
Your ninja way is really strange.
Kurenai softly muttered, then her mind flashed to the tension from earlier. The Sarutobi family is
so annoying. What does Kurenai hate? Kurenai pouted her small lips. Didn't you hear what that detestable Sarutobi Shinosuke said earlier?
He wants me to marry into the Sarutobi family in the future, but I don't want to marry that stingy Asuma. After fooling around for a bit, Lu Yun started to busy himself with his own affairs.
He currently has 20-50 experience points and needs to plan things out well.
Lu Yun was thinking about his fire release ninjutsu, dragon fire technique, great fireball technique, great dragon fire technique. These fire release techniques all have very grand presence, and each one requires a huge amount of chakra. Most fire release techniques are like this, requiring several directions of casting range in order to burn the enemy. Lu Yun thought to himself that he needed a practical fire release technique. He took the Great Fireball technique as a reference and planned to develop a derivative ninjutsu. The Great Fireball needs to become very small and the speed needs to be as fast as the wind. Lu Yun immediately exchanged for an intermediate ninjutsu development card and said to the system, develop a fire release ninjutsu for me, shrink the Great Fireball, reduce the amount of chakra consumed, and increase the attack speed of the Great Fireball. The system immediately replied, to make the Great Fireball smaller while maintaining its power requires extremely high chakra control ability and nature transformation ability. Please improve your chakra control foundation first.
Lu Yun nodded.
Previously, he relied on mastering techniques to provide feedback for chakra control. After being promoted to Special Jonin, the techniques became more and more complex, and at this point, he needed to meet the conditions himself to control the techniques.
Lu Yun quickly spent 300 experience points to upgrade the chakra foundation in his Special Jonin template to the middle stage of Special Jonin. The chakra control ability he mentioned does not specifically refer to all Special Jonin, but rather Liu Yun's own individual template. For example, if Liu Yun's chakra control proficiency on his Special Jonin template is 30%, it is actually comparable to that of a regular Jonin, and does not specifically refer to as being only at the level of a Special Jonin.
Soon, Liu Yun's chakra control ability reached the middle stage of the template. The host meets the basic conditions on the ninjutsu development card.
Ninjutsu development begins. Progress 1%. Progress 2%. Progress 10%. Progress 50%. Progress 100%. Ninjutsu development successful, please name it.
Liu Yun did not immediately name it, he wanted to test the characteristics of the technique beforehand and name it after obtaining the results. A memory suddenly flooded into Liu Yun's mind, including the hand seal method on the ninjutsu development card, the chakra circulation route, nature transformation, and how to control it. Among them, it was not only the control of fire release chakra, but also the inclusion of wind release chakra control. To launch a miniaturized great fireball with high speed attacks, the traits of wind must be added. Wind has the nature of accelerating the characteristics of techniques, and also the nature of amplifying the power of techniques. Fortunately, Liu Yun had previously fused with the Senju clan's sage body, otherwise he wouldn't know where to find wind release. Liu Yun stood up, and Kurenai, puzzled, also stood up with Liu Yun.
Let me show you my newly developed ninjutsu. Ninjutsu?
In Kurenai's sight, Liu Yun brought his hands together and formed a tiger seal. Liu Yun slightly opened his mouth, fire release chakra and wind release chakra mixed and gathered at his chest. Then, Liu Yun's cheeks puffed out and he suddenly spat out a fiery red fireball. That fireball was only the size of a ping pong ball. But the flames were very bright, blood red. The speed was even faster, Kurenai's eyes couldn't catch it at all, and in the blink of an eye, the fireball shot downwards like the wind. It suddenly hit a large tree, and the fireball entered it, proving that it also contained the sharpness of wind.
Bang!
A muffled sound came from inside the tree trunk, and then the tree crackled and broke in the middle, falling backwards.
Liu Yun looked at his small great fireball with satisfaction.
Not only did it add the speed and sharpness of wind, but it also added the explosion of gunpowder, and its explosive nature was the same as ash pile burning. Although this technique is a B-rank difficulty technique, it is, to some extent, like a long-range Rasengan, and it would not be an exaggeration to call it an A-rank ninjutsu. Most importantly, it only requires one tiger seal, and doesn't consume much chakra. Liu Yun can now rely on his mouth to fire cannons in the future. This time it is a real cannon, not the kind of cannon that harms both the enemy and himself.
So amazing. Kurenai's eyes sparkled as she looked at Liu Yun with admiration.
Just by lying down, Liu Yun developed a powerful technique.
It's not just that.
Liu Yun stretched out his right hand, making a gun gesture, and his left hand joined two fingers together to form a seal. A small fireball emerged from Liu Yun's fingers, and Liu Yun suddenly fired, and the same fire release shot out quickly like a bullet.
Bang!
The fire bullet exploded quickly on a rock, blowing up a small cloud of smoke.
Not bad.
Liu Yun nodded when he saw this power.
This is the wonder of this ninjutsu.
Not only can it be released from the throat, but it can also be released from the fingers, proving that he can not only fire cannons, but also fire guns. It is very similar to the Hozuki clan's water gun technique, which can release ninjutsu from the fingers, but the disadvantage is that it requires a single-handed seal from the left hand. Liu Yun, you are so awesome.
The girl jumped up, shocked by Liu Yun's talent and happy for his genius.
The system's voice sounded, please name it, host.
Liu Yun immediately replied, let's call it fire release, fire scale cannon. Host named successfully. B-rank ninjutsu fire release, fire scale cannon included in the ninja sect ninjutsu scroll.
At the Konoha frontline medical tent, medical ninjas moved back and forth, and the injured patients inside were cleared out, leaving only Sarutobi Shinnosuke alone.
Shima Aso was also alarmed.
The eldest son of the Sarutobi family, a ninja at the level of an elite jonin, was beaten into this state.
Who was it? Was it the Sand Village frontline commander Maboki?
Or the 4th Kazekage Raza?
Asuma and Narayuji entered the tent one after the other. Asuma looked at his brother's embarrassed appearance and immediately asked anxiously, what happened? Who beat you so badly?
Sarutobi Shinnosuke's right hand was wrapped in a white bandage.
Hearing Asuma's question, he spat out 3 words fiercely, Moku Liu Yun. What? That genin. Everyone in the tent was shocked. Asuma looked at Sarutobi Shinizuka in disbelief. Impossible, how could he defeat you, an elite jonin?
Sarutobi Shinizuka's strength is considered one of the best even among jonin, but now he was beaten so badly by Lu Yun, and 2 fingers on his right hand were chopped off.
It could even be said that if it weren't for Yuhi Shinzo and Yuhi Kurenai, Sarutobi Shinizuka would have already died at Liu Yun's hands.
Shimura Aso stroked his chin and suddenly turned his gaze to Yuhi Kurenai, who had previously handed over the head of Sunagakure Jonin, Kashikawa, to the intelligence division.
Yuhi Kurenai didn't covet Ryuyen's credit. Instead, she honestly told the truth. However, Shimura Aso, who controlled the distribution of merits, suppressed the matter and didn't give Ryuyen any credit. Shimura Aso summarized, "Good kid, he also killed Sunagakure's Kashikawa before.
Moreover, many fresh Sunagakure corpses are buried on the hilltop he's stationed at."
How did he do it?
Sarutobi Shinizuka replied with a grim face, "Everyone underestimated him.
He's a Kekkei Genkai ninja, and his Kekkei Genkai is troublesome." Kekkei Genkai? Asuma's voice became louder, and he immediately asked, "What is it? What is his Kekkei Genkai?"
Sarutobi Shinizuka endured the pain and slowly replied, "Smoke transformation. He can transform into a cloud of smoke, and all physical attacks are useless against him.
Moreover, he has a very strong talent for jutsu.
He can perform body flicker technique with just one hand. Most importantly, that kid is too annoying.
He insulted me again and again, directly affecting my judgment.
If I could have calmed down, I could have used our Sarutobi clan's 3-pronged seal to seal him, and I wouldn't have been beaten so miserably." Everyone listened quietly, and Narayuji's eyes flickered. The problem that had plagued him for a long time was finally solved.
Why did Mu Ryuyen break the common sense of ordinary ninjas again and again?
It turned out to be a Kekkei Genkai awakened in his body. Shimura Aso found a seat and sat down, tapping his finger lightly on the table next to him, his eyes flashing with thoughtful light.
"I never before heard of Kekkei Genkai."
Smoke transformation Kekkei Genkai, similar to the Hozuki clan's water transformation technique, makes physical attacks ineffective. This Kekkei Genkai can completely be invincible, simply a good hand for rushing into battle on the battlefield. Shimura Aso had a strong desire to recruit him, but then shook his head.
His Shimura clan's Gomyo Tai had told him that Mu Ryuyen's personality was audacious.
He even dared to scold the Shimura clan's head, Shimura Danzo, and there was nothing he wouldn't dare to do.
Shimura Aso put a cross on Ryuyen in his heart.
This person must die, and he is also connected to the Senju clan.
The Shimura clan doesn't want to see that clan revive.
Narayuji asked with some doubt, "That's impossible.
Using any ninjutsu requires chakra. Does he have so much chakra to withstand your attacks?" Sarutobi Shinizuka's face showed doubt. "I'm also very puzzled.
His chakra seems to be endless, and there's been no sign of it decreasing. I suspect he is." Shimura Aso stood up, interrupting Sarutobi Shinizuka's words, and directly affirmed, "No need to guess. He is a descendant of the Senju clan. It's normal for him to have a large amount of chakra." Sarutobi Shinizuka nodded in agreement. "Yes, I also guessed that he is a descendant of the Senju clan."
The Senju clan?
Narayuji quickly thought in his heart about the clan that had disappeared from the village. A huge amount of chakra, unimaginable talent for ninjutsu, even a body comparable to a Kekkei Genkai. What release isn't the Senju clan's Kekkei Genkai, but rather something that only the first Hokage developed.
Based on this clan's affinity for jutsu and its creativity, it's not particularly strange for a descendant to awaken a special Kekkei Genkai. If Mu Ryuyen is really a descendant of the Senju clan, then everything makes sense. Shimura Aso looked at Sarutobi Shinizuka and said slowly, "Now, should we discuss how to deal with Mu Ryuyen?" Sarutobi Shinizuka's eyes turned cold. "How else can we deal with him?"
"Kill him, of course."
Shimura Aso winked, and Yuhi Kurenai felt bitter in her heart.
She immediately took Narayuji and Sarutobi Asuma out.
After the three left the tent, Sarutobi Asuma's thoughts were quite complicated. He originally thought that Mu Ryuyen was just a commoner with a little more talent.
But now, the other party possesses a Kekkei Genkai, and a Kekii Genkai of such high value.
Narayuji shook his head. So what if he possesses a Kekii Genkai? So what if he can defeat a Jonin? Offending both the Sarutobi family and the Shimura family at the same time, Mu Ryuyan is truly uncontrollably arrogant. Just wait. His ending will be miserable. Yuhi Kurenai clenched her fists.
She is now on Ryuyan's side and cannot watch him be schemed against by the Sarutobi and Shimura families.
Thinking of this, Yuhi Kurenai immediately used body flicker technique and left.
Now that she has determined that Ryuyan is a descendant of the Senju clan, there is only one person in the village who can protect him.
That is one of the Sannin Princess Tsunade.
Believing that Tsunade would protect Ryuyan for the sake of her clan, Yuhi Kurenai wants to pass this news to Tsunade and let her quickly come to the Land of Rivers battlefield to save Ryuyan's life. After everyone left, only two silent people remained in the tent.
Sarutobi Shinosuke said very bluntly, "That kid must die.
He destroyed two of my fingers, and the most important right hand, causing no small blow to my ninja career. With two fewer fingers, it will be very troublesome for Sarutobi Shinosuke to perform hand seals in the future."
Shimura also secretly smiled, not minding gloating over Sarutobi Shinosuke's misfortune. The Sarutobi family and the Shimura family have fought fiercely for the position of Hokage many times.
He can die, but I want his body. Smoke Transformation Kekii Genkai, this special Kekii Genkai derived from the Senju clan's body, my Shimura family wants to obtain it.
Sarutobi Shinosuke waved his hand indifferently, "Whatever you want." Your Shimura family even dares to study the first Hokage's corpse. What else wouldn't you dare to do? Shimura also sneered, "Wasn't it your Sarutobi family's Hokage who agreed to it?" Sarutobi Shinosuke didn't speak. After a long time, he asked, "How do we kill him?" Shimura also took out a piece of paper from his pocket. He looked at the map defense line on the paper and said, "The intelligence ninjas investigation shows that high-level Sunigakure ninjas will raid the 8th defense line in the next 2 days, and there are quite a few high-level ninjas. At that time, we will heavily garrison around the 8th defense line. This way, we can ambush the Sunigakure ninjas and also use their hands to kill Mu Ryuyan." Sarutobi Shinosuke snorted coldly, "Humph. Do we need to go through so much trouble to kill a genin?" Shimura also sneered, "Do you still think of him as a genin? He almost chopped off your head. It seems you haven't learned your lesson." Shimura also ignored the other party's ugly face and turned around to walk out of the tent alone. His evaluation of Sarutobi Shinosuke was very low. Even if Mu Ryuyan possesses a Kekii Genkai that makes physical attacks ineffective, it's not without weaknesses. Use Earth Release to trap him, use Sealing Jutsu to seal him, use ropes to tie him up. There are too many methods. Sarutobi Shinosuke, as a Jonin, not only didn't come up with these methods. Instead, he was angered to the point of exploding by a genin whose quality was barely above that of a Ninja Academy graduate, losing the calm judgment ability of a ninja. Trash. Still wants to compete for the 4th Hokage, keep dreaming. Shimura also sneered and slowly walked towards his office. In the Suna camp, 4th Kazekage Raza stood on an open space with about a dozen ninjas kneeling before him. Granny Chio and Ebizo quietly walked over. Ebizo stroked his beard and chuckled softly. For Jonin, 8 special Jonin, including Maya who was skilled in sealing techniques, 2 puppeteers, 2 aerial combat ninjas with flying ninja beasts, and a genjutsu ninja. This kind of team could wipe out a small country without problems. Raza nodded. "We at Sunigakure must obtain the Kekii Genkai of Mokurion, not only for its value, but also for his threat. This child's growth rate is too fast. In just a month, he can single-handedly kill a Jonin. To be honest, I'm scared." Granny Chio said with some emotion, "Konoha is truly a cradle of geniuses, but unfortunately, this genius who hasn't grown up yet will be taken by our Sunigakure. That brat killed so many of our ninjas, we must torture him well after capturing him." Raza said to the ninjas kneeling on the ground, "You are the elite ninjas selected from the village. Your team will be called the Special Sealing Squad, and the codename for this operation is Capture Mokurion Lightning Operation. Now, set off. I'm waiting for your triumphant return." "Understood, Kazekage-sama. We will definitely complete the mission."
Jonin Meiwei stood up, her eyes full of confident light. The special team began to move, and 2 special Jonin summoned common hawk-shaped summons from the wind country. Chirp, the summoned beasts' loud hawk cries spread throughout the camp, and then the special team members jumped onto the summoned beasts and flew towards the Konoha front lines. The giant eagles soared, and the sky slowly darkened.
Everyone's face was filled with solemnity.
Their serious expressions made it seem like they weren't dealing with a genin.
As more and more information about Ryuyan was exposed to Suna, Suna gradually grasped Ryuyan's Kekkei Genkai characteristics.
The people in the special team had all done their homework, and each of their abilities was very effective against Ryuyan's Kekkei Genkai. Among them were water release ninjas who could counter Ryuyan's fire release,
Sealing ninjas who could capture Ryuyan,
puppeteers who could use puppets for long-range combat to avoid being enveloped by Ryuyan's explosive tags or gunpowder explosions. In Konoha village, 3 huge Hokage rock faces gazed into the distance, like 3 guardian gods offering psychological comfort to the insecure villagers.
A white dove flew across the sky, slowly flying towards a place where an izakaya was located.
The izakaya was located in the northwest corner of Konoha, where the rich aroma of sake made everyone who passed by couldn't help but take a deep breath of the aroma wafting from it. By the window of the izakaya, a figure wearing white cloth clothes with golden hair like the light of dawn sat. Chirp, chirp. The sound of a white dove rang out, and a white dove as large as a cattail leaf fan flew to Tsunade's table. Tsunade's fair face was a little flushed, her eyes were watery, as if wanting to take a bite. The white dove gently pecked at the drunken Tsunade, who noticed the white dove and the small cylinder on its claws.
Tsunade opened the small cylinder and took out a piece of paper from it.
Her eyes became brighter and brighter, slowly clearing the tipsy look out of her eyes. She suddenly stood up. Mokurion, a descendant of the Senju clan, who awakened a unique Kekkei Genkai from his bloodline.
However, Tsunade frowned again.
It was written on it that this guy really liked to cause trouble, not only stepping on the young master of the Sarutobi family, but also chopping off 2 fingers from the eldest young master's arm.
Tsunade's frown instantly relaxed, and a smile appeared on her face, like 100 flowers blooming in an instant. I like this personality.
Mokurion, I, Tsunade, will protect him. In the district, Ryuyan's Byakugan not only saw the chakra of these Suna ninjas, but also some people hidden about 500 meters around him.
There were Jonin, Special Jonin, Shunin, and Genin.
These people were from other Konoha front lines, or people and retainers from the Shimura and Sarutobi families.
Among them, Ryuyan also discovered the chakra of Yuhi Kurenai and Yuhi Shinko.
The giant eagles flew very fast, like fighter planes gliding at high speed in the sky.
In about 20 seconds, Ryuyan had already seen their figures.
Ryuyan stood on the highest rock on the small mountain. He tucked his cheap white clothes into his waist, exposing his upper body, letting the cold night wind blow.
Fire release, great fireball technique.
Ryuyan made a hand seal with one hand and suddenly released a huge great fireball towards the sky, like lighting a bonfire in the night, nakedly exposing his position. Not only that, he also caused the vibration of chakra in his body, making a loud sound that directly transmitted more than 2 kilometers away.
Sunagekure reptiles, I, Mokurion, am here. Dare you fight? Crazy. Crazy. In a forest 500 meters away from Ryuyan, many ninjas were standing in the trees.
There were people and dogs from the Sarutobi family, and the same was true for the Shimura family. Not only that, there were also people from other ninja clans in Konoha village.
Fuga clan, Uchiha clan, Nara clan, Yamanaka clan, Akimichi clan.
These ninja clans were all ninjas on the Kusagakure battlefield.
Shimura Aso could not forcibly order them. These ninja clans came here on their own initiative. The one who spoke just now was the Shimura family's dog Yuta. Ryuyan's loud shout directly swept over here.
Everyone present, whether admiring or disdainful, could easily see that the young man releasing the great fireball technique on the mountain was unusually arrogant.
Yuhi Shinko's team was also watching the battle.
Yuhi Kurenai pinched her father's sleeve, her eyes full of questioning. Why?
Why? Why? Why doesn't everyone go to support Ryuyan? Yuhi Shinko didn't answer. Narayuji smiled, because everyone here is watching the show.
The secret of the Sarutobi family's eldest son being injured quickly spread throughout the front lines, instantly arousing the interest of various ninja clans.
With their skills, they naturally found Ryuyen's tracks.
They all wanted to see the smoke release Kekkai Genkai mutated from the Senju clan's body. On the white ninja eagle, a special jonin chuckled softly. As expected, he is as abnormally arrogant as the intelligence said.
The special jonin patted the ninja eagle under his feet. Shiramaru, give him an appetizer first.
The giant white eagle's head was as big as a door, and its eagle eyes flashed with cold light, as if they could kill with cold blades. Chirp! The white eagle cried loudly, and its beak immediately released a huge wind blade, which was more than 10 meters long, like a scimitar.
Ryuyen opened his arms, not setting up any defenses at all, and kept stimulating the Suna ninjas. So what if you can fly in the sky? You will eventually become the souls under my feet.
The huge wind blade slashed across, and in everyone's eyes, Ryuyen was directly cut in half. But strangely, there were no internal organs at the break, but a cloud of smoke lingered.
Ding!
You were killed by the high-level summon beast Shiramaru using wind release, experience points plus 200.
This summon beast is already no less than an elite jonin.
Under the gaze of the Sand Village ninjas and the various hidden ninja clans, Luyun's smoke reconverged, and he instantly recovered. Luyun immediately activated Naruto's negative speech skill, pointing at the sky and cursing repeatedly. Sand ninjas, I've been guarding here for almost 2 weeks, and many sand ninjas have died at my hands.
Do you feel the pain?
A jonin with bloodshot eyes immediately shot a shuriken downwards. Luyun didn't dodge at all, letting the shuriken pass through his body.
Ding! You were killed by Jonin Hayadori using a shuriken, experience plus 60.
Smoke reappeared in Luyun's body, and in a blink of an eye, the wound pierced by the shuriken was healed. The various ninja clans watching from below silently recorded Luyun's information.
A Nara clan jonin stroked his chin. Physical attacks are ineffective. What a useful Kekkai Genkai.
A Yamanaka clan jonin nodded. That's right, if there isn't a ninjutsu that can contain him, it would be quite troublesome.
The Nara clan jonin looked at the ninjas wandering near Luyun. Sand Village seems to be prepared. Their target is Mu Luyun.
Shimura also crossed his arms and watched quietly. He also chimed in. Mu Luyun was once captured by Sand Village. The attack on the Sand Village camp that night should have been his doing. The other ninja clans pondered. So this Mu Luyun, a descendant of the Senju clan, is a rare genius ninja whose merits are comparable to an elite jonin. The Akimichi clan, being straightforward, said seriously, then his Kekkai Genkai would be very useful to the village. We should save him and not let him fall into the hands of Sand Village.
The Nara clan jonin winked to stop the Akimichi clan member, and whispered cautiously, don't say that, Choza.
Akimichi Choza shut his mouth and followed the Nara clan jonin's gaze to Sarutobi Shinosuke, whose face was gloomy, his eyes full of barely concealed killing intent. Offending the Sarutobi clan, even if one's value to the village is high, they will be abandoned. Moreover, the Ino-Shika Cho trio has always been led by the Sarutobi clan, closely following behind them.
The Nara clan jonin was reminding Akimichi Choza not to be on the wrong side. Byakugan.
The Hyuga clan jonin opened his Byakugan and carefully observed Luyun, unable to help but gasp. The Uchiha clan member next to him asked in confusion, what's wrong?
What are you surprised about? That guy's chakra is even more than mine.
The crowd was surprised, and the Uchiha clan member nodded. It seems he is indeed a descendant of the Senju clan, awakening the physical talent belonging to the Senju. The Hyuga clan jonin still had some doubts. His Byakugan saw a layer of blue chakra around Luyun's eyes.
It looks like the Hyuga clan's chakra. The Hyuga clan jonin shook his head. Impossible, how could an outsider possess the Hyuga clan's Byakugan? It must be a coincidence.
Also, the blood at Luyun's wounds does exist, but it is wrapped in a layer of chakra. The Hyuga clan couldn't analyze it, not knowing it was the chakra belonging to the smoke transformation illusion, and could only consider it to be the Kekkai Genkai of smoke.
Back to the battlefield.
The sand ninjas standing on top of the 2 ninja hawks jumped down, leaving only 2 special jonin who were proficient in wind release. Jonin Mai commanded the 3 jonin and 6 special jonin to slowly surround Luyun's small hill. Luyun stood on top of the hill, overlooking the sand ninjas below, and immediately opened fire. sand ninjas, can't bear the pressure of looking up at me. That's right, how can ordinary people jump around on the heads of geniuses?
Too arrogant. A Jonin's anger inexplicably rose. He suddenly threw a kunai,
And Luyan didn't dodge at all, headbutting the shuriken successfully, being pierced through the head by the kunai.
Ding! You were killed by Jonin Hideshio using a kunai, experience plus 60. Mai immediately shouted, Hideshio, calm down.
His chakra reserves are huge and his recovery ability is very strong, even if you consume like this, it won't work on him. Hideshio slowly calmed down. This brat is really annoying. The moment I hear him speak, the killing intent in my heart can't be stopped.
Luyan directly used chakra vibration to make his voice heard. Are you desert reptiles surrounding me?
Your sand village is really finished, sending out 4 jonin and 8 special jonin to surround a genin. It's a disgrace to the 5 great ninja countries, just leave the group chat. I think even Hanzo of the Rain Village has more guts than you. Naruto's negative speech skill activated.
Wind release, drilling air bullet.
A wind cannon was instantly fired towards Lu Yun, blasting Lu Yun into a pile of smoke in the blink of an eye.
Ding!
You were killed by Jonin Mai using wind release, experience plus 200. Hideshio looked at Mai, whose hands were still in the hand seals. Captain. Mai put down her hands, grinding her teeth. Hideshio, you're right, this brat is really irritating, we must torture him well when we catch him later.
After Luyan resurrected, he continued to fire at the sand ninjas. You group of desert locusts, can't even withstand this little bit of insult. What kind of ninjas are you?
Ninjas must endure what ordinary people cannot endure, just like your 4th Kazekage. He was cuckolded by me and still had to endure it, can't you learn from him? Several shurikens broke through the air and directly turned Lu Yun into a sieve.
Ding!
You were killed by several sand ninjas using shurikens, experience plus 200. Far away, the Yamanaka clan Jonin, who had strong sensory abilities, unconsciously rubbed the sweat on his forehead. With this kind of personality, it's no wonder he offended the Sarutobi clan.
The Nara clan Jonin looked at Lu Yun, whose mouth was never idle on the battlefield, and said speechlessly, I heard he was tortured by Sand Village. Could it be that his personality changed drastically at that time, leading to his being twisted?
The Yamanaka clan Jonin nodded. Maybe, if his personality and temper were better, he wouldn't have offended the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. A special Jonin quickly teleported and appeared in front of Lu Yun, and he formed hand seals with both hands. Illusion technique, release.
The special Jonin's illusion energy entered Lu Yun's brain, immediately triggering Lu Yun's brain's self-defense system. Warning! Warning! Leaf whirlwind.
Lu Yun instantly sobered up and kicked the special Jonin away with a whirlwind kick, sending him flying 10 meters away. After the special Jonin got up, he wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and shouted loudly to his companions, illusion techniques don't work on him.
His companions nodded, and 2 special Jonin quickly approached.
Holding sharp ninja swords, the 2 swords slashed towards Lu Yun, cutting off Lu Yun's 2 arms. Without arms, Lu Yun couldn't form hand seals, but immediately detonated the explosive tag on his chest.
Bang!
With a bang, the gunpowder explosion rang out, and the 2 special Jonin quickly retreated to avoid being affected by the explosion's shockwave. White smoke recondensed, and Lu Yun, wearing white clothes, put his hands on his hips and looked down at them. Sand ninjas, I won't fight back, let you attack as you please, if you can kill me, then you're ruthless. Jonin Mai ignored Lu Yun's words and analyzed from the side. As the information said, he has the ability to summon explosive tags, we need to control his actions in an instant.
I'll do it. A ninja with puppeteer markings on his face stepped forward, with a beast-shaped puppet on his back. Spider rush. The puppeteer's fingers danced, and the puppet on his back quickly flew down.
It was a spider puppet with 6 spider legs, and the mechanisms on it were extremely complex and sharp. Clatter, clatter. The spider puppet made clattering sounds and rushed towards Lu Yun.
Lu Yun still didn't dodge, letting the spider puppet bind him.
One of the spider puppet's legs inserted a needle into Liu Yun's body, releasing a neurotoxin. Lu Yun felt a numbness in his head, as if he wanted to fall into a drowsy sleep.
A sleeping drug? They want to make me pass out.
Sleeping drugs, the precursor to gunfire and artillery.
The Sand Ninja were really prepared.
Since Lu Yun would revive completely after death, they thought of using a sleeping drug to knock him out. With his head swimming, Lu Yun bit his tongue hard, directly severing it, using the pain to resist the feeling of brain paralysis. His right hand subtly formed half of the tiger seal, and the majestic chakra within his body was created and released through 361 chakra points. Lu Yun spun continuously, like a spinning top, while the smoke released from his body was like a black tornado.
Whirlwind fire style, ash pile burning.
The gunpowder formed smoke spread out over a large area, directly covering half of the small hilltop. Combining the information, I quickly realized that this was Liu Yun's smoke fire ninjutsu, capable of releasing continuous burning.
He immediately shouted, "Everyone, retreat!
Don't get enveloped by this gunpowder mist." The sand ninja were clever and immediately retreated from the black smoke released by Lu Yun. Lu Yun spat out a spark from his mouth, and the gunpowder continued to explode, directly blowing up the spider puppet behind him.
Sarutobi Asuma in the distance clenched his fist. Isn't that my Sarutobi clan's ash pile burning? Where did Mu Lu Yun learn it from?
Sarutobi Shinnosuke also saw it, and he was equally puzzled.
Shimura also immediately speculated, when the Hidden Leaf Village was first established, each ninja clan would hand over a portion of their ninjutsu to the Senju clan. Mu Lu Yun must have inherited the Senju clan's legacy, which is why he possesses so many high-level ninjutsu. Oh. No wonder?
Lu Yun didn't explain, and someone had already speculated it for him. The exploding smoke slowly dissipated. Lu Yun was bare-chested, his white clothes tied around his waist. He stepped on the stone in front of him, looking down at the sand ninja below.
Just like Uchiha Madara overlooking the nine-tailed beasts, but Lu Yun still lacked a bit of Madara's flamboyant style. Sand ninja, I'm going to get serious.
He hadn't been fighting back, slowly waiting for them to attack. They still had the leisure to chat and dawdle.
So Lu Yun wanted to force them to use their ninjutsu. Two ninja hawks in the sky cried out loudly.
Lu Yun took a closer look. The two hawks dared to stand on his heavenly throne.
Wasn't this despising the king? Lu Yun formed a hand seal with one hand, fire style, fire release bullet.
He spat out ping-pong ball-sized fireballs from his mouth. The fireballs were launched extremely quickly, and the naked eye could only see a faint red line in the air. In the blink of an eye, it exploded on the feathers of the white ninja hawk. Boom! The fire release bullet exploded like a bomb. The white ninja hawk cried out in pain, and anger appeared in its hawkish eyes. Its beak suddenly fired a wind blade downwards.
Lu Yun opened his arms, welcoming the wind-style attack. Ding!
You were killed by the high-level summoning beast by Maru using wind style, experience points plus 180.
Fire style, multiple fire release bullets.
After Lu Yun revived, he formed a hand seal again with one hand and quickly spat out fireballs from his mouth. The fireballs were launched towards the two summoning beasts in the air. The release of this fire ninjutsu was like dense anti-aircraft artillery.
By Maru, retreat.
The special Jonin above controlled the white hawk under his feet to fly quickly, climbing upwards to avoid the exploding fire release bullets one by one. The sand ninja below weren't idle either. Seeing Lu Yun attacking their partners, Jonin Asuka immediately formed a hand seal, wind style, wind cutter technique. Dozens of wind style wind blades quickly slashed across, directly cutting Lu Yun into pieces.
Ding! You were killed by Jonin Asuka using wind style, experience points plus 100. Lu Yun rushed out of the white smoke, put his hands together, and quickly formed a hand seal, fire style, great dragon fire technique. Roar! A huge fire dragon spewed out of Liu Yun's mouth, roaring and attacking sand ninja Asuka. A clear voice sounded, water style, water formation wall.
A huge wall of water appeared on the ground, blocking Liu Yun's great fire dragon. Water countered fire, and the sound of sizzling fire sounded, slowly extinguishing the violent fire dragon.
Lu Yun turned to look.
It was a female ninja, a water-style ninja, the kind who could spray water. The land of wind was a desert, and water-style ninjas were extremely rare, but not non-existent.
It was a pity that this female ninja wasn't pretty far worse than the Rika he killed before.
You know, Lu Yun sighed for a long time after killing that desert beauty. Lu Yun performed a body flicker technique, leaving only a faint phantom on the ground, and flew towards the water-style ninja. The water-style ninja reacted quickly, forming hand seals with both hands, water-style, water blade. Dozens of water blades hovered around the water-style ninja. The water blades were sharp and even carried the properties of wind. With a few swishing sounds, they slashed towards Lu Yun. Lu Yun didn't dodge or avoid, and even talked a lot of nonsense. Let me try if the water you spray can really drown people? Little brat. The female ninja showed anger. The water blades formed by water style quickly passed through Liu Yun's entire body. The fragile him was immediately cut off from all the muscles and meridians in his body. Ding! You were killed by Jonin Yukino using water style, experience points plus 100. After Lu Yun revived, he formed a hand seal with one hand, concentrating chakra in his throat, fire style, fire release bullet. Liu Yun's mouth was like a moving turret, quickly releasing fireballs forward, 1 fireball. 2 fireballs, 3 fireballs. 10 fireballs. 10 fireballs directly enveloped Eugenio from all 4 directions. Eugenio formed hand seals with both hands, and a large amount of water spewed out of her body, water style, water instantaneous body. Eugenio used water for an instantaneous body technique. The speed was very fast, and she instantly dodged Liu Yun's 10 fire release bullets. Whoosh, whoosh. Eugenio escaped Liu Yun's fireballs. After landing, several shurikens broke through the air towards her, and Eugenio dodged. The shurikens danced in the air, connected to steel wires, instantly binding Eugenio. The other end of the wire was Lu Yun. Lu Yun bit the steel wire with his teeth, showing a cold smile to Eugenio, and formed hand seals with both hands, fire style, dragon fire technique. A direct shot flame quickly burned towards Eugenio. The speed was so fast that even the eyes couldn't catch it. Earth style, earth flow wall. A huge earth wall blocked Eugenio's face out of thin air. It was another hidden sand village Jonin, Daisuke, who was an earth-style ninja. The flame and the earth wall collided together, burning with a sizzling sound. Lu Yun shouted loudly, fire style, dragon flame song technique. This time, Lu Yun jumped directly into the air, head down, formed hand seals in the air, and immediately spat out 4 fire dragons from his mouth. The fire dragons roared and rushed towards Eugenio and Daisuke. Daisuke's hand speed was very fast. It seemed that he had put in a lot of effort in this area, earth-style barrier, earth prison dome. A small mound of earth rose on the ground, trapping Daisuke and Eugenio inside. This trick was originally a technique to trap enemies and absorb chakra, but Daisuke strengthened its hardness and used it as a defensive ninjutsu. The fire dragons couldn't burn it down. The 2 special Jonin in the sky weren't idle. Seeing Lu Yun jump into the sky, the 2 special Jonin performed the technique together, releasing the vacuum bullet. Come on! Roar of the wind. Lu Yun opened his arms, enduring the attack of the vacuum bullet. Ding! You were killed by 2 special Jonin using wind style, experience points plus 120. Lu Yun, wreathed in white smoke, revived and formed a hand seal with one hand. Fire style, multiple fire dragon projectiles. Fireballs erupted from Lu Yun's mouth, whistling towards the 2 ninja hawks in the sky. Bang, 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 bang. In the distance, the onlookers were dazzled. Lu Yun was single-handedly holding off the Sand Village's special squad. Anara clan Jonin concluded, endless fire-style techniques, single-handed seals, unfathomable chakra reserves, and ultra-fast recovery speed. Akimichi Takamasa patted his plump belly and said directly, I don't think he's from the Senju clan, he must be from the Uchiha clan. His words were overheard by members of the Uchiha clan. An Uchiha Jonin nodded, he possesses almost all of the Uchiha clan's fire-style techniques, and he even has a fire style with incredible speed that can explode. If it weren't for that massive chakra reserve and recovery speed, I would have thought he was one of us. Shimura Aso continued to speculate, the Senju and Uchiha clans fought for so many years during the Warring States period, they must have a good understanding of each other. The Senju clan must have collected many of the Uchiha clan's fire-style ninjutsu, and even modified them. Perhaps. Above, Mai, the Jonin captain of the Special Operations Squad, finally made her move. She immediately ordered her teammates, attack together. Subdue him.
Give me a chance to seal him. Okay.
The two ninja hawks soared overhead, instantly releasing a large number of white wind blades. The wind blades, like a punishment from the heavens, easily shaved off half of Lu Yun's small mountain.
Ding. You were killed by two advanced summoned beasts using wind style, experience points plus 140.
After reviving, Lu Yun jumped out of the white smoke, followed by an earth stone dragon. Roar the stone dragon roared, biting Lu Yun in one gulp and dragging him underground, with stones scouring his entire body.
Earth style, Swamp of the Underworld. Daisuke used Swamp of the Underworld on the ground, immediately trapping Lu Yun in the swamp. Yuno-Ki clasped her hands together and spewed out a large amount of water from her mouth, water style, Water Torrent.
A large amount of water mixed with clay, making the swamp even more adhesive. Lu Yun was submerged in the swamp, and he immediately formed hand seals, converting the chakra in his entire body into gunpowder.
Full power fire style, Ash Pile Burning.
Rumble, a spark ignited, causing a violent explosion. This explosion was very powerful, and the hilltop where Lu Yun had been stationed was completely flattened.
Got you. When Lu Yun recovered, two special jonin used steel wires to entangle Lu Yun from the left and right.
Mai quickly stepped forward, took out the large scroll she was carrying on her back, and the scroll immediately unfurled, rolling towards Lu Yun in layers.
It was as if a giant white serpent was wrapping around him. Lu Yun realized something was wrong. This jonin knew sealing techniques. She was going to seal Lu Yun.
Lu Yun detonated the explosive tags on his chest, blasting apart part of the sealing scroll. But the scroll seemed to have a life of its own, and it continued to seal towards Lu Yun.
Bang!
Lu Yun detonated again, blowing up another part of the scroll. Taking advantage of the opportunity to break free, Lu Yun raised his right hand and made a pistol gesture.
Fire style, Fire Dragon Projectile.
The fire style was instantly fired, piercing my shoulder in one shot, followed by a violent reaction.
That casting speed!
Mai's eyes were filled with horror.
She couldn't dodge this instant ninjutsu at all.
In a moment of crisis, Mai forcibly dodged to the side.
Bang! An explosion sounded, and half of Mai's shoulder was blown off.
She fell to the ground, panting heavily. The two special jonin who had restrained Lu Yun with steel wire, seeing their captain seriously injured, immediately angrily slashed at Lu Yun with their swords. Lu Yun still looked down on them, letting them chop off his head.
Ding!
You were killed by two special jonin with swords, experience points plus 80. A very fast special jonin, as if riding the wind, quickly approached Mai and carried her away from the battle line. This special jonin took out bandages and quickly treated Mai's injuries. Mai's heart was filled with gloom. The damn Leaf Village brat is too strong. Endless fire style techniques, dazzling hand seals, and he can even release explosive fire style with his fingers. And his ability to summon explosive tags. We Sand Ninja underestimated him after all.
The special jonin asked, "What should we do?"
Mai looked at her other hand and took out dozens of sealing tags from her ninja tool pouch, distribute them to Asuka and the others, and stick them on that kid's body.
That way, he won't be able to use chakra. Let's see how he can continue to use his bloodline limit. Okay.
The special jonin who controlled the wind quickly distributed Mai's sealing tags to everyone. Lu Yun soared in the sky, holding two fingers to his mouth, fire style, Phoenix Sage Flower Claw Crimson. He spat out about 20 fire style Phoenix Sage Flower fruits from his mouth, attacking Yuno-Ki and Daisuke below.
Wind style, Great Breakthrough.
Asuka used Great Breakthrough from the side, blowing away the Phoenix Sage Flower fire, but shurikens were hidden within the fire style.
Whoosh, whoosh. The shurikens whizzed past, and Yuno-Ki and Daisuke quickly dodged.
Chirp the ninja hawk in the sky swooped down, its sharp claws grabbing Lu Yun. It carried Lu Yun straight up into the sky, flying about 500 meters before dropping him.
Lu Yun fell from the sky, accelerating rapidly, and headfirst.
He was instantly smashed into mincemeat, but from the outside perspective, it was just a cloud of white smoke.
Ding!
You died from falling from the sky, experience points plus 50. Lu Yun withdrew the white smoke, shirtless, still looking calm and relaxed, as if he hadn't suffered any damage. The faint aura of Sasuke continued to permeate his body. Sand ninja, is this all you've got?
Can't even leave a scratch on me. How pathetic. I suggest you go back to your desert lairs, dig a hole, and hide in it for the rest of your lives.
His words not only incorporated Sasuke's subtle arrogant style but also Naruto's annoying attributes. The Sand Ninja were all gnashing their teeth in anger and immediately became irrational.
Everyone who could use ninjutsu immediately used it.
Wind style, wind scythe technique.
Earth style, earth spear technique.
Water style, water blade. Whoosh, whoosh.
Shurikensen kunai attack through the air.
Chirp, the ninja hawks in the sky released wind style, and the special jonin standing on them also released wind style.
So many attacks instantly created a huge pit hundreds of meters wide where Lu Yun was standing. Ding!
You were killed by 12 Sand Ninja in a combined attack, experience points plus 500. As the number of times he was killed by multiple people increased, Lu Yun concluded that being killed by multiple people would stack a portion of experience points. After reviving, Lu Yun was still shirtless, still looking calm and composed.
Ha ha ha.
Sand Ninja, I told you, you're just a bunch of desert worms. Even if you've mastered ninjutsu, you're still just worms with chakra.
A ninja who controlled the wind appeared in front of Lu Yun. Lu Yun didn't bother to put up a defense, and the ninja directly stuck a piece of paper on Lu Yun's back.
A mere special jonin, do you think you can dance with me?
Ha! My chakra. Lu Yun suddenly realized that the chakra in his body was uncontrollably dissipating into his body.
His chakra was sealed. Lu Yun looked back and saw a purple-yellow piece of paper stuck on his back, covered in dense seals.
A sealing tag.
A sealing tag to seal chakra. Just as Lu Yun was about to slit his throat, two special jonin-wielding ninja swords quickly stepped forward and chopped off Liu Yun's arms from the left and right. Another special jonin puppeteer used his puppet to immediately restrain Lu Yun. The ninja who controlled the wind breathed a sigh of relief. Finally got you under control. Seeing that Lu Yun was no longer a threat, all the other Sand Ninjas converged towards where Lu Yun was tied up.
Ma Yi approached, dragging a broken arm, and patted Liu Yun's face with a silver ninja sword.
Kid, after all the trouble we went through, we finally caught you.
Lu Yun was completely subdued.
This time, he had no chakra, and detonating explosive tags required chakra flow, so Lu Yun couldn't use the explosive tags to explode and revive. He immediately entered the system interface to search for useful items. Leaf ninjas watching from a distance jumped down from the trees. Shimura also released his crossed arms. The sand village really came prepared. Let's go, surround them, snatch Liu Yun's body, and eliminate the Sand Ninjas while we're at it.
Sarutobi Shinosuke sneered, let him be captured by the Sand Ninjas and tortured for the rest of his life.
I still need his bloodline limit.
Don't torture him too much. Isn't wood release strong enough?
Besides, you saw the weakness of that bloodline limit is sealing.
Kurenai Yuhi squeezed out crystalline tears. Daddy, daddy, hurry and save Lu Yun.
Asuma Yuhi clenched his fists and took 2 steps forward, but the Shimura family's dog suddenly blocked his path.
Jonin Yuhi, I'm watching you, don't make any rash moves.
Kurenai glared at everyone who was silent. You adults are all bad guys, doing nothing while a fellow villager is captured by the enemy.
Kurenai stopped talking. Yuhi Shinobu covered Kurenai's mouth.
Akimichi Masataka was about to make a move, but someone from the Nara family grabbed his hand. Don't go, this is a matter for the Sarutobi and Shimura families, let's not get involved. Akimichi Masataka let go, a little angry on his chubby face. So many people scheming against a little kid, is that interesting? Suddenly a jonin from the Hyuga clan shouted.
What is that? Such evil chakra.
In the Byakugan of the Hyuga jonin, a layer of red intent appeared, and the red intent became thicker and thicker, directly enveloping the surrounding blue chakra clusters.
Let me see.
The Uchiha jonin activated his Sharingan, which could see the flow of chakra. The Uchiha jonin clearly saw red chakra emerging from the smoke in the center of the ruins. Looking closely, the red chakra was constantly emitting outwards, eventually forming a red fox head in the air. The Uchiha Jonin had seen the form of that red fox in books and immediately uttered in a day's 9 tails,
instantly causing an uproar. How is that possible? Isn't the 9 tails still in the village?
A dozen seconds ago, Liu Yun's chakra points were sealed, preventing him from using his own chakra. Liu Yun quickly flipped through the exchange catalog in the system space and suddenly came across a section on special chakra.
He saw it at a glance.
9 tails chakra 1 tail form. The exchange points were exactly the 2,500 points that Liu Yun had accumulated. Host successfully exchanged for the 9 tails chakra 1 tail form. The 9 tails chakra instantly integrated into Liu Yun's body, eventually merging directly with Liu Yun's heart. Although Liu Yun couldn't use his own chakra now, he had external chakra again, and he immediately unleashed the 1 tail form of the 9 tails chakra.
9 tails chakra 1 tail form open.
Red chakra continuously surged out of Liu Yun's heart, like blood-red chains lashing around. The sand ninjas looked strangely at the changes on Liu Yun's body.
Ayatori, who was skilled in wind release, said solemnly, "What kind of chakra is this? It gives people an extremely ominous feeling."
Captain Ma-Yi felt uneasy and hurriedly replied, "Retreat quickly."
Too late, fire release, ash pile burning.
A huge cloud of black smoke spewed out of Liu Yun's body, and sparks flew from the corners of Liu Yun's mouth. Rumble gunpowder exploded, and fireballs in the black mist burst one after another. The scorching heat and continuous explosions caused the 2 special jonin who were enveloped to cry out in pain. The 2 special jonin were ninjas specializing in swordsmanship. They had no defensive ninjutsu and had no time to escape. They were directly enveloped by Liu Yun's ash pile burning and died in the blink of an eye. When the smoke cleared, Liu Yun revived and stood on the smoky flat ground in his white clothes, light and breezy. I drift lightly by, leaving only noise. At Liu Yun's feet were 2 piles of coke, blacker than black, with no original features visible. Next to Liu Yun was a large mound of earth, a earth release defense made by Daisuke, who was skilled in using earth release. 20 meters away, the special jonin who had just sealed Liu Yun quickly escaped with Jonin Ma-Yi at the moment of the explosion.
Bang bang.
The sound of stones falling to the ground rang out, and the earth mound that stood out on the flat ground collapsed, and 8 sand ninjas with earthy faces emerged from it.
Cough cough. Ma-Yi coughed up blood, glaring at Liu Yun ferociously. Damn it. What's going on?
How could he possibly have extra chakra to use?
Is that red chakra human chakra? Ma-Yi kept questioning, but no one answered him.
The special jonin beside him also looked silent, saw Liu Yun's actions, and tightened his grip on the ninja sword. Liu Yun twirled his ninja sword, then smiled coldly. Want to seal me? Your sand village's sealing techniques are still too immature. Liu Yun now possessed the 9 tails chakra, and the sand ninja's sealing of his chakra to prevent him from using ninjutsu was no longer effective. The special jonin beside Ma-Yi, who controlled the wind, gritted his teeth. Captain, what should we do now? The team had already lost 2 generals, and their chakra was slowly depleting. Ma-Yi quickly made a judgment that chakra just now was very unusual, identical to the aura of the village's Jinchuriki. Could the other party's other identity be the 9 tails Jinchuriki of the Leaf Village? If that's the case, that would explain why he has endless chakra.
If it's the 9 tails, that's even better. He's just a young man and can't control the chakra of the tailed beast.
Eat soldier pills. Let's go together and capture the Leaf Village's 9 tails Jinchuriki.
Pull this off, and we'll go straight into the village's management. Ma-Yi couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up for his wit. Captain is right.
The sand ninjas quickly took out soldier pills from their ninja pouches and swallowed them, then quickly formed a formation and slowly moved towards Liu Yun to block him off. Liu Yun inserted his ninja sword into the scabbard at his waist, loosened his bones, and twisted his waist. Let me show you my full power.
Liu Yun's body hunched slightly, his hands clenched tightly, and he kept growling in his throat. 8 gates release formation, gate of opening open. Gate of healing open. Gate of life open.
In an instant, a layer of green energy burst out from Liu Yun's body.
It wasn't over yet.
Liu Yun suddenly exuded a strong animalistic desire.
Roar!
He growled in his throat, and 6 lines suddenly appeared on his face, like Naruto's lines. Then, his once black eyes turned blood red, and his pupils stood up, like those of a beast. The green energy on his body was gradually replaced by a layer of red chakra, turning into a tailed beast cloak, releasing an ominous aura.
Nine tails chakra, one tail form open.
The chakra energy released by burning his body through the three gates, coupled with the one tail form of the nine tails chakra, which was no weaker than a jonin.
Liu Yun's chakra now seemed endless, and the Sand Ninja team combined couldn't compare. Men will pay a heavy price for attacking me.
Liu Yun suddenly teleported, his speed so fast it drew a red line.
His target was Jonin Mai. So fast.
Mai's eyes widened, her body unable to react to such speed.
Captain, dodge.
A special jonin pushed Mai away, immediately getting his heart pierced by a sharp claw.
Aiki! Mai shouted with all her might.
When they came, they were confident they could easily capture Liu Yun and bring him back to the village. But now, 3 special jonin were already dead.
Most importantly, they didn't know if they could even return.
In the distant forest, everyone fell silent.
Kurenai Yuhi's red eyes narrowed.
The girl's mood changed quickly, now as clear as a sunny day. Yuhi Shinko breathed a slight sigh of relief. This kid was making his heart race like a roller coaster.
Sarutobi Shinnosuk's expression became twisted. How could this be? How could this be? How could that kid have the nine tails chakra? Isn't the nine tails sealed inside Kushina Uzumaki's stomach?
Shimura also ignored everything and wildly speculated. It said that the cloud villages Kinkaku and Ginkaku were swallowed by the nine tails. They gained the nine tails chakra by eating its flesh. This shows that the nine tails chakra is highly infectious and heritable. The first Hokage's wife, Mito Uzumaki, was the first nine tails Jinchuriki. Moku Ryuyan must be a member of the Senju clan with pure blood, and possibly a direct descendant of Mito Uzumaki. Anyway, Shimura also was dead set on Ryuyan having Senju blood, racking his brains to connect everything to that.
The Jonin from the Nara clan, watching Ryuyan's speed blur into a red line in the distance, was slightly shocked. The Senju clan's massive chakra, the smoke release Kekei Genkai that makes physical attacks useless, the endless high-level fire release techniques, and the nine tails chakra. Having just one of these would easily make someone an elite Jonin.
It's hard to imagine all of them concentrated in one young person. This young man already has the potential of ninjas at the level of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara.
The Jonin from the Yamanaka clan was surprised. You rate him that highly? The Nara clan Jonin shook his head. It's not a matter of my rating him highly, it's his unique talent. He glanced at Sarutobi Shinnosuk, whose face was gloomy, and muttered, if he survives today, he will definitely grow into a major figure who dominates the village, or even the entire land of fire. Chirp! The ninja hawk in the sky cried out, diving down and releasing a huge wind blade the moment it approached Ryuyan. Ryuyan blocked with both hands.
The nine tails chakra gave him unimaginable defensive and regenerative abilities, even boosting his body no less than the fourth gate, the gate of pain.
But Ryuyan was torn apart again. This level of defense still couldn't withstand a high-level summoning beast's wind blade. Ding! You were killed by the advanced summoning beast, by Maru, using wind release. Experience plus 120.
Ryuyan turned into a cloud of white smoke and slowly reformed into a human shape.
The sound of stone moving echoed. Daisuke, using earth release, laboriously lifted a large rock and threw it at Ryuyan from afar. Smash! With a crash, Ryuyan was crushed into the dirt, the boulder on top of him weighing a ton.
Ryuyan gritted his teeth, instantly opening the third gate, mixed with the nine tails chakra, and suddenly strained upward, flipping the rock over. Hayabusa, who used wind release, quickly stepped forward and placed a sealing tag on Ryuyan's forehead.
Ryuyan kicked him away, sending Hayabusa flying several meters. Ryuyan tore off the sealing tag. Do you think I'm a zombie? I told you it's useless. I have the nine tails chakra.
Even if you seal my chakra, I still have chakra to use. As Ryuyan spoke, a layer of the tailed beast cloak gathered around him, and slowly a tail emerged from his butt. He leaped forward, like a ghostly shadow, tearing forward with a claw. Hayabusa retreated, simultaneously forming hand signs, wind release, wind scythe jutsu. His wind blades attacked Ryuyan, who directly opened his arms to receive them.
Ding! You were killed by Jonin Hayabusa using wind release. Experience plus 90.
Watching Ryuyan turn into a cloud of white smoke again and gradually reforming into a human shape, Hayabusa spat out a few harsh words, "Troublesome brat."
He glanced at Mai, who was analyzing the situation in the distance, and shouted, "Captain, I don't have much chakra left. What should we do now?" Soldier pills can keep soldiers energized for 3 days and 3 nights, but they aren't omnipotent chakra supplements for ninjas who use ninjutsu.
Mai gritted her teeth. Damn it, I underestimated this kid's chakra reserves, and I didn't expect him to be Konoha's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki.
Let's end it here for today. We retreat.
Roger that, Captain.
Mai finally realized the situation was bad.
If they continued to drag this out, their chakra would be exhausted, and they would all be killed by Ryuyan one by one. She made an instant decision to tactically retreat. At least this trip wasn't entirely fruitless. Suna had found out the whereabouts of Konoha's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Figures leaped into the sky, gradually standing on the backs of 2 ninja hawks. Ryuyan smirked below, instantly opening the 3rd gate and releasing the Nine-Tails chakra from his chest.
You think you can leave? Dream on.
Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Poof, 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 poof. White smoke continuously billowed, and white figures emerged from it.
How many shadow clones could be created from the 8 gates 3rd gate plus the 9 tails 1 tail chakra?
There was no end in sight, countless, filling the entire open space, roughly 1,000 in total. The moonlight was dark, but here it was pure white.
Mai's pupils widened to their maximum. So many shadow clones, how is his chakra possible? He's so young, how could he master the 9 tails chakra?
Ryuyan was like Li Yunlong, commanding his shadow clone army. Shadow clone army, listen up.
Italian cannons ready.
Aura, aura, aura. Instantly, the entire forest echoed with the sound of aura, as if thousands of troops were gathered here.
Each of Ryuyan's shadow clones had red eyes.
They all formed the same hand seals, their mouths aimed at the sky.
Fire!
Several shadow clones shouted through megaphones, shadow clone formation, multiple fire dragon missiles. Rockets of fiery red fireballs were instantly launched, boundless and endless, directly covering the entire sky, looking like countless festive fireworks to the people watching from afar.
Run! Captain! Yunochi!
Rumble, 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 rumble. Explosions rang out endlessly, the entire sky covered in an uproar. Suna's team had nowhere to hide from the boundless fire ninjutsu explosions. After the explosions, several charged shadows fell from the sky. One giant ninja hawk was blasted into pieces, killed on the spot, without even having time to be summoned back to the summoning world.
Fortunately, one ninja hawk returned, carrying the information back to Suna. Byakugan activate.
Ryuyan activated his Byakugan and quickly rushed towards the figures falling from the sky. In the forest 500 meters ahead, only 2 figures remained beside Mai. One was Daisuke, who was skilled in earth release and had strong defense, and the other was Hayabusa. Mai took out the 3 remaining pills from her ninja pouch. Eat these, maybe we should fight to the death. The 2 nodded and swallowed the soldier pills with bitterness. Soldier pills are rich in protein, easily absorbed, and can quickly replenish the body's lost strength. They also have a stimulating effect, keeping people energized for 3 days and 3 nights, but they also put a heavy burden on the body. Having taken soldier pills twice in a row, their bodies were now like tightly stretched strings.
As the 3 swallowed the soldier pills, a fiery red figure arrived in an instant.
Ryuyan took 2 steps forward, looking at the somewhat quiet surroundings. The environment here is pretty good, it's suitable for being your graves. Mai didn't have the energy to argue with Ryuyan. She stood up, her eyes full of determination. Brat, I admit your talent is the highest I've ever seen, but don't think you can make Suna submit.
Let me show you the desert will of the desert people. As Mai spoke, a thick blue chakra flame erupted from her body.
The other 2 ninjas were the same, their bodies full of determination, without the slightest bit of retreat.
Ryuyan's face was full of fanatical smiles. Let me bear your desert will, you Suna ninjas. First gate of opening open. Second gate of rest open. Third gate of life open. 9 tails chakra 1 tail form open.
In just an instant, Ryuyan erupted with a red chakra flame that directly surpassed the chakra concentration of Mai and the other two, shooting out about 10 meters above his head.
This difference was visibly obvious. Mai bitterly glanced at Daisuke beside her. Looks like we three brothers have to explain ourselves here today. Daisuke laughed somewhat heroically, wiping a mouthful of blood from his lips. Let it be so. After all, we're dying for the village. I hope the village can find a way to subdue this brat in the future. A ninja's destiny is the battlefield. I've had this understanding since the day I became a ninja.
Hayabusa's eyes were firm, and he teleported towards Ryuyan.
What is sand?
The heart that never changes despite the wind blowing for thousands of years. 2 minutes later, Ryuyan slowly pulled his claw out of Mai's chest, his hand having just pierced through the opponent's chest and gripped a bright red heart. The light in Mai's eyes slowly dissipated, her mouth trembling with difficulty. Suna will not let you go, bang.
Ryuyan instantly crushed Mai's heart, letting the blood stain his face, a wild smile on his lips. So what? If I feel like it, that desert village could be destroyed at any time.
Ryuyan turned around as Mai slowly fell, her cold body accompanying the earth.
Luyan's condition wasn't good at the moment.
2 ninja swords were stuck in his back, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his entire body was covered in blood, some his, some from the 3 jonin. Luyan retrieved the ninja swords from his back into the system space, taking a look at his gains along the way. The final frenzy of the 3 jonin provided Luyan with 1200 experience points. Luyan decided to save them for later, to exchange for corresponding items when needed.
This recovery speed?
Luyan looked at a wound on his chest, which was inflicted by Hibari, who was skilled in using wind release, with his wind-style jutsu.
It was a foot long and an inch deep.
Most people would have been screaming in pain, but Luyan felt nothing. He was almost numb to pain. Under the combined effect of Nine-Tailed Chakra and the Thousand Hands Clan's Sage Body, the wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was believed that after a while, Luyan's wound would be completely healed.
But what do I need recovery speed for? Luyan asked himself. Wouldn't triggering a perfect rebirth through suicide be better?
Just as he was about to put a ninja sword to his neck to trigger rebirth, he was suddenly affected by dozens of strong auras. Towering trees surrounded him, and more than a dozen figures jumped out from the dark canopy, all wearing green ninja vests.
Leaf ninjas. Luyan activated his Byakugan, carefully examining the amount of chakra in their bodies.
Each one was at least a special jonin level, with not a single chunin among them. Moreover, Luyan recognized the family crests on the backs of some of the jonin as belonging to the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. Others had no family crests and were retainers of the 2 clans. A dozen or so ninjas surrounded Luyan, holding steel wires, ropes, and various strange binding ninja tools in their hands. They coldly approached Luyan, slowly closing in.
Luyan raised his ninja sword, holding it horizontally in front of his chest, and coldly said to the ninjas surrounding him, "Do you want to die?" A resonant voice rang out, "Mokuryan, do you want to attack the village's ninjas? You are now suspected of being a rogue ninja. Put down your weapon and don't struggle uselessly."
Some people walked out from the dense forest in front, led by a middle-aged man, Shimura Aso, the commander of the front lines, whom Luyan recognized.
Sarutobi Shinosuke, with bandages on his hands, stood beside him. Sarutobi Shinosuke's expression was full of sneers. "Mokuryan, you're really something. Even the Suna ninja couldn't do anything to you. It's a pity you've exhausted your chakra after a fierce battle." He.
Luyan stared intently, then put his ninja sword back into its sheath, not even making a defensive stance. These people were always fixated on his chakra levels, but his chakra was actually endless.
As the crowd closed in, Luyan's mouth curled into a mocking smile. "Isn't this the Fire Shadow's eldest son from that day?
I wonder if you peed when my knife was on your forehead." Mokuryan, Sarutobi Shinosuke's eyes were full of killing intent. He had never been subjected to such humiliation in his life. The scene of Luyan pressing his knife against his forehead was still deeply etched in his mind, impossible to erase. Only by tearing Luyan into pieces could he relieve the pain of his humiliation. Shimura Asu watched the verbal dispute between Luyan and Sarutobi Shinosuke with great interest. Suddenly, he noticed the visible recovery speed on Lu Yun's chest, and his pupils slightly contracted. He said to Sarutobi Shinnosuk next to him, "Move, don't argue with a dead man." "Poof." Sarutobi Shinnosuk snorted. 200 meters behind them, 3 special jonin blocked Yuhi Shinko's path. Yuhi Shinko drew his ninja sword from his back. "What do you want to do? Are you openly attacking a young man?" Yuta sneered, "Shinko Jonin, this is none of your business. Don't interfere. You can't withstand the overwhelming power of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans." Yuhi Red's expression was angry, and she took out a kunai. She glanced at Asuma beside her and pleaded, "Asuma, tell him to let us pass. We have to save Lu Yun." Asuma, at the cute girl, his heart aching. The girl he liked was fond of Mokurion, and there was no room for him in her eyes.
"Asuma!" Yuhi Red pleaded loudly again. Asuma fell silent and walked forward silently.
Yuta didn't dare to stop the Fire Shadow's young son and could only let Asuma cross the line where friendship shattered.
Nara Yuji followed behind. On Yuta's line, this once small team was now polarized, and it might never return to its former harmony.
Behind them, members of various ninja clans, a Kimichi Masataka side, and a Jonin from the Nara family patted his shoulder. "Let's go. Today's good show ends here. It's a pity for that good seedling from the Thousand Hands clan." The Inoshika Cho trio slowly turned around. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the Yamanaka clan members. "Hey! Where are my sunglasses? Who stole my sunglasses?" A flash of golden figures swept through the forest. Yuhi Shinko saw it and couldn't help but put down her ninja sword, breathing a sigh of relief. "Princess Tsunade is finally here."
Yuhi Shinko blared at Yuta, who was blocking him. "Get out of my way before I get angry." "Shinko Jonin. You."
A dozen leaf ninjas slowly closed in on Lu Yun. Lu Yun stuck his sword into the ground, made hand seals with both hands, and instantly opened the 3 gates of the 8 gates formation. Immediately, the red-tailed beast cloak was draped over his body, and the violent beast nature washed over the surrounding ninjas like a tidal wave.
Several special jonin swallowed their saliva.
The pressure this chakra exerted on people was no joke. It felt like a coffin lid was being placed on them. Lu Yun crouched down like a fox, with his limbs on the ground, and his deep voice sounded, "Let me make it clear, attacking me can be deadly." Lu Yun was a person who repaid kindness with kindness and malice with malice. The former sand eagle of Suna village was already starting to have grass growing on his grave.
Shimura Asu sneered, "Who do you think you are? Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha? I'm your grandpa." Lu Yun shouted. "Looking for death, everyone attack." With Shimura Asu's order, more than a dozen ninjas all surrounded him.
A loud shout suddenly rang out around, "Pain Sky Kick!" A delicate white leg suddenly appeared in the field. Don't look at how sexy that leg is, but the huge force it unleashed instantly shattered a radius of 50 meters. Boom! Shimura Asu and Sarutobi Shinnosuk were all pushed back more than 10 meters, lying on the ground, looking at the slender figure that appeared in the field. Dressed in white linen clothes, with golden twin ponytail hair, and fair skin like beautiful jade. There was a purple rhombus mark on her forehead, and she wore black sunglasses, but from the subtle details, it could be seen that this was a rare beauty. Shimura Asu coldly uttered 4 words, plus an exclamation point, "Princess Tsunade." "Poof." Tsunade snorted, then turned her eyes to Lu Yun behind her. Lu Yun glanced suspiciously at the woman blocking in front of him. This figure couldn't help but make people's thoughts wander, but he didn't think he was handsome enough to get Tsunade to take action. Lu Yun stood up, closed the 3 gates, and took off the tailed beast cloak on his body. Tsunade's eyes stared straight at Lu Yun's chest, not because it was so strong that people wanted to drool. Lu Yun's body couldn't grow to that point either. It was the visible recovery speed of the other party, which had now become a foot-long red scar. This characteristic was undoubtedly one of the Thousand Hands clan's resilience. She was looking at Lu Yun's hair. It was very black, not of the Uzumaki clan. The Thousand Hands clan also had black-haired people, such as his grandfather Hashirama Senju. Shimura Asu's voice was very cold, "Princess Tsunade, what are you doing? Are you stopping us from carrying out our mission?"
Tsunade snorted, I heard that there is a Thousand Hands clansman with awakened Thousand Hands bloodline on the battlefield, and you are planning to kill him. Is it true? Tsunade turned her head, and the aura of a Kage-level ninja instantly enveloped the field. In an instant, everyone seemed to be submerged in the sea. This kind of momentum. Shimura Aso couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Even though Tsunade had hemophobia and hadn't been seen taking action for many years, the energy hidden in her body was not something these people could resist. Shimura Aso roared fiercely twice. Tsunade, are you really going to protect him? Don't you know how arrogant that kid is? He dares to curse the 3rd Hokage and our Shimura clan's Hokage assistant Danzo. There's nothing he wouldn't dare to do. Tsunade clasped her hands together, causing her bones to crackle, and a rebellious smile appeared on her lips. So what? Even if one day he steps on the head of your Shimura clan leader, I will still protect him. Tsunade, Shimura Aso's face was full of anger, but he was helpless against this beautiful and powerful woman. Sarutobi Shinosuke's face darkened, and he unwrapped the bandage on his right hand, revealing a palm with only 3 fingers left. Princess Tsunade, you are my father's disciple. That brat cut off 2 of my fingers, and I will never let him go. I want him dead today. You want who dead? A red figure instantly attacked, and the eyes of everyone present couldn't even catch it, only seeing the red figure stepping on Sarutobi Shinosuke's body and holding a ninja sword to his neck. Ryujin had a cold smile on his face. Sarutobi Shinosuke, this is the 2nd time. So fast. Like a red flash. Tsunade was shocked. Ryujin's speed just now was something she couldn't even keep up with, and the red chakra on his body, if she remembered correctly, belonged to a tailed beast. How could he? Being stepped on the ground by Ryujin in front of everyone, Sarutobi Shinosuke felt extremely embarrassed even with his thick skin. At the same time, Ryujin's cold blade touched his skin, and Sarutobi Shinosuke seemed to be plunged back into the moment when Ryujin was about to kill him that day. Fear gripped him, and every pore was tense and wide open. Several Sarutobi clan retainers didn't dare to step forward. Ryujin's defection was a small matter, but their future prospects were a big deal. No one dared to guess whether Ryujin had the guts to slash down with his sword. What do you want to do? Sensing that the force on the blade was increasing, Sarutobi Shinosuke felt uneasy. That guy was a ruthless person who dared to do anything. Ryujin glanced around. Tell your dogs to get lost. Don't go too far. Ryujin's blade pressed down harder, and blood flowed directly from Sarutobi Shinosuke's neck. Sarutobi Shinosuke glanced at the Sarutobi clan's retainers. Listen to him, get lost. The Sarutobi clan's retainers exchanged glances and instantly moved to the rear. They didn't leave too far, but hid in the shadows, vigilantly watching Ryujin's every move. Ryujin patted Sarutobi Shinosuke's face with his silver sword, then a smile appeared on his face. Compared to those sand ninja who died in battle, you, the Sarutobi clan's young master, are afraid of death. Shimura Aso warned from the side. Ryujin, don't act rashly. If you kill him, you'll never escape. The Yambu will hunt you down for the rest of your life. Ryujin's gaze turned to Shimura Aso's face. Are you threatening me? Ryujin's chakra pressed towards the other party like the heavy pressure of water. Shimura Aso had some difficulty breathing. This kid was already so strong. I'm not threatening you, I'm just telling you, your current situation. A delicate white hand suddenly rested on Ryujin's shoulder. Okay. Ryujin turned his head and saw Tsunade, wearing sunglasses, saying softly, let the little kid vent his anger, don't take it too seriously. This woman, she really treats him like a child. Ryujin raised the sword from Sarutobi Shinosuke's neck. Die. Sarutobi Shinosuke immediately got up and took out a kunai from his hand. Tsunade punched him hard in the shoulder, and Sarutobi Shinosuke rolled backwards. Tsunade said coldly. Sarutobi Shinosuke glared at Ryujin and slowly disappeared into the dark forest. Poof. Shimura Aso snorted coldly and left with his men, not forgetting to leave a threatening remark as he left. Princess Tsunade, I'll remember today's score. Be careful in the future. Tsunade shook her chest and said disdainfully, vampires who only know how to scheme in the dark, do you think I'm afraid of you? After the Sarutobi clan and Shimura clan members left, Tsunade turned to look at Ryu-yun. The light through her sunglasses was a bit dim, but she could see the confusion on Ryu-yun's face. Tsunade walked up to Ryu-yun, her height a full head taller than him. Tsunade raised her hand and gently hooked the blood from the corner of Ryu-yun's mouth. Ryu-yun's gaze was still observing Tsunade's chest and didn't notice her actions. Tsunade put Ryu-yun's blood in her mouth. As a medical ninja, she could separate the components of Ryu-yun's blood just by taste. This blood. Tsunade suddenly opened her eyes wide, and a burst of joy appeared on her face, because Ryu-yun's blood was compatible with hers, proving that he was indeed a descendant of the Senju clan. Princess Tsunade. Ryu-yun was a little confused by Tsunade's actions. Why was this woman tasting his blood? What was so good about his blood? Tsunade said softly, "Let's take care of the blood on your body first." Ryu-yun did as he was told and quickly cleaned the red liquid from his body. Tsunade took off her sunglasses, and in an instant, the night seemed to bloom with flowers. The embers in the forest were still burning, and the fiery red light shone on her fair face, her appearance like a peony in 100 flowers, instantly making Ryu-yun's heart flutter. He even felt that all the blessings in the world were on Tsunade's face, and even that desert beauty named Rikako was no match for Tsunade. With such a woman in the world, any man would be crazy about her. Ryu-yun even whispered in his heart, "Kato-dan, you died well. I, Mu, will take over your burden in the future." Seeing Ryu-yun's somewhat dazed gaze, Tsunade smiled sweetly, and in an instant, it was as if the world was filled with splendor, and the cold night gradually dissipated from the bloody killing. Tsunade touched her face, sighing secretly that although she had been decadent and drowsy these years, her appearance had not diminished, and even a little kid was confused by her. Ryu-yun shook his head, then asked Tsunade's intention. "Princess Tsunade, why are you protecting me?" Tsunade pointed a white jade finger on Ryu-yun's forehead. "Because you are a descendant of the Senju." Senju? Ryu-yun was confused. He was just an ordinary civilian, and his father was also an ordinary chunin. When did he get involved with the Senju clan of the forest? A flash of lightning suddenly flashed through Ryu-yun's mind. Several footsteps sounded, and Tsunade and Lu-yun turned their heads to look. It was Kurenai Yuhi's team, and a member of the Aburain clan with an innocent expression. Asuma Sarutobi saw Lu-yun unscathed, gritted his teeth hard, snorted coldly, and turned to leave with Narayuji. Kurenai Yuhi ran over quickly and stopped in front of Lu-yun. "Lu-yun, are you okay?" Lu-yun shook his head. The wounds on his body had not yet fully recovered. He wanted to find a chance to wipe his head and be reborn, but he had to deal with Tsunade first. Kurenai Yuhi saw the scars on Liu-yun's chest and said with some heartache, "Such a long scar, it must be very painful." Lu-yun shook his head. "Don't worry, it will all disappear tomorrow." Tsunade and Kurenai Yuhi walked to the side, leaving the time to the two children. Kurenai Yuhi said respectfully, "Tsunade-sama." Tsunade waved her hand, then said, "I've already checked. That child does have the blood of my Senju clan, which proves that the information you gave me was correct. Thank you this time. If I had come a few steps later, he would have been framed by the Sarutobi and Shimura families." Kurenai Yuhi turned his gaze towards Lu-yun. "His ninja talent is the highest I've ever seen. Before you arrived, he was besieged by a special squad from Sunagakure." Tsunade was surprised. "A special squad from Sunagakure?" "Yes, 12 ninjas, 4 jonin, and the rest are all special jonin." "Then, those people." Kurenai Yuhi was silent for a moment, and finally said calmly, "They were all killed by Lu-yun." "How is that possible?" Tsunade looked at Lu-yun in disbelief. "How did he kill a jonin joint squad?" Kurenai Yuhi gave his analysis. "Lu-yun is undoubtedly a member of the Senju clan. His chakra is among the best even in the old Senju clan. I wonder if the first Hokage could compare at this age. Also, his unique Kekei Genkai allows him to turn into a cloud of smoke, avoiding any physical attack. Another point is his talent in ninjutsu. He can even perform hand seals with one hand and quickly release ninjutsu." Tsunade listened to Kurenai Yuhi's words, becoming more and more surprised. From the time she could remember, Hashirama Senju's glory gradually faded. Tsunade learned of Hashirama Senju's legend from those ethereal narrations. And the talent that Lu Yun is showing now has reached the level of Hashirama Senju. Even in real history, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha are not even as good as Lu Yun. At Liu Yun's age, they were still competing to see who could pee the farthest. Tsunade clenched her fist, and her heart slowly became happy. Senju, the Senju clan has hope of revival. Kurenai Yuhi thought of something, glanced at Tsunade, and said with some headache, that child is not without flaws. Oh. What are his flaws? Is he a troublemaker? Tsunade thought of the letter that Kurenai Yuhi had sent, which said that Lu Yun arrogantly stepped on the two young masters of the Sarutobi family. Kurenai Yuhi nodded. He is not an ordinary troublemaker. His personality is also very troublesome. He is very courageous. There is nothing he can't do, and his words are very annoying. Tell me about it in detail. Kurenai Yuhi told Tsunade about some of the things he had seen or participated in with Lu Yun. The members of the Aburame clan were ignored on the side. Why doesn't anyone notice me? Does no one notice me standing here? My Aburame clan is a bug-using clan, not an invisibility ninja. Hey! After listening, Tsunade curled her lips. What's the big deal? Asuma Sarutobi provoked him first, and Shinosuke too. They were the bad guys first. That child didn't do anything wrong. Tit for tat is appropriate. Kurenai Yuhi still wanted to say something, but he offended people who are not ordinary people. He even dared to scold the third Hokage. Tsunade snorted, it's not just that child who wants to. I also want to scold him. That old man is a representative of those ninja clans, allowing their disciples to seize the resources of the village that belong to civilian ninjas. Kurenai Yuhi fell silent. He didn't dare to join in such a conflict involving important figures. Tsunade continued to ask, you said he has a special Kekkai Genkai that can turn into smoke to avoid any physical attack. That's right. Then let me see it. Tsunade slowly walked forward. Lu Yun and Kurenai Yuhi stopped talking and turned to look at her. Tsunade put one hand on Liu Yun's shoulder and smiled slightly. Can you tell me your name? The members of the Senju clan who were integrated into Konoha village were very hidden. Some even had completely ordinary bloodlines. Even Tsunade couldn't find a member of the clan. Lu Yun cleared his throat, his heart a little impatient. That's right, Princess Tsunade, only if you injure me can my smoke transformation Kekkai Genkai be triggered. Tsunade murmured, is it a passive Kekkai Genkai? Maybe you haven't fully mastered it yet. Let me try. She slowly walked in front of Lu Yun and looked down at him. She clenched her fist, not forgetting to remind him, I'll try to reduce the force a little. Lu Yun curled his lips, his little wolf tail seemed to be wagging behind him. The greater your strength, the better. Let me help you. What do you want to do? Tsunade asked suspiciously. Kurenai Yuhi, #rage, boundless rage. You. Little. Brat. You. Are. Asking. For. Death. Tsunade's instantaneous anger surged into her heart, directly obliterating her consciousness. She clenched her fist, as if it contained thousands of pounds of force. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the fist was also carrying a huge wind, and suddenly punched forward. Not good, Tsunade is angry. Kurenai Yui's face changed drastically, and she quickly used body flicker technique to take Kurenai Yuhi away. The members of the Aburame family next to her also immediately turned into insects. Lu Yun was not afraid, but instead took a step forward, revealing the mad laughter of Sasuke. Ha ha ha. Come on, the full blow from a Kage-level ninja. Boom! A punch shot into the sky, the resulting gale tearing the surroundings apart. The gust of wind uprooted all the ancient 100-year-old trees around, leaving a 100-meter-wide pit of broken soil on the ground. Ding! You were killed by the shadow-level ninja Tsunade using her super strength, experience plus 500. Not a bad deal. In the pit, Tsunade slowly withdrew her hand, overwhelmed with remorse. Even if a small rogue touched her, she shouldn't have been so impulsive, especially since the other party was a child embodying her last hope for the Senju clan. No one could withstand her full force strike, not even Ryuyan, she thought. What have I done?
Tsunade knelt on a chunk of dirt, having just found a glimmer of hope from her decadence, only to destroy it herself.
Drip!
A crystal tear fell, a beauty weeping. Princess Tsunade, a small hand touched her shoulder.
Tsunade looked up in disbelief and saw Ryuyan, completely unharmed, with no sign of injury on his exposed chest. A hint of a smile appeared on Ryuyan's immature face. Now you've seen my smoke transformation Kekii Genkai, right?
Tsunade suddenly hugged Ryuyan, squeezing him tightly. You little rascal, you almost scared me to death.
Yuhi Shinku appeared nearby with Yuhi Kurenai. Tsunade released Ryuyan. Ryuyan looked regretful. Kurenai grabbed Ryuyan's ear and scolded him incessantly. Ryuyan, you're always causing trouble. That's Princess Tsunade.
If you hadn't turned into smoke, you would have been smashed to pieces. Ryuyan's mind was still echoing with the experience points from Tsunade's punch, a direct 500 points, much easier than fighting in a war. Being able to touch and gain experience, this was the way to unlock the undying system.
Ryuyan instantly understood how the undying system worked.
Congratulations, host, you have finally discovered another way to use the system. Unexpectedly, the system catered to Ryuyan, indicating that the person who created this system was also
a bit of a pervert. But I like it.
Yuhi Shinku, sweating nervously, explained for Ryuyan that child was captured by Sunagakure 2 months ago and suffered cruel abuse and torment. Furthermore, Sunagakure probably discovered his special Kekii Genkai and will definitely increase their efforts in human experimentation on him. His heart has been severely traumatized, causing him to behave strangely in certain aspects.
I hope Princess Tsunade can be more tolerant.
Yuhi Shinku was becoming more and more concerned about Ryuyan, as if he was grooming him to be his ideal son-in-law.
Tsunade listened silently, then glanced at Ryuyan's dark hair. Moreover, his fate is extremely pitiful.
His father died on the front lines, and his teacher and companions were also killed in a surprise attack by Sunagakure. All of this is enough to drastically change the child's personality. Yuhi Shinku wanted to continue, but Tsunade stopped him. Don't say anymore, I understand. People who have been abused will exhibit extreme mental states. I will try to be more tolerant of him in the future and help him slowly emerge from the darkness of the past. Tsunade herself was a mentally troubled patient, so she could particularly understand Ryuyan's psychology.
That's good. Yuhi Shinku breathed a sigh of relief. Ryuyan's actions had really scared him to death. Daring to flirt with Princess Tsunade was truly audacious. But he's got guts. He wouldn't have even dared to imagine doing something like that when he was young. An Aburain clan member wearing a high-collared suit and a hood walked up to Tsunade. Princess Tsunade, can I have my sunglasses back? Tsunade was startled and jumped in surprise. Oh, there was someone else here? Princess Tsunade, sorry. What? Can't you live without sunglasses?
The Aburain clan member shook his head. That's not the case, but I just feel strange without sunglasses.
Like I'm not wearing clothes. What a terrible analogy, here you go.
Night had fallen. Ryuyan found a pile of firewood and lit a bonfire on the ground.
The three gathered around the fire to keep warm. Ryuyan went to a dark corner, exchanged for a tent, and spread it out on an open space.
After setting up the tent, he went into the forest to hunt a wild boar, cleaned out its internal organs, and roasted it on a fire rack. Tsunade quietly watched Ryuyan's actions, then praised him. You're quite good at taking care of people.
Princess Tsunade, you flatter me. No, Ryuyan didn't know why, but he wanted to test Tsunade, yet he was also afraid of her aura.
After everyone had eaten their fill and chatted by the fire for a while, Kurenai yawned twice, and Ryuyan let her go to sleep in the tent.
Tsunade had something to say to Ryuyan, so she immediately winked at Yuhi Shinku, who understood and quickly disappeared. Only Tsunade and Ryuyan remained by the bonfire. Ryuyan leaned against a tree trunk, one hand on his knee, staring straight at Tsunade. Tsunade was also staring at Ryuyan, their eyes meeting in the air, holding each other's gaze for over 10 seconds. Tsunade's aura suddenly turned cold, and Ryuyan immediately averted his gaze and shrunk back. Tsunade chuckled, you're bolder than I imagined.
You know, many men don't dare to look directly into my eyes.
Ryuyan didn't say anything, staring at the flames in front of him, remaining silent for several seconds before suddenly saying, "Is it worth it?" "What did you say?" Ryuyan's dark eyes lifted, looking into Tsunade's brown pupils. "I've offended the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. The village can hardly tolerate me." "You're protecting me, aren't you afraid of them?"
Tsunade suddenly laughed, then looked at Ryuyan with her beautiful eyes. "You underestimate my reputation as one of the..."
But how could he have died on a simple mission?
Tsunade wanted to investigate behind the scenes, but Kato Dan's body had already been packed into a coffin and buried.
She couldn't dig up her boyfriend's coffin. Who did it?
The answer was obvious: those ninja clans who didn't want commoner ninjas to rise to power.
Seeing Tsunade's silence, Ryuyan continued, "See? Aren't you also afraid of their behind-the-scenes calculations?" Tsunade chuckled, reaching out a hand and giving Ryuyan a head pat directly. "Who am I? The lone flower among the Sannin, Konoha's Princess Tsunade. Would I be afraid of them?"
"Don't worry, I will be your guide and protect your growth." Ryuyan pulled his head out of Tsunade's hand, filled with doubt. "Why are you so concerned about me?"
"Didn't I already say? You are a member of my Senju clan, so it's only right that I care about you." "Senju? You still remember that clan that has already disappeared?" Tsunade nodded. "The Senju will not disappear.
They are among the villagers of Konoha, slowly nurturing a flame that will one day bring change to this cursed world. Your bloodline limit and your talent have shown me the power of change."
Ryuyan curled his lip, annoyed by such vague statements. "Just tell me directly what you want me to do." Tsunade smiled. "Do you think I'm using you?" Seeing Ryuyan's silence, Tsunade slowly said, "Do you know why the Senju clan disappeared completely? Including me, I haven't used Senju as my surname since I was born." Ryuyan shook his head.
"Because of a policy of the second Hokage, my grandfather. He saw the huge gap between ordinary people and ninja clans from the start. Ninja clans always stick together, constantly seeking glory for their families, and constantly devouring the village's resources for their benefit.
This is their characteristic, and it's an unchangeable greed in their blood. My grandfather had extraordinary vision.
He knew that this extreme situation would one day erupt into a great revolution. The base number of ninja clans is too small, and they will be completely eliminated by a bottom-up revolution by ordinary ninjas. So, after the war, he made the few remaining Senju clan members hide among the ordinary people, or rather, merge with the ordinary people, merge with the entire village." Ryuyan became interested. "What happened after that?"
Tsunade's eyes suddenly turned gloomy. "The Senju did merge with the ordinary people, but then the Ninja Clan Alliance replaced the Senju.
They gradually took control of Konoha village, placing their children in important power organs. The ninjutsu rewards that ordinary ninjas could only obtain after a lifetime of hard work were easily obtained by the children of ninja clans.
During this process, the Senju, who represented the ordinary people, would of course resist, but they disappeared one by one.
The traces of the Senju disappeared, and Konoha village was no longer the Senju's village, but a decaying tree controlled by the Ninja Clan Alliance."
Ryuyan quietly absorbed Tsunade's words, analyzing them in his mind. The gap between ninja clans and ordinary ninjas was not as harmonious as in the anime.
The most obvious example is the civil war in Kirigakure, where the accumulated anger of ordinary ninjas had been continuing from the founding of the village until the era of the fourth Mizukage.
Obito just dropped a spark.
Even without Obito, the revolution would have erupted.
Ninja clans control 90% of the village's resources, and the remaining 10% is what ordinary ninjas struggle to obtain. Tsunade looked up at the moon.
The night was cold, and even the flames couldn't dispel the cold on her body.
"Do you know how many factions there are in Konoha village now?" "Factions?" Ryuyan was stunned.
Wasn't it just the Will of Fire faction and the non-Will of
Fire faction? Tsunade could tell that Ryuyan didn't know. She said softly, "There are roughly 3.
One is the Ninja Clan faction represented by the Sarutobi, Shimura, Akimichi, Nara, Yamanaka, Inazuka, and Aburame clans. The third Hokage, my teacher, is their representative.
Another faction is the neutral faction, which advocates a balance between ninja clans and ordinary people. Jiraiya is considered the representative of this faction. The remaining faction is the Assimilation faction, which advocates that all ninja clans should be integrated into ordinary people.
It is a faction of ordinary ninjas who inherit the will of the Senju.
Lu Yun looked at Tsunade. You are from the Assimilation faction.
Tsunade shook her head. I am not from that faction, and I don't want to join these complicated political struggles, but I lean towards the Assimilation faction because that is the inheritance of the Senju's will. Lu Yun realized something. You want me to become a member of the Assimilation faction and become Hokage in the future, integrating all the ninja clans into ordinary people.
Tsunade nodded. That's the idea. The ninja talent you possess has this ability. Lu Yun spread out his hands. How do you know? I'll listen to you.
I can defect with a forehead protector scratch. Why would I wade into this mess?
Dare you? Tsunade pulled Lu Yun over and vigorously ruffled his hair. Since you are a member of the Senju clan, and I am older than you, that makes me your older sister.
You don't have any guardians right now, so I am your guardian. Quickly call me older sister to hear it.
Tsunade recalled the way Nawaki used to call out to her from behind, feeling a sense of nostalgia.
If Nawaki were still alive, the other is burying themselves in family matters, being submissive to the Konoha upper echelons, but acting violently within the clan.
Suna camp. Raza swept all the office supplies off his desk in anger.
His murderous voice even reached outside. Mu Lu Yun, you damned brat, I will tear you to pieces.
Shio and Ebizo slowly entered his office.
Ebizo gently stroked his beard. The information from Mai and the others says that Mu Lu Yun is Konoha's nine-tailed Jinchuriki.
Is that reliable?
Raza shook his head vigorously. Impossible. Sagi examined his body thoroughly and found no signs of sealing.
His nine-tailed chakra should be a special case.
Shio rubbed her temples. This kid is growing up so fast.
4 Jonin and 8 special Jonin couldn't catch him and were even killed by him. What should we do now?
If we let him continue to grow, he will become another Hashirama Senju.
Raza paced back and forth in distress.
He really wanted to rush to the front lines of Konoha and tear Mu Lu Yun to pieces.
But he couldn't. The actions of a Kage are monitored by many spies. If he goes out, Konoha will definitely get the information. Raza's eyes flashed, thinking of the female ninja who was always at odds with him. Bring back Pakura.
Pakura?
Granny Chio asked doubtfully. She's on the ocean battlefield. Won't calling her back affect the battle with Kirigakure?
The Third Shinobi World War was a free-for-all, with no alliances. Sunagakure was directly confronting Kanahagakure, while on the ocean side, they were fighting with Kirigakure, and even on the border with the Land of Earth, there were constant skirmishes. The Cloud Village was the same, sending troops to attack the Land of Wind, while also provoking the Leaf Village. The 5 ninja villages were like 5 small gangsters, constantly fighting to decide who was the boss.
Raza thought to himself, I plan to suspend the war with Kirigakure and focus all my efforts on dealing with Konoha. Bringing Pakura back is also a signal to them. Granny Chio confidently nodded, all right. Pakura's scorch release is very powerful.
I don't believe that kid can stop her.
Early morning. Ryun woke up.
Suddenly, Tsunade opened her eyes sharply and immediately saw Ryun, who had ill intentions. You
want to do what?
Ryun stammered, I saw you were wearing so little, and I was afraid you'd catch a cold from the wind, so I was blocking the wind for you. Tsunade punched upwards, sending Ryun flying more than 10 meters away. She stood up, convincing herself, this guy has been abused, his personality has changed drastically, be more tolerant.
Be more tolerant. Ryun gently rubbed his chest, not feeling much. He was basically numb to pain.
That punch was enough to shatter a person's sternum, but Ryun only felt like he had been pricked by a needle.
This woman, isn't her body meant to be seen by others?
Tsunade approached Ryun, releasing a layer of light green chakra from her hands, slowly covering Ryun's chest. In the blink of an eye, the slightly damaged muscle tissue was slowly repaired. The stinging pain from before disappeared instantly. You little brat, after all these years you're still the first one who can be so presumptuous in front of me and still be jumping around.
Back then, Jiraiya wanted to dance in front of Tsunade, and ended up with several broken ribs.
Ryan complained, as the saying goes, after 3 years in the army, every woman looks like a beauty, let alone a great beauty like you. The corners of Tsunade's mouth curved up, enjoying Ryan complimenting her beauty, but she directly grabbed the back of Ryan's neck, lifting him into the air.
You little brat, you're definitely going to be another Jiraiya in the future. I'll educate you properly and correct your personality. Tsunade flung Ryan away. Ryan spun in the air and landed steadily on the ground.
Tsunade snorted, and gently beckoned with her jade hand, "Come, let's fight."
Okay.
Ryan let his white clothes hang down from behind and tied them around his waist, revealing his bare upper body. He put his right hand behind his back, subconsciously forming a hand seal. With a body flicker technique, he left a white line in the air and attacked Tsunade. Admiration flashed in Tsunade's beautiful eyes. The body flicker technique with a one-handed seal, and secretly forming the seal behind your back. Your understanding of jutsu is already comparable to my second grandfather. Ryan suddenly rushed in front of Tsunade and threw a punch. Tsunade's expression turned cold. Your personality is somewhat similar to that lecherous Jiraiya in some ways. Tsunade slightly shifted her position, and her elbow struck downwards. Ryan was hit directly by Tsunade's forceful elbow and slammed into the ground, creating a large crater several meters wide. Cough cough. Ryan coughed twice, slowly climbed out of the pit, shook his dizzy head, and warned, "Princess Tsunade, I'm going to use my full strength, be careful."
Tsunade curled her lips, "I told you to call me sister." Ryan smiled, "You're over 30 years old, and you want me to call you sister, aren't you ashamed?" Tsunade's aura turned cold. "Little brat, what did you say?"
A woman's age is their biggest secret, and they basically explode.
You want to be abused that much?
Tsunade thought that Ryan must have been tortured and become perverted by Sunagakure, wanting her to beat him to death so much. Ryan rushed forward again, and Tsunade punched him back again, still not using her full strength. Ryan hardened his heart. "Don't blame me, Tsunade. A ninja who acts like a hooligan is the most terrifying ninja in this world."
8 gates release formation. First gate, gate of opening, open. Second gate, gate of rest, open. Third gate, gate of life, open.
Blue chakra flames burned around Ryan's body, and a thin layer of green energy condensed on his body. When Tsunade saw it, she immediately recognized the forbidden technique sealed in the Book of Seals, 8 gates release formation.
9 tails chakra 1 tail form, open.
A layer of red flames burned on Ryan's body, with an ominous chakra flavor.
9 tails chakra, is he inheriting Mito Grandma's genes? Tsunade wondered.
The descendants of Uzumaki Mito should be direct descendants of the Senju clan, proving that Ryan was very close to her, either cousins or aunt-nephew.
Then why had she never seen anyone from his lineage?
Or, the bloodline was inherited from someone who married out of the Senju clan. Tsunade didn't think for long. Her eyes only caught a glimpse of a red line coming from the front at extreme speed, the speed causing her to widen her beautiful eyes.
So fast. Tsunade's visual nerves couldn't even capture Ryun's range of movement.
But based on her many years of combat intuition, she instantly determined where Ryun was going to attack.
This little hooligan.
Tsunade cursed inwardly, and defended her chest with both hands.
Mu. Lu. Yoon. Tsunade was instantly enraged.
Even her former boyfriend Dan Kato had never been so presumptuous. How dare this guy tease her?
Is he not afraid of being beaten to death by her? Lu Yun really wasn't afraid of death.
Tsunade threw a back elbow at him, imbued with her monstrous strength.
Lu Yun didn't dodge at all, letting the massive force hit his head. Ding!
You were killed by shadow-level ninja Tsunade using monstrous strength, experience plus 480. Lu Yun was smashed into a puff of smoke, but instantly recovered. Tsunade, seeing Lu Yun unharmed, breathed a sigh of relief. She still wasn't used to this kind of physical attack being ineffective on a ninja.
Tsunade, I'm back.
A red streak flashed past, and Tsunade felt a kiss on her cheek.
You little brat. Tsunade thought angrily, and punched out like a whirlwind. Ding!
You were killed by Tsunade using monstrous strength, experience plus 460. Lu Yun was smashed into a puff of smoke again, instantly reforming and activating the third gate along with Nine Tails chakra for a rapid body flicker technique. This time, Tsunade's reaction speed was at its peak, carefully watching her surroundings, not letting this little rogue take advantage of her again.
Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique.
A huge fire dragon had erupted from below Tsunade.
Tsunade kicked off with her beautiful legs and immediately jumped away.
While dodging in the air, her defense was at its lowest. Lu Yun used body flicker technique to directly hug Tsunade from the front.
Little brat.
Anger flashed in Tsunade's eyes, and she violently threw Lu Yun away. She was like a female Tyrannosaurus Rex descending from the sky.
Heavenly foot of pain.
Boom boom boom. With one kick, the ground sank 3 feet, and the forest stirred up a cloud of dust.
Lu Yun didn't say anything.
This time, his body and morals were shattered into pieces, turning into a pile of smoke.
Ding!
You were killed by shadow-level ninja Tsunade using monstrous strength, experience plus 440.
I will kill you. You little brat.
Boom boom boom. The massive force was like a falling meteorite, causing mountains to crumble and the earth to split with a single blow. The beasts in the forest scattered and fled, afraid of being affected by this female Tyrannosaurus Rex.
What's going on?
Kurenai Yui, unable to sleep due to the noise, crawled out of her tent. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and instantly saw the devastation in the forest. Ancient trees that were hundreds of years old had been knocked down, and everything was covered in dust and smoke, as if struck by a meteorite.
What's going on? In the distance. Lu Yun, stop right there. I'm going to kill you. Tsunade, don't you have any other ninjutsu? You just keep using monstrous strength to kill me. Ah. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you.
Tsunade held her head with both hands, completely insane. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she was completely a female Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Kurenai Yui? What exactly did Lu Yun do to Tsunade-sama?
The entire forest of the 8th front line had been destroyed by Tsunade, but she hadn't stopped, and was still angrily chasing Lu Yun. Yuhi Shinku appeared next to Kurenai Yui, also staring blankly at the devastation ahead.
This was done by Tsunade. Kurenai Yui nodded blankly. The father and daughter looked into the distance.
Tsunade was still chasing Lu Yun, and the two had already fought their way out of the 8th front line.
Yuhi Shinku muttered a warning.
This is bad, they've left the front line. This will attract the attention of the Sand Village.
Kurenai, stay here and don't move. I'll go get reinforcements. Okay, Dad.
The huge commotion at the 8th front line attracted the attention of the great ninja clans, and this news immediately reached Shima Sei's hands.
Tsunade is chasing Lu Yun? Ha ha ha. Good. I knew that little brat was a troublemaker. Even Tsunade can't stand him. Damn little brat, without Tsunade's protection, let's see how you survive now.
Yuta, kneeling on one knee in the ground, immediately added, Lord, they have already fought their way out of the front line and are heading towards the Sand Village's front lines.
Should we send troops? Shima Sei threw a book at Yuta's face. Are you stupid?
Wouldn't it be better if they were killed by the Sand Village? Lord, Princess Tsunade is the granddaughter of the first Hokage and one of the legendary Sannin. I don't care who she is.
Anyone who gets in the way of the Shima clan is the enemy of the Shima clan.
As time passed, Tsunade's chakra gradually decreased, and her aura slowly diminished. But Tsunade formed a hand seal, and her powerful healing ability instantly replenished her chakra, turning her into a female Tyrannosaurus Rex again as she charged towards Lu Yun.
Lu Yun's face showed no fear at all.
He was still burning with the Nine Tails chakra, and his skin was even being severely eroded by the Nine Tails chakra, causing the outer layers to peel off.
Little brat, die.
Tsunade drew a wind blade with her hand.
This was an advanced ninjutsu mastered by medical ninjas, chakra scalpel.
As soon as Lu Yun saw Tsunade using ninjutsu, he acted like a wolf seeing a sheep, using body flicker technique to get close to Tsunade. Tsunade's eyes were bloodshot, and all she saw was killing Lu Yun.
Die! Die! Die!
She slashed down fiercely, and Lu Yun was torn to pieces, but there was no blood. He was afraid that Tsunade would collapse due to her hemophobia, so he had been using the smokescreen illusion.
Ding! You were killed by Tsunade using ninjutsu, experience plus 500. After Lu Yun resurrected, he continued to provoke Tsunade's anger. Ah! Mu! Lu! Yun! Die! Little! Brat! Little! Rogue! I'm going to kill you! Tsunade unleashed a powerful aura of chakra, and once again created a chakra blade, slicing through Lu Yun's neck. Ding! You were killed by Tsunade's ninjutsu, experience plus 480.
After being resurrected, Lu Yun was about to go up and flirt with Tsunade, but was kicked away by a foot, flying hundreds of meters. In the air, all the internal organs in Lu Yun's body were shattered. He immediately turned into white smoke and resurrected again. After Lu Yun resurrected, Tsunade rushed towards him like a female tyrannosaurus. Lu Yun directly greeted her, and Tsunade killed him again with a chakra scalpel. You were killed by Tsunade's ninjutsu, experience plus 460. Gradually, Lu Yun had accumulated 4,000 experience points from Tsunade, which was his biggest gain ever, and also the most enjoyable time since he entered the ninja world.
Compared to being killed desperately by others, this kind of death-seeking was simply Lu Yun's favorite. After Lu Yun resurrected, his Byakugan suddenly noticed that the endless sand ninjas surrounded Lu Yun and Tsunade. Oops, we've hit the Suna's front line.
Lu Yun was stunned, opened the 8 gates, and quickly shunshined to avoid Tsunade's mindless attacks, while paying attention to his surroundings. Nujita walked out of the Suna ninjas figures, and he laughed wildly as he looked at Lu Yun and Tsunade who were surrounded.
Ha ha ha. I was surrounded by 2 big fish as soon as I came. Today is really my lucky day.
Lu Yun brushed past Tsunade, and one of his arms was cut off by Tsunade.
He kept calling Tsunade Tsunade. Tsunade! Wake up! We've crossed the border. Kill! You! Kill! You!
Tsunade's eyes were blood red, and she had completely lost consciousness. Now she only had the goal of killing Lu Yun.
Go! Nujita didn't talk nonsense.
He waved his hand, and countless sand ninjas surged up.
Majestic, like a group of army ants. Shoo shoo shoo. Thousands of shurikens also surged with them.
Lu Yun couldn't dodge at all, and was shot into a sieve in the blink of an eye.
Ding! You were collectively killed by Suna ninjas using shurikens, experience plus 300.
After Lu Yun resurrected, he suddenly saw a shuriken stuck in Tsunade's arm, and red blood flowed out. Tsunade knelt down, the blood red in her eyes faded, replaced by dull eyes blood. Nujita noticed Tsunade's abnormality. Tsunade is afraid of blood, that's right, no wonder she, the medical saint, wasn't on the Kawano battlefield. It turns out she has hemophobia.
Thousands more shurikens flew from the sky, covering Tsunade and Lu Yun. Shadow Clone Jutsu.
Lu Yun formed a hand seal and immediately released dozens of shadow clones to form a human wall to protect Tsunade.
Pang 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 pang.
The sound of white smoke exploding kept ringing. The shurikens shot out like cold poisonous snakes, and one by one they pierced into Lu Yun's shadow clones, destroying all of Lu Yun's shadow clones in the blink of an eye.
Hundreds of shadow clones were not blocked. Lu Yun opened his body and directly protected Tsunade under him. The shurikens pierced Lu Yun's body, instantly turning him into a hedgehog. Lu Yun fell on Tsunade, and drops of blood dripped from his mouth onto Tsunade.
He had exhausted his chakra by using the forbidden technique to create shadow clones. At this moment, he could not use the smoke transformation illusion. His slowly dimming eyes looked at Tsunade, whose pupils were still scattered.
The pale-skinned beauty instead gave people a feeling of wanting to protect her. Tsunade, you are so beautiful.
As the voice fell, Lu Yun's head also drooped.
Tsunade's scattered gaze suddenly flashed a ray of light, and then dimmed again. Ding! You were collectively killed by Suna ninjas using shurikens, experience plus 280. After Lu Yun resurrected, he immediately opened the exchange interface.
He was not qualified to escape from thousands of Suna ninjas. He needed the fourth gate of injury. The exchange point for the fourth gate of injury was 2,500 points. Tsunade provided Lu Yun with 4,000 points, plus the 1,700 points from last night, and the 580 points just now.
Lu Yun now had enough experience points.
The 8 gates fourth gate of injury exchange was successful. The fourth gate of the 8 gates can further improve attack and speed, but the body will begin to suffer damage, truly entering the danger zone of the 8 gates. This gate burns the body's energy very quickly. If ordinary people cannot complete the battle in a very short time, it will cause unimaginable damage to the body. This is for ordinary ninjas, but for Lu Yun, it is just a simple matter of wiping his head and being reborn.
8 gates first gate of opening, open. Second gate of rest, open. Third gate of life, open. Fourth gate of injury, open. Lu Yun opened 4 gates in an instant.
The blue chakra flames on the outside were burning fiercely, and the green energy on the inside surged upwards like waves.
Not done yet. Nine Tails chakra superimposition.
In this instant, the red chakra swayed around like a snake, even forming a physical attack, knocking down several Suna ninjas. Lu Yun put his hands together one in front of the other, multiple shadow clone jutsu. The chakra released from the 4 gates, coupled with the 9 Tails chakra, the chakra accumulated by Lu Yun at this moment has reached the shadow level.
Pong pang 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 pang.
All of Lu Yun's shadow clones emerged from the white smoke, boundless, reaching thousands, carefully counting there were 1,500, directly exceeding the total number of Suna ninjas. Mujita's eyes were full of disbelief. So many shadow clones, how is that possible? Brothers, you hold on first, I'll retreat first. Lu Yun picked up Tsunade and Sunshine forward fiercely, but all of his chakra was equally divided among the shadow clones. He was panting even when walking at this moment, so his speed was definitely not fast. Lu Yun could only hide among the shadow clones and follow them to break out a path of retreat.
Lu Yun's 1,500 shadow clones instantly formed a formation. One shadow clone looked like a leader and even picked up a red command flag.
He used chakra vibration to make a loud noise. First Artillery Army, Katyusha rocket launcher, prepare. About 200 shadow clones were on the periphery, forming hand seals, their cheeks bulging. The shadow clone leader waved the flag fire.
Shadow clone formation multiple fireball cannon.
In an instant, 200 fireballs quickly flew forward, and the 200 shadow clones that had exhausted their chakra quickly dissipated.
200 fireballs fell into the Suna ninjas and exploded quickly. Wind release. Some of the Suna's elite Jonin used wind release to resist most of the fireballs.
The shadow clone leader shouted again. Second Dragon Fire Army, Dragon Fire Jutsu, prepare. Another 200 shadow clones stepped forward, forming seals with their hands. This time the seal was the Dragon Fire Jutsu. The Dragon Fire Jutsu required more chakra, so every 10 shadow clones were combined together. The shadow clone leader waved the command flag. Dragon Fire, release.
Shadow clone formation Dragon Fire Jutsu.
In an instant, flames ignited, and 20 huge fire dragon heads were quickly released, roaring and running towards the direction of the Suna ninjas. The fire dragon carried boundless flames, and the scorching temperature dyed the surrounding area red. Wind style, pressure damage. Mikita formed hand seals and released the advanced wind style, pressure damage, blowing away 3 or 5 great dragon fires. Wind style, thousand-faced wind. Wind style, drill air bullet. Wind style, great breakthrough. Several other Jonin released ninjutsu, gradually resisting the great dragon fire of the Shadow Clone army. But still, about 10 fire dragons rushed into the Sand Village's line of defense. Boom 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 boom, the flames erupted, burning fiercely, immediately turning the protrusions on the earth into scorched earth. Mikita's face was gloomy. Damn it, it's only been a month, how can this kid have such powerful fire-style ninjutsu? Such an amazing growth rate. No, we can't let him leave today, even if more people die, we must keep him here. Mikita began to disregard the Sand Village's losses, determined to keep reunion regardless of casualties. The Shadow Clone leader continued to shout, Suicide Squad, charge. The remaining 500 shadow clones all rushed forward.
Fire style, ash pile burning, prepare.
The shadow clone leader waved a red flag, rushing in the front, his eyes bloodshot. Comrades, follow me. The shadow clones all rushedly towards the sand ninjas crowd, shouting Ura in their mouths. Ura Ura Ura! The shadow clones rushed into the sand village's line of defense, forming hand seals, and immediately released clusters of black smoke.
Shadow clone formation fire style, ash pile burning.
The shadow clone leader waved the flag, set fire. Fire style, great fireball technique. Several shadow clones spat out flames, and in an instant, explosions were heard one after another, and the entire position was filled with the smell of flames and gunpowder. The thick smoke filled the sky, rendering half of the sky a dark black color. Seeing the shadow clones open a path, Ryuyan picked up Tsunade and ran away immediately.
Want to run?
Several Jonin saw Ryuyan's escape and immediately chased after him. Ryuyan was having difficulty using body flicker technique. Even with the Thousand Hands clan and Nine Tails chakra's amazing recovery ability, it was impossible to restore his massive chakra in a short time. Wind style, thousand-faced wind. Hundreds of wind blades came like wind, and Ryuyan had nowhere to retreat, so he opened his arms and hugged Tsunade.
Ding! You were killed by Jonin Nakano using wind style, experience plus 100. Because of the main body's death, all the shadow clones disappeared. After Ryuyan revived, he immediately picked up Tsunade and ran. This time, he directly opened the fourth gate of the 8 inner gates, plus the superposition of Nine Tails chakra. The speed was directly pulled into a red line, and the Sand Village people's eyes were filled with horror. This speed, the Leaf Village's yellow flash is nothing more than this. Maikita's face turned cold, and he immediately summoned his giant scorpion. The scorpion burrowed into the ground and quickly used Earth style to chase Ryuyan. Summoning technique.
At the same time, some Jonin beside Maikita also formed summoning seals, and in an instant, 3 or 5 ninja hawks hovered in the sky. Chase. Even if we have to attack the Leaf Village's defense line, we must kill that kid. His growth rate is too terrifying. Our Sand Village has no time to let him continue to grow.
Understood.
Ryuyan in the forest, constantly releasing body flicker technique seals with his right hand. Opening the gate of injury, the speed at which his body burned and transformed into chakra was faster than before, but the speed at which his skin cracked also became faster. In short, it was just dying faster. Ryuyan looked at the woman in his arms, who was lowering her head and trembling non-stop. The tragic deaths of her younger brother and boyfriend broke Tsunade's heart, causing her to suffer from hemophobia. This woman appears strong on the surface, but is actually a fragile woman inside.
Ryuyan gently kissed her forehead. You still said you wanted to protect me. Now I'm the one protecting you. Tsunade didn't move, still in that dazed state. Da-day.
The clod of earth under Ryuyan's feet suddenly bulged, and a huge black scorpion arched out from it.
Ryuyan recognized this scorpion as the black scorpion whose big claw he had blown off.
He didn't expect that after a month, its big pincers had grown back. The black scorpion was not a single summoning beast, it also had countless, and in an instant, the entire forest was filled with countless scorpions.
Squeak squeak. The black scorpion made an unpleasant screech, and its evil eyes looked at Ryuyan with anger.
Ryuyan had heard it before, and it had not forgotten Ryuyan. Chirp! The cry of a ninja hawk came from the sky. Looking up, 5 huge ninja hawks hovered in the sky.
Dozens of figures jumped down from them, all Jonin.
There were people everywhere in the sky and on the ground, and Ryuyan was completely surrounded.
Gradually, everyone narrowed Ryuyan's range of activity.
Maikita took the lead, his face indifferent. My Ryuyan, your growth rate makes me very afraid. I even suspect that in a few months, you will be able to break through the entire Sand Village's defense line alone. I don't want to see that future, so you must die here today.
Shadow clone technique. Ryuyan created 2 shadow clones to carry Tsunade.
He stood in front alone, hanging his white clothes behind him, tied around his waist, his face full of war intent.
Come on.
I, my Ryuyan, fear nothing and no one, and I'm not afraid of being surrounded by you desert insects. Maikita rushed forward in an instant, everyone, attacked together. Ryuyan quickly exchanged for a fire-style ninjutsu in the exchange space. Rank B ninjutsu fire-style, Great Fire Annihilation exchanged successfully. Ryuyan opened 4 chakra gates in an instant, then superimposed the 9 tails chakra, formed hand seals, and his cheeks puffed out. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation.
Ryuyan's chakra was endless this time, and the released flames surged forward like seawater, boundless, seemingly like a sea of fire.
Great Fire Annihilation is just a rank B ninjutsu, but in Madara's hands, it can be used with the power of a forbidden technique. It was the same in Ryuyan's hands. He poured all his chakra into the Great Fire Annihilation technique, and what he was using now was a full power ninjutsu.
Boom, boom, boom.
The flames were endless, and in an instant, most of the forest was burned. Mikita's eyes were filled with disbelief. This kind of fire style. It seemed that the entire sky had been rendered fiery red, and all they saw in front of them was that sea of fire rushing towards them.
Mikita quickly gave the order, retreat, don't charge in.
Most of the Sand Village ninjas were wind-style ninjas, and their speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, they used body flicker technique and fled. Boom boom boom, the entire forest burst into flames, emitting the sound of roasting everything, and the extremely high temperature charred anything containing moisture. Ryuyan felt scorching hot all over, but he was a fire-style ninja with high fire resistance, so he didn't feel uncomfortable. But Tsunade, who was being carried by his shadow clone, felt uncomfortable, and sweat broke out on her forehead. Seeing this, Ryuyan immediately exchanged for a water-style ninjutsu. Water-style, water bullet technique exchanged successfully. This was the first time he had used a ninjutsu other than fire-style. Because he had not yet mastered the chakra nature transformation of water-style, Ryuyan added experience points to the nature transformation and control of water-style.
Water-style chakra control proficiency plus 50%.
Before long, Ryuyan released water-style towards Tsunade to resist the high temperature of the flames scorching her.
Ryuyan said with some heartache, "You hit me so hard just now, but now you're so weak. You're really a strange woman. But don't worry, I will always protect you in the future." Tsunade was still in that dazed state, with no change.
Swish swish swish, Ryuyan's ears caught several sounds of wind. He turned his Byakugan and saw more than a dozen jonin attacking him. Ryuyan used body flicker technique with one hand and jumped into the air with a single step.
The Sand Village's jonin are not pushovers.
They quickly formed hand seals, and more than a dozen wind blades directly enveloped Ryuyan.
Ding!
You were collectively killed by Sand Village jonin, experience points plus 500. After Ryuyan revived, he formed a hand seal with one hand and cupped the other around his mouth, fire-style, fire dragon bullet. Puff 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 puff, Ryuyan's cheeks kept bulging, and he fired from his mouth, with fire bullets scattering out like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. The Sand Village ninjas moved lightly, dodging them all. Mikita arrived at the scene, with several ninjas carrying large scrolls beside him.
Ryuyan's pupils shrank when he saw them, as he feared ceiling ninjas the most.
Ryuyan instantly opened the 4th gate of the 8 inner gates, superimposed with 9-tailed chakra, directly reaching his full chakra power state.
Multiple shadow clone technique.
In an instant, thousands of shadow clones directly surrounded Ryuyan, making it impossible for the Sand Village ninjas to distinguish which was the real body.
Mikita gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "Damn brat, so slippery."
The shadow clone army formed a formation, each releasing fire-style, fire dragon bullet.
Shadow clone formation, multiple fire dragon bullets.
In an instant, hundreds and thousands of fire dragon bullets were like missiles carpet bombing, instantly turning the forest into a mess. The fire dragon bullets were too fast, and 2 jonin couldn't dodge in time and were blown into pieces.
Black Scorpion, release the poison. Mikita jumped onto a tree, and a huge black scorpion emerged from under his feet.
The black scorpion released poisonous gas, and the poisonous gas spread.
Damn, it's poisonous.
The shadow clones screamed in unison, and were poisoned to death by the poisonous smoke in no time.
Wind style, vacuum sphere.
A Sand Village jonin formed hand seals and spat out a vacuum sphere, directly piercing through Ryuyan, who was weak and pale. As the vacuum sphere passed, Ryuyan was immediately blown into a puff of white smoke.
Ding! You were killed by Jonin Ishikura using wind style, experience points plus 100.
After Lu Yun revived, he immediately opened the 8 inner gates and 9-tailed chakra, rushing towards the sand ninjas. But there were dozens of sand ninjas Jonin, and they kept releasing wind style, gradually killing Lu Yun more than a dozen times.
Ding!
You were collectively killed by Sand Village ninjas, experience points plus 450.
Ding!
You were poisoned to death by the advanced summoning beast Black Scorpion, experience points plus 80.
Ding!
You were killed by Jonin Nikiata using wind style, experience points plus 100. Unknowingly, the experience points that the Sand Village gave to Lu Yun kept increasing, and Liu Yun's total experience points had accumulated to more than 9,000. This time, after Lu Yun was killed, Nikiata quickly ordered 2 ninjas holding sealing scrolls to step forward, looking like they were preparing to package Lu Yun and deliver him to the Kazekage's office. But Lu Yun was very slippery, and used his red light speed mode again, escaping the encirclement of the sand ninjas in one fell swoop. The sealing ninjas couldn't catch up with him at all. Lu Yun opened the 4th gate and walked in the air, directly stepping on the air to fly into the sky. The 4th gate of the 8 inner gates, the Gate of Pain, can bring stronger athletic ability to the human body, and even allow the caster to break through the air and perform small-scale levitation. Lu Yun formed hand seals with both hands, this time forming a tiger seal.
Fire style, multiple demon lanterns. In an instant, all of Liu Yun's chakra was released into the air.
Fire attribute chakra quickly formed tens of thousands of fiery red fire demon heads, and the flames in the forest below were also used by Lu Yun, condensing demon lanterns from them. This kind of fire style range. Nikiata looked up at the sky in disbelief. The sky was full of fiery red demon lanterns, and their surroundings were full of demon head masks. Nikiata had seen this kind of large-scale ninjutsu attack method suspended in the air with the 4th Kazekage's magnet release, which could easily cover a small town with sand gold all over the desert.
Multiple demon lanterns, release.
Whoosh 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 with Liu Yun's order, thousands of demon lanterns roared towards Nikiata and the others. Nikiata's face turned anxious, he quickly used body flicker technique, and shouted loudly, "Everyone spread out and try to escape." Rumble 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 rumble, thousands of demon heads exploded, and the whole world turned into a world of fire. Heat, explosion, and the heat flow of flames, everything in this world was slowly burned to ashes. All things in nature become ashes. Ah ah ah, the sand ninjas' painful cries echoed in the world of flames. There were quite a few voices, representing that the sand ninjas had lost a lot of people. When the violent flames dissipated, Lu Yun fell from the sky and slowly turned off the 8 inner gates, his dark eyes watching the black wreckage in the thick smoke.
Cough cough, a weak cough made Lu Yun instantly use body flicker technique.
Fortunately, when he released the large-scale fire style, several shadow clones stacked together to protect Tsunade. Whoosh whoosh, dozens of shurikens shot towards Tsunade, and Lu Yun picked up Tsunade and used body flicker technique to appear 20 meters away, looking at a group of people with dark faces in front of him. They were Sand Village ninjas, about 20 of them. Lu Yun was puzzled, and turned to look at a huge wreckage in the center of the fire, which was Nikiata's summoning beast, Black Scorpion.
Nikiata and the others must have hidden under the Black Scorpion when they were attacked by the flames, using it to resist the flame attack.
Nikiata's face was gloomy. "Damn brat, if my Black Scorpion hadn't sacrificed its life, all of us would have been burned to death by his flames." The Jonin next to him coughed twice from the smoke, and noticed Tsunade in Liu Yun's arms. His eyes lit up. "That brat is protecting Princess Tsunade, let's attack her."
Nikiata also noticed it, took out 2 soldier pills from his ninja pouch, and swallowed them directly. The nutrients in the soldier pills transformed into physical energy to replenish his chakra. Nikiata formed hand seals, wind style, pressure damage.
Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a huge wind cannon came crashing down, scattering the surrounding flames, and even the dry trees burned by the flames were blown into gray smoke.
Lu Yun quickly used body flicker technique, his body drawing a red line as he ran backwards.
Hee hee, Nikiata sneered, "That kid is scared, we'll chase, and send someone to meet the follow-up troops."
"I don't believe that so many of us can't deal with a little brat."
"Yes, Captain." The flames in the forest continued to burn and spread in all directions. If they weren't dealt with, this large forest in the land of rivers might be burned down.
Chirp, 3 or 5 white ninja hawks appeared in the sky.
After all, they were aerial troops, and even if Lu Yun used body flicker technique on the ground, he couldn't outrun them. More than a dozen huge wind blades spat down from above, about to envelop Tsunade and Lu Yun in the blink of an eye. Lu Yun suddenly threw Tsunade out, enduring the wind blade attack alone.
Ding! You were collectively killed by 3 Sand Village summoning beasts, experience points plus 300.
Lu Yun turned into a puff of smoke and landed again, condensed into human form, and instantly used body flicker technique again, hugging Tsunade who was falling from the sky. A fragrant breeze brushed against his face, making Lu Yun's heart itch.
He couldn't help but kiss Tsunade's cheek. I protected you so desperately, it's not too much to ask for a kiss, right? Tsunade was still trembling in Lu Yun's arms, afraid to raise her head, still trapped in the darkness of her mental world. The sand ninjas above couldn't stand Lu Yun taking liberties with the most beautiful woman in Konoha, and they all formed hand seals, combined wind style, wind cutter technique. Hundreds of sharp wind blades slashed down from above.
Lu Yun immediately used body flicker technique, but he was still cut by 2 or 3 blades on his back, which directly penetrated him.
Lu Yun's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood that landed on Tsunade's face.
Seeing this, Tsunade's body trembled even more, and she kept chanting, "Blood, blood, blood." Lu Yun felt a pain in his heart, not physical pain, but heartache for Tsunade. He immediately exchanged a pair of Aburame clan sunglasses from the system space, helped Tsunade put them on, and kept comforting her, don't be afraid, what's so scary about blood?"
From behind came Meimu Tian's loud shout, "Liu Yun, stop right there."
Lu Yun turned his head back, a sneer on his face, "Why should I listen to you?" As his voice fell, he was about to activate the red light rapid movement mode, but a large net fell from the sky, a net made of steel wire.
The steel wire net covered Lu Yun and Tsunade.
Lu Yun quickly formed a hand seal with one hand and spewed out dragon fire, directly burning a large hole in the steel wire net. He jumped out of the hole, and like a red light, he instantly disappeared again. However, when he used body flicker technique, there were sand ninjas everywhere, the Sand Village's follow-up troops. They had caught up.
"Kid, die. Kid, don't run. Kid, obediently give up your life."
The Sand Village ninjas were full of cruel smiles, and they approached Lu Yun one by one. Lu Yun held Tsunade in one arm and prepared to form a hand seal with the other, but a quickly thrown kunai pierced his palm. It was a Sand Village jonin, he didn't want Lu Yun to form a seal.
"Rise."
Lu Yun used one hand to forcefully throw Tsunade upwards, letting her rise into the sky. Lu Yun took the opportunity to free up his other hand to form a seal, detonating the explosive tag on his chest, killing himself and then being reborn. Tsunade rose into the sky, and when the Sand Village ninjas saw her, they threw shurikens and kunai at her. It looked like this beautiful woman was about to be shot into a bloody mess by these weapons. A red figure flashed past, hugged Tsunade from the sky, quickly landed on a tree, and continued to flee. Lu Yun and Tsunade were surrounded by Sand Village ninjas. He escaped about 100 meters, and dozens more Sand Village people pounced on him. All their attacks were aimed at Tsunade. Lu Yun turned around and used his body to block the shurikens flying from the sand ninjas. Lu Yun spat out several more mouthfuls of blood that landed on Tsunade's face. Fortunately, Tsunade was still wearing sunglasses, and the red color of the blood was just a pale color in her eyes. After Lu Yun revived, he directly opened the 4th gate, the Gate of Pain. His powerful physical qualities broke the air, and he stepped towards the sky. The Sand Ninja's shurikens and wind-style attacks attacked the sky, but Lu Yun dodged them one by one. When Lu Yun landed, he noticed a slight twitch at his chest. He looked down and saw Tsunade slowly raising her head, the light in her eyes slowly returning. "Kid." Lu Yun continued to hug her and run. "Don't talk yet, we're surrounded by Sand Village ninjas, I'll take you out of here first." Tsunade was held in Lu Yun's arms, feeling a little uncomfortable. She twisted a few times, and with the help of her sunglasses, she looked back. Hundreds of sand ninjas were running from all directions in the forest, their faces full of bloodlust.
"So many sand ninjas, where did we run to?"
Lu Yun replied, "You went crazy just now and beat me to the Sand Village's front line. The Sand Village's commander saw us as 2 big fish and immediately gathered the army to surround us." Tsunade gently pinched Luyun's neck and scolded, "You little rogue, isn't it because you took liberties with me?" Wind style, wind blade. Two Sand Village Jonin ran from the front, with a ball of rotating wind condensed in their hands. The wind rotated extremely fast, forming a wind sword. Whoosh! The wind sword made a tearing sound, and it looked like it was about to attack Tsunade and Luyun. Tsunade closed her eyes, and Luyun suddenly stepped into the air, directly breaking the air and flying into the sky. He aimed his mouth at the place where the two Jonin were, and with his other hand, he formed a seal. Fire style, multiple fire dragon missiles. In an instant, Luyun spewed out about 30 fireballs, directly covering the two Jonin. Luyun didn't even look and immediately used body flicker technique to escape with Tsunade. Tsunade hugged Luyun's shoulders tightly, and her head stretched out from his shoulder, watching the two Jonin covered by fireballs behind them. The fireballs exploded together, and the two Jonin used body flicker technique to escape at the critical moment, but they were still covered in soot. Tsunade commented, "Such fast fire style, with wind properties, and it can explode." Luyun turned to look at her fair face, the wind in the forest blowing on his golden hair, lifting it gently, making him look extremely beautiful at this moment. Luyun even felt that being able to hold this woman forever would be the happiest thing in his life. Wind style, wind cutter technique. Countless wind style attacks were released from the surrounding area. Luyun immediately shook his head and quickly stepped into the air to protect Tsunade. Chirp, a ninja hawk appeared in the air, and on it was Meimu Tian with a sneer on his face. Meimu Tian formed hand seals and immediately released a super wind style. Wind style, pressure damage. The wind cannon was about to explode in front of Luyun and Tsunade. Luyun threw Tsunade away. When Tsunade was thrown out, her body was still weak. She hadn't fully recovered from the aftereffects of her hemophobia. She looked at the boy with black hair. Tsunade was still thinking about protecting him, but she didn't expect that he was the one who had been protecting her. Luyun. As soon as the wind cannon passed, Luyun was immediately blown into a pile of smoke and fell from the sky. In an instant, a group of scrolls sealed Luyun. Meimu Tian stuck a red sealing talisman on top, his face full of uncontrollable joy. "Great! Great! I finally caught this kid." Next, he would pack him up and send him to the Kazekage's office to make him into a human pig. The scrolls that the Sand Village used to seal Luyun were not simple sealing techniques. They could restrict the movement of Luyun's entire body, even the excess 9-tailed chakra in Luyun's body. Tsunade was furious, and a strong aura was released from her body. She slammed down and immediately grabbed the scroll that sealed Luyun. "I am Tsunade of the Sannin." Umejita looked at the expert in disbelief, and the black sunglasses on his face, Princess Tsunade. Indeed, Tsunade is stronger than Ryuyan, and his focus has always been on Ryuyan. Tsunade, who has always been protected by Ryuyan, was subconsciously regarded by him as a weak woman. Tsunade's jade-like palm suddenly tore the scroll sealing Ryuyan to pieces. Ryuyan turned into balls of smoke and slowly resurrected from it. As soon as he resurrected, he fully opened the 4 gates and the 9-tailed chakra, picked up Tsunade and ran away. Tsunade pinched Ryuyan's temples hard. "Kid, put me down, my body has recovered." Ryuyan didn't listen to her, and muttered, "There are so many sand ninjas, even the 3 ninjas will have to kneel. How fast can you be? Just let me carry you and run away. You little brat." Tsunade softened, put her arms around Ryuyan's neck, and looked at his immature profile. "If I could be 10 years younger, I might really be attracted to you." Ryuyan replied, "If I was born 10 years earlier, I would always protect you, and you wouldn't have to endure the pain you used to." Tsunade fell silent. Ryuyan was really protecting her desperately from the bottom of his heart. There are not many people in this world who are good to her. Jiraiya is one, her disciple Shizune is one, and now she has to add Ryuyan. Tsunade asked faintly, "Why do you want to protect me?" Ryuyan said, "Of course it's because you are beautiful. If you were an ugly old woman, I wouldn't even bother with you. You little brat." Tsunade grabbed Ryuyan's face with one hand and pulled it hard, directly pulling out a large arc. "Watch me tear your face off."
Tsunade pulled Ryuyan's face, and Ryuyan's speed was affected, dropping by 10%. He immediately said, "Stop it, we are escaping for our lives, not playing around?" Tsunade used both hands to pull Ryuyan's face hard. "Do you know Jiraiya? He peeked at me taking a bath back then, and I broke several of his ribs. You little brat, you really don't know how to live or die." Ryuyan ignored the pain on his face. Anyway, he was almost immune to pain, and continued to teleport forward, but still replied to Tsunade, "It's worth dying under the peony flower. I guess Jiraiya is the same kind of person as me, right?" "Damn brat." Tsunade pulled Ryuyan's face, and suddenly found that this face was so thick. Tsunade was a little tired of talking. Ryuyan has the bloodline of turning into smoke. She lost consciousness before and was furious, killing him more than a dozen times without dying. She really can't do anything about this rude little rogue who is disrespectful to her. Tsunade put down her hands and slowly leaned on Ryuyan's shoulder, quietly feeling Ryuyan's warmth. She, Tsunade of the three ninjas, has never been so embarrassed, being protected in the arms of a lower ninja like a weak woman. However, this feeling of being protected is still the first time, and it is a little warm. This little rogue, if she was as old as him, she would definitely fall in love with him. Ryuyan glanced at Tsunade, who was a head taller than him, and it was really uncomfortable to hug her. Tsunade suddenly noticed that two extremely fast kunai were flying from behind like shooting stars and lightning. She urged Ryuyan, "Quick! Quick! Quick! There are kunai behind." Ryuyan made a turn and dodged the kunai shot by the jonin behind. Chirp! The ninja eagle above made a high-pitched cry, and gusts of wind blades were emitted downward. Ryuyan was in the air, and made a hand seal with one hand, multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, about 500 shadow clones were released from his body. The shadow clone leader who came out before walked out of the shadow clone army, waved the command flag, "Anti-aircraft artillery, fire." Shadow clone formation, fire style, multiple fire dragon bullet. 500 shadow clones fired fireballs together, boundlessly, some fired towards the sky, and some fired towards the sand ninjas surrounding the forest. The speed was so fast that only a red line was left, colliding, reacting, and then exploding. Boom, rumble, rumble. In an instant, the entire forest boiled, and there were rumbling sounds everywhere. When the noise subsided, clusters of fire broke out again in the forest. Ryuyan put Tsunade down. "Now that you have recovered your mobility, protect yourself." Seeing that he had run out of the encirclement, Ryuyan was about to start fighting back. Tsunade pointed a finger on Ryuyan's forehead. "I am Tsunade of the three ninjas. My ninja qualities are much higher than yours." A confident smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and in an instant, hundreds of flowers bloomed, and the fiery red light was not as confident as the look on her face. Ryuyan took back the throbbing in his heart, and sighed that this woman was really charming, and she had made him dizzy after only spending a day with her. Ryuyan shook his head. His chakra was decreasing sharply, and he had to recover as soon as possible. Ryuyan suddenly released a cloud of white smoke, blocking Tsunade's sight, and instantly smeared his neck with a ninja sword in the white smoke. The white smoke dissipated, and Ryuyan was wearing a white dress that was spotless. His chest was exposed, his waist was tied with a thick black belt, and he had a ninja sword on his waist. Ryuyan put his hands on his hips, stood in front of Tsunade, and burst out with a huge aura, with the courage of one man to guard the pass. "Sand shinobi vermin, the son of the eagle has grown up. It's time for you to prostrate on the ground, beg for forgiveness, and call daddy." The sand shinobi stopped one by one in front of Ryuyan, and all pulled out kunai, Fuma shuriken. Ryuyan clenched his hands tightly, bowed suddenly, and roared. 8 gates released formation. First gate of opening, open. Second gate of healing, open. Third gate of life, open. Fourth gate of pain, open. 9-tailed chakra 1 tail form, open. In an instant, a 10-meter-sized chakra aura ignited on Ryuyan's body, and the strong chakra flames released extremely strong wind pressure. Tsunade couldn't help but cover her face with her sleeves to block the wind pressure, looking at the boy in the red flames. In a trance, she seemed to see a man in red armor, using wood released to quell the entire chaotic warring states period. "Grandpa, is Ryuyan the gift you left for the Senju?" Ryuyan made hand seals with both hands, opened his Byakugan, and released all the chakra from 361 chakra points in the air. Fire style multiple demon lanterns. The sky turned fiery red, and there were fiery red ghost heads everywhere, boundless, like the ghost prajna in Indian mythology. Multiple demon lanterns, release. Wind style wind barrier. Earth style earth flow wall. The Sand Shinobi used their respective defensive ninjutsu to defend. Whoosh whoosh, thousands of demon lanterns roared towards the Sand Shinobi, like thousands of shooting stars exploding in the night sky, streaking through the Earth's atmosphere. The demon lanterns fell from above, igniting boundless flames, instantly plunging the entire forest into a world of fire. Ryuyan stood in front with his arms folded. The scorching temperature scorched a piece of his white clothes, but he was still calm and relaxed, like a monarch controlling fire. In front of Tsunade, the expert's aura must not be destroyed. The second pillar's act must be supported. Tsunade looked at Ryuyan, who was a bit shorter than her in front, and wondered what kind of madness he was going to go into again. He hasn't put out the fire on his clothes yet. Ryuyan looked at the boundless fiery world and the thick black smoke covering the sky. A fire on the mountain, the director falls in love with me. Fortunately, the Land of Rivers doesn't have a police station, and even if it does, they wouldn't dare to arrest Ryuyan. He looked at the fire in the forest. Part of the demon lantern technique was released by his own flames, and the other part was condensed by the flames that rose out of thin air in the forest. In other words, this technique, like earth style and water style, can use the power of nature to reduce the consumption of chakra. Ryuyan also thought of the lightning style he had never seen. There are very few lightning style ninjas in the Land of Wind, and he had never seen any lightning style ninjas in Konoha. Ryuyan's chakra attribute happened to be missing a lightning attribute. If he had a lightning attribute, he could use the lightning in the sky to release Kirin and destroy this forest in an instant. Lightning, fire, wind, nature seems to have them all. Fire. Ryuyan suddenly slapped his head. Isn't the fire from the burning trees in the forest the fire of nature? The second pillar can use the lightning in the sky to condense Kirin, so why can't he, the second-rate Ryuyan, use the fire burning in the forest to transform into a giant beast? Both of them can pretend, and the conditions are met. Lu Yun immediately entered the system space and asked the undead system, "How is it?" "System, how was my idea just now?" The system replied, "It's possible, but the host's chakra control ability must be raised to a certain standard." "No problem." Lu Yun immediately spent 500 experience points to max out his chakra control ability and nature transformation ability. Moreover, he also discovered that after reaching the max level, chakra control ability could still be increased. The system explained, "This is a special feature of the special Jonin template, allowing you to break through the limitations of the template in a single area and reach the Jonin template." Lu Yun nodded. What is a special Jonin? It's a chunin who has reached the Jonin level in a certain aspect, such as assassination, ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu. Lu Yun's chakra control ability can be continuously increased, directly exceeding the limitations of the template. Lu Yun spent another 500 points to upgrade his chakra control ability beyond the max level, reaching 200% of the special Jonin template's attribute ability. Lu Yun then exchanged for a high-level ninjutsu development card. In the blink of an eye, the 9,000 experience points he had saved up were reduced to only 6,000. But Lu Yun didn't regret it. The experience points he saved up should be used in this kind of situation. High-level ninjutsu development card exchange successful. Lu Yun immediately said his request, "Help me develop a ninjutsu that can control natural flames. With a shape transformation, let's go with a fire dragon." Ninjutsu development starting, development progress 1%. Development progress 2%. Development progress 3%. Development progress 50%. Development progress 100%. Ninjutsu development successful, please name it, host. Lu Yun thought for a moment and finally replied, "Let's call it Fire Style, Exploding Flame Dragon King." Host naming successful. Detecting that Fire Style, Exploding Flame Dragon King has reached the Forbidden Jutsu level, adding it to the Ninshu Forbidden Jutsu scroll. Lu Yun was overjoyed. He actually obtained a Forbidden Jutsu with just a high-level ninjutsu development card. This was rare good luck.
Fire style, exploding flame dragon king slowly poured into Lu Yun's mind, hand seals, chakra flow, chakra shape transformation, and the amount of chakra released.
Lu Yun mastered it instantly.
When he opened his eyes seemed to have flames flowing within them. Now, he had truly become a monarch who controlled fire.
Ah, so hot, so hot.
Lu Yun vigorously patted the flames on his back. The power of acting is boundless, deterring hundreds, but often harming oneself by 1,000.
Wind style, pressure damage.
A huge wind style was released from the thick smoke in front, quickly blowing away the smoke. Lu Yun flashed and dodged the wind style used by Plumwood Field. With the smoke blown away by the wind, Plumwood Field and the others walked out of the smoke.
Lu Yun looked at the remaining sand ninjas in the field.
At least 30 of them were burned to death by his large-scale fire style.
Now there were still about 100 left.
Tsunade crossed her arms in front of her chest, coldly watching the sand ninjas in front. The aura on her body was rising steadily.
She was about to join the battle. Tsunade! Let me do it.
Lu Yun reached out to stop her and stepped forward under Tsunade's puzzled gaze. His white clothes slowly fell backward as the fire waves blew, revealing Lu Yun's muscular upper body. Plumwood Field's eyes were gloomy.
Kid, aren't you going to run away?
Lu Yun made the tiger hand seal and said softly,
Sand Hidan, do you know how far the distance between heaven and earth is?
Kid. You guys are gnawing in the sand, of course you can't see the clouds. Lu Yun instantly opened the 4 gates of the 8 inner gates and superimposed the 9 tails chakra on top of it. A steady stream of chakra surged from his body. Plumwood Field looked at the huge chakra aura and gritted his teeth hard. How can there be such a person in the world? Being chased by hundreds of us, his chakra hasn't decreased by a single bit. Even a Jinchuriki isn't this terrifying, right? Lu Yun's chakra was constantly released into the burning forest. The flames in the forest reacted, and all the flames gathered towards the sky like fire dragons.
What is that?
The Sand Hidden ninjas looked at it from below, wondering why all the flames were gathering together.
It felt like someone was going to do something.
Plumwood Field felt a sense of foreboding. The abnormality of the flames must have been caused by that damned kid. He was preparing to release a large-scale fire-style ninjutsu. Slowly, under the effect of a chakra summon, the flames in the forest gathered into a large fireball. The large fireball was boundless, as if it enveloped the entire sky. The sky darkened, and dark clouds gathered all around.
This is a forbidden jutsu.
Several knowledgeable Sand-Hidden Jonin muttered to themselves. This kind of ninjutsu that could change the weather was indeed a forbidden jutsu.
Lu Yun's exploding flame dragon king was indeed a forbidden jutsu, but it had many restrictions.
Like Kirin, it needed to borrow the advantage of the terrain, such as the flames in the forest.
That's why the development ninjutsu card was a high-level ninjutsu card, not a forbidden jutsu development card.
Lu Yun slammed his palm down and shouted, Fire style, exploding flame dragon king. The large fireball in the air changed in an instant, a trace of the roar of an azure dragon came from within. In their sight, a huge fire dragon had emerged from within, roaring at the entire world. Head like a camel, horns like a deer, eyes like a rabbit, ears like a cow. This huge fire dragon burned with raging flames inside. It was more agile than the head of the majestic destroyer flame, and its huge dragon eyes seemed to carry a burst of rage. Finally, the body of the fire dragon condensed. It was 300 meters long, as huge as a large meteorite in the sky. Several thousand meters away from this forest, Yuhi Kurenai was leading a group of civilian ninjas wearing green vests towards here. They were all ninjas who had been saved by Tsunade. When they heard that Tsunade was in trouble, they rushed here. Suddenly, everyone stopped and looked at the huge fire dragon in front, roaring towards the sky, as if to stir up the noise of this world. One ninja said blankly, what is this ninjutsu?
Yuhi Kurenai's eyes were full of that fire dragon. This kind of flame, this kind of shape transformation, this kind of fire style can't even be called fire style.
It's a forbidden jutsu that can change the weather.
Who released it? Yuhi Kurenai suddenly thought of Lu Yun. Him. Lu Yun's hand ignited with flames and he waved it down violently. Exploding Flame Dragon King release.
After releasing the exploding Flame Dragon King, Lu Yun wiped his blade, restored his full state, and rushed towards Tsunade, hugging her and using body flicker to escape the range of the fire dragon's release.
This was a suicidal move. If the caster didn't run fast enough, they would be implicated by their own technique. Roar! The dragon's roar rose to the sky, and the fire dragon descended against the wind, scorching the entire forest with its intense temperature. Plumwood Field's eyes were full of horror. Run! Run! Run as far as you can! Don't stay here! Roar, roar, roar! Unfortunately, it was too late.
The temperature generated by the fire dragon turned all the surrounding trees into ashes, and it continued to pounce down. As the flames swept, 10 or so sand ninjas were instantly engulfed in flames and burned to ashes. Several jonin used body flicker to escape, but the fire dragon pounced down and they were swallowed by the sea of fire before they could run a few dozen meters. Lu Yun and Tsunade escaped the forest and stood on a giant tree dozens of meters high, looking at the forest in front.
Boom, 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 boom! The fire dragon exploded violently on the ground, like a wave of seawater flowing down from the sky, pouncing around and engulfing all objects in the blink of an eye.
Burning, constantly burning, fiercely burning. Even though they were several thousand meters away, the rising heat wave came from afar and gently blew Lu Yun's dark hair.
From then on, the fire style was no longer a technique that couldn't kill people.
I, Lu Yun, will sit on the fiery throne in the sky, overlooking the mediocre ravines. Tsunade wrapped her arms around Ryuyen's neck, her eyes behind the sunglasses filled with deep shock as she watched the raging flames like ocean waves. She turned her head and looked at the boy holding her. Your talent in jutsu is truly frightening. I even suspect you are the reincarnation of my great-grandfather.
Da!
A sudden footstep sounded in front of Ryuyen and Tsunade. It was Yuhi Shinku.
Yuhi Shinku noticed the intimate posture between Tsunade and Ryuyen and was stunned.
Tsunade panicked and immediately punched Ryuyen, sending him flying 10 meters away.
Yuhi Shinku shook his head.
After getting up, Ryuyen neatly put on the white clothes tied around his waist, tightened the black belt, and looked at the forest in front with his dark eyes. At this time, thick smoke billowed into the sky, and no trees could be seen anymore.
The entire forest had been destroyed by the explosion Flame Dragon King. How many years in jail will this get me? Byakugan. Open.
Ryuyen opened his Byakugan, directly covering a range of 5 kilometers, with no signs of life within. Outside the forest, there was also a group of sand ninjas surrounding the area. They dared not go forward, and under the leadership of a jonin, they all fled backward.
Ryuyen didn't chase after them either.
He saw a faint chakra cluster, and with a body flicker technique, he flew towards that place.
In a smoking pit, Mikita's entire body was charred, leaving only a head that could be recognized.
The sound of light footsteps sounded, and Mikadadli opened his eyes, and saw Ryuyen in white clothes, elegant and graceful. He was free of dust, as if he had just taken a leisurely stroll through the chaotic battle.
Mikita's voice slowly weakened. Cough.
Every time you fight, you become stronger. The Sand Village has many deadly moves, but you become even stronger. Perhaps, the Sand Village shouldn't have provoked you.
Cough.
Mikita coughed up red blood, his dim eyes looking at the white figure.
Ryuyen, I have never seen a ninja like you, so let me give you a title.
Your flames are boundless, this is the real shadow of fire, I'll call you.
Fire Cloud Cthulhu. Ryuyen Hope.
Ryuyen immediately raised his hand. Hey. Wait a minute, pick a new one, even if it's called Flame Tyrant or Ghost Fire Ryuyen. Mikita's voice slowly faded. Someday the Sand Village will be able to extinguish your fire. Mikita's head lowered, and a powerful ninja died on the battlefield like this. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the title bestowed by the Sand Village Commander Mikita Fire Cloud Cthulhu.
Son of a bitch. Doesn't this title curse me to go bald?
Ryuyen looked at his template and got a title, but it was useless. At best, he would be famous on the streets and no longer be a small-time thug.
Ryuyen sheathed his sword.
He wanted to cut off his head to show off his achievements, but felt that it would be insulting to a great ninja. The dark clouds in the sky slowly brought lightning, as if the thick smoke had aroused the anger of heaven, and a rain was about to fall to put out the fire. Drip, drip. Raindrops hit Ryuyen's face as he looked at the countless charcoaled corpses on the ground. The world of ninjas is like a curse, countless killings and hatreds will form vortexes, engulfing everyone in them. The sky is gloomy, the rain is coming, and I, Ryuyen, suddenly feel like I'm failing again. Tsunade's soft hand gently patted Ryuyen's shoulder, and she said in a low voice, "Let's go. It is fate for ninjas to die on the battlefield. Everyone has this awareness from the moment they put on their forehead protector." Ryuyen followed Tsunade slowly back to Konoha's battle line. Ryuyen's voice sounded very firm. "I'm not fighting for anyone, I'm fighting for myself. Whatever." After Ryuyen and Tsunade left, a Zetsu emerged from the ground and said in a low voice, "Ryuyen, interesting flames, even Lord Madara can't compare." It was afternoon when they returned to the 8th battle line camp. Yuhi Kurenai had been waiting there for a long time. When she saw Ryuyen, she waved happily, then ran closer. "Ryuyen, are you okay?" Ryuyen shook his head, took the girl's hand, and comforted her worries. "I'm fine, those Sand Village bad guys were all beaten away by me." Yuhi Kurenai touched her chest. "I was so scared just now." She then looked at Ryuyen with confusion. "What did you do? Why is Tsunade-sama so angry, chasing after you?" Ryuyen didn't speak, and secretly glanced at Tsunade. "Humph." Tsunade snorted coldly from the side. Her anger had mostly subsided, but it was also because Ryuyen desperately protected her, otherwise she would have beaten this kid into a meat pie. Behind Yuhi Shinku, those ninjas standing on Tsunade's side carefully scanned Ryuyen. Is that the descendant of the Senju? Recently, rumors of the awakening of the Senju power have been circulating on the front lines. These ninjas combined the huge fire dragon they saw earlier, and since Tsunade, who was good at fire release, wasn't the one who cast it, then it could only be Ryuyen. That kind of massive fire release could destroy a forest with one blow. As for why the Senju aren't good at water release or earth release, but instead are good at their mortal enemy's fire release, they subconsciously ignored it. The power of the Senju is about to return to the village, and they seem to see the hope of fighting against the ninja clans. Tsunade said a few words to these people, mainly thanking them for coming to save her. These civilian ninjas shook their heads and said that it was their duty. "Goodbye, Princess Tsunade." "Goodbye." After they left, Ryuyen went to the forest to hunt, and came back with 2 wild boars. This time, Yuhi Kurenai didn't follow. She was still a member of the Shinku squad and had to patrol her own defense line. Only Ryuyen and Tsunade were left in place. Ryuyen first used water release to clean the wild boar's internal organs, and slowly roasted the fresh meat on the fire. The two ate grilled pork together and talked about today's events. Tsunade used her oil-covered hand to pinch Ryuyen's face hard. "You can't be rude in the future, I'm afraid of myself when I go crazy." Then, Tsunade commented, "Your chakra is too vast, your recovery ability is also amazing, and you also have the 9 tails chakra, plus the forbidden technique of the 8 gates, now chakra is no longer your weakness. And your special Kekkei Genkai, physical attacks are ineffective. Especially your forbidden like fire release, I admit you are very strong, even I can't compare to you. But don't be arrogant, your weakness is sealing techniques. The Sand Village's sealing techniques are very weak, but other ninja villages are not. You should be careful in the future and don't let others seal you." Ryuyen nodded. "Got it." Tsunade unconsciously touched Ryuyen's head. "Don't worry, Tsunade will protect you in the future." Ryuyen immediately stood up, looking at her hand with some disgust. "Your hands are full of oil, and you smeared it on my hair." Tsunade smiled embarrassedly. Sorry. Tsunade washed her hands while watching Ryoyun's water release, and chuckled softly. "You're also very talented in ninjutsu that counters fire release. By the way, you killed so many sand ninjas today, your merits must be considerable. I'll report it for you later, and the village will reward you with ninjutsu." Ryoyun withdrew his water release and pouted. "No need, I already have enough ninjutsu of my own." Tsunade pinched Ryoyun's clean, jade-like cheeks with her hand and gently tugged at them. "Your merits still need to be reported. I'm going to train you to be Hokage,
How can you become Hokage without merits? I don't want to become any Hokage. Tsunade directly said forcefully, I'm your older sister, if I want you to become Hokage, you have to become Hokage. Don't disobey your older sister. Okay. Tsunade asked about her doubts, where did you get those techniques from? Multiple Shadow Clone Technique, 8 Gates Formation, the Uchiha clan's standard fire release ninjutsu. These couldn't all have been developed by Lu Yun alone, right? Lu Yun didn't speak, he couldn't exactly say that he got them from cheating, could he? Tsunade shook her head, I won't ask anymore, it's your own secret. Tsunade guessed that Lu Yun might be a hidden asset left in the village by her great-uncle, and that he possessed secret techniques of the Senju clan. As night deepened, the two sat by the campfire. Lu Yun shamelessly lay on Tsunade's lap. Tsunade was helpless and could only let him rest on her lap. Lu Yun prepared to turn over, wanting to rest on her lap in a unique way from his hometown. Little rascal, I'll have to watch you in the future, don't let you take advantage again. Tsunade chuckled softly, gently massaging Liu Yun's temples, recalling the events of the day. In the morning, she was molested by a little rascal, and like a madwoman, she sent him to the Sand Village front lines. She fell into her fear of blood upon seeing red blood, and finally escaped with Liu Yun's desperate protection. Looking back, it was quite exciting. I still want to be a ninja after all. Tsunade murmured softly, compared to her muddled drinking days in the village, the life of a ninja was still more suitable for her. Ah! Lu Yun yawned and slowly fell asleep on Tsunade's lap. Tsunade looked at Lu Yun, who had fallen asleep on her lap, gently pinched his cheek, and then smiled, little rascal, you are my hope for not being decadent anymore. I will protect you well, protect you and help you become the village's Hokage, and fulfill the Senju's wishes. Tap. The sound of leaves being stepped on echoed, and several figures appeared in the shadows. Tsunade saw them, and her face immediately turned cold. What are you here for? Shimura Aso looked at Lu Yun lying on Tsunade's lap, his heart filled with strangeness. This intimate posture didn't seem like the life and death situation from earlier in the day. He didn't think much about it and said to Tsunade with a smile, Princess Tsunade, don't you hate that brat? Hand him over to me, and I'll help you get rid of him. Get out. Tsunade only uttered a cold voice. Princess Tsunade. Shimura Aso raised his hand in disbelief. I told you to get out. Tsunade said each word clearly, her brown eyes filled with unconcealable killing intent. Shimura Aso felt a chill in his heart, and his body trembled with fear under this killing intent. He immediately led the Shimura clan's retainers and scurried away. After running about 500 meters, Shimura Aso punched a tree with all his might, creating a dent in the tree. He said viciously, damn woman, insulting me again and again, I will definitely make her die. He glanced at the Shimura clan's retainers next to him, go contact the Sand Village people, I want to cooperate with them. Lord! Hurry up! Yes. After a group of annoying people left, Tsunade gently stroked Liu Yun's hair, and looking at the boy's serene smile, her heart slowly felt better. Your appearance inherited from the Senju clan, you will definitely fascinate many people in the future. Lu Yun integrated the advanced bloodlines of the Hyuga and Senju clans, and his appearance and temperament were beyond compare. In the Sand Village camp, inside the strategy room, the air was silent, and only the steady and hurried breathing of the people could be heard. Raza leaned back in his seat, looking blankly. Granny Chio and Ebizo next to him also had furrowed brows, their faces filled with worry. Lu Yun, like the giant fire dragon yesterday, had already grown up. And the Sand Village, which witnessed his growth, paid a heavy price for it. Nearly 200 ninjas were buried in yesterday's pursuit battle, including many jonin. More importantly, the commander of the front lines, Yumiki, also died in battle. If it hadn't been for the jonin leading the army chasing Lu Yun to flee in disgrace, they would have been completely wiped out. This kind of loss was truly heartbreaking. Fire Cloud Cthulhu? A high-level official murmured. Yumiki's dying words were transmitted through a technique. That child was indeed an evil god who controlled fire. A single forbidden fire release technique wiped out 100 ninjas. Which village could withstand that?
After a long silence, Raza said coldly, "Next time there is news of him, I will personally take action."
I can't care so much.
Our sand village must kill him as soon as possible.
Don't even think about researching his bloodline or sealing him.
Ha! Granny Chio sneered, "If we could kill him, we would have done so already."
That kid's bloodline limit is extremely troublesome.
Ebizo sighed, who knew he would grow so fast? That kind of forbidden technique, destroying an entire forest with one strike.
If he released it in the village, who knows who could stop him? The atmosphere became quiet again.
The high-level officials here were extremely troubled. They even felt that defeating Konoha was easier than dealing with the little brat Muluyun.
But you can't deal with a mere genin brat.
A stern voice suddenly entered the room.
Then, a slender figure pushed open the door.
The newcomer was a woman, wearing very little, with strange dark green and yellow hair. But her sexy figure and beautiful face made many people gulp and then sigh. This desert rose was not something that everyone dared to pick.
Raza glared at the newcomer. "Yukora, what do you mean by this? Are you indirectly calling us trash?"
Poof.
Yukora snorted coldly, without saying anything.
She crossed her arms and scanned the high-level officials gathered around the table for the meeting.
"Do you think holding a meeting can come up with a way to solve that brat?" Raza retorted, "If you have the ability, go and do it."
"Okay, I'll go. I'll bring back that brat's head and let you, the trash Kazekage, see."
Yukora turned and left, ignoring Raza's unsightly expression.
Everyone shook their heads.
The discord between Yukora and Raza was not a new thing. Raza had never dealt with her, and wasn't it because he relied on her extremely destructive scorch release? Granny Chio sighed, then turned around. "Go and persuade Yukora.
She is no match for Muluyun. Don't let the village lose another great general." After Granny Chio and Ebizo left, other high-level officials also left one after another. Only a light yellow-haired person and Raza remained here.
Yakashimaru said softly, "Brother-in-law, should we persuade Yukora?" Raza's lips curled into a cold smile. "Persuade her?"
"I can't wait for her to die."
"It's decided, I'll send her to die.
Arrange for a few jonin who don't listen to my orders to go with her, and all of them will go to Konoha to die."
"Brother-in-law. Stop talking nonsense, go do it." In the 8th front line of Konoha, Tsunade got up early in the morning to teach Luyun her super strength. Since Luyun was already considered a descendant of the Senju clan, Tsunade couldn't just give him nothing, so she taught Luyun her specialty, ninja body technique. Super strength training progressed 30%. Luyun's ninjutsu training template was constantly reminding him.
Mastering super strength requires extremely high chakra control skills, and Luyun's chakra control skills happened to reach a profound level, even Tsunade couldn't compare to him. Therefore, Luyun quickly got on the right track with Tsunade's super strength. Luyun stretched out his right hand, chakra quickly condensed on his hand, as if carrying a tremendous force, capable of splitting mountains and overturning seas with one punch. Super strength training progress 50%. Attaching chakra to different parts of the body brings many different effects. Attaching it to the feet can create attraction when stepping on trees, repulsion on the water surface, and sometimes a huge thrust. Luyun's hand condensed a powerful impact, and he suddenly punched downwards. Boom! With a force of 1,000 pounds, 100,000 pounds of force instantly broke through the geological layer. Everything within a 10-meter radius was shattered by Luyun, forming a large pit, and soil clods splashed around. Super strength training progress 100%. Tsunade greeted him with a smiling face, vigorously rubbing Luyun's hair. "You actually mastered my super strength so quickly, I underestimated your talent. Since you can develop that forbidden technique that causes changes in the weather, this kind of chakra control skill is definitely no problem." Luyun pointed to his cheek, signaling Tsunade, "I succeeded in my training, don't I get a reward?" As if wanting the other person to kiss him. "Little rascal." Tsunade pinched Luyun's cheek, constantly pulling out various shapes, "Passing on ninjutsu to you as the reward, what other reward do you want?" Luyun looked at her lower body. "Go to hell." Tsunade immediately became angry and punched Luyun's head. Lu Yun took a direct hit from the strong fist and flew backwards dozens of meters, crashing into a big tree.
I'm really courting death.
Lu Yun stood up and rubbed his dizzy head.
Tsunade's punch wasn't very strong, and with the Senju clan's and Nine-Tailed Chakra's recovery power, he could recover in 2 minutes.
After a round of fooling around between Lu Yun and Tsunade, Yuhi Kurenai arrived with Yuhi Asuma.
Lu Yun noticed that Yuhi Asuma's face was a little unsightly, and Yuhi Kurenai's face was also filled with anger. He quickly ran over and asked, "What's wrong?"
Yuhi Kurenai said angrily, "A list suddenly came from above, and my father's position as a Jonin leader was taken away." Yuhi Asuma patted Yuhi Kurenai's shoulder. "Don't be angry, my support for the Sarutobi family has already been seen through, so it's impossible for me to guide their young master anymore."
Lu Yun asked, "Where will you be assigned to after this?"
Yuhi Asuma said, "The village is going to send me to the Rain Country battlefield. I'm here to leave Kurenai with you. You're very strong, and I hope you can protect her well."
Lu Yun nodded solemnly. "Don't worry, Asuma. Uncle, I will protect Kurenai." Yuhi Asuma smiled and then said another thing. "Recently, the 3 battlefields have entered a stalemate.
In order to give the citizens of the Land of Fire confidence, the village will hold a large-scale Chunin exam.
You and Kurenai will be on a team together, and you will take the exam together to become Chunin."
Sand Village had so many ninjas killed by Lu Yun that it will take some time to recover, so they are now slowly lying low.
Chunin exam. Lu Yun was stunned.
Chunin exam. He remembered that Obito and the others did participate in a Chunin exam in the anime, and Kakashi inexplicably participated as well. Tsunade's soft hand rubbed Liu Yun's head and said softly, "You haven't been back to the village for almost a year since you've been on the battlefield. This time, go back to Konoha village with us."
Lu Yun shook his head. "What am I going back to the village for?
Only war can make me grow faster and faster, peaceful days will only make me mediocre. His template is already a special Jonin, and elite Jonin are just chickens and dogs in front of him.
Going back to the novice village to bully the weak, is that polite?" Tsunade's hand slowly slid from Liu Yun's hair to his cheek.
She pinched it and then said, "People who have been on the battlefield for a long time will develop psychological perversions. You are like this now, which is why you do some strange things. Listen to me, go back with me and properly relieve your battlefield syndrome." Yuhi Kurenai also gently pulled on Liu Yun's sleeve next to him. "Lu Yun, let's go back, don't you want to see Obito and Guy?
The 3 of you have a good relationship."
Liu Yun's beloved, both big and small, had said so he could only nod. After all, coming to the ninja world, he can't just fight and kill every day. Kakashi, Obito, and Guy, Lu Yun will have to get to know them again. And that village, although it hides endless conspiracies, that kind of peace is incomparable to the battlefield.
Most importantly, showing off without returning home makes one feel uneasy.
Yuhi Kurenai smiled. Tsunade couldn't help but wipe the corner of her mouth, and Yuhi Asuma also smiled.
Lu Yun was stunned. Everyone was smiling. Wouldn't it seem out of place if he didn't smile? Ha ha ha. Lu Yun instantly smiled with Sasuke's signature smile. Tsunade punched Liu Yun's head and scolded softly, "Why does your smile give people the urge to hit you?" After Yuhi Asuma left, a ninja delivering information on the battlefield rushed over and handed Tsunade a list. Tsunade looked at the information on it and randomly said to Lu Yun, "The higher-ups in the village are interested in you, they want to see your bloodline limit, this is just right, let's go back to the village." Lu Yun nodded and glanced at the place he had guarded for nearly a month. Here, his template was promoted from Chunin to Special Jonin.
Too many people died at his hands, and he also saw all kinds of ninjas. Some were bloodthirsty, some were timid, some were calm, some were reckless.
This is considered a part of his growth. Let's go back to Konoha. After Tsunade left with Ryuyan and Kurenai, the ninja hiding in the shadows quickly went to report to Danzo Shimura. Danzo Shimura said to Yuta, "Your tracking ability is good, follow them." Yuta nodded.
After Yuta left, Danzo Shimura wrote something on the table. Then he put a note in the bamboo tube of a messenger ninja hawk. The little ninja hawk flew outwards, its destination being the direction of the Sand Village front lines.
"Tsunade, Ryuyan, I will make you die.
Ryuyan and the others spent 2 hours to reach the Konoha camp. Tsunade also wanted to bring Shizen, Dan Kato's niece, so that she could also return to the village to participate in the Chunin exams. The Konoha camp seemed extremely quiet, just as Kurenai Yuhi had said. It had now entered a strategic stalemate, and there would be a long period of peace. Shizen was washing patients' clothes in the camp, wearing a black fishnet shirt, her small hands gently rubbing the blue and white patient gowns. She randomly spaced out for a moment.
Ryuyan had been gone for almost 3 weeks. She wondered how he was doing now. He was just a genin. What would he do if he encountered a jonin from the sand village?
She should have listened to him back then and let him stab her with a kunai. It would have been so much better to lie down for a month or two. Her spacing out prevented her from noticing Ryuyan standing in front of her.
Shizun. Ah.
The sudden sound startled Shizen. She immediately stood up and saw who it was. He was wearing a white long-sleeved shirt, with a black cloth around his waist, tied with a thick belt. He was wearing ninja shorts, and most importantly, it was that face, Ryuyan, whom she hadn't seen for 3 weeks.
Shizen woke up and said, "Ryuyan, you're not dead yet?" Ryuyan pinched her little face, which was a bit chubby. "Are you in such a hurry for me to die?" Shizen shook her head like a rattle. "No. No." Shizen suddenly saw the 2 people behind Ryuyan and exclaimed in surprise, "Tsunade-sensei, Kurenai." Tsunade smiled softly, slowly approached Shizen, and rubbed her head. "Little Shizen, haven't you suffered here?" Shizen shook her head firmly. "No, this is just a logistics place. The most tiring thing is taking care of patients until late at night. It's not as difficult as Ryuyan fighting on the front lines." Shizen asked again, "Tsunade-sensei, why did you come to the front lines? Aren't you?" Her Tsunade-sensei had been staying in the village because she suffered from hemophobia.
Tsunade glanced at Ryuyan and said softly, "I'll tell you later, we're going back to the village. I'm here to take you with us. For this Chunin exam, I want you 3 to form a team and participate together."
"Chunin exam?"
Shizen muttered, then shook her head. "I can't, I haven't even killed one person. How could I become a qualified Chunin?" Ryuyan comforted her. "What are you afraid of? When the time comes, I'll be on your team, and I'll directly guarantee that you 2 will pass the Chunin exam." Shizen looked at Ryuyan's confident expression, and her heart also became a little more confident. Then she nodded. "If I'm with Ryuyan, I believe there will be no problem."
A firm voice sounded, "Ryuyan the Undying." The only person who could say Ryuyan's self-proclaimed title was Sanzuro, who had boasted with Ryuyan.
Sanzuro, dragging a single arm, looked at Ryuyan in surprise, as if he was very surprised that the other party was still alive. He had packed up the clothes Ryuyan had once worn, dug a grave, buried them, and even offered incense twice. Now that the other party was still alive, could it be that the Sarutobi family hadn't made any effort? Sanzuro's eyes sharpened, and he immediately saw Tsunade, who was hard to take one's eyes off, and couldn't help but say, "Princess Tsunade." Tsunade was the dream lover of many old men in Konoha village. Sanzuro was also one of them, and he immediately looked away, afraid that if he looked at her any longer, he would be beaten to death by this female tyrant. At the same time, he thought in his heart that Princess Tsunade was standing behind Ryuyan, proving that they knew each other. If Princess Tsunade protected Ryuyan, he believed that the Sarutobi family would not act rashly. Ryuyan greeted Sanzuro and left with Tsunade and the others. Sanzuro watched Ryuyan leave, stunned. He felt that Ryuyan's temperament had undergone earth-shattering changes compared to a month ago. Sanzuro had only felt that kind of temperament in powerful ninjas. In the Sand Village camp, Raza silently looked at the intelligence sent by the little ninja hawk. Yashimaru next to him was a little worried. Could there be a trap from Konoha? Raza shook his head. "This Shimura family line won't be fake. They have cooperated with me several times. Go give the information to Yakura and the others. If they want to die, I can't stop them." "Brother-in-law, I still don't think we should treat Yakura like this." "Get out!" Raza shouted sharply, and Yashimaru trotted out of the house, giving the information in his hand to Yakura. Yakura looked at the route in her hand and sneered, "Is this that kid's route back to the village?" Yashimaru nodded, then said with some worry, "Yes, there's also Tsunade, one of the Sannin. Yakura, you still shouldn't go. And Ryuyan is very strong, dozens of jonin couldn't handle him, and were even killed by him."
Yakura snorted. Didn't the intelligence ninjas that day discover that Tsunade suffers from hemophobia? It proves that she's useless, and Ryuyan, I don't believe he's that strong. It must be an exaggeration, my scorching release will see how good he is. They traveled quickly through the jungle. Ryuyan suddenly asked Tsunade, how long until the Chunin exam? Tsunade replied without looking back, about a month. From Konoha village to Sand village, ninjas need to travel quickly for 3 days to arrive. It would take them at least 2 days to rush back to Konoha from the land of rivers. Since the Chunin exam would not start for another month, Ryuyan wasn't in a hurry. He stopped and said, slow down, what's the rush? I haven't had a good look at the land of fire yet. Can we play in the big cities along the way? According to Ryuyan's knowledge of Naruto from his previous life, some places in the ninja world could even catch up with Earth. There were computers, wireless earphones, surveillance cameras, but no cell phones. Tsunade stopped. Kurenai and Shizen also looked expectant. They were children who had grown up in the village and had no opportunity to play in the big cities of the land of fire. After all, they were 3 children, very nostalgic for the novelty of the outside world. Tsunade thought. She nodded, all right. I'll take you to Kikyo Castle to play? Ryuyan had battlefield syndrome and was psychologically abnormal. Tsunade hoped that novel things could restore his childhood innocence. After entering the land of fire, another 10 kilometers or so of rapid travel would bring them to Kikyo Castle. Next to Kikyo Castle was Kikyo Mountain, which was the largest dangerous point on the western front of the land of fire. Once the enemy broke through Kikyo Mountain, the subsequent thousands of miles of fertile land would be undefended, and they could quickly reach Konoha village. He believed that the Sand village would also carry out such a strategy in a few months. Ryuyan had already thought of the title. Shocking, the small Sand village actually launched a blitzkrieg against Konoha? Ryuyan and his group went to Kikyo Castle. The city was very big, and there were all kinds of dazzling things everywhere. Ryuyan even saw many technological products. There were cinemas, opera houses, and even foot massage parlors. The technology of the ninja world was not poor. The land of lightning had the highest level of technology. After all, it was dedicated to the study of electricity. Later, they even created a chakra cannon, preparing to blow up the moon. Many of the things here could not be seen in Konoha village. After all, ninja villages were hidden villages, hidden in the deep mountains and forests, not as good as developed big cities. Kikyo Castle seemed very lively. The ninjas outside were fighting to the death, but in the world of ordinary people, it didn't cause a ripple. Ninja world, refers to the world of ninjas. The ninja base in the Naruto world is very small, mainly the 5 villages. The total number of ninjas in the whole village is only a few 100,000. Ryuyan stretched out his hand to Tsunade. Tsunade was stunned. What do you want? Of course it's money. Where are we going to play without money? Tsunade curled her lips. Money? I'm already in debt up to my neck, and you want me to give you money? Ryuyan suddenly realized Tsunade's nickname was Fatty Lamb. She almost always lost when gambling, and he believed she gambled a lot during her days in the village, accumulating a lot of debt. Ryuyan also realized his own situation. Tsunade pulling him into the Senju clan was a huge pit. He had nothing and would have to deal with debt collectors with her in the future. Ryuyan then smiled. In the system's exchange space, money was the least valuable thing. A little experience could be exchanged for tens of thousands of ryo, equivalent to thousands of dollars. As for whether it would cause inflation, that was none of Ryuyan's business. If anything depreciated, it would be Kakuzu's money. Ryuyan immediately exchanged for the common currency of the ninja world, rummaging through his ninja tool bag to find a large stack, a full 100,000 ryo, equivalent to 6,000 yuan in his previous life. Tsunade's eyes immediately widened, staring at Ryuyan's money. Where did you get the money? Of course, I got it on the battlefield. On the battlefield. Ninjas fight on the battlefield with money. Don't worry about the details. Ryuyan gave Tsunade 1,000 yuan, adopting Ryuyan's generosity. If you run out of money in the future, come to me. I, Ryuyan, have plenty of money. Bragging. Tsunade snatched all of Ryuyan's money. I'm your older sister now, your money is all mine. She pulled out about 20 bills and gave them to Ryuyan. Go have some fun. Ryun was speechless. You woman, you even rob a child's money. I don't know what you won't dare to do in the future. Stop nagging. You took so many advantages from me, this is the compensation I'm taking back.
Ryan pouted, saying somewhat flirtatiously, "Didn't you say you were in a lot of debt?"
Yes. So what? Tsunade nodded.
Ryan's words were not without reason. "Then if I help you pay off your debts in the future, will you have to listen to me in the future?"
You little brat.
Tsunade punched him. Ryan dodged and immediately took Shizune and Kurenai to go shopping.
Tsunade, that woman, will definitely use his money to gamble.
Kurenai complained about Ryan's rudeness in front of Tsunade, picking up his ear. "Ryun, you can't be so rude to Tsunade-sama in the future.
She has to protect you in the future. If she gets angry, there will be no one to protect you." Okay. Ryun agreed to the girl.
Kurenai's eyes sharpened, suddenly pointing to a candy apple seller next to her. Ryun, I want that. She took Ryun's hand and ran quickly. Ryun ran forward quickly, handing the candy apple to Shizune. "Here, Shizune." Shizune looked at the delicate Ryun with his jet black hair, blankly reaching out to take the candy apple. Ryan took her other hand. "Don't be dazed, I'll buy you anything you want." Shizune gently tasted the candy apple, and instantly a sweet taste entered her heart.
Kurenai curiously looked at a large group of people gathered in front. What are they doing?
Ryan took the two girls forward quickly, then let go of their hands, watching the excitement together.
Bang!
The sound of white smoke exploding sounded softly.
A wandering ninja was constantly changing in the center of the street.
Sometimes changing into a monkey, sometimes changing into a rooster, ever changing, making the surrounding people clap non-stop.
Clap clap clap. Kurenai shook her head. What did I think it was? It's just a simple transformation technique. The transformation technique is the most basic ninjutsu in the ninja school. It can be said to be a kind of illusion, but it is a real illusion that everyone can see.
It is actually a usage of ninjutsu to distort light, a layer of mirage-like illusion.
It's a very low-level technique, and experienced ninjas can judge its authenticity.
It's not as useful as Shadow Clone, but the changes of Shadow Clone are real. Not only can it become a real chakra person, but even the clothes, ninja sword, and weapons attached to the main body can be changed, and even have the original lethality. Ryan looked at the wandering ninja who was using the transformation technique, and suddenly a huge inspiration arose in his heart. Since he can use Shadow Clone to become a real object, then why should he be limited to his own human form? Become Tsunade, become the grown-up Kurenai, Shizune.
I am a time traveler, don't let my thoughts be assimilated by the natives, I have to let go. Pa!
But Ryan slapped himself hard, it always felt weird to mess with his own chakra. He time traveled and cheated, but he was still so useless, embarrassing the time traveler industry. Ryan tried his best not to shift his thoughts to shielded places.
He can use the realistic nature of Shadow Clone to become many things, such as food, clothing, playthings, rides.
He can even turn himself into a bird, soar in the sky, or a giant dragon, spewing endless flames.
Wouldn't that be another kind of 72 transformations? Wouldn't I, Ryun, turn Naruto into Journey to the West, and go to Mount Huagwe to become a mountain king another day, and steal the name of the four-tailed Son Goku? He will be a great sage equal to heaven, and a mischief king in the ninja world. He can also be Tang Sanzang himself, and Tsunade and the others can be Bai Longma. Wait, jokes are not nonsense, adaptation is not random compilation.
The more Ryan thought about it, the more inspiration he got, and he gradually fell into his own world of contemplation, and was blankly dragged by the two girls to other places to play. Ryun immediately entered the system space, elaborating on his inspiration just now. The system replied, "The host's inspiration is not infeasible, but maintaining a perfect form requires a huge amount of chakra, and the control of chakra must be improved to a higher level. Even the form you want to transform into must be collected and the structure must be familiar before you can transform perfectly. Maintaining a non-humanoid form requires constant chakra maintenance. Ninjas don't have much chakra, so who would be stupid enough to constantly release their chakra? And it's very dangerous. Once the chakra is used excessively and exhausted, people will die.
but it's useless to Ryun. His chakra is almost endless. Even if he exhausts it and dies, he can be resurrected and come again. System, can you tell me if this technique of mine can be developed? Yes, according to the host's requirements, the developed technique belongs to forbidden techniques. You need to exchange for a forbidden technique development card, and the host must increase his chakra control to 500%. At the same time, be familiar with the nature transformation of Yang attribute. No problem. Ryun immediately did so. He spent 1000 points to increase his chakra control to 500%, and the Yang attribute chakra nature transformation also went up. When chakra control was raised to this level, Ryun seemed to have reached a different realm. His chakra control was better than that of some Kage-level ninjas. He even felt that he could release chakra threads and easily control others. Like an alternative tentacle monster. On Ryun's development template, many techniques have changed from single-handed seals to signless ninjutsu. Proving that Ryun will not play ninjutsu in the future, but will start playing magic. The template is Dumbledore, but with his immortality, Voldemort is more like it. Moreover, Ryun doesn't even need a wand, just a snap of his fingers, and whatever he calls comes. The template is a low-profile version of Thanos. More importantly, the nature transformation of Yang release. Yin-Yang release is a very mysterious attribute. Both of their nature transformations are secret arts, like the Nara clan's shadow imitation technique and the Akimichi clan's multi-size technique. There's also the Yamanaka clan's mind-body switch technique, and even higher level Yin-Yang release, the Six Paths Black Rods, and the Sword of Nunaboko. Among them, Ryuyan values the partial multi-size technique of the Akimichi clan the most. Why? Those who know, know. Yang release, using the life force of the body as its source, is the power of Yang that gives form to life. Simply put, Yang release can increase Ryuyan's transformation technique by more than one level. Without much thought, Ryuyan quickly spent another 5000 points to exchange for a forbidden jutsu development card, using up all of his experience points this time. Yesterday's fire style, Blast Flame Dragon King, technically belonged to forbidden techniques, but it was only at the forbidden level in terms of power. Its principal development didn't reach the forbidden level. This time, the 72 transformations is truly a forbidden level technique. Ryuyan immediately asked the system to use the forbidden jutsu development card. System, help me develop a forbidden jutsu that can transform me into any real thing. Detected that the host meets the basic conditions on the ninjutsu development card. Forbidden jutsu development card used successfully. Ninjutsu development begins. Development progress 1%. Development progress 10%. Development progress 50%. Development progress 100%. Because the host's forbidden jutsu is a growth-type ninjutsu, the host needs to complete the collection of transformed objects. In short, Ryuyan needs to copy the objects he wants to transform into. After all, things transformed solely by imagination are too one-sided, with too many blurred areas and not enough frames. Forbidden jutsu development successful. Please name it, host. Ryuyan thought carefully. He considered calling it 72 transformations but felt it was too low grade and not imposing enough, so he named it Secret Art, Ryuyan's Myriad Transformations. He originally wanted to call it Ryuyan's Myriad Transformations, but changed it to Ryuyan's. Host naming successful. Forbidden Jutsu Ryuyan's Myriad Transformations recorded in the Forbidden Jutsu Archive. The technique of Ryuyan's Myriad Transformations slowly circulated in Ryuyan's mind. Hand seal methods, chakra circulation, and chakra flow paths, and even more complex things like transformation formulas, gravity formulas, dynamics formulas, structural formulas, the periodic table. Ryuyan rubbed his head painfully. This technique involved everything in the world, even extending to the truth of structural transformations and elemental changes between material molecules. Kurenai Yuhi saw this and gently rubbed Ryuyan's head. Ryuyan, what's wrong? Does your head hurt? I'm fine. Ryuyan shook his head. A large amount of information flooded into his brain in an instant, almost causing his brain to revolt and overthrow him, the brutal host. After panting a few times, the paleness on Ryuyan's face slowly faded.
He slowly opened his eyes filled with the light of worldly truth. Now, he seemed to have had his intelligence sublimated, and he unconsciously saw the things around him with physical formulas. Ryuyan secretly activated his Byakugan, his eyes constantly scanning Kurenai's structure, while the system's voice sounded, Ninja Kurenai Yuhi 3-dimensional structure skin started, 1%,
2%, 20%, 50%, 100%. Ninja Kurenai Yuhi transformation body recorded in the Forbidden Jutsu Ryuyan's myriad transformation scroll. To transform into a more realistic appearance, it is necessary to record the model of the transformation body, so that chakra will simulate the other party's physical characteristics. Ryuyan immediately formed the unseal hand seal for the transformation technique. With a poof, white smoke appeared. A person identical to Kurenai Yuhi walked out of the white smoke. Kurenai Yuhi looked at Ryuyan, who looked just like her, in confusion. Ryuyan, why are you using the transformation technique? And turning into my appearance? Ryuyan looked at himself in the mirror, with long, soft black hair, large red eyes, and a round face that looked extremely cute. He couldn't help but reveal a charming smile, and Kurenai Yuhi in the mirror looked extremely strange. This transformation technique is different from the transformation technique. The transformation technique lasts for a very short time and will revert with a slight attack. Ryuyan's myriad transformations technique is real. All transformations are formed by chakra, and even within the body, the chakra mimics the structural characteristics of Kurenai Yuhi. Only when Ryuyan's chakra is exhausted or the chakra flow is severely disturbed will he revert to his original form. Grow bigger. Ryuyan activated the technique, under the surprised gaze of Kurenai Yuhi and Shizune. The Kurenai Yuhi transformed by Ryuyan slowly grew bigger, her height suddenly jumping to more than 1.6 meters. Her black hair was smooth, her arms were fair and tender, she wore a red and white silk cloth, and her red eyes seemed to be able to captivate souls, as sexy as fire. The whole person was like a knowledgeable older sister. Kurenai Yuhi circled around Ryuyan several times. Ryuyan, is this what I look like when I grow up? Ryuyan didn't speak, because if he said his words with this beautiful woman's body, it would immediately fall apart. So beautiful. Shizune was a little envious. The young adult Kurenai Yuhi was derived from the young Kurenai's appearance and was particularly beautiful and moving. Ryuyan looked at himself in the mirror, secretly sighing that the grown-up Kurenai Yuhi was truly beautiful and moving. It was a pity for her to be with Asuma, so he wouldn't be polite. Release. Ryuyan formed a hand seal, and he turned back. Ryuyan didn't want to transform into a person now, he wanted to find an animal to try, and looked around. Woof! A dog's bark attracted Ryuyan's attention. Ryuyan turned his eyes and saw a rich woman walking by with a small yellow dog. Ryuyan quickly looked away. He had been a dog for more than 20 years in his previous life, and he couldn't transform into a dog again in this life. Chirp! A bald eagle flew across the sky. Ryuyan's eyes lit up, and he picked up a stone from the ground and threw it out, and the eagle fell from the sky. Ryuyan suddenly used body flicker technique and grabbed the eagle with one hand. He opened his Byakugan and constantly scanned its structure. Small raptor bald eagle 3-dimensional structure scan started. Progress 1%. Progress 10%. Progress 50%. Progress 100%. Small raptor bald eagle transformation body recorded successfully. Ryuyan touched the eagle's head, and the chakra belonging to the Senju clan slowly warmed the place where it had been attacked. The eagle felt the gentleness of Ryuyan's chakra and slowly calmed down. After the eagle recovered, it affectionately nuzzled Ryuyan's hand, and then Ryuyan threw it upwards. Chirp! The eagle soared in the sky, patrolling the 9 heavens, how free and unrestrained. Ryuyan immediately put on a confident smile on his face, formed hand seals, and a huge layer of blue flames rose from his massive chakra. Ryuyan's myriad transformations eagle transformation. With a poof, the white smoke dissipated, and Ryuyan transformed into a huge eagle. His wings spread out to a width of 5 meters, and from his claws to his eagle head, he was about 3 meters tall. Wasn't Ryuyan always saying that he was the son of an eagle?
After all, joking is not nonsense, and today he will truly fulfill his promise. Transform into a real eagle, soar through the dome, and overlook the masses. Look over there, someone has turned into a big eagle. All the people on the street who were just watching the wandering ninja transform turned around and looked at Ryuyan, the huge eagle. It really looks like an eagle, with an imposing manner. What looks like? It is. It's full of killing intent. The wandering ninja's face turned pale. It seemed that he had encountered a tough opponent who came to steal his job. Kurenai Yuhi and Shizun ran over in confusion and looked up at the magnificent eagle. White head and black feathers, with divine eagle eyes. Kurenai Yuhi took the lead in asking, Ryuyan, what are you doing? You transformed into me just now? Now you've turned into an eagle, change back quickly. Ryuyan lowered his head. The forbidden jutsu Ryuyan's myriad transformations is not just that simple. It even copied the eagle eyes of the eagle. An eagle's visual nerves are 6 or 7 times that of humans, so they can see things very carefully. This vision can even be superimposed with the Byakugan to obtain a field of view of tens of kilometers away. Shizun gently stroked Ryuyan's fluff. It's so realistic, this doesn't seem to be a simple transformation technique. Shizun gently pulled out a feather. Without the subsequent supply of chakra, the feather slowly dissipated into the air. Whoosh! Ryuyan's wings opened, and he suddenly stood up and flapped his wings. Ryuyan had always yearned for a flying secret technique. He had even thought about exchanging for the super lightened boulder technique and the star hidden village's peacock method, but now he didn't need to. He could simulate animal flight. Look! Look! He's flying! The curious eyes of the onlookers were fixed on Ryuyan. Ryuyan lunged towards the sky, his wings flapping the air, his streamlined body gaining upward momentum. He quickly flew into the sky. 10 meters. 20 meters. 30 meters. 100 meters. 150 meters. Ryuyan looked down, the entire city in his eagle eyes. This was the feeling of complete flight. Dominating the sky, the earth prostrating beneath my feet. This exhilaration made Ryuyan want to cry out a few times, and he did. Chirp, chirp, chirp! The high cry of the eagle spread throughout the city. In a shadowy place, Yi-san, wearing a large hood, was followed by several jonin. They looked at the sky in confusion. Yi-san asked, such a large eagle, surely it only exists in Eagle Valley of the Land of Wind. The companion next to him shook his head, not sure. Let's go. We continue the mission, first deal with Princess Tsunade. The eagle cried. Ryuyan suddenly turned around, performing tricks in the sky, side flying, back flying, turning, climbing upwards, diving downwards. Ryuyan happily flapped his wings in the air, like a dancing bird. From then on, he stood above the heavens. This time returning to the village, he was still afraid of the conspiracies in the village. When anyone wanted to harm him or seal him, he would immediately turn into an eagle and escape. Kurenai Yuhi and Shizun below were filled with surprise. They looked at each other. Ryuyan can fly. Ryuyan can actually fly. Ryuyan. Ryuyan. The two waved below, and Ryuyan's eagle eyes easily saw them. He swooped down, creating a gust of wind that blew the crowd away. Ryuyan's claws gently grabbed the backs of Kurenai Yuhi and Shizun. Then he lifted them up and placed them on his back. The two girls grabbed Ryuyan's fluff, initially too scared to open their eyes, but Ryuyan slowly flew horizontally, and the airflow wasn't so intense. The two girls opened their eyes, and the freedom of the sky instantly embraced them. Kurenai Yuhi's eyes were full of little stars, and she laughed happily. Ryuyan, Ryuyan. We're flying. Shizun's eyes also curved up. Flying is a dream passed down in human blood, and everyone who is free in the sky feels very clear-headed. Kurenai Yuhi grabbed the white feathers on Ryuyan's neck and pointed to a place. Go there. Go there. Ryuyan glided and flew towards the place Kurenai Yuhi pointed to. Below was an open-air circus. Ryuyan quietly flapped his wings and hovered in the sky. The two girls watched the clown's performance below. One of Ryuyan's eagle eyes suddenly noticed a plume of smoke in the city.
In a casino in Kikyo Castle, Tsunade was utterly defeated and owed a lot of money.
The casino owner looked at the sexy and beautiful Tsunade, his eyes full of desire. Little beauty, you've lost so much money, use yourself to pay off the debt.
Looking for death. Tsunade's eyes flashed with anger, and she threw a heavy punch downwards, instantly collapsing the entire casino. This is what happens when ordinary people hit on Tsunade.
Tsunade slowly walked out of the ruins, dusting off her hands. Dare to say such things to me, truly courting death. Suddenly, several figures surrounded Tsunade. They flipped open the hoods on their heads, revealing the Sand Village forehead protectors. Yitsong took the lead, coldly smiling at Tsunade. Princess Tsunade, please come back to Sand Village with us.
Tsunade curled her lips and said disdainfully, just you guys.
Yitsang smiled coldly, then bit her finger, blood dripping out. Tsunade saw the red blood, her eyes suddenly darkened, and she slowly knelt down.
Princess Tsunade, your information has been leaked.
Yitsang sneered, and then ordered the people beside her.
Tie her back, Konoha's Princess Tsunade, this is a big fish.
A sand ninja with short hair sneered. Konoha has also fallen, actually revealing the whereabouts of one of the sand nin, Tsunade, to our sand village. A sand ninja with a gloomy look in his eyes chuckled. The political struggles in that village are the most intense among the 5 great nations. The gloomy sand ninja walked forward, touching his chin with one hand, carefully looking at Tsunade. Beautiful face, a beige cloth dress, outlining her hot figure, the luster at her chest made one's heart burn with desire. The sand ninja gulped. Besides Yitsang and Karura, where had the barren desert of the Land of Wind ever seen such a beauty?
Konoha's most beautiful female ninja, truly beautiful.
The gloomy sand ninja's hands stretched forward with desire, about to touch Tsunade's boldness.
Disgusting.
Yitsang stepped forward coldly and slapped the sand ninja's face, directly leaving a red 5-finger print on the sand ninja's face. The light in the sand ninja's pupils faded a little, but was replaced by anger. Yitsang, what are you doing? Yitsang's arrogant brown-yellow eyes were full of coldness. A waste who only thinks with his lower body.
Don't show such a disgusting expression in front of me. Yitsang, you. The gloomy sand ninja glared at Yitsang angrily.
Yitsang's arrogance in the village was beyond words.
This woman didn't even give the Kazekage face when she was arrogant. Yitsang ignored the gloomy sand ninja and instead said loudly, hurry up and act, this is in the Land of Fire.
Chirp! A huge eagle swept across the sky, swooping down in an instant. A sand village special Jonan's eyes sharpened, and he immediately shouted, be careful. Fire! Release multiple fire dragon missiles. Luyan descended from the sky, controlling the wind, his beak constantly firing fire dragon missiles. He was very careful in launching the fire dragon missiles, each one released around Tsunade, without harming Tsunade in the slightest. Boom, 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 the fire dragon missiles kept exploding. The soil and gravel on the ground were blown into the sky, creating black smoke.
Byakugan open.
Luyan opened the Byakugan and found Tsunade's chakra in the thick smoke, very weak, as if carrying a trace of fear. Luyan rolled his wings, sweeping a passage through the smoke. He stretched out his claws, grabbed Tsunade's shoulder, and flipped her onto his eagle back.
Tsunade-sensei. Tsunade-sama. Shizen and Kurenai Yuhi held Tsunade tightly, so that Tsunade, who was suffering from hemophobia, would not fall from Liuyun's back.
Hold on tight, I'm going to accelerate. Liuyun's wings released wind attribute chakra, using it as leverage to tear through the dark fog, and then it was white clouds and blue sky. Wind style, great breakthrough. One of the Jonin from the sand village used wind style, and a large whirlwind blew away the thick smoke. Pakura clenched her fist, her brownish-yellow eyes looked at the soaring eagle in the sky, moving as fast as the wind, but invading like fire.
Summoning beast. Isn't Princess Tsunade's summoning beast a slug?
A sand Jonin next to her shook his head, then analyzed, I've never heard of anyone in Konoha whose summoning beast is an eagle, and it's also an eagle that can release fire style.
This kind of fire style that can be released and exploded quickly. It's very similar to Mu Liuyun's flames. Could this summoning beast be that kid's?
Hearing the Sand Jonin's words, the other Sand Ninja were on guard. They said Liuyun was a genin kid, but when they really met him, they couldn't help but feel a bit heavy. The tombstones of the Sand Village martyrs were naked proof. Nearly 300 Sand Ninja had died at his hands. Even the coffin of the frontline commander, Minutian, was ready, just waiting for someone to carry it.
Poof. Bakura snorted coldly.
She was a Kekii Genkai ninja, and the power of Scorch Style had been truly experienced by the hidden mist village.
Don't believe rumors, don't spread rumors.
What Fire Cloud Cthulhu, what immortal ninja, she, Bakura, will evaporate him into Luyun jerky today.
Summon summoning beasts, chase me. Summoning technique.
The sand ninja immediately bit their fingers and formed seals, and white smoke emerged from a huge gray eagle hovering in mid-air.
Bakura led the sand ninja onto the back of the gray eagle and rushed towards the direction Luyun was flying.
Chirp! The sound of the eagle's cry was like an exploding sound in the sky, and Luyun heard it clearly. Thousands of meters behind him, the Byakugan saw the traces of Bakura and the others. At the same time, Luyun was also measuring the amount of chakra on their bodies. For Jonin, 3 special Jonin. One of the Jonin's chakra was very special, more concentrated than the other Jonin's chakra, with a burning smell of flames.
He was an elite Jonin, or a very special elite Jonin.
Luyun had seen it in the sky when he rescued Tsunade, hair in 2 colors, a bun tied behind her head, and that sexy outfit that revealed her back. This should be Bakura, the Scorch Style user from the Sand Village. Bakura's appearance was easy to identify, the cyan bun was particularly conspicuous, and there was a hairpin on it.
Luyun shook his head to keep himself serious.
He felt a little strange in his heart. Weren't the Sand Village afraid of being killed by him?
Still dare to send people to their deaths?
Or did Bakura offend the high-level officials of the Sand Village?
Did the other party send her to give away her head?
Combining this woman's experience of being betrayed to death by the Sand Village's high-level officials in the future, she was largely sold by the Sand Village, and was packaged and sent to Luyun here. It seems that no matter which village it is, there will always be shady village officials in the village. Since the Sand Village was so kind as to let their people come to Luyun to die, Luyun couldn't be cold to them. With a thought in his mind, a cloud of smoke burst out from the side, also a white-headed black eagle. It was Luyun's shadow clone.
Secret technique, cloud-style transformation was also superimposed on the shadow clone.
Luyun flipped over, and Yuhi Kurenai and the others screamed in fright, and when they opened their eyes, they had already landed on another eagle. Luyun did a big flip towards the sky and flew towards the place where the Sand Village was chasing, and at the same time ordered the shadow clone, find a hidden place to put them down.
Got it, boss. The shadow clone nodded and immediately flew towards the alley in the city.
Luyun flapped his wings hard backwards, creating a storm, like black lightning streaking across the clouds. When it comes to air combat, who is Searing Current Cloud afraid of? When Bakura saw Luyun approaching, she formed seals with her hands, and a fiery red fireball immediately gathered in her hands, like a small sun.
Scorch Style, Vapor Demonic Murder. When Luyun's eagle eyes saw it, he immediately realized that this was Bakura's Scorch Style.
A Kekii Genkai formed by the combination of Wind Style and Fire Style chakra changing in nature. The temperature of the flame is very high, and even once it comes into contact with the enemy, it can evaporate the moisture in the opponent's body. Bakura shouted angrily, "Beast, die!" Bakura's Scorch Style was released in an instant. At this attack speed, Luyun could dodge it by climbing upwards.
But he didn't. Luyun's experience points were all consumed. It was time to replenish them. The Scorch-style fireball flew over, and under Bakura's unbelievable gaze, Luyun opened his eagle beak and bit off Bakura's Scorch-style in one bite. He hovered in the air, speaking human words, and made a V with his wings. Crispy, chicken wing flavor, awesome. The Scorch-style quickly exploded in Luyun's belly, and the huge heat directly drained all the moisture from his body. Luyun couldn't control the cloud-style transformation, and with a bang, he turned back to his original appearance. At this moment, the Sand Ninja finally saw his true face, and someone immediately shouted, "It's Mu Luyun." Everyone be careful. Fire Cloud Cthulhu.
Luyun was furious in his heart.
Fire Cloud Cthulhu.
He will get rid of this name one day, and not let it entangle his hair.
Ding.
You were killed by Jonin Bakura using Scorch Style, experience points plus 400. Bakura is an elite Jonin, and with the addition of Kekii Genkai, her strength can even be comparable to a Kage.
Luyun became extremely interested in this woman, both the person and the technique. After Lu Yun resurrected, a pair of black eagle wings emerged from his back. Since he can turn his whole body into an eagle, it's no problem to have a pair of wings, right? Bakura solemnly looked at the young man floating in the sky, exposing his chest, with a black belt around his waist, and black wings growing behind him. Just from this image, you can tell that he is not an ordinary person. Bakura cursed inwardly, damn it, this guy is a flying ninja, the intelligence didn't mention it. Aerial combat ninjas are the most difficult ninjas to deal with, they can fight and escape, and the priority of combat is completely in their hands. Although Bakura and the others also have a flying ninja beast, the Grey Eagle is just a means of transportation, and it is not as convenient as Lu Yun. Bakura didn't trust the high-level officials of Sand Village very much, and felt that they had tricked her. In fact, Lu Yun had just mastered flying. A Sand Special Jonin saw Lu Yun, and without saying much, immediately took off a large scroll he was carrying on his back. Lu Yun frowned when he saw it. The Sand Village has become smarter, and the team has started to equip sealing ninjas. Can they still play happily in the future? The grass yellow paper attacked like a snake. Lu Yun shook his wings and flipped over in the sky, dodging the wrapping of the scroll. Then, he aimed a finger at the Sand Village's sealing ninja. Don't move. Put your hands up. The sealing ninja saw the fire spot in Liu Yun's hand, and his pupils shrank. According to the intelligence, this is Mu Liu Yun's fastest fire style, with the characteristics of wind style in its application, and it can also explode. The sealing ninja immediately turned around, not listening to Liu Yun's nonsense. Fire style, fire scale cannon. The fire scale cannon was released in an instant. The sealing ninja was too close to Lu Yun, and couldn't dodge it at all. Dodge. The Sand Jonin with short hair pushed away the sealing ninja. The fire release cannon came like the wind, instantly blowing off an arm of the short-haired Sand ninja. Are you okay? Junpei. Sand ninja Junpei's eyes were filled with bitterness. This kid is too difficult to deal with. No wonder he's called the Fire Cloud Cthulhu, having slaughtered his way out of thousands of Sand Village troops. The sealing ninja cursed under his breath, Raza just wants us to die. Careful what you say, we still have Bakura. She has Scorch Release. Damn kid. Bakura cursed silently, once again condensing a Scorch Release fireball in her hand. Scorch Release, Vapor Killing. Ryun saw Bakura's fireball, and with a body flicker, directly crashed into it. Ding! You were killed by Jonin Bakura using Scorch Release, experience plus 380. Bakura was instantly puzzled, her fireball seemed to only go halfway. How did Moku Ryun run into it? This person seems to really enjoy being killed? After Ryan revived, more than a dozen shurikens instantly flew towards him. He didn't dodge or evade, letting those shurikens pierce his body, taking the opportunity to collect them into the system space like borrowing arrows with straw boats. Bakura immediately commanded, no, just like the intelligence said, physical attacks are ineffective against him, use sealing. 3 Jonin guarded the sealing ninja on the left and right, vigilantly watching Ryun's actions, while the sealing ninja opened a scroll, preparing to seal Ryun away at the first opportunity. Bakura slapped the gray giant eagle under her feet. The gray eagle opened its mouth, releasing a wind blade from its giant beak. Whoosh whoosh. The wind blade passed through Ryun, giving him about 100 more experience points. Now! Bakura shouted loudly at the sealing ninja. The sealing ninja nodded, the scroll in his hand quickly released, like a white giant snake strangling its prey. Want to seal me, with your second-rate sealing techniques? Ryun smiled softly in the white smoke, flapping his wings and spinning twice, escaping the scroll's capture. Conventional sealing techniques are useless against speed-type ninjas like him. Even if there was Reaper Death Seal, Ryun would use flight to escape. It can be said that as long as he doesn't act recklessly, sealing techniques won't be his weakness. But it seems like being reckless is Ryun's biggest flaw. Damn it, his revival speed is too fast. Bakura clenched her delicate fists. A rapid sound of wind echoed in everyone's hearts, a black shadow streaking through the air. Shikinasuk, be careful. Ryun's target was the Sand Ninja with gloomy eyes, but his Sand Village companion's warning was too late. Ryun's flight combined with the Nine Tails chakra. That kind of speed was impossible to capture with the naked eye.
Ryun's eyes were full of indifference. Just now, you laid a hand on Tsunade.
Rasengan.
A Rasengan was placed on the head of the gloomy sand ninja, directly turning him into a mashed mess. Before his death, the gloomy sand ninja had a MMP in his heart. He had touched a hammer with his hand. Ryun retracted the hand, releasing the Rasengan, looking at the gloomy sand ninja whose head had turned to mush.
Rasengan should be used to hit the head. Chidori is best suited for 1,000 years of death. Ninja fights aren't ruthless enough. Damn kid. Bakura used a body flicker, kicking Ryun in the back. Ryun was struck in the air, unable to maintain his balance, and fell towards the bamboo forest outside the city. Bakura quickly followed up with several scorch-release fireballs, the fiery red fireballs quickly chasing after Ryun.
Seeing this, Bakura immediately commanded, "Go to the ground, that kid can fly," giving him a greater advantage than us.
The Grey Eagle dove down, flying towards the bamboo forest where Ryun fell.
Ryun fell from the sky, his back charred black by the scorch release, with wisps of black, burnt smoke.
Creak! Ryun smashed several lush green bamboo stalks, sliding down the fragrant bamboo leaves, and slammed into a pile of bamboo leaves.
Falling from a height of several hundred meters, coupled with the subsequent scorch release attacks. Ryun still had breath after such a heavy blow. It was difficult for his current body to die unless he deliberately courted death. Ryun squatted in the pit, slowly standing up. His leg bones were broken, and the skin tissue on his back was also burned. The body's powerful recovery force was visibly restoring him. Ryun took out a ninja sword from the system space and placed it on his neck, suddenly noticing two small lives in the bamboo leaf pile above. About the size of a baby, with black and white fluff and an adorable shape.
Isn't this the Han, a term of endearment for pandas that people in Sichuan talk about?
Two little pandas curiously looked at Ryun in the hole, sticking their bare heads in.
Little pandas?
One of the larger ones reached out its bare paw and grabbed Ryun's hair.
Seeming to wonder where this monkey came from? Why does it have so little hair? Ryun smiled, and suddenly slit his own throat with a knife, triggering rebirth.
A stream of heat from the sky radiated to the earth, the surrounding bamboo turning yellow and slowly catching fire in this extremely high temperature.
Scorch release, great fireball.
Ryun turned into a puff of white smoke, holding two little pandas in his arms, and with a body flicker, escaped Bakura's scorch release attack. Bakura jumped down with the Sand Village ninjas. They surrounded a bamboo stalk that had been stepped on at the top, with Ryun above. Ryun threw the two little pandas towards the sky. They fell downwards, looking like they were about to become two large panda fur rugs.
Tap!
Ryun snapped his fingers, a puff of white smoke rose out of thin air, and a bald eagle flew over, carrying the two little pandas towards the sky.
Bakura coldly stared at Ryun.
"Moku Ryun, if you know what's good for you, give up resisting and come with us to Sand Village." Ryun sat down on the bamboo pole. The bamboo pole bent into a large arc, and Ryun rested one hand on his head, as if he didn't take the Sand Village ninjas seriously.
Elephant? What is that? I haven't seen one. Courting death. Bakura formed hand seals with both hands, releasing scorch release fireballs one by one. Ryun let her attack, not moving an inch. Ding! You were killed by Jonin Bakura using scorch release, experience plus 350.
The ceiling ninja among the Sand Village ninjas moved his hands quickly, taking out a scroll and immediately casting a spell. When the white banner scroll swept through the smoke, a small eagle rushed out of the smoke, dodging the ceiling ninja's seal. Ryun turned back to his original form, with a black wing growing out of his back, immediately releasing Sasuke's arrogance. "Sand Village, I have become an eagle, the sky has become my domain. As for you, just obediently look up at the soles of my feet for the rest of your lives."
Damn kid.
Bakura gritted her teeth in anger, her proud chest rising and falling constantly. Chirp! The Sand Village summon beast, the Grey Eagle, sped past, a huge wind blade slashing across Ryun's back. Ryun broke in two, his vitality slowly fading away, not forgetting to praise before dying.
As expected of Sasuke's spiritual attribute, as long as I have a whim, someone will come and cut me down. He should go endorse a bad online game, replacing the actor. This game is super fun. If you're my brother, come cut me.
That ceiling ninja continued to open the scroll. Ryun's eyes saw this, and a hint of killing intent bloomed from his eyes.
Rasengan. Ryun spread his 5 fingers, and 5 Rasengans condensed on his fingertips. This is the characteristic of having 500% chakra control ability. Ryun can even use his fingers to release Rasengans. And that's not all.
The Rasengans on Ryun's 5 fingers floated up, and if you looked closely, there was a thin chakra line between the Rasengans and Ryun's fingers.
Why can Rasengan only be released at close range?
Because it still needs the caster's subsequent chakra to maintain it. Without the subsequent chakra supply, the chakra flow inside the Rasengan will stop. Of course, there are exceptions, such as Boruto's invisible Rasengan, which incorporates the nature of lightning chakra. Not only can it be shot from afar, but it can also become invisible. It's simply an essential ninjutsu for killing and robbing.
But the disadvantage is it's not cool enough.
Lu Yun used chakra threads to extend the flow of chakra, achieving the nature of a Rasengan long-range shot. Liu Yun's killing intent was like an eagle in the sky capturing a rabbit, intensely released towards the ceiling ninja.
Witness the flying Rasengan. Lu Yun released the Rasengan like he was controlling a puppet.
The ceiling ninja saw this and retreated, while 2 jonin beside him protected him tightly.
Escape.
Where could someone with Mu Ye's killing intent escape to? Lu Yun moved his fingers, and the Rasengan constantly changed position in the sky, closely following the ceiling ninja. Yitsong wasn't idle either, forming hand seals and releasing a scorching hot fireball towards Lu Yun.
Lu Yun flapped his wings, dodging Yitsong's scorching release attack.
His fingers were like the agile hands of a pianist, bending and twisting, continuing to track the ceiling ninja's position. The special jonin standing on the Grey Eagle saw the 5 chakra threads on Liu Yun's fingers and was shocked. Is this the Fire Cloud Cthulhu? Even the village's puppet ninjas can't match this level of chakra control.
2 jonin tightly protected the ceiling ninja. Lu Yun suddenly clenched his 5 fingers, and the 5 Rasengans were about to hit the ceiling ninja's back.
One of the jonin quickly performed a technique, wind release, great breakthrough.
The rapidly rotating whirlwind sucked the Rasengan in.
Lu Yun flicked his finger, and a Rasengan flew out, hitting the ceiling ninja's shoulder. The huge rotational force directly tore the ceiling ninja's shoulder, twisting it into a mess. The ceiling ninja was carried by the Rasengan, spinning several times and crashing into several bamboo trees, his face full of pain, his pupils filled with blood. Seeing the ceiling ninja's miserable state, Yitsong clenched her fist and looked at Lu Yun with hatred. Kid, come down here if you have the guts.
Lu Yun curled his lip. Why should I listen to you? You little brat.
Yitsong gritted her teeth, clasped her hands together, and released a huge scorching release fireball.
Die.
The scorching release fireball rushed over like the wind.
Lu Yun didn't dodge at all, even running his hand back through his hair, as if the extremely hot fireball was just a toy. The fireball exploded, and hot air rose, turning the bamboo forest into a sea of fire.
The various creatures in the forest desperately ran away, complaining in their hearts, why did these monkeys have to fight in their homes?
It was like gods fighting and the animals suffering. Ding!
You were killed by Yitsong using scorching release, experience plus 300.
After Lu Yun revived, he swooped down again.
The Sand Village ninjas pulled out their shurikens and threw them all at Lu Yun.
Lu Yun flapped his wings, dodging the shuriken attacks. Lu Yun now looked down on low-level shuriken attacks.
His dive was aimed at Yitsong. The Sand ninja whose arm had been broken by Lu Yun reminded her, Yitsong, be careful. Yitsang curled her lip, her brow full of arrogance. Come on, Lu Yun. Lu Yun swooped down from the sky, and Yitsong gathered another large fireball.
Scorching release, great fireball.
She controlled the large fireball to collide upwards.
Lu Yun passed through the large fireball, his entire body evaporated into jerky. Then he revived, turned his wings, and approached Yitsong. Yitsong took out a kunai and thrust it towards Lu Yun with agile movements. Liu Yun's movements were elusive, and he was lucky enough to have his throat slit by Yitsong. Ding!
You were killed by Jonin Yitsong, experience plus 100.
A puff of white smoke appeared, and Yitsong retreated sharply. Lu Yun attacked again immediately.
At the same time, the sand ninjas who could still move all attacked Lu Yun.
Ding!
You were killed by Jonin Chunping using wind release, experience plus 100.
Ding!
You were killed by special Jonin Yuentun using wind release, experience plus 90.
Ding!
You were killed by a medium summoning beast using wind release, experience plus 50. Lu Yun was like a cat playing with a mouse, slowly fleecing the Sand Village ninjas. In a short while, he accumulated 4,000 experience points.
Yi Tsong's kunai thrust fiercely.
According to the battle strategy, Lu Yun should let her stab him.
But Lu Yun raised one hand upwards and grabbed Yi Tsong's delicate wrist.
Yi Tsang panted heavily, her body covered in fragrant sweat.
Seeing Liu Yun's resistance, she frowned instead. Why are you resisting?
This woman, after killing him so many times, really thought he was a masochist. A cold smile floated on the corner of Liu Yun's mouth. I'm done playing, it's time to send you on your way.
8 gates released formation, 4th gate open. Dense green energy erupted from Liu Yun's body.
His 4 chakra gates were opened in an instant, and then a set of red fox armor overlapped Liu Yun's body.
Lu Yun activated full power attack mode.
The enormous chakra aura instantly covered the sand ninjas in the field.
They were all sweating profusely, staring at Lu Yun in disbelief.
Chunping, whose arm had been broken by Lu Yun, ridiculed himself. This chakra, which hasn't been consumed from the beginning until now.
Luo Sha is indeed eliminating dissidents, sending us here to die.
A companion next to him struggled to get up and chewed down a soldier pill. Run, that kid was able to fight his way out of an army of thousands of sand ninjas. How could we possibly be his opponent?
Duh! Lu Yun snapped his fingers. Pang 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 pang. In an instant, the entire bamboo forest was filled with shadow clones wearing white clothes.
1,500 shadow clones officially appeared.
Everyone, where are you planning to run to?
The Sand Village ninjas looked up at the sky. About 500 shadow clones with wings were floating in the sky. That was the Air Force. Lu Yun flicked his right hand, and Yi Tsong rolled backwards several times.
How is this possible?
Yi Tsong struggled to get up, watching Lu Yun slowly float in the sky, and the field of shadow clones directly surrounded them.
We're actually fighting a monster like this.
A sand ninja who was trying to escape directly knelt down, his pupils full of powerlessness and deep despair. Ninjas are also people, and people will feel their own insignificance, and people will look up at the sky. Lu Yun recited softly with his arms folded, looking down with a teasing gaze. Yi Tsong's face was pale, her light brown eyes full of unyielding stubbornness. Get up, don't be afraid of him.
Liu Yun's faint voice spread down. You probably know you've been betrayed by the village.
I'll give you a chance, as long as you make a cut on your forehead, I'll let you go. Among the sand ninjas Lu Yun had seen, there was never a person afraid of death, except for the ghost fearing a Mori river. He really wanted to see the desert will in the mouths of these sand ninjas. Below was a silence, no one responded to Lu Yun, which meant, these people all had a will to die. Lu Yun looked at them for more than 10 seconds and continued, even if you're betrayed by the village, do you still think about that sand in your hearts?